So let me see what's going on. What in the flabbergasted is going on?
Dude, I have no clue. I'm trying to figure it out with you.
Well, it looks like I'm streaming again.
Yeah, it shows you're live now.
Is it like a brand new stream? This is different than the other one. The other one is still recorded. It's still over there. Done deal.
Let's see. Yep. No.
What in the flabbergasted?
Yeah. You're streaming
Dude,
now.
I have
no clue. I'm trying to figure it out with you. Oh, okay.
All right, we're back. We are back, people. We're back. All right, so welcome back, everybody. If you watch this on YouTube, my name is Roy Jr. I'm the co-founder. Oh, wait, my whole thing is co-founder, CEO, ChartAddicts, #1 personal coaching service and education service for traders worldwide. We're breaking the world record for the longest stream. Granted, stream got cut. YouTube only lets us record 12 hours of it, so I cut the first half of the stream. It's already up. Recording is there. We're picking up where we left off. We just had Austin spit some game about NFTs and drop basically a PhD masterclass on NFTs. Now we're picking back up. It's a little dry. Nothing's happening in the markets. It's a session rollover. So not a lot of trading going on. So we're going to be doing just things outside of trading, bringing on experts in crypto and NFTs and trying to get you guys some game. So I'm on here. We're kind of having just shooting the shit. Welcome back, everybody, on YouTube. And around 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., so I want to say probably 2-3 hours, we're going to have a lot of motion start to happen on the stream with a lot of guests coming back, stopping back by. A lot of people went to the gym, stuff I want to be doing. If I could take this stream with me to the gym, if I was like, you guys know those TikTok people who have no shame, bring the whole setup to the gym and just like keep doing the stream while I'm doing a workout, I would, because, going to the gym would be more, it would be kind of lit, but I have some kind of self-respect. So not bringing the whole setup to the gym. Can't be doing all that. Remember the last stream when when DS was telling Roy risk to reward ratio doesn't matter? Bro, why would you even bring that up? Why would you even say that? My man's just trying to stir up some beef right now in the stream. Does NBC's daily close looking kind of bullish? Yeah, they all have a lot of room to the upside. Can Raja Banks wake up and get us this? Okay, the investor password. I need to be able to trade that $10,000 account. But indices, do they have some room to run up? Yes, very clearly. Boom, U30 on the rise. Do we still have some room to the upside? Yes. Might I scalp this on the account for the kids on the way up and the way back down? Potentially, right? We'll see how the market opens. Everything else relatively dry. CAD CHF still long. I want to see one more wick into the buy zone before we take off. Euro USD, we might see one more retest, 38%, play around here, and then drop. Tomorrow's NFP. I'm locked in. You guys are going to see a same beast, but a different animal. T, what is the saying? Is it different beast, same animal? Same beast. You guys are going to see the same beast, different animal. All right. I'm going to be up trading New York session. I got some caffeine on the way. Right. A couple hours. Going to have the special guest. I'm ordering some kind of food. You know what I'm saying? We're going to make some things happen. I'm going to be locked in during London session. We're going to take some trades during London. I want to trade this account. Raja, wake up, give me the logins. And I want to trade my personal account. We're going to be out here making this money. Whatever we do on the small account, look, I'm going to be honest. The thing is sitting at 400. We started at like 340. It's not doing too hot. It's doing great. It's not negative. Right? But at the end of the day, we're trying to get back to the kids. So there's two options here. Play this thing conservative, play it up, $1,200, $1,000, which is still great. It's like 4x returns on the account. Should be phenomenal. And then we'll match it. ChartAddicts will match it. I'll match it personally. We put together a sizable amount, you know what I'm saying? And we give it to the children. The second option is fucking try to hammer this thing in, really try to go for this 10x growth, and then we'll see if we can grow the shit out of this account. Two options. Also, actually playing it conservative might make some sense. This man Raja gave us a $10,000 account. Just saying. Side note, that's a $10,000 account, 10,000 euro account. Which, if we're looking at Euro USD, which we're trading right now, the value of the euro is literally dropping as we speak. Like the value of the euro versus the dollar is dropping as we speak. So this $10,000 account, by the time we, like right now, it's about $10,000. But by the time we finish this trade, by the time the stream is done, that account might be worth, $97,000. It's still 10,000 euros, but it's going to be $97,000. But it's actually going to be $100,000 because we would have grown the account. You guys, it's math and there's interest rate. You have to understand the interest rates. This is Forex. All right. All right. All of that aside, I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. We'll kick this whole thing back off. If you guys are back on YouTube, it's great to see you. Please drop a like. Just drop a. We're waiting on you, right? Just drop a like real quick. It'll mean the world. This is a stream for charity. We're raising money for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. That's the main cause. Last time we did a charity stream, we raised $13,000. And so this time around, and look, we had a lot of people donate. If you guys aren't donating, I don't know what you're doing, but we're going to raffle some things off. And so let's go ahead and kick off the donations with some raffles. I'll be back in 10 minutes, but just to kind of announce to you guys how this thing's going to work. We'll do like 10, 15 donations at a time. We'll say if you guys donate, like the next 10, 15 people to donate, you guys will be put in a raffle to win one thing. Austin's here. You guys heard this. I'm going to auction off a Bored Ape. Those things are like the dragon egg from, what's that show? Fuck. T, what's that show, bro, with the dragons?
I don't know. I can't help you on this one. How to Train a Dragon?
No, where's QB Stew? That's QB Stew's favorite movie. He made that. T, what's the show, bro? God, people, help me out here with the blonde. With the blonde people, bro. Come on.
Ooh,
Game of Thrones, House of Dragon.
Game of Thrones, House of Dragon. Okay, I love you people. Okay, so it's like the Bored Ape, like the Bored Apes. They're kind of like those dragon eggs to me. I was watching it yesterday. Like this is how sacred they are. But we're gonna do it like 10, 15 people donate at a time. We'll put somebody in a raffle. Free Bored Ape. Free 3 months of ChartAddicts. Free. Maybe we'll raffle off a free ticket to FX Summit 2023. Hands up, I don't know emoji. All right. So let's go ahead and kick this thing off. The first 10 people to donate to this thing, the next 10 people to donate are going to win a Bored Ape Solana Club NFT. Okay. From my personal connection or from my personal collection. And Austin knows my collection's kind of fire. I've curated a nice little group of NFTs. They're boys. They hang out. We got Ali in there, Benji's in there. So I will auction off one of my personal NFTs. Next 10 people to donate. And yes, look, 340 to 400, not the biggest amount of growth, but 22% on the account in one session. Not the worst thing in the world that can happen. The kids are still making money. We're still in blues for the kids. And my personal account is popping. So at the end of the day, I'm going to just donate all of it for the kids. It's for the kids. And like a lot of people asking, Roy, why are you always doing these charities for St. Jude's and for the children? Because here's my whole shtick. Look, I feel like kids, there's no like lifestyle habit things that they did to, to make any of these issues worse. Like it wasn't like, dude got high cholesterol because he 50 years eating at the state fair. This is not that. They didn't have a chance from the starting gate. And so it's kind of like they were dealt these cards. And so I feel like this is like, what I'm saying? We got to help the kids. It's for the kids. So education, huge, very important to me. And obviously health. If you're dealt a bad hand, St. Jude's does a lot just in terms of taking care of people who can't really take care of that situation for themselves. So we do what we can to help. All right. Side note. So David Howard said just donated. David, you're the fucking man. Excuse my language. It's for the kids, but YouTube said it's not for the kids, and we're gonna have to, you know, you can't really curse, but this is still for the kids. All right. The next 10 people to donate are gonna get put in a raffle for a free one-on-one with me and a Bored Ape Solana Club NFT, which is worth about 12 SOL right now. By the time the stream is done, we'll see. However, free one-on-one with myself right now, to get advanced coaching from me will cost you $1.50 bags. I actually don't do advanced coaching anymore. Probably for the rest of the year, I won't be taking on any more students. So a free one-on-one with myself, next 10 people to donate. And it doesn't matter, guys, $5, $10. I'm not asking you to break the bank here, right? This is not like a dick measuring contest. This is $5, $10, something you would spend on a Chipotle bowl somewhere, and just to kind of show a sense of, you know, initiative, whatever that means. 20 Pips Savage donated, and David Howard donated. Love to see it, guys. Love to see it. This is awesome. You guys can see here. This is awesome. Where's the link for the donation? So if you're on YouTube, it's in the YouTube comments. If you're on the Zoom, I just posted it in the Zoom chat. So making charity fun again. Imagine you donate $10 on a stream, and all of a sudden you get awarded a Bored Ape from the private collection and a one-on-one with me. Oh my. For the kids too. Oh my. What is going on? It's a bizarro world. Stuff I didn't get to talk about earlier. This is like just complete riff off to the side, because what else am I going to do? I actually have a timer here on YouTube. Crazy enough. Timer here on YouTube. Save that draft. Of how long we've been on the stream. Huh? This is what being proactive looks like. So we got about 14 hours and 50 minutes left. So with 14 hours, 50 minutes left, and also things are going to pop back off in 2 hours, I'm going to kind of riff off on some side topics here. National average of gas back down to $3.80, national average, and could go lower. We had a few oil bulls on the call today. I don't know. The case could be made both ways. They've made their case. You guys have heard mine. You can choose whichever side you decide to believe. However, as gas prices continue to come down, I think we will all benefit, and we're all going to be happy. And I think we all welcome lower gas prices. Highest recorded was back in June, $5 national average for regular, $5.80 for diesel. Criminal prices. You couldn't even afford to go to work. It was more expensive for you to go to work and the money that you were going to get paid at that job. It did not make sense for you to drive to work. It was fucking bonkers. Okay, now you look at the national current average, $3.80. Bada boom, bada bing. We're finally back down to some sort of normalcy. All right. Will you be posting the first live stream recording of today? It's already up on YouTube, my friend. YouTube is just this crazy. Like, the 9-hour stream from earlier is already available. Imagine you're on the other side of the world. Oh, I missed James, Raul. I missed the whole Austin shtick, the whole thing. Imagine you just woke up and you realized that every goat was on the call and everybody was spitting sauce and they broke down every pair, and you're like, I missed this because of the circumstance and the happenstance of me being on the other side of the world. No, you did not, because YouTube got your back. The whole 9 hours is already up on YouTube as we speak. And you can go and watch that recording and get caught up and jump back on this stream when everybody hops back on at 8 p.m. It's nuts what technology can do. So look, I'm really just chatting shit at this point. I've been on here since 9 a.m. People, 10 minutes. I'm about to go grab a drink, get some fresh air. I'm actually going to move the whole situation upstairs, get some sun for the next like probably hour and a half while it's up there. And basically, I'll be doing the stream from my balcony. So give me a sec. I'm going to reposition the whole situation. Hang tight. And we'll get the show rolling again. All right, we got, sorry, just real quick, 7 donations already out of the first 10. First off, shout out to all you guys. First, I'll give you guys a massive shout out when I get back. But we have 3 spots left to qualify for that first raffle, board ape, and a one-on-one with myself. 3 spots left. So the next 3 people to donate get put into that raffle. We'll see if we can raffle some things off. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Call that winner. All right. To change views real quick and go get some sun, some fresh air. Maybe get a slight drink. See what's going on. So, quick journey. Be patient. We're about to be upstairs here in a second. Get up to the balcony. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. We'll do the fundraiser. I'm going to check the first 10 donations, see who qualifies for the Bored Ape. Then you guys know how I like to do it. I like to keep it fair. So I'm going to go to Google and I'm going to let Google pick one of the numbers. And we'll basically just count up or down. I'll let you guys choose if we're going to count down or up. And lucky person is going to win the raffle. And we'll just keep doing raffles all night, all day, all night. Keep doing raffles. We got stuff to give away. Another free month of Enigma, a free year of Enigma, a free year of ChartAddicts, a free year of coach. Oh my God, a free year of coaching. I don't even know if we can do all that. All right, so we're just like unhooking a bunch of stuff, migrating upstairs. Show you guys this crazy view. So what's crazy is this is like I'm doing this stream, but this is also going to be my last couple of days at this spot. And I live right in front of the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, which is crazy because we trade against the Fed and sometimes with the Fed, and it's a huge part of our daily life. And I literally live right next door to them. It's insane. All right. Got what we need. Got what we need. Oh wait, I gotta show you guys the view when I walk out. You guys should be able to see my screen now. Boom. It's bright as shit out here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is beautiful Richmond, Virginia. That is the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond. It's kind of like the downtown area. I'll wipe this off. Let me find some somewhere where the light's not blocked. All right, so let's take a look at these donations right now, and let's see what we got here. And you guys are going to hear the sound, so I'm going to try my best to mute it while I'm just hanging out. But we got the beautiful sounds of Richmond. You guys might hear some ambulances stopping by. You guys might hear some random shit. So let's go ahead and keep that in mind. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So up to Sam Sam Grinstead. I got that right. Sam Grimstead. So those are the first 10. You guys let me know in the chats. Let's keep this completely impartial. Do you guys, should we count from bottom up or from top down? How should we do this? Let me know in the YouTube comments. How should we do this? This is bottom up. That's how they post. Brilliant. I love that. Let's go ahead and I'm trying to find somewhere with some lighting. I'm trying to get some sun over here. All right. It's a little bit too bright. All right, fuck it. It's whatever. So show the view. This is the view. Random number generator. That's my favorite thing to use. All right, let's put that off to the side. All right, everybody can see this. 1 to 10, we have minimum 1, maximum 10. That's the amount of people. I'm going to hit random generate. Is going to generate a random number. I'm going to count from bottom to top. Whoever that person is wins the free NFT and the free one-on-one. Please message me so that you can claim your prize. All right, you guys ready? I'm literally going to hit it one time. I'm going to hit generate. We're going to go. Should I hit it one time? Should I hit it the best out of 3? Should I hit it 3 times? You guys make up the rules here. So it doesn't matter to me. I already got my name called. Sam Grinstead, I appreciate you for donating. I appreciate everybody for donating. I mean, even the first 10, the first 20, the first 5, it doesn't really fucking matter. The whole, the most important thing is that you guys are donating and you guys are doing something for these kids, and we're coming together as a community and doing something besides bickering and beefing on social media and really just getting to it. So at the very end of the day, that's the win. He said, do it twice, do it once. Come on, y'all. Let's see. He said, you're about to smoke one up there. No, I'll be honest. I don't really need to go outside for that, but I might. It's a beautiful, beautiful weather. Might have to. You guys heard, look, you guys heard this shit, man. You guys heard the talks. We all, you guys can make these judgments and these assessments of what's going on behind the scenes here, but seems to me like a large percentage of this whole industry is out here getting gassed, Nikita. So you tell me what you think is going on here. Jono says best of 3. I'm seeing way too many different types of answers. Let me check the Zoom chat. Let me see if the ChartAddicts members can get some sort of sauce. Says we can't see it. What do you mean y'all can't see it? What's up? So let's do some of this slow scalping. What are y'all talking about? I just donated. Okay. Do it once. All right, I'm gonna just do it once. Look, people. Boom. The number is 6. I'm gonna go over here. Drum roll, please. We have 1, 2, 3. Well, David Howard was first, so we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tabitha. So whoever this is, Tabitha Rowland, message us info@chartaddictsfx.com. Put it in the subject line, NFT winner, raffle winner, Tabitha Rowland, and raffle number 1, whatever, any of those in the subject line, we gonna get the gist. So go ahead and message us. Congratulations to Tabitha. Everybody help me congratulate Tabitha. And we're gonna be doing these all night. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be doing these all night. So don't stress. If you didn't win the first one, we got plenty to go. Guys, look at this view. This is just absolutely incredible. To think I was doing the first half of the stream inside. This is just unbelievable. Because we can't see the view. Wait a second. Yes, you can. That's the Federal Reserve building right there. That is the beautiful city of Richmond. That's like the downtown kind of business area. Well, congratulations, Tabitha, for the kids. So I'm literally moving down to Florida in like probably a week or so. So this is gonna be the last time I enjoy this view. We're doing it on the stream. Like I said, around 8 p.m. things are gonna start to get popping. So keep an eye out for that. Let's go through charts real quick. What we're seeing, the markets are about to open back up. Some opportunities here. I am trying to grow the shit out of this account, so I'm gonna take advantage of probably four more opportunities before the stream is done. I'm gonna move back inside, y'all. It's bright as fuck. This was great for the optics, getting some fresh air, but I can't see nothing up here. I can't look at charts. I'm gonna just be chilling back in the office with the window open. Get the best of both worlds here. So this is the majority of life as a trader. This entire time I'd be doing everything but trading. I'd be at the gym. I'd be hanging out with friends. I'd be getting work done for ChartAddicts. I'd be doing deals with partners. I'd be planning something for the summit. I'd be doing everything but trading. All right, we're back. So quick few minutes. Let folks get back on. I'm actually going to let people know on Instagram that we are back to streaming because I feel like we had a little bit of a drop off here. If you guys are watching this right now, please drop a like real quick just to make sure that we have some traction here. I'm going to show you guys what I'm looking for in a few minutes once some folks pop back in. But give me a few minutes to post this up on social and let people know that we are back on stream. Thanks. People sent it, Roy. Tab Ultimate. I'm guessing that's Tabitha. Awesome stuff. All right, we'll get in contact. Make sure we get this thing done right. We were talking about a bunch of stuff this morning. We appreciate everybody for the donations. We'll keep this thing rolling. Obviously, we have those trading accounts going. Raja, please wake up. Send us the trading password so we can catch some of these trades. Yeah, we'll have somebody on and do a 7 p.m. breakdown at ChartAddicts, which is kind of the educational service that we run every single day, 7 p.m. Somebody breaks down the markets. So we'll get somebody on to break down these markets, expert style, and show you guys what's going on. CAD CHF may not come down and trigger. I will enter a position here, small position, say 20 or 30% of my position size, and I'll enter the rest as the market gets into the sell zone. Just throwing that out there. It's most likely what's going to happen. Let me make one phone call and see who's going to be our special guest at 7 p.m. And let me get you guys some serious value. All right. Give me a few seconds. Let me go ahead and set that. All right, good news. Found ourselves a special guest speaker. Alex, the only one that doesn't smoke, I think. Yeah, that's a pretty fair assessment there. Raja Banks scam you guys or what? Raja Banks didn't scam nobody. Relax, bro. Y'all really gotta chill out with all this shit, bro. Charity trading boxing match pre Mitchell stocks. Yes. You make some Raja fight for the Banks title. Y'all people are crazy, bro. Y'all are actually fucking crazy. Hey, yo. But Mitchell, if you want to set up a boxing tournament, let's do it. First, might have to do kickboxing. Amateur kickboxing, though. Shin guards. I'm really not trying to walk out with a broken shin. Fucking, I got things to do with my life. However, traditional kickboxing, amateur rules, shin guards, 16-ounce gloves. We can run it 3-minute rounds, 5 3-minute rounds, doesn't matter. My cardio's trash, but fucking, I'll make it. You know what I'm saying? I'll survive. Okay, get this, guys. I'm trying to find somebody to box for the charity tournament before the FX Summit. First off, we're gonna do FX Summit charity boxing tournament and FX Summit charity golf tournament. That aside, boxing tournament. I'm like, okay, who wants to fight me for charity? This dude Mitchell Stock says, I got you. Then he actually admits to me that he does this shit for a living. He's like, yeah, no, I box at charity events. Like it's like a fucking thing. Like, I don't know what category of fighting that is where you like box at charity events, but it sounds very fucking specific. That's it kind of makes me feel like you have some kind of advantage in the space of boxing and charity events. So I don't know, bro. I'm not trying to get out here, get embarrassed on some you do this for a living shit, but I'm never going to back down from a challenge. So I might be down to go through and do this charity boxing tournament with you. It'll be fun. If you guys want to see me and Mitchell Stocks in a charity boxing tournament, traditional boxing or kickboxing, amateur rules, you guys let me know. We can make that happen. Victor Shiro said, I'll fight. Let's go, bro. Relax. Everybody just about to jump this shit in the hat. First off, you got to qualify for this thing. You got to fucking, you got to qualify for this. I mean, do your matchups. Like, if there was a celebrity boxing tournament for trading or for Forex, like, who would the matchup, what would even be a fair matchup in that whole space? Like, what would even be considered a fair matchup? You guys let me know. I don't know. I got the Miami Vice going on right now. I stepped upstairs. I literally stepped outside for like 10 minutes. I came back feeling different. Got the open shirt. I got the Miami Vice going on right now. Let me know, who would the matchups even be if there was a charity boxing tournament? You guys let me know. See, I'll get the shin pads on. That's cool. Bro, imagine I have to step on stage and walk up and down that stage for 8 hours. I gotta be standing 8 hours after no shin pads. Like straight contact. Bro, we fucking limping up and down that stage. It's not gonna happen. Shin guards, we could have, it could be lit. We could do something. He said, Naughty Gang or Don't Bang. I see you, Oscar. What's up? What's up, BTC? All right, you just said too many random things that don't make any sort of sense together. Tag team WWE style wrestling match, group versus group charity event. That sounds like a liability, but that's why we're gonna do multiple events. Like some people don't like fighting. It's very fair. Some people like boxing, some people like basketball, some people like golf. So if I had to pick my top 3, listen, top 3 events, it would be kind of like celebrity boxing tournament, celebrity basketball tournament, celebrity golf tournament. Run all 3. Winner gets bragging rights. Obviously going to be talking hella shit. Chart Addicts squad. We could put together a pretty good squad. Chart Addicts team runs deep. We got some golfers. Basketball, kind of questionable, right? I don't know what's going on here. Even in fighting, like, I don't know if some of these guys like fucking like low-key train on the low, and I'm walking in here thinking that it's going to be a fucking, you know, us versus another team fight, and this dude's training like it's Rocky 4. I don't fucking know. But might be lit. Said fight of the night. Where's Dana White, bro? He's gonna have to fucking, you know what I'm saying? Everyone settles their FX beef the healthy way. I agree. All this animosity, say it to someone's face. Send a pop quiz, then the match people with the worst results. Whoa. Hey, yo. Says you've been live all day? Yes. Been live since the morning. We're going to keep going. We're breaking the world record. I'm breaking 25 hours. People, don't get this shit twisted. I could do this shit for days. If somebody comes on and they're like, I'll donate, you know, $10,000 if you stayed on for 48 hours, if you did a 48-hour stream. People, I'd stay on for 48 hours. This is for the kids. This account, okay, like I said, 25% growth on the account is cute. This is little money. There's no comma in there. I got to see a couple commas for the children. So my whole thing is I could do this shit. We're just getting started. Yes, I have been here all day, but I am literally just getting warmed up. Got some slight food here that I'm eating, but you know, we're just getting started. A lot of people are going to pop back in between 7 and 9 p.m. You're about to start seeing the Hall of Fame stars start to pop up. So let's see what's going on here. Market's relatively slow, and we're going to have Omer, the GOAT himself, come in here and spit the market to you guys at 7 p.m. All right, David, that's just wild. All right, we're not gonna go ahead and instigate beef like that. This is my, you know, these are my friends. We're not gonna do all that, but you know, anything can happen. So Roy the Man, he just ended the James and Rasha beef earlier. Bro, if I tell you guys right now, if I can't keep up with this shit going on in the industry, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell everybody this right now. Whatever problems you got, fucking keep it to yourself. If there's real beef, we take sides. But if it ain't real beef, bro, if it ain't real, bro, keep me the fuck out of it. I had no idea how I'm supposed to keep track of this shit, people. I'm trying to create the best possible educational service in the world for traders. I'm trying to focus on my own trading. I have like fucking 75,000 million accounts at this point. Get me keeping up with that stuff. And so none of this shit is on purpose. Don't think I'm out here trying to clickbait everybody. I have mad respect for a lot of these people, all these people, everybody who I've led on the stream. I would never intentionally get people on to beef. It's not my intention. It happened before. Not happy about it, but we live and we learn, right? But not my intention. But I'm not trying to be Don Lemon or Don King. I'm just trying to stay right. I'm fucking Switzerland. I'm hanging out right here. Ladies and gentlemen, again, this stream is sponsored by Enigma FX. Enigma FX is the #1 signals app for traders worldwide. We're posting an almost 90% win rate. Shout out to Omar, crushing it, who's about to come on and show you guys how he's been able to attain 100% win rate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, very important to realize that 100% win rate is not something casual, right? Very, very few people can manage to do something like that. And so I hope that you guys got your notepads out. You're willing to learn a thing or two. It's going to be pretty brief. I'm going to go through it, show us exactly what he's talking about. But 100% win rate on the Signals app. You guys can download it 30 days for free, enigmafx.app. Let's go ahead and kick the ball over to our very own Omer Kambal, co-founder, ChartAddicts. And I'm just going to be here, just a fly on the wall, soaking up this sauce.
That, Roy.
I don't have 100% win rate, people. Everyone? Always a student.
Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello.
Now you got to turn on the mic, bro.
Can you hear me? Hello, hello. All right, give me 1 second.
I can hear him.
You guys can hear me?
Yep. So is it me? Oh, it might be me, guys.
Is it you?
It's me, guys. I'm a clown. I'm like actually a clown. Here's me with the nose, the red nose and the big shoes. It's my V, bro.
All right. How about now?
That's perfect.
All right, beautiful. You guys, appreciate everyone's time. Right now it is 7 p.m. Eastern. Usually we have our Asian to our London outlook call. So today I'm just gonna go ahead and cover the pairs that I'm looking at, the pairs that we called out. As you guys know, Roy has already been going over it, but CAD CHF is one of the pairs that I've been eyeing, just because of the overall structure and confluence we've been getting on it. So the reason I've been eyeing down this pair, or the reason I call it a signal on this setup, is because number one, now again, like I said, the overall confluence was really sticking out, but the reason we called the trade specifically is just because reading price action, we can see we were kind of coming down just by these shifts in direction. All right, we're making lower highs and lower lows up until this point here. All right, you guys can see we had a huge shift in direction. We kind of made this small inverted head and shoulders. All right, you guys can see the left, the head, and the right shoulder. We managed to break and retest that. And we're making a kind of higher macro level inverted head and shoulders. All right, so break, retest. So first things first for me, it's just finding the overall direction. All right, because once you know the overall direction, you can determine what position to place. You guys got to keep in mind that there's only honestly two ways to make money. You can either buy or sell. All right, buy low and sell high, and everyone's trying to do the same thing. So once you find that overall direction, you know what position to place. So in this case here, just with this shift up, all right, and this shift up, automatically I was looking for buying opportunities, all right, because I saw we were breaking this trend line or this down channel, and to me, we were looking like we were going to reverse. All right, so in this case, I'm looking for buys. So I want to buy at support, right? I want to buy low. All right, so the next question for me is, where is a good area of interest?
I'm sorry, bro. I don't mean to cut you off because I know you're kind of in the middle of spitting the sauce right now, but the people need to know, right? So I just need to. I'm here to speak as a representative for the people. The people want to know. So are you mostly looking at momentum? Are you looking at structure first? Are you saying it's forming higher floors and higher ceilings, and that's what's confirming the buys, or what's really like your main confirmation for the direction that you're trading?
Yeah, I would say structure is first. I like to look for the trend and momentum. I feel like momentum is short term, and these short term momentum shifts create these long term trends. All right, so the first things for me is always trading with that momentum. All right, and for this example here, we have a momentum shift up and a momentum shift up. All right, so you guys got to keep in mind, like I said, these short term shifts, all right, create these long-term trends. All right, so the first thing for me is finding that overall direction, and then looking for an area of interest, and then looking for structure. So in this case here, all right, we had that shift up, all right, that momentum shift up, which created this potential inverted head and shoulders formation. All right. So once we had that momentum shift, all right, right away I was looking for buys. All right. So we broke above a area. Does that make sense? Am I answering the question right?
Yeah, that's perfect. You're looking for the impulsive shifts in the direction. You're looking for the higher highs and higher lows. And so really you're trying to keep it as simple as possible.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. All price action, just reading the candles, reading the wicks, reading the bodies, reading how they react to certain areas, and just trying to put it all together. So yeah, once I find that overall direction based off the momentum shifts, all right, because these momentum shifts create these long-term trends, all right, then I know what position to place. So as soon as we got these two shifts, 1 and then 2, I was looking for buys. So if I'm looking to buy, my next question is, where's a good area of interest where we've reacted in the past? All right, so just looking at this level, we've reacted or tested, touched, and reacted multiple times as support and resistance. So to me, this looks like a nice area of interest. All right, and the last thing is looking for some reversal formations. All right, whether it is a group formation, flags, double tops, double bottoms, inverted head and shoulders. In this case, we have a beautiful inverted head and shoulders with a shift and a double bottom. So the formation is there, but the very last thing that just entices me to pick up my phone and say, you know what, I'm calling this signal right now, or I'm getting into this trade right now, is a long wick, nice body closure. So right now on the 9-hour time frame, we're getting that rejection candle that I really like taking my trades off. So here's just one example of that, and I'll be happy to go over AED CAD and USD Swiss, which were the 2 signals that we called out this week.
Yeah,
so right now
you've had back-to-back. Sorry, I don't mean to keep cutting you off. I just feel like you're too humble, so I gotta do a little. I gotta give people some background. You know what I'm saying? What's going on? So back-to-back hitters as usual on the app. Obviously, past profits don't equal future results, but you've been crushing it. AUD CAD major banger, 80 pips if I'm not mistaken, and then USD CHF another 80 pips, right?
Yeah, I believe USD Swiss was hit TP1 for 180 pips. AED CAD is right above our first target for, I believe, around 60 pips. So yeah, let's go ahead and break those down.
What are the just I know that everybody sees you trade, especially here at ChartAddicts. They see you trade, but they want to know. They want to know what are the main qualities that it takes to have 100% win rate. Like, what do I have to do as a trader? And what do I have to develop as a trader to have 100% win rate?
Nah, that's a really good question. And I would definitely say it's the discipline and emotional control, because honestly, it's been 3 weeks since I took a trade. So it's really just being patient and waiting for those high quality setups. Like, I'm not really taking a trade until it's seeing my name. So just having a discipline to wait for that is huge. And even seeing like other people making money, other people in the chats. I think the biggest thing for me is just getting myself in a high quality trade, because I feel like that starts the series, or that that cause and effect.
Beautiful.
Yep. Yeah, I guess just being patient for it. That's pretty much it. Having a strategy first, all right, and knowing the win rate of it, and just being confident when you see it. But the biggest thing is just being patient for it, and being disciplined when it's not there. I think that's the biggest thing, because there's no point of getting yourself in drawdown, and when the good moves finally come, you dig yourself out of the hole, but you could have made a lot more money if you didn't take those bad trades. So
like not taking all of the low probability trades and kind of burning all your profits and doing all that stuff, all the noise that people normally do to drag their account balance down, you just avoid all that. Look for the highest probability ones. And a lot for the thing I've learned about your trades is you don't have to be first. You don't have to get wick entries for anything. Your job is to find the direction and to catch great moves, right? Not so much
exactly.
Try to prove something.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not worried about the entry. As long as I get in the move and catch that move, that's all that matters to me. Risk and reward, baby. Yeah, I've come to find it's not worth even even holding the trade, squeezing last tip, like as long as I get my bag, you know, it adds up. So, yeah, AUD CAD was one of the most recent trades we've called out. So you guys remember I said the first thing I look for is the overall direction. So the first thing I've noticed when we got, or when I flipped onto this chart, and this trade was taken off of the 10-hour time frame. The first thing I noticed was this shift in direction down. All right, so this shift in direction kind of, it kind of enticed me to look for potential sells, considering we failed to make a higher high. All right, we made a lower high. And with this shift and pullback, we started to make some structure, right? We made this head and shoulders formation. All right, so once I saw this shift, the pullback, we were at an area of interest where we've reacted in the past as resistance. And I think if we zoom back a little bit, but you know, I'm not really paying attention that far. I'm trying to focus on what's happening now. So after this shift, again, we got that pullback to make this head and shoulders formation. We're at an area of interest. And last thing for me, you guys, again, is just waiting for a clear candlestick rejection. And you guys can see we had a nice, beautiful rejection candle here. And then we got another one off of, I guess a few hours later, off of this 10-hour candle here. So as soon as I saw that, I was enticed, I was convinced. Head and shoulders, shift, pullback, like to me, it was textbook. Ended up calling this signal, and it was an aggressive entry off that closure, meaning I took the trade right after that candle closed versus waiting for it to pull back. Because you guys can see it did end up pulling back a little bit and touching the zone. So I could have been more conservative to get a better entry, but you know, getting the trade was what mattered to me. Stop loss above the previous high, and just looking left, I had these areas as targets. So right now it's up a good 50. I think it popped up a good 65. First area is about 85 pips, and if it breaks that, I see it coming down a lot more. So again, overall direction with this shift, I was looking to sell. If I was looking to sell, I was looking to sell high. I was looking for confluence. The most confluence I got was here, just with that head and shoulders. And if you guys, I'm honestly more bullish. All right, I hate looking at sells. All right, so every time I see a bearish perspective, I always invert the chart. I don't know, it's me. You know, I read somewhere if you're more optimistic, you like to take more buys. If you're pessimistic, you like to take more sells. But yeah, every time I see a bearish scenario, I always tend to flip it. So I really like seeing this bullish setup more, even though it's technically bearish. But so yeah, we're just seeing a lot of confluence with that head and shoulders. You guys can see we also had like a smaller time frame head and shoulders here. So just confluence on confluence. So I was just honestly, every time I saw a candle rejection, I just ended up placing another position because I was honestly just convinced of this playing out. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. So mainly the reversals you guys can see, and I love catching the continuations on them. So if it breaks and retests, you guys know we can milk that move a lot more. All right, because there's so much space for this to sell. All right, but for me, I like securing on the impulses and getting back in on the reentries. All right, it just helps with my psychology. You know, the more wins I secure, you know, it just makes the day better. You know, just wake up.
You know, like at the very beginning, I never really understood the whole inverting the chart thing, because guys, was doing, you know, we used to try a lot of different things. Like he and I were learning how to trade together, but obviously trading is an individual sport. So each one of us is like trying out all these different things. And found that there's a personality that is associated with either seeing longs or seeing shorts a little bit more naturally, right? Either being more inclined to buy or more inclined to sell. And I would see invert the charts often, and I would be like, this is so confusing. I don't understand buy or sell. The more I started to learn about my own psychology and about the psychology of trading, I started to realize, you know, inverting the chart is because if you look at your results honestly, if you look at my FX book or whatever analytical website you're using, it'll tell you which one you have more success with, the long side or short side. That's not a coincidence. So just by following that data, you know, has been able to kind of look at, okay, by inverting it, I have a better chance of getting the right perspective. And perspective is everything in markets. So keep
No.
sharing those tips while you're on here, brother. I know there's a lot of people watching and they see you crushing it from a distance and they wish that, they could ask you some of these questions. What are some of these other things that you do that you don't see a lot of other people do? It might be something as simple as journaling, backtesting, like inverting the chart. What are some of these other things that you feel like has been able to help you gain an advantage?
No, those are a lot of good points that you're making, Roy. And I really like the aspect of you saying just it's a different perspective. And it's honestly, that's all it is. If you can think of a puzzle on a board, it's just looking at it at a different angle. All right, same puzzle, just different perspective. So, and to answer that rest of your questions, I mean, as simple as having a strategy or a plan. Like that was one thing that really changed the game for me. Like I was losing for, I want to say 2 years straight until I was like, you know what, this is the last blown account. I'm going to start taking this serious. And the first thing I started to do was having a trading plan. I had everything written down on it, from what time I was waking up to when I'm off the charts, when I'm getting back in, how I'm going to manage my everything. Aligned with having a trading journal. Like if you're not doing any of this, you guys are losing. All right, having a trading journal and journaling everything. All right, what trades you're looking at, what time you're getting in, and that with before and after screenshots, I feel like can really change the game, because you'll start to understand so much about your trading, and you'll start to realize like, wow, I'm the problem. Like my trades are working, but I'm doing something to mess it up. Like let's say, for example, I don't know, I closed my trade early, and the trade ends up playing out. So I look at my before and after screenshots, and I'm like, okay, my idea ended up playing out. And you wrote in your journal that you closed early. So you can build a plan based off what happened. Okay, well, looking at my before and afters, every 4 hour and daily candle closed strong. So if every 4 hour and daily candle closed strong, how about I hold my trade a little bit longer? And next week you do that. And then now you're holding your trades a lot longer. So something as simple as that, like just knowing what you're being aware of what you did, and building a plan to improve. All right. So if you're not doing that, if you're not taking it serious, you're going to continue making the same mistakes, giving back your money.
You're one of like the 0.00001% of people that is able to get funded through one of the major platforms, to be funded month and month and month again, to get the ability to scale the account, which very few people get. So you're in like the top 1% of the 1% of disciplined traders that can actually manage a funded account. How much of doing those things that you don't see other people do, like the back testing, like the journaling, like the before and afters, how much of that do you feel like is helping you now as a funded trader, and being able to pull out consistently every month, when really the stats on that is basically 0% of people are doing it?
I definitely feel like it built the backbone, like infrastructure of my trading, because the habits that I was able to build like are still instilled in me today. Like waking up early at 5 8, the times I check the charts are like just not showing up. Like having a schedule, and being able to follow it, I feel like is like the heart of discipline. So like being able to do that, and now I don't need that anymore. It's just because I practiced it so much. So definitely doing all those things in the beginning really I think shaped me to where I am now, and being able to handle the drawdown, the losses, the wins, and so on.
So, and I know I'm kind of picking your brain here, bro. I know, I'm just trying to get a little bit out of you, because I know the folks at home are gonna benefit from this. But you kind of like got this concept, and this is something I picked up from you over the years, which is Omar will, for example, he might send me a markup, and I'm like, oh, this is such a beautiful trade, but I see something, and he'll text me back the island emoji, which is just like a little piece of island with the palm tree. And what it means is that he's on his own island, is that even though he respects the opinion and he respects the perspective, he needs to stick to his own rules. He needs to stick to his own guns and to his own perspective. So what it meant was, it's kind of like a constant reminder that trading is an individualistic game. And as you hone your perspective and your sight on things, you tend to refine that strategy because you have to, right? You're not listening to other people and their opinions. You have to get yours right. You have to figure out what you're doing right and wrong. So today, do you feel any sort of pressure to listen to other people, or has it gotten easier over time to stick to your own guns and to kind of watch what you're doing?
I feel like it's definitely gotten a lot easier. I don't know, like I used to definitely get influenced just by seeing like a lot of people making money, like throwing screenshots in the chats or having a lot of activity in the chats. But yeah, I would say it's gotten a lot easier again, just because you know, I've learned so many times, like every time I do end up taking a trade or get influenced by someone, I always learn, you know. It's like burning your hand on the stove, like you remember what happened. So I feel like, you know, my work is always considered best. So I'm always going to rely on myself at the end of the day, right? Because I feel like it's kind of like negative reinforcement if you take a tip from someone and it ends up working out, or taking a trade from someone and it ends up working out.
Yeah, because like even if you do win the trade, you still didn't stick to your gun, so you didn't really learn anything. You didn't really get a chance to grow.
At the end of the day, you broke your rules.
Exactly.
So
So
that's what I'm
breaking your
saying.
rules and making money is not really worth it.
Yeah, breaking your rules over making money, because at the end of the day, no matter how much money you make, if you don't follow your rules, you're going to give it all back and then some.
That's amazing, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, help show some love in these chats for Omi here. Really broke down some trades, and I know everybody who has the Enigma app, which is no excuse not to have it because you get free month. So basically, like, I don't know what you guys are doing, but these are absolute hitters from UChef to ACAD to CAD Chef. I appreciate you blessing my account. Appreciate you blessing us with these gems.
Of course, yeah. Let's go ahead and break down this last one. This was a USD Swiss. I honestly don't remember the day we took it. I believe it was we sent a limit last week. Last week, we had a beautiful candle closure off of the 11-hour time frame. Let's go ahead and just delete this. So you guys know the candles are like taking my trades off. Nice wick. All right, beautiful body closure. All right, so to me, I was seeing how we had this run up. Swing high cleared the previous swing high. We broke resistance. We're testing support. So right away, I want to buy. Okay, if I want to buy at support. Last thing I want to see is a clean candlestick formation, and that was off the 11. All right, I think we also got it off the higher time frame, the daily. So we had a daily candle, a nice daily candle closure. We had the 11. So the more candles, the better. So the market is honestly too complex to just rely on one time frame. So the multiple time frames, the better. So the first entry was a limit because the stop loss was kind of a little bit wide. I believe it was about 70 pips from the closure. So if we were looking for a conservative position, waiting for price to come back just a little bit, for us to decrease that stop loss. That way we can increase the risk to reward, and at the end of the day, we can drop a higher lot. All right. So overall, it's a win. This was sent on Friday. Monday or Sunday came. To me, it didn't look like we were going to get that retracement, so I ended up just calling a market execution right where it pulled back to that initial candle closure, right around this closure here. So ended up calling that buy. TP was around this area, TP1 and TP2. So I honestly just ended up getting tapped, but we ended up securing some around 80 pips, even though it ran a good 100 or 200 pips, honestly. So I know a few of you ended up sending me a message saying you ended up re-entering and holding that. So overall, it was a great trade. All right, no drawdown, straight into profits, and it took about 3 days. So you guys can see how long these moves take to play out. They're not always going to happen in a day. All right, but yeah, I think that's all I'm looking for or looking at this week. This is a really enticing position. So if we end up getting this, I think this is the last trade I'm going to be taking. All right, so I hope that makes sense to you guys. Overall direction, area of interest, and structure with a clean candlestick rejection. Yeah, all price action.
My God.
Max I'll do is a moving average, but honestly, that's all it is.
Naked price action is king.
Hey, you already know, man.
Wait,
'cause
can I
you
get your
honestly-
take on one thing? Can I get your take
Yeah,
on
go
Nas
ahead.
before you hop off?
Yeah, of course.
I was looking at this short here, but the daily closure is very aggressive. So I want to see if I can get your take on the different time frames.
All right. Oh, that daily is looking scrumptious. Not gonna lie to you. All right, I'm just seeing it right away how it's kind of respecting this area here. And just reading it, we can see how aggressive it's coming down. Like, look at this size, and then we start to just kind of slow down. It's like we're taking our foot off the gas. All right, so if we hold above, I can see it reverse, but that's just what the daily is telling me. So let's go ahead and scale down. Yeah, most of these candles are just respecting. What is it? 121.50.
Yeah, that's a huge support level right now.
Mm.
Now, the trend has been bearish for a while, and even though we got that giant wick rejection here, we're still technically making lower highs. So it's like we could push up one more time, but I don't know.
Yeah, scaling down to the 1 hour, you can really see that those momentum shifts a lot more. You see the drop, you see the shifts. But right now we're kind of shifting back up, but we're testing 12270. So if it holds, I would look for that zone right there and see if it ends up making that higher low. If we do that, I can see that potential reversal.
Looks good to me.
So you guys can see how the structure just sets itself up. So I don't know if it breaks that trend. That's what I would like to see for if I want to take a buy. All right. Right now we're at you're right, Roy. We're at an area of resistance. We have been bearish. The daily candle is rejecting. I still can see that wick fill a little bit. So if we come down to 12150, that could be an opportunity.
Yes, exactly. Yep, exactly right there. That's 100%.
So yeah, and just even looking at the 1 hour, you can see it's starting to slow down as well. 2 weak candle closures after 3 nice bodies. Yeah, so something a little
looking
fishy
good
here.
to me. I'm thinking about scalping this thing down, and then London session, take it all the way back up. Honestly, we might just make a double top right there because we have NFP tomorrow, so there's going to be a lot of BS. Case one is like, imagine this double top here for a continuation. That was kind of one thing I'm seeing, and then option two is that bigger one. So
yeah, if it breaks, yeah, I could see that next zone. So I'll just play these zones, honestly.
100%. I'm going to give it a little bit of time for the market to wake up, for Asia to wake up. Might short this thing pre-London. But thank you, sir.
Yeah, right around that 61. So
Ooh,
there's definitely confluence.
yes, sir. And that's also the 88.6 from like that recent wick on the left. Count like recent impulse.
Yeah.
I kind of fibbed it from here to here, which is the 88. So all pretty clear. Got perfect 78 from there.
Yeah, I like the sell bias to here, and then if it breaks here, but if we hold here and break above, yeah, I'm seeing those longs clear as day up to this zone.
We got it.
Hey,
Got it
but you're
locked
right.
in.
I don't
Thank
know.
you,
Let's see
sir.
what
Thank you,
happens
sir.
tomorrow. You know more than me.
Bro, do I?
You know,
You're the one with the
Yeah.
100% win rate, ladies and gentlemen.
hey, I'm just a
American
demo
Ball
trader. I'm just a
co-founder.
demo trader out here.
My guy. Oh man, I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate the
It's fine.
perspective. You know, we're gonna be on
Yeah,
here.
of course.
Folks gonna be jumping in and off the stream for the next few hours, so should be pretty interesting.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Honestly, I appreciate you guys' time as always. If you guys have any questions, you guys know where to reach out. As always, feel free. Please make sure you guys download that Enigma app. All right. Don't miss out on any more hitters. All right.
Yeah, do yourself a favor, yo. Stop sleeping on yourself. Stop sleeping on your own potential. These trades are hitting with or without you. You might as well be involved. That's all I'm saying. Past profits don't equal future success. Ladies and gentlemen, Omer Kambal, co-founder, ChartAddicts.
Appreciate everyone.
Incredible. Shit, dude, you can stay on here all night. I'm sure nobody would mind. But I do see a special guest somewhere sitting in here. And we have Mr. Goldfather, Dimitri. Dimitri Wallace is somewhere in this call, if I'm not mistaken. Where you at? All right. So let's scalp this thing. I'm taking a scalp position on Nasdaq. Going to hold this thing throughout London session, or maybe up till London session. Since we're going to be up, we might as well hold it. So I wouldn't short this thing right now. It is probably 20 points away from entry. So if we scale down to the smaller time frame, what we'd want to see is a retest of this zone. So what we can do is we can just measure this impulse. I mean, after it forms a floor, obviously, find some of these key levels that we're looking to short from, like the 61%, and then the market's going to drop. All we have to do is wait for it to pull back, and then we can short the pullback. All right, so entering right now, I mean, obviously you could just take that extra risk. It might not be worth waiting for that better entry, but in my opinion, for the kids on this account, always worth waiting for that better entry. You can enter a piece of your position now, and you can enter the rest on the retest. Just depends on how much risk you're willing to take trading indices. So CAD CHF buy limit is set. GJ popped all the way back up to 161.9. Can you guys believe this shit? You can't make this up. Actually, you can make this up. This is the craziest wedge I've ever seen. So had a buy set all the way down here, y'all. 161.1. Market popped up. We were about 200 pips in profit. I'm celebrating in the streets. I'm a fucking genius up here. Boom. Price comes back down. Break even hit. SL is hit on the retest entries. Yes, I entered some retest at 161.3. I had 3 re-entries. Hit stop loss and then popped all the way up. From my original entry, that's another 81 pips. So would have been able to come out scotch clean. Nothing. Price is still respecting the trend line, but if we're going to look at this wedge on GJ, it's wedging around. So one more push up and then a drop. I think that's what's going to happen. I think that GJ is going to take a little bit of a moment to release back to the downside. Once the price starts wedging like this, it doesn't really have my interest. I don't need to be first. I'd much rather for it break to one of these key levels before we keep going. So pretty straightforward. EU still in profit. Double top. You guys see this. This is the most textbook trade of all history. Okay, channel play. price dropped 61%, double top at the 61 and trend line, drop down here. We're playing around this previous area of support. So two things can happen. This could be a shallow retest and a drop. So shallow retest and a drop. Or this thing could decide to push up a little bit heavier for that double top and drop. Right now, I'm sort of betting on that shallow retest and drop, which is exactly what we saw. This coincides with the bullish dollar potentially. Massive liquidity grab to the upside, drops, breaks below this previous area of structure. So one, we have a closure below the previous area of structure, which indicates shorts to the downside. We have this massive liquidity grab, which shows us that buyers tried to push the market up but couldn't. So once the market broke below these lows, came back up, double top retest, lower highs, massive sell-off. So right now we're in this period of like retracement. We could either do a shallow or a deeper retest for this drop. I'm still holding these shorts, made a pretty good amount of money on the shorts this morning, but still holding a runner and potentially looking for re-entries. CAT CHF, just went through that. And then Nasdaq, this thing popped off, looking for these shorts. All right, so prices retracing now. Might be time to just grab a double top entry, catch the shorts, make some money, and keep the show on the road. So Goldfather wants to give a breakdown. Let's go ahead and go through this. Guys, help me welcome Dimitri to the chat. Dimitri, Gold Mines, Goldfather out here. Yeah, you can do the introductions yourself. Battle rapper, trader, investor, multi-linguist. So the floor is yours. You can take over the screen recording and we can get to it.
It's good, Roy.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
What up?
What up, brother? You want to take over the screen here?
Oh, word? Okay, cool. That's what's up.
Yeah. The rock is yours, bro.
Appreciate you, G.
Oh, did you really make your dog rap in a cipher?
Yeah, I did.
That was that's the craziest shit I've ever seen, right? He said like he was I saw like Dimitri, avid freestyler, which by the way, underrated skill, very stressful. Takes a lot of creativity, takes a lot of smarts, but he's out there like rapping, and then he says a rap, and then he like pauses, looks down at his dog, tells him to speak, the dog speaks, and then like finishes the bar off of the dog speaking. Like he made the dog finish the line that I don't know, bro. This is insanity. I just saw this on social media. This is where my mind goes.
All right, damn, definitely.
But yeah, you got it, bro. You can
Okay.
You can grab share here.
Cool.
So the name Goldfather, I'm guessing you're still trading gold. Is there something else you're looking at? You're looking at industry. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I still trade gold. I look at oil, NAS 100. I love to trade actually Peso in Turkey. Turkey, the spread is like absolutely ridiculous, but for the most part, yeah, gold, oil, NAS 100. But here's actually my watch.
So why do you like to trade the exotics like the Turkey and the Mexican peso?
I feel like it resonates with my personality, it just kind of fits me. I don't really I live in New York City, so my mind is constantly fast paced. And I just love the volatility on peso. I love the volatility on Turkey, love the volatility on gold. NAS 100 and US 30 are probably like my last of the favorites, just because they're just way too super volatile. I love gold because it gives you kind of that middle ground. It's moving like 10 per pip, where US 30 and NAS 100 are like 10x of that. 100 pips on a standard in US 30 is like 10 grand. People would be like, yeah, like that's crazy, right? Or they'd rather prefer that. But I think gold, I just kind of found my edge, and I mess with it,
100%. So
Yes.
what we see here, we got a gold chart, we got the volume profile. Walk us through what we're looking at here.
So I've been looking at whatchamacallit. I've been looking at gold going down to 1650 for months now. I have a tool that I use, which I just have to reactivate today. But it's called Bookmap, which shows me the liquidity zones that are plotted on the chart, and I can see the liquidity zones from the past, future, and present, and how far they extend. And so that's pretty cool as well. But in the meantime, I'll show you what I use with volume profile. So for me, on the monthly chart, I'm starting at the top here. I see that this is obviously a resistance zone at the top, and then we have our support at the bottom. This just lets me know that this level is a high area of fair value zone, right? So those of you that don't know what a fair value zone is, it's just basically consolidation. It's traffic. I don't know if you've seen that scene with Jim Carrey where he gets the car and he splits all the cars even on both sides and then just zooms through the consolidation.
Yeah.
Through the traffic. That's similar to this. So this is like being stuck in the consolidation. And then when you break out into these levels that have low areas of unfair volume, then you can start, getting into there. So I like to usually set my targets down here. And so my target for gold is 1571. But we see here is a resistance zone. And then I'm doing a little breakdown of the weekly. So you could see at the weekly that we're getting right into support, right? But from this current zone of where we're at all the way to here is 261 pips, okay? So how do we get there, right? Without just selling immediately, right? Obviously, we're gonna go down to a lower time frame. So I'd probably go down to maybe the 2 to 3 hour. And for me, most people say, well, wouldn't you just catch the retrace and then sell? Like, no, I'm the type of person where I like to just stick to what the trend is. So if the trend is primarily just selling, like you can literally look at my MetaTrader 4 history. It's just like all sells on gold. Like there's literally probably like one buy that I took early this month.
So like only with the trend and the momentum. So
yeah, only with the trend. So I'm an avid swing trader. I definitely could scalp, but I think if I was going to punch somebody, would I scalp them or would I swing on them? I would swing them. So I always definitely love the swing. So here at 1688, people are like, oh, okay, would you sell into this level? No, I'd kind of risk the 60 pips here and I would sell a little bit below 1688. I know a lot of people tend to sell on the wick and I hate to sell on the wick because price can easily just wick back up. So I like to give myself just a little bit of room for error, like 1686.59, just in case that the bounce back doesn't scare me. And I like to take profit 50% of the wick. So like right here. Okay. Usually I don't like to take wick percentage at the bottom, but like 50% of the wick I'll try to do. So around here, I'll enter and I'll get out here or put my stop loss and profit here. From there, okay, let me just scroll up a little bit on the time frame. From there, we can see that there is a lot of support zones here. So these wicks that I see are almost like landmines, right? You step on the wrong landmine and your trade is going in the opposite direction. So from 1682, I'll probably just put in my stop loss and profit or stop loss break even at 1686. Crypto, give me that. So 1682, and then I'll put my stop loss around 1677. Now, is this going to be posted at all?
yeah, it's gonna be on YouTube, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. I was about to just show a little bit of vital information, but
Ooh.
yeah, I was gonna show
Holding back the sauce
Yeah.
on the kids
a little bit of the sauce,
on the charity stream.
On the chair, but look, I will donate though.
What about this? What about if the next 10 people that donate to the charity link below, if we get 10 donations, you're gonna show a little bit of the sauce?
I'll show a little bit of the sauce.
All right, next 10 donations, guys, 2 minutes. Next 10 donations, if you're on this YouTube stream, if you're on the Zoom call, next 10 donations below, we get to see some vital information. I'm just letting y'all know, St. Jude's link is below. Let's see, next 10 people to donate. Let's see if we can get some sauce.
Right, definitely. So definitely you guys donate for the children. So here you see this is a vital level of fair value. right here, like this zone in particular has a lot of fair value. You can even see from the consolidation that is here, like this zone right here is obviously consolidating. And then notice right where the fair value, the unfair value area is, we see all that volume kind of trickle up here, right? And then it bursts up. Everywhere where this level is, we see that volume, okay? We see that volume. Now here, yeah, here's pretty much that area of where the fair value zone is. And so I'm kind of relying on this area to break. Once this area breaks from a book map, which I'm using, and I'll bring that up to you because it's a really great tool for you guys to use. Just gotta like get my membership on this shit. But I can show you something really quick just to kind of give you an idea of my logic behind it. Just want to go through the whole. Okay. So this is a really great tool that I use. You go here, knowledge base, just show you. So with this tool right here, this is basically what I'm able to see. So this plots the liquidity zones, and it's like a heat map. I don't know if you guys have ever played Call of Duty, but you know, or any kind of shooting game. You always see in the shooting game, there's a heat map to show you where your target is, right? This is exactly similar to the same thing. So what's dope about this is that it shows you the liquidity zones, but it puts them in colors. So based on the higher level of color, if it's a dark red color, that means that's where the most liquidity is. If it's a light red color, it still means liquidity is there, like an orange, light red color, but it's a little bit less liquidity, right? And then the darkest is where the highest point is. And when you see white level here / yellow, this is stable liquidity, right? So this is where price just stays stable at this level. Now, the awesome thing about this is sometimes the liquidity zone could be red and then it automatically changes to white to show you that the liquidity is being pulled, right? So if you see a zone like this just flicker to white and it's going to be a sell, then the liquidity for the sells are getting pulled, and that means that the buyers would be going up. So this is an awesome tool. You can also see the COB, which is current order book, that shows you where all the contracts are based. These are basically limit orders. And later on, once I let Roy take back over, I'll just get it downloaded so that way we're not wasting time. But they're basically limit orders on each level. So when I had opened up my book map just a few hours ago, I had saw that there were about 5,000 lots at this level. 5,000 lots here, 7,000 lots here, right? At this level. And usually when you see these lots on this map, it's comprised of retail traders, hedgers, spreaders, institutions. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to know what each and every single one is, but you're pretty much seeing all of them there, right? And so let me just go back to here. So I saw them there, and I saw that at 16, where was it? Right here. At this level, 1678. There was about 5,000 lots there, 5,000 contracts, and those contracts can be comprised of retail hedgers, spreaders, like I said, and they could be, you don't know who's selling what at that point. But yeah, so these have the contracts here and they're limit orders. So I know if there's a limit order here for that huge of a lot size, whether it's 10,000 or 20,000 in contracts, I know that, hey, I can actually put my limit here because the majority of sellers on this side are selling at 10,000 contracts or to 20,000 contracts. So that's essentially what I saw. And I'm personally scaling in to 1566. That's where I think gold will go through on the lowest. You could see my trend line is also here. Price rejected off of this trend line. And we have this consolidation zone. Now notice every time this consolidation zone happened near the 1747.95 level, we see prices broken up, right? It's broken up. The volume has gone up, 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 right? Here, the volume has failed. So the volume here did not break up, right? We noticed that, like, you can just see the trend of the volume breaking up, right? Broke up, right? Right here, broke up. At this level, you can see that it broke up. It broke up. Here, it really didn't break up to where it's broken up to these levels before. It really didn't. Here is like kind of a failed area, but it went a little bit higher, failed, consolidated, and went back up. This one didn't even cross to where the smaller points were. I'm very analytical when it comes to data, so I'm just like looking at every little minor detail. And so this didn't even cross to when it went here. And then it ended up dropping here. So it kind of lets me know that, okay, well, the buyers failed at the 1800 level, which is the point of control, right? Where's the most volume that occurred at this specific time. The buyers had failed here. And so now we're having the sellers of where price is no longer going up because I see that repetitive pattern. Now price is going down. So now that I see this here, once this breaks, this level breaks right here, especially on the 1674 level, I know that I could sell that level down all the way to here, okay? Once I'm 180 points in profit, my stop loss is gonna go in profit. I'm not gonna take profit immediately. My stop loss is gonna go in profit. And I believe price will go down halfway to here, and then we'll see price drop.
But can I ask you one thing? This is one thing I feel like you and I never talk about, because we always talk about, like, first off, the reason I love seeing you on the charts is because you're always explaining some unique things that you look at, but things that I find very, very valuable. Volume profile, very important. The order book, the COB, everything very crucial. But I want to talk to you about risk sizing. So, you know, everybody has a different risk tolerance. We talked to James, we talked to a bunch of people. How do you think about risk? Are you a 1 to 3% guy? Do you feel like risk is subjective? What's your take on that side of the game?
Yeah, so risk definitely is super important to me. I'm actually doing a challenge now of an account that I have that has $120,000 in it. I'm gonna attach my FX book to it so people can follow it actually, or just give them the investor login. But I have a $120,000 account here. Let me just see if I could pull it up. What's 122,000 now? So I've been doing conservative 1 to 2% risk on this account, right? I started with 117,000. Within 2 weeks, I was able to get the account to almost $6,000, which is good to me, honestly, because 100,000, 200,000, 5 million, all same difference, just tolerance or risk. For the most part, if I do see a very good swing opportunity, my risk will generally be, and it's dependent upon the asset that I'm trading. So for like gold, if I'm going for 180 pip swing and I'm like really, really confident, hey, this 180 pip swing is going to work out, this 190 pip swing is going to work out, I will put like a 40 pip stop for me. And my risk would be, so for this account in particular that I'm doing, I did about almost 40 trades and I lost only 12. So 40 trades and I only lost 12. And my risk that I'm doing on this account is about 2 lots per trade that I'm taking. Even on US 30, I did a 0.20. Obviously, you guys know that's crazy on US 30. Like, if you do anything higher than that, it's nuts. But yeah, on this account, 1 to 2% risk is perfect for me because it's really the same thing, right? It's like if you're trading with $100 million, people think, oh, well, 1 to 2% risk is bad because if I have $1,000 account, I'm only probably making like, $50 within 5 trades. But I'm like, it's really not about that. It's like, I respect a trader that's more consistent than a trader that just makes some big gains for, one-time show and then snapshots it. So it's like, yeah, you could have $100,000 account and you have a $30,000 day, but how many of those days can you actually have, right? And so you like, right, risk is too high and then you end up blowing it. Where the trader may have a $120,000 account that same person has, and they may have made 6,000 in 2 weeks, but at least their 6,000 is consistent. At least they're in the game. So I look at risk management like water, right? I wouldn't jog 10 miles without carrying a bottle of water with me because I'd probably get a little bit dehydrated, right? I'd probably get thirsty. And so that's how I kind of look at risk management is really vital. But I also believe in diversification. So I have 6 accounts that I set up, and those accounts, and I'm not sure if I talked about this before, but those accounts are 1 for high risk, 1 for low risk, okay, 1 for news, 1 for trial and error, 1 for buying, and 1 for selling, which probably seems crazy to some people, but I'll explain. Okay. Each account has a certain job, right? So the same way you have a company and you're like, okay, the marketing director does this, the CEO does this, the janitor does this, like everyone has their own job. And so I believe in like, if I diversify my accounts into 6 accounts, I'm not only diversifying my accounts and my money, I'm diversifying my emotion, right? Because EQ is part of the game, and I'm diversifying my margin. I have a much wider margin versus keeping my money in just one account where the margin is kind of spread out amongst, different accounts. So my high risk account, I look at it as like a punching bag. If I was angry, I wouldn't go outside and punch somebody in the face, right? I wouldn't do that. If I was angry, I would go to the gym and then start punching a punching bag. So that's how I take my anger out of it, right? So a lot of people say, oh, well, you can't be high risk. You can't be high risk. No, you can definitely be high risk. But if you have a high risk account where you can afford to lose that money instead of putting it on your main account, because think about how the psychology works. It's like, let's say you have $5,000 and you're doing like conservative risk. You're like, okay, I'm only going to risk 1.0, 1.0, 1.0, 1.0, and you're doing 1.0. And then you find a good setup and you're like, you know what? I'm going to drop 4 lots on this. And then you go off of your risk. And then your 4 lots ends up wiping out like 25 to 30% of your account. Now that's your main account. Now it's kind of like you have to start all over again. Versus if you would have separated that account and allocated like money to a high risk account, a low risk account, a news account, it'd be a lot easier for you because you wouldn't feel as bad, right? So the high risk account, you're saying, hey, I have $1,000 here. You end up taking, a standard lot. It goes, 30 pips in the opposite direction. You're down 300. You don't feel as bad as if where you worked up so hard for building that $5,000 account and it got wiped out. So I like to put a high risk account there. Low risk account is obviously going to be my highest capital that I have, right? So it's like if it's a low risk account, maybe I have like $600,000 on a low risk account, and I'm actually doing low risk, right? I'm not just like talking about it and just saying, oh yeah. No, I'm actually doing the low risk, because the money that I make in my high risk account, I could literally just withdraw that and go put it in my low risk, or transfer it to my low risk account. And then I could keep that conservativeness going, right? And the trial and error account is like, which kills me, is that people trade pairs like US30 and NAS, and they're not really skilled at even trading pairs like USD JPY, but they'll go into like pairs like NAS and US30, or like I saw somebody say, yeah, I've never traded ZAR before, so I'm going to do it on my main account. I would just make a separate account for pairs that I'm not good at. And this is just my style. This is just what works for me. Maybe it doesn't work for everyone else. I would make a separate account for pairs that I'm not good at, and I would do like trial and error. So if I've never traded ZAR, I'm not going to go on my main account and do that. I'm going to go on a trial and error account, which may be with a smaller amount of capital. And then the buying and selling account is obviously for hedging, for me to keep track of pretty much my trades. So
Dimitri, if you're looking at all these, by the way, excellent breakdown. I appreciate you breaking it down like step by step, all the different types of accounts. 2 questions here. 1, are you trading these manually, or do you have some kind of EA on these things? And then 2, what do you think about, do you trade the same strategy on all these different pairs, or what do you think about folks that trade only 1 or 2 pairs? Because I only stick to NAS 100 myself.
okay.
Because I kind of just found like that's what works for me. But what do you feel like about, trading the same strategy on many pairs and things like that?
Right. So I know you see my watch list is pretty long. For the most part, I am like 80% gold. If I do see it on like oil or USD Mexican peso or USD JPY, I will take it. It's not like I'm just trading a bunch of different pairs every day. But as far as that goes, right now, I don't know if James had mentioned it to you, but right now there was a hedge fund actually that reached out to me, and I'm trading a really substantial amount of capital right now, like pretty huge. And yeah, it's actually, James will tell you, it's pretty crazy. I got the receipts for it too, but it's.
Can you disclose, or is this something you want to keep private?
I can disclose the amount. It
Okay.
probably sound really unbelievable to people, but I could show the proof of it too. But it's around $70 to $80 million.
Oof.
In cap, which I can show the receipts for it, so it's no problem. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Actually got offered by this fund. Of course, I don't keep like all of the money, obviously. So I'm not gonna sit here and flex like all of the money is mine, but I do keep 20% of whatever I make. Whatever I make that month, I'm taking home. I can't disclose which fund it is. That I can't. I can disclose the amount of capital though. But I've showed the contract to James. Like it's like super legit and stuff like that. He's like one of my best friends, so I just keep it transparent. But yeah,
Yeah, I believe you, bro. I know, but that's just like, to me, it's a huge responsibility that they trusted you with. So how do you feel about that sort of responsibility? Obviously you're confident in your skill set and your ability, but does the money, does it matter to you at all? Or is it more so like percentages? Are you one of those people that's like, oh no, like I don't feel anything, like it's all the same? How do you look at the size of the capital? Does it impact you at all?
It a little bit, it does. I can't lie. It honestly does. At first it was kind of like a little bit intimidating. I've never had $100 million in my life, or $50 million in my life, or $30 million. You know what I'm saying? So it was at first pretty like intimidating a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But for the most part, it doesn't really affect me now. Now I look at it as the same as anything else. It's like if I'm trading $1,000 and I'm risking 1% to 2%, it's the same thing if I was trading $100 million, right? The risk stays the same. The only thing that looks different is the actual numbers, right? So that for me, it's pretty much relatively all the same. Sometimes it does get crazy because if you're like in a drawdown, you're like, damn, like I'm really in a drawdown for over six figures right now. Like that's nuts. But it's really a blessing and an awesome opportunity. And yeah, you know what I'm saying? I actually,
I'm sorry, I didn't even mean to cut you off, but I'm just kind of like, because I'm trying to put myself in those shoes. Like, are you one of the people that like, do you have activities you do in between these trades to keep yourself? I know you said the gym and other things. So how do you keep yourself level-headed sitting in a trade? You're seeing six figures drawdown. Yeah, like what do you do in that situation?
So I have a really conservative strategy that I'm using for this particular fund. And the risk that I'm using on this, just in general, I do switch it up sometimes. Like now, if I do see like a really good trade and I'm like, hey guys, like, let them know I'm going to be taking a swing on this or that. I'll let them know. But usually my risk is like super conservative. So I'll set 25 pips, stop loss, and then my take profit would be like 25 to 30 pips, and then I'll maybe scale into 120 pips. So, but my activities in between are, so I do Muay Thai. I don't really do anything crazy. I don't have like a bunch of crazy fast cars that I'm driving every day and stuff like that, and on yacht parties every day, honestly. But, I trade.
You do? Wait a second. Don't you? I know you got a fast car or two.
I do have a fast car, but that's only one. It's only one fast car. It's not as cool as maybe like Q Banks and stuff like that, which he's awesome. Yeah, but I mean, I love to enjoy my life as it looks on Instagram. Obviously, I'm living a good life, stuff like that. But I'm also, I'm saying it's not like I'm doing those activities every day where I'm flying private and all that stuff. But for the most part, honestly, I do Muay Thai, which really helps me release a lot of energy. I go to a workout class called Tone House, which is also really awesome. I go there for like 2 hours a day, and it's super sick. I also, smoke a little bit, on my rooftop, enjoy life a little bit. I don't drink. That's one thing that definitely keeps me level-headed. I've never really drank, and I'm not like an avid smoker, but I'll smoke like maybe like once a week, kind of like unrelease myself. I also practice freestyling on like different beats just to kind of get my mind to exercise. So I love to like freestyle on different beats and stuff like that. As you already know, I love music. So those little things keep me level-headed. And also with my dog, I have a Doberman, which is crypto, which you guys met already. And so, yeah, I do a lot of activities with him outside, tugging, pulling. So by the time I come home, I'm very just like stimulated. And in the morning, I wake up around like probably 6 a.m. in the morning, start doing my strategy around like 7 and 8. I'll get some breakfast at Whole Foods. It's a Whole Foods on the second floor where I live. So I'll do that, walk my dog.
Clutch.
Yeah.
Clutch.
Really simple shit. You know what I'm saying?
I love it, bro. I love it. Yeah, I mean, everybody think like being a trader, it does take a lot of mental energy, and it does take a lot of focus. And so I always appreciate when people are on here being honest about the lifestyle, like, the not smoking and the not drinking. I know you say you smoke occasionally, but the not drinking and things like that, keeping yourself level-headed, eating right, all the things you do to keep yourself in check, it really just goes to show how serious you're taking this game. So what, like this is like a generic question, but I don't think we've heard it from you. When did things click for you? Like when did things kind of change for you where success started coming for your trading? Was it gradually, or was it like suddenly you woke up and you're like, damn, I'm winning, 3, 4, 5, 6 week win streak? What was that changing moment for you?
That's really an awesome question. I actually really love that question. I actually really love to answer this question, which I'd recommend to people. So there is a video that I watched, which is crazy. It's by Alan Watts. It's called Accept It. It's like a 5 to 4 minute video. It's a really good video, but it talks about accepting the fact that you'll never be good at something and then you become good at it. And I'm sure everyone's like, here is a DBZ fan. Everyone watched DBZ. And just to give you kind of like a relation to what it is, it's like when Vegeta was first becoming Super Saiyan, right? When he first became Super Saiyan, the reason why he became Super Saiyan was because he didn't care anymore, right? He didn't care about becoming Super Saiyan. And so at the time when he did care, his whole mindset was just being better than Kakarot, right? That was his whole mindset of being better than Goku. So he trained all these extensive hours and did all these different things to try to like be a beast, right? And he failed, and he couldn't find out why he failed. But the reason why he failed is because a man gets into a fight with a circus bear, right? And the circus bear can read his mind. There's nothing he can do to get past the bear, right? And so the same thing kind of happens for us. When we kind of overthink and we attach ourselves, I know like this whole huge law of attraction theory always tells people to like, oh yeah, have a burning desire and da-da-da-da-da. I honestly think that's BS for me personally. When we attach ourselves to something, we kind of show the lack of abundance for it, right? You're too into it, right? It's like kind of like meeting a girl for the first time and you're just all over her. And she's like, damn, like chill, like let me get to know you a little bit, right? And I looked at the same thing with like trading. I was too eager at first to want to figure everything out. I didn't want to accept, hey, at this moment, I suck and it's okay. I'm going to get better. So I was doing it for the money, which didn't make sense, right? It's like, why would I trade for the money when the money is inevitable? Instead of trading for the skill set and actually perfecting my craft to be a better trader, then money is obviously the outcome. So it started to click for me. I think when I started trading when I was 19, for about 3 years, I was completely garbage of those 3 years. So from 19, well, actually 20, 21, 22, it was completely garbage. Once I got to like 23, I started to get a little bit more consistently profitable. I made some money. I made up north of like $30,000 to $40,000. I lost it all and I had to actually get a job again. And that was really put me in the mindset of like, yo, I really need to like take this seriously and just take it slow. So I actually had to get a job again, start all over again. It was just super embarrassing, right? Because people are looking at me like I'm amazing. And once I started to get it down pat, I found gold. My friend Carlin said to me, he's like, hey man, you should check out gold, right? Because I was trading a bunch of different pairs and I didn't know which pair resonated with me. So I checked out gold and I started to do it consistently. I literally was looking at everything about gold, like the time that it moves, how often does it move, interest rates, the yield, what other pairs affect gold, fundamentally. Like I looked at everything you could possibly, even how much is the average wick back on a gold? Like I looked at everything you could possibly imagine. And I became really motivated and intrigued with that. So I started to do it every single day. And I think when I opened up, I started to just call out free trades in a small group. And I don't know if you knew me at this time, Roy, but I think it was around in like 2016, 2015, turning into 16. I started to call trades and I literally went probably like 8 or 9 months without losing any trades, which everyone can vouch for that because those who've been with me at that time, that's why my group blew up exponentially. Like my group ended up blowing up crazy. People are like, yo, how do you have all these followers in your group? Like on my Facebook group is like 30,000 plus people. My Telegram now is even 15,000. But people are like, how do you have all these people in your group? And it just was me calling free signals on Snapchat. Actually, Terrell Wallace was the one that told me, yo, you should start calling signals. And so I started calling the signals. And Q Banks was like, yo, these signals are crazy. And he's like, I have not yet to take one, but they're crazy. And he had posted in my group that time. He's like, I think this is going to be the biggest group of all time in 2018, which it wasn't, which is okay. You know, I started going on a little bit of a losing streak, but I ended up finding my middle, like, you know what I'm saying, my ground around that time. And it just clicked for me. I don't know what it was, but I think I cared less about becoming successful and becoming rich or whatever it is, you know, that people like to say. And I cared more about just being good because I was whack at everything. Honestly, I really wasn't good at anything. Like, yes, you know, whatever people say, I speak Chinese and I do the freestyle, but I was never really good at anything. I mean, something good that I could really make money from. And so that's all I ever wanted to be. I just wanted like to just be good at something, just have one skill set. And so because my mindset was wired that way, and I accept that, you know what, I do suck and I need to start from zero, that humbled me and I began to be more profitable. And yeah, you know, I'm not making $100,000 a day, but you know, I'm profitable. I can live. Well, now I'm making more than $100,000 a day because I'm trading $70 to $80 million. But you know, I can live. I'm profitable, and that's kind of what's most important to me. Yeah,
That's awesome.
The long
Appreciate that breakdown, Dimitri. That was a hell of a breakdown. I think like desire is the one thing that's common across all the successful traders, especially the ones that we've had today. It's just this burning desire to want to get better and want to get better. And there's ups and there's downs, but yeah, I think that it's important for people to hear the story just because, you know, someone out there might be able to relate. We got Amon in the house. Amon, what's going
Hey,
on?
what's
brother?
up? What's up? What's up, Roy?
What's popping,
Been a
bro?
minute.
Yeah, it has.
What's up, everybody? Charity
So,
stream.
Dimitri, you mind if I get this screen share back? Let me see the donations and let's see.
Oh yeah, definitely send me the link to donate. And always appreciate being here. Thank you so much for having me, Roy. You're definitely a GOAT.
My man. No, I appreciate you getting on, spitting some value.
Oh, Preston was trying to get back in. Am I allowed to share this link to my group?
If you keep it to like a few people, like a handful of people, like close group, yeah. If not, I would prefer that a lot of folks get on the YouTube stream.
Okay.
It's going to keep things kind of clean in here and we can have a better
Okay.
discussion.
Can you send me the YouTube stream?
Yeah, for sure. So I just put the GoFundMe in the Zoom chat and I'm going to put. Oh, shit. Wrong link, my bad. The second one is the YouTube link.
The second one is YouTube one? Sweet.
Yep.
Oh,
All right, let's check over here. Let's see what's going on.
it's not letting me copy and paste it.
Should be able to.
Oops. Well, I'm gonna post it. Sweet. All right. Copy.
Hey, what's up, Dimitri? I don't know if you remember, we met on the yacht.
CEO Adam. Let me just get a quick look at you. Amon.
Yeah.
Yes, let me see. Wait, turn to the camera real quick. I couldn't. Oh, okay. Yes, I do.
Yeah, you remember me.
Yes, I do remember. We did meet on the yacht. How are you, brother?
Yeah, chilling. Where have you been?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Yeah.
Just you know, living and doing my thing, bro. Doing my thing. How's everything?
Yeah, your homie James, he came to Atlanta and then we linked up. We had a good time.
Oh, really?
Right after Miami, he came to Atlanta.
Was this recent?
No, it was after Miami. So like,
Okay. And
Yeah.
now he's back in Miami. He can't stay away from that place.
yeah.
Building a computer desk like 4 o'clock in the morning the other day. I was like, bro, go to bed.
Bro, so crazy shit. Okay, this is just like a complete side story. This ADHD kicks in, but Amon
Yeah.
calls me. I'm at a wedding, and he's like, bro, crazy shit. An SVJ hit like totaled my McLaren. Like I was pulling out of a thing, and it was like on the Atlanta news, and it was like this like giant thing.
Wait, an Aventador SBJ? That's crazy.
Yeah, it was actually it was a Venture SB. Yeah, he was some stupid guy. You know, he had money. He bought a car and he didn't know how to drive it properly. He bought it 2 months ago for like 600 grand, and he like swerved into me at a car rally. We were at a car rally and we were going, and he literally like just took out my front. Like this shit was crazy.
That's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Yeah,
Sorry that happened to you.
yeah. I was glad I was okay. That's all that matters.
Sure, that's the
Yeah,
most
man.
important thing.
Yeah.
So Amon, what are you trading, bro? Talk to
So,
me. What are you looking at these days?
I basically trade GBP JPY in London. So, I mean, lately we've been having high amounts of consolidation on GJ. I mean, you probably noticed. But yeah, so mainly the pound pairs. Can you hear me?
Amon, what is happening? What is happening on GJ, bro?
You can pull up GJ on your chart. Let's see.
No. Let's see what you're looking at here. Let's see. But you gotta explain to me what the hell is going on with this GJ, man.
All right, give me 1 second. GJ. Chart. Share screen. Let's see. Let's go. Can you see my screen?
Yep, we should be good.
Yeah. So, I mean, GJ basically, when we start breaking it down from the monthly time frame, as we can see over here, we're just in a range, to be honest. Like that's all I could say over here. I know my charts, they have a whole bunch of lines, but this is how I have the understanding. But yeah, even from the weekly, we could tell that we're still in this fat range since May, to be honest. And we just been on a downtrending, closures, this and that. I am still bullish on GJ, like overall, but I feel like all these consolidations is just retracing down, and with the recession coming into play, we're just having very, very low amounts of volume on GJ. Basically, like what I'm kind of looking at right now, like I would probably say this is the 4 hour. Let me delete some of this stuff so I can clear up for y'all. See. So I basically use the 8 SMA and the 50 SMA. As you can see, we're on top of the 8 SMA, we're on top of the 50 SMA. I do want to see continuous buys back up to the top of the range. Obviously, we are consolidating. We are on this trend line, so we're still underneath it. So once I feel like this daily, it starts to fly above 162, we could get some buys back into the top of the range at like 162.700. That's kind of what I was thinking. So I don't really trade Asian session or anything. I really trade mainly London session. So I'm probably just gonna wait for the ideal setup. I know today is NFP. So yeah, we'll see what kind of volume comes in. But yeah, above the 162 highs, I feel like we do have potential coming back to the top of the range for like at least a 60, 70 bit move.
Damn. So give me the London session playbook. So I'm a New York session guy.
Yeah.
Right. I have my New York session playbook, pre-New York, get there, stock the markets, do the whole thing. What's the London playbook? Like pre-London, London, when does the motion really start? Walk me through it.
Okay, so lately GJ has been consolidating throughout the day. So this kind of, has been very variable. But my playbook initially is the pre-London range and kind of trapping the range in pre-London, because market will start ranging 30 minutes before London open. Right. And once it starts ranging, I basically just trap the top and the bottom of the range. And as soon as when London volume kicks in, I have my buy stops and sell stops underneath the ranges at, obviously significant, like I use psychological levels. So yeah, I kind of wait for the London volume to kick in. So probably around 3:15 to 3:30 a.m. Eastern, which is 15 to 30 minutes into London open, you'll start to see that the London high and the London low is going to get created, the top and the bottom wicks. And then after that, you'll have all the people who get in on the open, they'll get faked out and they'll get trapped in the positions. So then the real traders, that's kind of how I like to see it, will get in 15 to 30 minutes into London.
Okay.
Yep.
So like right at London session, is there usually whipsaw like right at New York? Like kind of like
the first minute it does whipsaw.
Okay.
The first couple minutes it does whipsaw. So there's 2 times when volume really kicks in And 4:30 a.m. volume kicks in pretty heavily as well. And this is something that Druzy, he talks about a lot as well, since he trades GJ, that he fairly takes buys around 4:30. And I've been seeing that ever since he told me. That's actually been crazy, that around 4:30 GJ tends to correct a bearish move if it's bearish, and if it's bullish, it'll continue to the upside. It's actually pretty crazy.
So is the goal to kind of be in there before, or do you try to catch it? Like, are you up? Like do you trade London for real? Like, are you up the whole time?
No, I'm not up the whole time. I only trade like 2.5 hours a day, basically. Like, I'm up from 3 a.m. to around 5 a.m., 5:30 a.m. When that new 4-hour candle comes in, I usually just close my position, because anything could happen when the new 4-hour candle comes in. So I'll probably be up like a 1 to 4 or a 1 to 5, because I trade with the 10 pip stop loss on every trade. So if I get a 40 to 50 pip move per day, that's a 1 to 4 and or a 1 to 5. And that's perfectly fine. I'll risk 1 or 2%.
What kind of spreads are you getting where you can do a 10 pip stop loss, bro? Talk to me about these spreads, bro.
Not here trying to advertise any brokers, but
no. Chill. No, I'm gonna be honest, but like, in terms of spreads, like, or in terms of like the 10 pip stop loss, especially with something as volatile as GBP.
Yeah.
Walk me through how you're able to do that. Are you just measuring risks and trying to like play around this, or what?
So basically, like, what I try to do is, so this is like an ideal kind of like a London setup over here, like this over here, this play to the downside. As you can see over here, like this is the 4 o'clock move, 4 a.m. As you can see, like once like this, my support, it broke. I saw that, okay, price, it retested to the upside. I do use smart money, so I would consider this an order block, and it retested into that order block. And we had a bearish engulfing, and price was coming in with high amounts of volume, breaking the support. We were underneath the SMAs, and I would have executed this position. Obviously, this position, look, it was a clean 1 to 5 position. So what I do for my stop losses, I usually add like half a pip, usually, to account for spread, half a pip or a little, like sometimes even 1 pip. So make it an 11 pip stop loss on the account, but on the chart, it's a 10 pip stop loss, theoretical. If that answers your question.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. How long are you usually looking to be in a trade? Like, if you said you're only trading for a few hours a day, how much of that is waiting? How much of that is like actually being in a trade?
So the way GJ moved from January to around May, I was in trades for only like 15 to 20 minutes. But in this past summer, obviously, as you can see, GJ's just been weird. Like, it's been moving at awkward times, and volume has been dying out. I got to stay in positions for like an hour and a half, which isn't bad. I'm not complaining. My targets for the day, they're usually taking 1 to 4 setups, 1 to 4 or 1 to 5. That's what I do. And after being up 1 to 2, I move stops to break even after being up a 1 to 2.
Okay. Yep. So you don't take partials. You just prefer to protect the trade and let it play.
Yeah. Protect the trade, because I went through a lot where I would close trades early. But so since I do more like risk reward based trading, I find it a little bit easier that if I can just hit the 1 to 4 setups. So like even if I take little hits, like 1% hits, with this one trade, 1 to 4, 1 to 5, we'll make it back.
There you go. 100%.
Yep.
That's why risk and reward is crucial, man.
Risk and reward is crucial. And I get this question a lot. Can you be profitable with 1 to 1? And the answer is, some people, they can, but it's very hard. You have to have a very high win rate to be profitable with 1 to 1.
How many pips your stop loss?
10 pips.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Your target is what? I missed that one.
50 pips.
Oh wow.
Like one to 4, usually 40 to 50 pips. 1 to 4, 1 to 5.
Like that's crazy. Like, how are you?
Like, you're the GOAT.
Stop loss on GJ, fam. I'm trying to figure this out.
Stop loss that says 10 pips is nuts.
Look,
You're-
I'm on.
Yeah.
Look, you're gonna have to show me this 10 pip stop loss. 'Cause
We're
My
broke.
bro, maybe it's my bro. I don't know. You're gonna have to show me this shit.
Yeah, it's like, bro, I go down to the 1 minute time frame. Like, it's I have my levels and I execute on the levels, this and that. Because I know when the way is key for my entries. I know that I have to really get those pristine entries to have that kind of stop losses. And yeah, I mean, bro, these are two trades right here. Like, as you can see, we ranged a little bit, and then break of the resistance. I had a 160.900 buy stop and activated, and this one I actually just closed at 30 pips. But yeah, it was a 30 pip move.
Wow, you're incredible.
Yeah. Yep. Appreciate it, bro. Trying to be like you, Godfather, one day. Managing out here like millions, huh?
What lot size do you use, if you don't mind me asking?
Usually like a 35 lot, 40 lot.
Okay, damn, go
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's when every pip matters.
Yeah.
Boy. Every pip matters at that point.
Yep.
Sick, man. Sick.
So what about like you don't swing trade at all? Like, do you ever let a trade
So-
turn into a swing trade?
So there was a GBP buy that I swung. I believe it was a couple weeks ago. I remember you talked about it, and Druzy, you guys were both in that trade.
Yeah, that was that first
Yeah.
bounce all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, yep. So I was in that. I swung for like 100 pips, but yeah, and then I took it out. I was like, I just felt like guys, it might come down from here.
True.
Yeah.
It's that intraday. Well,
Yeah,
It's been
I'm
pretty
more
slow.
so a
It's like-
scalper, man.
so between now and pre-London, markets basically just go sideways. How
Yep.
do you look at the pre-London, like kind of Tokyo overlap?
So you usually like during this time, I'm usually not even on the charts. Like, I usually just minding my own business, going about my day. Basically, I hop on the chart at 2:30 a.m., which is 30 minutes before London, and that's when I do my whole analysis. But I mean,
Okay.
I could say even right now, yes, we are ranging. I mean, this past week we ranged pretty heavy. But I would say I'll stick to my analysis that above the 162 area, we could see some buys.
Dude,
But me personally, I would like to wait till London section.
what zone is that? The gray zone that you have?
This one,
Yeah, what price is that?
161, 300. It was just a support over here, and then price consolidated a lot. Even previously, it's just an important area. Like, even if you look left, price played over here like crazy.
I mean, dude, this nice little double top that's forming right now. It's kind of like
Yeah.
mini double top that's forming. I
Yeah,
think it's got a good amount of room to the downside. This thing could push all the way back down to
Yeah, I
like
mean,
158 area.
yeah. I mean, we
But,
can. Yeah,
been fucking with me, man.
it's just been very choppy. It's just range. I mean, we've had multiple rejections of this area. It's crazy though.
For sure. So you only trade GJ?
Yep, GBP and that's predominantly throughout my career. I've only traded GJ too. Like, that's one thing is like when I first started trading, I used to try trading a whole bunch of stuff, and then I kind of condensed it down to GJ, GU, and EJ, and then I condensed it down to one pair. I was just like, yo, there's gonna be GJ. I'm gonna master this pair. I'm gonna know exactly when this moves, and yeah, time it properly.
Dude, look. Come on, you about to be here on London session or what? Bro, I need to see this 10 pip shit.
Yeah, I should be on
for the
the session.
kids.
Yep.
For the kids. All right. Done deal. You guys heard it here first. CEO Amon, ladies and gentlemen, in the building. Appreciate you sharing the gems.
All right, I'll give you back the screen.
Ranty said, my broker spread is at least 20 pips. Bro. You gotta get a DM from like five people on the stream with a recommendation for you. Oh man. Mad jokes. All right, y'all. So quick update. Nasdaq. This thing is forming some higher lows here. It's starting to form support this previous area until it breaks through the 12,300. You can't fully say it's kind of left the rails, but the way it's forming here kind of makes me think that during pre-New York, we're going to end up somewhere around this area. And then 12,330, we'll get to see a push back down. So we might be able to scalp this short back down here. But for now, I'm just going to let this thing play out and see if there's any opportunities closer to London. If we get a bearish engulfing back under the zone, then we can just watch the pullback, 61 pullback and short this thing down. But I need price to break back below 12,270 to really confirm, really confirm that trade. What else? EU just doing its thing. We are starting to form support down here. Massive bearish candle. So for now, I kind of see however many days of bullish consolidation and then bullish pressure. One candle engulfed just about everything else to the left. We didn't break below this area of structure, but still showed its hand. So I think one more pullback of this bearish engulfing candle, and we'll continue shorting for EU. So pre-London, a little bit of a pullback. We'll see if we can actually stack some positions here on that second pullback. So 1.002, that's an area I'm waiting for shorts. Quick measure that. So it'll be around the 70% fib, might be a little bit higher. So we'll try and time this thing 1.004 and 1.002. So like a 20 pip range here where I'll be looking to short. I'm not a 10 pip stop loss kind of guy. All right. Might have to take on a little bit of risk for these trades. So 30, 40 pips, but the downside is also going to be a few hundred. Hopefully we can turn these into some swing trades. I didn't want to talk about NAS higher time frame because I know O touched on this earlier, but if we look at this area of support down here, massive rejection. So really two things can happen here. We get probably like a 50% retest of that wick before we get a push back up, or we get a full, like it fills the candlestick with a solid candle, or fills the wick with a solid candle, and we can get a continuation to the downside. So for now, I'm kind of favoring that news tomorrow. We're going to get a 50% touch, pull back a little bit higher, probably to this area of structure right here. And then we can get a continuation of the real trend. Still bearish on this thing, don't get me wrong. Still bearish. Massive wick rejection on the daily, huge daily zone. Resistance became support. Keep an eye on this level. So what I'm trying to, like with the short, the whole idea behind it was we were going to short that down to the 110, 150 area. So then if we go into the smaller time frames, previous Maribozu candle closed, engulfed all the previous candles, no wick to the upside. So I'm feeling a retest of this area of structure. Wick, or sorry, bottom wick to this top. I mean, this thing hasn't even finished forming. Area of structure. Pull back to 130. Continuation. This is, come on, son. Come on, son. Can't make this shit up. So extension here. Previous zone here. Starting to get a little crowded. If I had to kick one of these, I'd probably say open zone right there. That's open season. So can we short pre-London and then go long during London or pre-New York? I think that might have to be the play. Looking at this in terms of short-term structure, bearish impulse, retracement, bearish impulse, retracement, impulse, massive retracement. I'm going to measure from the recent impulse high to the low. We're sitting right at the 78.6 fib level. So basically from this area of structure to this area of structure, we've already had a wick at the 78. So like to short, honestly, I like to see a retest of that during London for a smooth double top. If it comes up here, no rejection, just clears it with a solid candle. So it forms like this, for example, then don't take the shorts. But if smaller time frame. Which honestly, this double top might have already happened. This thing might be ready for the shorts down to the downside. So we already had this first rejection, and then now we've seen this lower high start to form. I think this could be a pretty good entry for these shorts. So again, previous
Yeah,
area.
I think
short
I'll
right
agree.
here.
I'll agree with you on that setup. It does look clean. I feel like the retracement.
Bro, peep this R&R right here. Stop
Yeah.
playing. That's that 4-to-1.
Yes, sir.
What's your projection for oil? Are you expecting
78 and then 70. I had to revise my oil targets. I'm going to be completely honest. I was an oil bull for the retracement. I was looking at fundamentals and whatnot. Then what happened is we tried to violate the 95, couldn't, came back down here. We're starting to form support. There was a lot of oil bulls on the call today. I don't know what was going on. I kind of explained the whole game here, but I want to see downside target 83, 78, and then potentially lower, maybe like the 75 region.
I was thinking 66.38. That we
Dude, you texted me this morning some crazy shit. You said gold 1650, which honestly I agree with. Looked at it this morning. I don't know if you got a chance to see. Gave you a shout out. And then you said oil to 65. Kind of crazy, but no one's going to complain about gas prices being at like 250. It's a midterm election.
I really
see
think I really think 60, 40, 80, man. I mean, like from what I've seen, just from like what I'm personally using, there's a lot of contracts that are going down to 16, 40, 80. And you know, gold and oil. I mean, yeah, gold and oil. I mean, gold is the black. I mean, oil is the black gold, essentially.
Yep.
But I don't know. Does that sound ridiculous? Does 16 to 65, 79 sound crazy?
65 a little bit. I think I saw like, what was it? 1680. Hold on. I don't know. My shit's hella messy right now. It's been a long stream.
Because if you look at those levels, like if you look at the consolidation on the weekly of where it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 consistent weeks of all those buyers traps happening around like the 96, 95, and 94 level, like it looks like price is getting ready to push outside of the 85.16 and then just tank from there to at least 69 first. And then
I'm back on gold for a quick sec. Taking a look at this. So I mean, dude, we're really fucking low in the game. We're really, really low. Only thing is we're starting to fill this area right here. We're starting to fill this wick. So this weekly closure is super important, especially with NFP. If we get a bullish closure above this area, then it'll show that we've created a higher low. And I think gold can start to push up a little bit. But if we fill this area at the end of the week and we close below, what is this, 1680, then 1650 is not out of the question. This thing could go even lower than 1650.
yeah.
It's got a lot of room down here.
Well, I think 1540 for gold. 1540. Yeah, 1528 around that area. A little bit up.
Yeah, can't get too. Yeah, I got you.
Can't get too crazy. Yeah, 1550. People be betting like 1200 on gold. Some crazy swing.
No, but gold is like gold is accurate like that. If you look at all these rejections here, I know I'm kind of zoomed into the screen, but you look at all these rejections here. That's exactly where it shorted from 1800. That's what you were describing earlier. Longs down here, 1540. So if we break this midpoint and we manage to close below, this thing could, we do have a little bit of a push to the downside. We'll see. I think gold and
Dimitri's swings have always been hitting. It's crazy. These long-term swings are ridiculous.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Who is that?
Guys, I really hope we get the 10 donations, by the way, because Dimitri's going to show us some sauce, and it's crazy. Like I've seen him use it on when he's trading the 100 M's, and it's nuts. It's nuts.
I appreciate you. I thought you got out of the webinar.
Oh no, I had lost connection. I came back in.
Oh.
I was waiting for him, but they let me in.
Dope profile picture, by the way. Yo,
I haven't changed.
Nice, bro.
Yo, can you guys give me a few minutes? Does someone want to take
I'm sorry.
Does someone want to take screen for a quick second? I got to answer this phone call and then I'll be right back on.
Okay, cool. I'll take a screen real quick. Oil.
All right. Hey, keep it PG.
Yeah, always. Yeah, keep
Keep it PG.
it pretty gangster. Now we stop. So really quick on oil, what I personally see is this consolidation factor right here is pretty crazy. So this is the reason why I say 69, right? Like, look at this. Like, look at it like this way, right? This is the weekly. Look how the weekly's just been getting chopped. Like every time buyers try to come up, it's almost like being underwater and you're gasping for air, right? Like they come up, get drowned. They come up, get drowned. Come up, get drowned. Like they just get pushed down. So at this area right now, this is a huge fair value point. I love volume profile. This is a huge fair value point. And so what I'm looking at, which point that I'm really stuck on, honestly, is right here. Boom. Okay. That's the point that I'm stuck on where the buys have been chopped. So we could see a consistency, like psychologically think about the pattern that's happening. Like buyers are coming up, they're getting chopped. Sellers are coming up here. Sellers are trying to push down, but buyers are trying to push up primarily. But on this last candle that was here, this specific last candle, the wicks on this plus the body on this is more decisive. Like, see what I mean? Like the wicks here, it came and it was bullish. Then it came down here and it was still bullish as a pin bar. And then it came up, it was like these little wicks are kind of even on both sides, but it still represented bullish sentiment. And then it had that one final last push to where it was like desperate to push up and then it just collapsed. So this super bearish candle with a huge upside on the buyer's trap and very little downside on the seller's wick, which is not finished closing yet, but very little downside on the seller's wick. I think we could see price break past 85.24, and then we can transition into 81. So I think price could move here for 329 pips because look, this is the traffic that we're getting caught in again. This is the consolidation. So we traded from here to here. Once price breaks out of here, I promise you it's a wrap. We're going to see 69.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that.
You agree, right?
I feel like that weekly candle, it was just a trap to get out, fake sellers out.
Right.
Yeah, for a bigger macro move.
Right. And when you break it down, like when you go down to the 12-hour and whatnot, even look on the 12-hour, like look how close it is to this level.
Yeah.
Like once it breaks that level, bro, just drop a quick 1,000 lots. You know, you'd be all right. 1,000 lots is crazy. Nuts. Absolutely nuts.
May I ask a question regarding your investment? Do you trade that on MT4?
Yes, I do. So there's not 100 mil just obviously in one account, which would be absolutely crazy. I'd be losing my mind.
Okay.
But it copies to multiple other accounts. So
okay, so it's probably like, so what is it like? It's like 5 or 10 mil in one account and it copies to like 8 different accounts, or?
Yeah, exactly. And then it adjusts the risk management to each size of every account.
Okay.
So
because I've heard that after like 10 million or I believe 15 million, you kind of graduate MT4 and you go on a different platform.
Yeah. So right now, we're using IC markets.
Okay.
Which I'm not actually a citizen, but you know, they can use it obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the way that the money is just spread out into different accounts, and it just allows you to do it. I'm not sure if they have an extension from a bank or whatnot, but I've seen it firsthand. Hopefully I can ask them to like put up an FX book so people can just kind of see. They can just cross out the name. They're a little kind of private on certain things, but from what I've personally seen, impressive. I know you've personally seen it, James.
Yeah.
Here, it's it's crazy. You said you graduate from MT4.
That's kind of what they call it when you have like 20 or 30 mil in an account.
Oh yeah, you might probably go to like a different platform, like maybe like
yeah. Yeah, that's why they call it like you graduated from MT4.
Crazy.
Hey, Dimitri, can you go back over that gold, what you're doing the first time, and explain your volume profile, and then how you knew there were so many lots sitting in a certain area? So
Oh yeah, definitely. I always try to give info
Thank
without
you.
actually like giving away all the sauce. No offense to you guys at all. I definitely, but I've had people pay for the sauce, so I just don't want people at my head right now, like this guy Preston, and whoever else is on here. But yeah, I can definitely do that. But yeah, I've never actually heard of that. The whole graduate from MT4 thing.
Yeah, I heard Sean Lee talk about it on a podcast. That's why.
You're gonna live a long time because I was literally just about to bring him up.
Yeah.
I was like, doesn't that guy have like 30, 40 M's from what I know?
Yeah. So apparently, supposedly, he said that there's something called a black box terminal, and which has like it's just a program with just a bunch of buttons where a bank account is attached directly into the liquidity. I don't know. I don't know how exactly that works, but
yeah, I've actually did not hear about that, but I'm glad you.
I'll actually send you a link to that video.
Yeah.
Forward, yeah.
Yeah, maybe they have something like that. For all I know, I don't really know like the whole insides of it. I mean, that's what I do. From what I do know, that could be what's happening.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean,
that's crazy, brother. You got a very big opportunity on the table.
Yeah, it kind of gives me a little bit of FTMO vibes. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
a little bit, just slightly. You know what I'm saying? Just at a higher scale. And technically, it's somewhat of the same thing if you really think about it, bro. Like,
yeah,
it's just like with FTMO, there's like certain rules and stuff. But for me, the risk that my risk that I'm taking per trade is 1 to 2% risk. Yeah, 1 to 2% risk that I'm taking per trade. So I think that's good. You know what I'm saying? Because
1 to 2% is solid.
Yeah, because if I can get 50 trades in and only lose 12 and then get a percentage of that, that's just amazing to me. And I still, of course, like trade my own money too.
Mm-hmm.
I get a little crazy. I'm not gonna lie sometimes. I'll be wilding out. But I actually like doing this a little bit more just because it keeps me like super heavily self-disciplined. And that's get off track because a lot of traders, they get cocky, they, you know what I'm saying, start going a little ham. But I love it because it keeps me just in that like really super self-disciplined mode. That I have to do. But yeah, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate the love.
Always gotta stay humble and disciplined. Part of the game.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let you guys know I'm taking a scalp here on Nas. All right, we're at the 78. I'm taking a scalp here on Nas. I'm taking these shorts. I just wanted to let you guys know this. Please go ahead. I got some things here I'm dealing with, but you guys can keep going. I love the discussion. Just want to let everybody know I'm taking a scalp on Nas right now, short. Just a heads up.
Okay. Also, you see here, I know the guy was asking me to go over a little trade again. If you look right on this side, like I said, I'm like super analytical. When you look right here on the side, you'll see 17.323. And then you could look here. 752, 784. And then right here. So see how this new monthly opened up? Like, look where the new monthly opened up. The new monthly opened up right at the resistance of this level of 2012. Right at this level, bro. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Boom. Once we cross into the 1678 level, like right here, you see where this is at? This is kind of what I'm banking on right now. Slowly but surely, right here, to get me to the 15 level, because around here is the major consolidation. Okay, this major consolidation level is right here. 1667.011, and then price banks back into this account right here. And then boom, look at that. See, that kind of gives you a wide range.
Yeah, I'm here listening to you. I just don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah. So right here, right at the support zone. Right here, 1647, 639. Right here. So boom.
Yo, also, whoever mentioned that US 30 short, I kind of feel you on that one as well. I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off, Dimitri. It's just I'm seeing these moves pop off. They're kind of time sensitive, so gotta pop them in here.
Definitely, 100%. Do your thing. So right here, yeah. Once this, I definitely believe price is gonna go here. We should be more conservative, you know, getting there at this level. But once this crosses, look at it from the monthly side. This is a huge resistance level. And then once price drops out of the 1660, it's like kind of, we have really no choice but to go to these levels, 1600. What am I personally seeing? In the open volume area, the unfair value area is super big here at this point right here. And so I think the fact also that gold was in a huge consolidation, because look at the monthly, huge consolidation. I just don't see us, like, even from if this trend line, even no matter how you draw it, I just personally, my opinion, like the trend line is not even good enough to draw to where it looks like it's going to bounce back up. Like it just looks like it's just straight up collapsing. Like it hasn't even come back to retrace at this level. Yes, I would be careful. And I do, the beauty about this setup is that we have room for 200 points. We have room to at least catch the 200 points to kind of like, no. Right now, I think, you know, with this level of price, we'll have price stay around here, around this area. I like to box in price sometimes. And if you look at the line chart, which I like to look at sometimes, the line chart is primarily going down. I look at the line chart and candlesticks is very different, right? So candlesticks, you obviously can see they have a lot of characteristics to them, right? So you see a candlestick, we're like, damn, look at all these characteristics. It has the body, it has the wick, it has all that other jazz. The open, the high, low, close. But when you go to line chart, it is more directional. It tells you whether it's like up or whether it's down, in my opinion, from what I personally use in my experience. So on the weekly, it's pointing down. 6 hour, it's pointing down. So that's kind of what I see for gold. And here to the dude that was asking me, I don't know what your name is, bro. But here is the website that you could go and actually get Bookmap. You could see this. So this is the bubbles. These bubbles are proportional to the volume of 3D bubbles. So which is kind of cool is it shows you the percentage of buyers and sellers within the volume dot. So instead of looking at candles, like you look at Heikinashi, it shows, well, Heikinashi's whack kind of because it doesn't plot intraminute, intraday, or intrasecond. These do. And they also show you how much volume is within each candle. So you could see the turning points of buyers and sellers just from looking at the volume dots. And here are the contract sizes. So for example, this is, I forgot which pair this is. The NQ. Okay, so the large cell size order right here with the huge dark red, we can see that, right? The buildup of the consolidation. And then we could see this buying order, the selling order start being released as more sellers come in and price goes down. But here it had 710 contracts, which is 710 lots, okay? And there was 4,692 contracts accumulative at this side of 2673. So when price came here, it ended up just tanking super hard, which this is a limit order. This is not market execution, it's a limit order. So when the market activated, these limit orders were also activated in the process. So what I do is I look in between the book map, which is this. I look in between that, and then I also look in between here. And then I see, okay, you know what? This has 7,000 or 8,000 orders here at this level. It's going to go down. And there's something also on the tool that shows me the amount of resting orders. So I'm just letting you know that when you see price go to 650, just know there's over like 7,000 contracts here at this level. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally get it. I'm learning so much. Thank you. It's amazing.
Yeah, definitely, man. So that's for gold, what I see. And then look at this on US Turkey. My God. Imagine having a buy limit here. That would be crazy.
What broker do you trade this on?
Reds on that pair is crazy though.
Yeah, exactly. That's why my question here is, what broker do you trade that on?
I don't really trade as much as with US Turkey anymore. But before I've used Hugo's Way, Nash, KLT, you know, the norms. But the spread is just sometimes so huge. It's like absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like,
yes, it's just like you almost can't even trade it. It's like crazy, bro. Sometimes like very rare that you get like I try to search a lot of brokers and see like which brokers give the best spreads for like US Turkey, but it's just like out of this world. You know, I'll call a signal and people will be like, yo, the spread is just not.
yeah. That's the same with like USD, ruble, and all that stuff too.
Yeah, ruble. Oh, yeah. The ruble. Imagine selling the ruble.
Yeah.
If you guys want to see a wild chart, pull up the US dollar versus the Hong Kong dollar. I know it's kind of like chilling in the background here. It's been a long ass day. We're coming up on hour 12 here of the stream, just as a heads up. But if you want to look at USD, it's HKD. I'm pretty sure it's HK something, but it's Hong Kong dollar.
Oh, HKD.
HKD USD.
Oh, okay. HKD USD.
You might just be able to type in Hong Kong. You'll see like there was the craziest trade, which is basically 2020. Thing went flat, hit the ground, and then started to pop off. Same thing now. Let me know what you think about that, since I know you're trading exotics.
Let me see. I wonder why it's not popping up. HKD. Oh, here it is. Damn. Yeah, that just took a dive out of nowhere. Imagine being mad confident in buying. You just get murked. Wow. I mean, yeah, this pair looks crazy. I honestly don't even think.
Yo, what?
Candlesticks make me feel uncomfortable. Like I feel like I'm playing Tetris. Like, bro, what? The candlesticks look mad crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, these drops though. Yeah, this dollar looks very unstable.
That's crazy.
I think your strategy actually would work on this if you just set the proper risk management.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well you do Haikanashi, it actually looks a lot better.
Yeah.
It still looks a little crazy. I'm not gonna hold you. It still looks a lot.
I feel like you could really catch a breakout and just hold that shit.
Yo, imagine catching a breakout right here.
Well, that's like a 1 to 10, 1 to 20.
Literally.
You put your 10 pips right here.
Yo.
Bro, 35 lots, game over. Wait, why 3.3? Is this calculated differently, or is this because I put it on Haikanashi? The 3.5. Do you know what that means, Roy?
Roy might know. Yeah, why is the ruler acting like that?
Yeah, 3.4.
What are you talking about?
Look, it says 3.4 pips.
I guess it's just too big for it to count. It just kind of grouped it up. It's 3.4 somethings.
That's crazy.
So you can make up the units for yourself.
3.4 million pips. Insane.
Insane.
Yeah, this is crazy. This seems like a good breakout market. I'm about to watch Hong Kong lose and go nuts. Yeah, this.
You guys remember that crash on GJ a couple years ago?
Oh yeah,
It's just crazy.
my boy, what's his name, is still in this trade probably. QB Stu.
No,
was
he
on
closed
you-
it out, bro. He saw the 85 bands. It was done. It was like
Yeah, for
500 to 85 bands. That's like insane.
Yeah, every
So
time
you have to close it.
every time I kept seeing UJ go up, I'm like, I just thought about Stu. I'm like, damn, homie really rode that. You guys
What's the longest you guys ever held a trade? It's like really milked the trade going your way.
Ooh, a month.
Sheesh. I can't do that. 1 week probably.
There's people that are swinging like for like 3 months, bro.
I mean the banks, they hold like quarterly positions. that's
Yeah,
crazy.
that like that Nas swing you caught was ridiculous, Dimitri.
Yeah.
Which not?
The one in the beginning of the year,
Oh yeah.
like that was actually ridiculous. And like I remember looking at the chart and I was like, all right, either
This one,
he's gonna be wrong and it's whatever, or he's right and we're about to make a lot of money. And that it just tanked.
yeah, I think it was like here I caught it and it kept going down and I was like, and then it just shot. Yeah. I forgot what I wrote about here, but yeah, it broke out of here. And I was like, what did I say? Price will hit 14370 until that next week. Level of 13558. And yeah, bro. I mean, it did the little retrace and then it went all the way down.
So Dimitri, on obviously since you manage that capital, you don't swing trade, do you?
No, you know what? Honestly, and I hate to say this, they kind of like micromanage me on a swing. It's kind of annoying, honestly, but they'll be, if you want to take a swing, like just let us know. They let me do my own thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like, obviously, like it's a firm, so you need to be like in a certain percent drawdown. So I'm just like, well, we can lower the lot sizes too if you just want to be in a lesser drawdown and we can kind of swing more. But I have a very conservative strategy that is like really good. Like Preston has.
When you're trading that much money, those guys are so strict. Like I've literally seen it. Like we've been in the middle of a session and these guys call them because they're like, yo, like close the position, and then they'll like close it on him because they get scared. And then it goes exactly how he said it was gonna go. And he's just like, all right, can you guys let me rock? I thought it was hilarious. As soon as they stopped, like they started, I literally noticed started calling him less. Just starts hitting bigger and bigger swings.
Yeah. So I actually did a swing. I asked them if I could do a swing last week, and they were like, "Yeah, I did a swing on gold," and it was crazy. They were like, "Yeah, we're really happy with that." But usually, for the most part, I do like 25 pips take profit, 25 pips stop loss, and 25 pips break even. But
that's perfect. Yeah.
It's kind of whack. Like I've never had to ask permission to trade, but you know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, this kind of.
Sometimes you probably feel like you're like babysitting you.
Yeah. It was just mad funny. My boy here, Preston, who's on, like, he's like, bro, let me call them. I'm gonna tell them to chill, and he actually called them.
Because they were bugging, bro. They were just like, because I remember we were at Whole Foods, and they closed out that trade you took, and then you were like, yo, what's going on? It wicked down, then it wicked back up, and he's like, yo, can you guys just let me do my thing? And I told him, I was like, yo, honestly, like, you guys are, being a little dramatic, They let him do his thing, re-entered the trade, boom, 80 bands,
but I
couple minutes. It was nuts.
Called them because I didn't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? He just like using my phone or whatever. I'm like, bro, you called them? I thought the guy was gonna be like, yo, that's like, I can't, you know what I'm saying? Things like that's bad and professional, but he was actually really cool about it too.
Yeah.
He was mad chilled. Yeah. So
it's crazy. You're like the first person I know that like with that magnitude of money that like day trades it, because a lot of folks, like I know a few folks who manage like around that amount of capital and they hold like quarterly positions. Like it's crazy.
Oh, they hold for like 90 days in trade.
Yeah, like quarterly positions.
Yeah, these guys are just like, I don't know. They're weird. I mean, I guess they're a bunch of like crypto dudes, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they're just, I don't know. They're just different, I guess, from the most.
Yeah.
They're like young/old. They're like a little middle aged, but
Mhm.
yeah, I mean it's a cool experience, man. I just hate them being the micromanage, you know.
Mhm.
Kind of just kills my vibe. I'm like, yo.
Did you have to get certain licenses for it? If I mind.
Oh no, so they have their license, obviously. They're a fund, you know.
Okay.
You can't have that much capital
Mhm.
around with no license, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
they have a license. I don't need.
So you didn't have to get a license. Though.
No, I didn't have to get a license. They
Okay.
signed it to where I was almost like a contractor in a sense.
Okay.
So I was exempt from a license. You could also get an exemption from the SEC or CTF, which it gives you an exemption to manage capital and you know, act as kind of like a consultant. Sense.
Yeah.
So that was kind of cool. But yeah, you know, they also told me, they were like, hey, you know, if you have any other traders with a good track record or whatever, so their screening process is a little bit annoying, but
Yeah, I mean it's probably very tedious. I mean, if they're giving you that type of capital.
oh
It's
yeah,
literally FTMO without the verification.
right.
Think about it.
And real money. I mean, that's a
Yeah, I
big
mean,
difference.
bro. Real money.
I know.
I'm being serious. Everybody knows that prop
Roy's
firms-
out here throwing shade.
That's
No,
a,
it's not shade. Everybody knows that everybody knows that prop firms aren't real money. Like it's not like, oh, they're able to be. It's like, no, I mean, if you're trading a prop account, it's a demo account, and there's very few A-book brokers involved in the prop game. So I was just saying, you know, if you're trading a hedge fund's money, it's different than trading fake
for sure.
demo.
yeah. It's crazy. It's actually nuts. Yeah. The whole FTMO thing. I mean, that stuff is cool. Honestly, I mean, starting a prop firm is awesome. I think it's great, but I mean, like, just for me trading on a prop firm, like, just I don't know, it's weird. It's just not the same. You know what I'm saying? You just kind of just can't.
Yeah.
It's not worth it for me personally, where I'm personally at. If I was starting as a new trader, yeah, that might be something that I look forward to doing. You know, I'm like, oh, okay. The thing that I do like about prop firms that I'll say is that it gives them kind of a rule-based system to follow by a little bit.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, damn, well, if you're not following rules on your own account, what makes you think you'll follow rules on a prop firm? You probably won't, but at least it kind of lets them know, like, yo, you can't be out here just holding 50% drawdown.
Yeah. I mean, in a sense, it keeps traders disciplined.
It does.
Yeah.
But they know that most traders won't be disciplined because when you put $200,000, you know, pending in front of people's face, they're gonna do everything to go get it. Which means,
bro, it's been crazy. I mean, I've heard of people that have bought like $30,000-$40,000 worth of challenges. Like, you know,
yeah, that's just
keep they just.
Yeah, it's essentially almost like a broker.
Yeah.
In a way. So what's kind of your goal with trading? Can you see?
So I wanna get to the point, like I want to manage, like, at one point as well, like probably further down the line, get investors and stuff like that. I'm actually working on an investment from overseas and stuff like that.
Oh, word? Okay.
Yeah, just trying to continue on. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's what's up.
Yeah.
So I mean, do you have any your own personal goals like you're trying to hit? Like,
oh, I thought you were talking about like as far as like trading. Well, personal goals, just right now, just trying to continue on. I'm trying to diversify my portfolio, like invest into other ventures and stuff. Use these profits, and yeah, just get more passive income and stuff like that. Trying to get into more like commercial real estate and stuff too. When obviously market is tanking, so soon.
right.
What about you? Are you into like real estate and stuff?
Yeah, so I have two little things going for me, two little properties going for me.
Yeah.
Well, one is a family home, so I kind of found my family with that. And then the other one is I'm subletting to somebody else. It's a condo.
Yeah. It's crazy. I can relate to you a lot because I kind of started trading when I was 17. That's crazy. I'm 22 right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say you look mad young.
Yeah.
It's so dope, honestly, though. Like when I see it like from where I'm at now, because I'm like 29,
Yeah.
I'm about to be
Yeah.
that old. I love that you got a McLaren and you just
Yeah. Yeah,
do it.
man, just continuing on.
Yeah, it's so dope, bro. Just imagine when you're like 28, 29, you're gonna be
Yeah, man.
always gonna be a gremlin out in these streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight villain. It's dope. So do you live in New York?
I live in ATL, Atlanta.
Oh, right.
Yep.
So you live in New York, just next door.
Atlanta.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Atlanta's so close to New York.
It's not that close.
Not that close. But I'm saying when you jump on a plane, it's like what, like 2 hours? Or am I tripping?
Yeah, I think no, actually, I think I'm in the middle of Atlanta and Miami. Not Miami, Miami and New York. Atlanta's like probably in the middle.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's like 2 hours. I'm gonna come out to New York probably end of this year. I haven't been in a minute.
Definitely, bro. Pop out. Well, so where did you live before ATL? Were you just born there?
I've been living in ATL my whole life. I was born here.
Damn, homie probably got like 10 bedrooms.
Yep. My parents, they're immigrants from India.
Oh,
that's kind of the backstory. Yep.
Oh wow. Do you speak Hindi?
Yep, I do.
Okay. Would you just Hindi, or do you know any other languages?
I know a little bit of Arabic because I have some Middle Eastern family as well. So just like from that whole region.
I dated a Nepalese girl that spoke Hindi. She taught me a little bit of Hindi. I was actually she's terrible at it. I tried to use it a few times. People looked at me funny. I sound funny, but
yeah,
that's dope.
It's crazy. You plan on relocating to Miami or no? I see everybody's like going down there now.
Yeah, I mean, when I went down there, I realized, like, honestly, bro, I realized like, come see me and come live with me are like two different things. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, you know, your girlfriend can like come see you, and it's like, oh yeah, it's love when you come see me, and then like, then she's living with you, and you're like, damn, the bathroom's like this, that hair is like floor. And I kind of felt like that when I went to Miami. It was just like, I lived in Fort Lauderdale before as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I came back during the whole conference, the whole boat ride and shit that we were on.
Mm-hmm.
And this is my vibe, because I don't honestly have anyone down here. Like, you have no friends that are really traders like that. I have maybe 2 or 3 friends that are traders, but other than that, it's like, I don't know. I don't really have that kind of environment. I don't know if it's the same for you in ATL, but I don't really have that environment. I think when I was around that environment a little bit more, it made me feel like I needed to move down there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But
so as in the environment, as in what, like yacht parties and stuff?
I mean, yeah, the yacht party, it wasn't about the yacht parties. Like, if I was on that yacht with a bunch of idiots that were just like wanted to had nothing going for themselves, I'd be like,
yeah,
please get me off this boat.
Yeah.
Okay. But
what about like clubs and whatever? I don't know.
yeah, I was on the yacht with people that think like me. So
yeah, exactly. Like-minded people.
Right. So it made me much more happier to be there than being here. You know what I'm saying? That's when I got, damn, I'm so unhappy. Like, nobody really thinks like me down here.
Yeah.
You know. And being in that environment of traders like keeps you motivated. It keeps you on your toes.
For sure. Yeah.
So I'm not really trying to be around friends that are like, yeah, I just sold a painting for like $5 million. I just can't relate to that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like everybody in the same industry. Like, yo, that yacht party we had was dope after the summit. Like,
yeah, that yacht party,
just vibing. Yeah,
it was great, bro. It wasn't like anything crazy of like top and Wolf of Wall Street, you know. But it was fun.
Yeah, it was just chilling. We were all just vibing, just talking, just having fun.
Exactly. Would you move down there?
To Miami? I don't know. I like it over here in Atlanta. I've lived here my whole life, kind of like, settled. So it's just like, I'd probably like go back and forth from Miami here and there like a couple times a year, but I don't really think I would settle down in Miami like that.
Oh, really?
This is my perspective on things. It's just like, you know, I've just been in this city for so long. It's just like, you know, I've kind of just established here.
Yeah. Honestly, like the reason why I wouldn't move down there now, at the time I was like really excited. It's just like I feel like, and I'm not throwing shade at anyone, but I just feel like there's a lot of fluff out there.
There is.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
really agree with you.
It's
Yeah.
like capping about things they don't need to really cap about.
Yeah.
Rented vehicles saying that it's theirs, and it's a little bit like superficial, and
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like I
But
can't.
it's just like Miami is that city. Like, you know, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's just that's it. People love it. I just don't understand why. Yeah. Like this shit is just always mad humid. You got to change your shirt like 4 times a day.
Dude, oh my God, it was so hot down there at the summit. I know you were probably burning up. I know you came on the boat wearing a jacket.
I know.
I mean,
Like,
dude, I don't know how you did that.
So look, honestly, to be fair, look, it was the last Louis Vuitton of that jacket in the country. I had to flex it. I was like, look, I'm gonna get my neck a little sweaty in this.
But yeah, you know, I decided to pop out with it. I'm a New York dude, yo. You gotta, you know,
hoodies, bacon, egg, and chopped cheese, man. Come on. You know what it is.
the weather was crazy, bro. I mean,
That's
like,
crazy. That's why that's like the next summit. We're trying to do one like we were trying to like do it around May, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna be. Yeah, next year, like we were trying to do it around May because May was way too hot. So we were thinking either earlier or after, but then we settled like May was the perfect time from the last one to do it. So we're gonna do the next summit in May too.
Are you gonna do it in Miami?
Yeah, same thing. And then hopefully FTX sponsors it, and we can do something at the FTX arena.
Okay.
it's big things.
You wouldn't think about doing one in New York?
Hell no.
Silence on that was crazy.
Bro, look, I don't want New York coming at me because I know this is gonna be a fucking, you know what I'm saying? I don't want the state of New York to think I have anything against, but like imagine parking, imagine hotel prices, imagine like the rules, code, all this stuff, especially with COVID. Like the whole reason we went to Miami is because it was the most lax on COVID. So we could
Imagine
actually
you
do
want to
something
bring
there.
luxury cars to New York, just a bunch of them on the street. That'd be
Bro, Miami. Just
the
know
potholes.
we're probably gonna do Miami and then Vegas and then Dubai. I think that's a pretty good run.
Miami, Vegas, and Dubai.
Like-
That sounds lit.
If you think of like Vegas versus New York, like you guys let me know. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I hate Vegas. The first time I ever crashed a car was in Vegas.
Well, damn, I'd hate Vegas too.
I got bad juju in Vegas. I lost money. I crashed a car. I lost a girl. It was like, I was like, bro, I'm never coming back here.
Look, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I got the similar story with New York, and that's why I don't, you know what I'm saying? We all got our problems, but yeah, no, we went to Cali first to try to scout out a few places. We went all over the country to find places.
Word.
Cali seemed too strict, too far. Miami is like I don't know, like if you took somebody from outside the country and you were to show them one place in America to like represent them, I feel like Miami is the place to go. I don't know.
Wait, you live in Miami, right?
No, I live in Virginia, but I'm about to move to Miami the next week or so.
Oh, you are?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I heard 1,000 people a day are moving to Florida.
So I was trying to beat the wave. I'm like, well, damn, I don't want to show up like a year from now and be like, oh, you know, I'm going to move to Florida. I'm like, well, that sounds like it's going to be too late. Property value is going crazy.
Yeah, you're right.
It's like an hour and everything.
Yeah, I should probably do some down there, get some like in property and just, you know, just in case your boy got to vacate. But I just hate like just sweating, like just like.
Oh, look,
Dude, I'm telling you, that car show we were standing outside, bro, we were burning up, yo.
I don't know how people were even sitting on the cars. I'm like, bro, the car is hot. Like, son,
Bro, we had these cars like just revving the engines all hot as fuck. Like, yo, the air was like.
bro, it was hot, but like at the end of the day, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like we had to get it done. We shut down the whole street. The cops almost got called. Cops did get called, but they got, you know, they pulled up to the wrong side. Just basically gave up. At the end of the day, we're gonna do it right this time. We're gonna spend most of the time inside for the cocktail hour. So the only time we're going to spend outside is like 30 minutes to an hour of the actual car show. The cocktail hour, instead of it being 1 hour, we're probably going to extend it. We'll do 2 or 3 hours, let people get schliz, you know what I'm saying? Everyone's hanging out, go outside, take pictures with the cars, 30 minutes, 1 hour, video shoot, and then we call it a day. What did you guys think about the dinner? Should we do that same place again, or do you guys think we should find somewhere else?
Yo, I honestly was so mad at this dude at the dinner. Yo, this dude was giving me such a hard time about my dog. Son, this guy Roy. No, he stopped. He stopped. It's all good, bro. Nah, I love the dinner, bro. It was.
I love you, bro, and I love crypto.
Nah, I know, man.
Take it all back.
Nah, it's all good. No, man, but I honestly love the dinner, bro. That dinner was phenomenal. Like, I think that was like the dopest part of the event. Because I was late, respectfully, so I kind of missed some of the dope parts of like dope speakers. I wanted to see the dude from Trading View speak. I wanted to see the speakers.
Somebody said we should do dinner at Swan.
Swan.
Bro, can we fit that many people at Swan?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Dude, we went to Poppy Steak first, and like their capacity is like 100 people.
Oh,
And I
really?
was like, okay, well, we can't do that. Like, we went 3 doors down. Fogo, first off, they love us. Great relationship with them. If we did it again at Fogo, I feel like, it would be an easy dub.
Yeah, I realized like once you go to a place like more than once, like 3 or 4 times, they start hooking you up. You know what I mean?
For sure.
No,
Dude,
their service was good.
These markets are super slow. I feel like for the next 3-4 hours, there's really not going to be any trades. Just a heads up to people on YouTube, pre-London, pretty slow. Nasdaq basically just consolidating. I think we'll see a push here during London.
Oil retrace.
Dude, these oil bulls were on this call earlier. I'm telling you, it was like one after the other. People were popping in. It was like Abel first, and then James was bullish on oil. A lot of people are bullish on oil. I don't know.
Look at the weekly traps, bro. It's a trap. Weekly buyers trap right now. Boom, boom, boom. Telling you that.
Yeah, but I'm with you on that. I think 75 easy.
That, yeah, right there, bro. Come on. Plus, when price came to this level, and price came right here, slam back down. Super lot of wicks in this level, a lot of resistance in this level. There is a little gap right here that we see. But I think the most it could retrace up, honestly, would be here. But even then, I think that I think we won't go past here. That's what I got my money on. If we do go up, we're only going near to this area max. This area right here is first, this area max. Other than that, that's it. Like oil is finished. 63. 63.35. I mean, look at even the trend line. Trend line looks ridiculous. Holding that consolidation. Huge sell-off right here. And the fair value area literally is in perfect sequence with this. So we can see that whole area is fair value.
So your fair value areas are usually like the middle of the consolidations.
Right. Also, I like you could change the level. So
Makes sense though. Yeah.
Use this too. I don't know if anyone uses something similar to these, but they're like pivot points, but they're like deviation levels. And they give you like specific targets as far as like, obviously the gold level is the settlement level, and deviations, they basically tell you where the market is going. So like each level has a statistical probability. It's equivalent to throwing a rock into the water, into a river, or throwing a tennis ball into a river. So using these deviations, change your rock to a tennis ball, because tennis ball has air in it, which can make it bounce and move a lot better. So I like to start at like this little period open, and look at the levels in conjunction with what's happening here. Sometimes you got to spread out these levels, which is kind of whack. But yeah, if you look right here, let me see. Where is just put this down. Where were we? See that? I put my thing to 1,000. The row size 1,000. It just kind of gives you in the value area. I don't know if anyone knows this, but the value area is where 70% of all the volume is, right? So that's why it says 70 here, because it shows where all the area of the value is. But let me just turn this off.
Yo, Jordan, are you on this call, bro? Is that you with the CA educators, or is that Ryan?
That's me, brother.
My
Jordan.
dude, bro, you want
What's
to
up,
show me
brother?
what you want to show me what you're looking at for this U30? I was thinking about shorts at the 61 right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at. The 4-hour time frame.
Yes, sir. Dimitri, you mind if I give Jordan the rock here?
Jordan, do your thing. Sorry about that, bro.
My guy, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jordan Diaz, CA educator extraordinaire,
Mr.
US 30.
Can you guys hear me good? I want to make
you're
sure you guys have the mic good.
Yeah, you're a little close to the mic. Pull it slightly away and you're good.
Yo, I like the color of your candles, bro. Your chart looks fire.
Thank you.
Super clean.
I'm not lie, I might have stolen a little bit from Q Banks, but we adapt from it, you know.
Yeah, send me that color grade. That color scheme is crazy.
Gotcha. It's a little bit just more vibrant. I've seen really, really nice ones though.
Yeah, it is. Colors are everything.
Honestly, we've been seeing these shorts from supply area up here from the 34,200 area. This is a very solid area for shorts. I've been calling it for 2 weeks now. Since we've been seeing these retests, these are nice little entries to kind of swing US 30. Kind of crazy, right? But right now, it seems like we're getting this 28. I don't want to confuse anyone with this, but the 4-hour is projecting the 61.8. But if I do go to 1-day candles, I'm also seeing this hammer. So I just kind of want to see what New York session is going to give us. But we kind of know how US 30 works, right? US 30 is going to give us these shorts overnight during Asian session to London session. So if it does decide to push up like it did today, this push up is going to happen during New York. So I could see shorts from up here all the way probably. It might not hit this -27. I wanted this number, the 31,000 area to be hit today. I didn't see that happen. But it's a possibility it could happen overnight. We know that London session has been kind of doing that lately. It's been giving us all these pips.
It might wick up for NFP, just kind of wick above all those candles, kind of hit your upper extension and then crash. Because I mean, high impact news tonight. I do see that retracement all the way back down to 31,395, like your 23.6 fib.
Yeah, 23.6 fib. Yeah, it could come back down here to this whole purple area. This area right here is a consolidating area. You can see right here to the left, all these little consolidating kind of passes through it right here. This is also an area of interest. You have also gap area, so it's a big area of interest. Now, you know how this NFP and all this news is going to happen. You know that during London session and Asian session, we're going to see the shorts kind of retest all the way down here, and then we're going to get that spike up once the news kind of goes through. That would probably be respecting this candlestick pattern. Probably going to get a wick, like you said, 395 area maybe. It could possibly even go lower. As long as it doesn't go past this 200, the 31,200 area, we'll be fine. I did take sells today, but overall, I was seeing that short 60.8 rejection for the 4-hour. I'm not gonna lie, I made the little $366 account. We have it at 1,403 right now. So
there you go, bro. That's what I'm trying to do with this challenge, with this live stream account. So great to see. That's, what is that, 5x almost? More than 5x?
No, it's 366.
So 4x.
4x, give or take, 3 to 4x.
Good stuff, bro.
It's possible, man. If you just really wait and be patient, it just kind of sucks because I was also looking at these 30-minute candles. They are above my moving average. I like to use my 6 moving average. Usually when we're above, we're gonna see this spike up. We already have this massive here for spike. Have this massive 30-minute candle here. This was just unexpectedly happened. Also, nice supply area. See right here. Also here. Also same. Right. Rejection. Perfect zone. Perfect zone for the rejection. Now we're gonna play out there. However, we have to pay attention. Something I like to kind of show the students and stuff like this. Understanding who has control of the market right now. You could tell that we're going on this downtrend. Buyers didn't have control. You can tell by the body of the candles. You see how when it decides to start shorting, it's very, very aggressive. Then these candles are very small. So it's like it's forcing it up, not enough. And then when it goes down, they're back to bigger candles. Same here, back to bigger candles. So kind of just overall looking at them, looking at these candles on 30-minute, you kind of tell who's in the power, right? And then when you start seeing this 30-minute candles, now we're getting that reversal, right? So now from the bearish market that we were having, now we're having these bullish market, right? You guys see these candles?
Yeah, we see him, bro. We're letting you go.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you guys are seeing it. I'm just making sure everyone sees it. I'm one of those people that I like everyone to just kind of like talk about it and stuff like that. Everyone has something to teach, you know?
With this many people in the chat, we're being quiet, letting you go, man. Do your deal.
Yeah, as of right now, that's what we're seeing. We could probably take a look at, we're looking at these shorts. It's a perfect area for rejection. In a small little area. That's a perfect rejection candle. Obviously, we don't have much volume, but it's going to give it. See what GJ is doing. He's just been consolidating. Me and Roy have been not liking. He's just been in this consolidating area from 163.79 lowest of the 4. Good. This would be really low, 159, but I'm saying 160. We've been respecting the 160 area. I'm not seeing much out of GJ. I haven't been trading GJ because I don't like these little bounces like this. You could get like a nice 100 pips on each one of these moves. You never know if GJ is going to just break out or it's going to reject a certain zone. I like to look at the 1 hour for entry, guys. But right now, it's just consolidating, so I stay away from this. Could possibly still see it just kind of reject right here, going up. And if I draw a fib, it's not going to show you guys much. These areas down here are just very rejection. Coming 60 area, rejecting it back up. I can see currently rejecting 50. I can see it still push up. This might just be a little fake out. We might get these little like candles like this, body like that, and pushing up. Probably going to give us to the 100. Sorry, shorts from here. We could possibly see that happen. We could possibly see that happen during London session today. It decides to spike up.
Yeah, I like that.
I don't want to go so low. I want to go to the body. I have, you know, my rule. My rule is 100 pips. Sure. That'll be something I'll be waiting for up here. I don't know, alert so that we see that. I hope you guys have Red Bulls. I hope you guys have your monsters. I hope you guys have everything. It's gonna be a fun night, especially Friday. Might see a lot of volatility overnight, just for the simple fact that it's gonna be preparing for that's coming up.
It's
Probably not for
NFP.
GJ.
It's the monthly closure, monthly overlap. between the beginning of the month, end of the month. It's a lot going on back to back.
Oh
So
man, and we're
expecting
getting it
a lot
at
of
8:30.
right at 8:30. I told you, bro, I was trying to time the stream, so I start at 6, so I'd be done by 7, so I could miss the NFP. But no, I'll be on here at NFP.
Brother,
be
that's
trading
just
the
gonna give
thing.
us more of a possibility to answer. Honest. So I've noticed, I don't know, maybe we could back test it, but I've noticed that when the news comes out at 8:30, if it's negative or if it's positive, it goes into the direction it's supposed to go into. And then when the market opens up, the pre-market opens up, it goes against, right? They'll give you like the push up or whatever. So possibly what we're going to see during London session and everything is just these shorts. They're not going to give us the crazy shorts that we want. We're probably going to see shorts maybe down here to like this zone right here. And then we're going to have NFP come out. NFPs come out, it's probably going to give us that one. It's just going to print the candle. Remember last time?
Yes, sir. I
1
think it's going to
minute.
make like a massive move, and then once 11 or 12 hits, it's going to go dry.
It really depends, right? Because it looks like the news is on a Friday for a reason, preparing the market for next week, right? Let's look at the weekly. Like this weekly. I don't
This
know.
weekly
I mean,
closure is crucial, dude.
who's to say it's not just going to create a lower low on the 4-hour, right?
It could. That's the whole thing. That's why, like, honestly, the whole saying of don't predict, react, that's where it comes from. As long as you have your zones,
Yeah.
you have an idea of the trend and you have an idea of what comes next, it could. But I really see this thing like free falling, like one, like you said, one candle. And I don't know, even though it's playing around this zone right now, this could be the right entry. Yep.
I can see that happen.
Maybe the first zone, maybe not the second, but
I can see this. This is a demand zone. Remember that trade that Mario was holding? Right down here.
Yep.
About it. Remember this trade right here? This? 1,400. From here to here is 1,300.
Exactly. Like if you kind of see how it's like wedging, so you see how it's wedging like this. Like I could see this happening tomorrow. The thing is how big the spike is, honestly all depends on if the number comes out way off from expectations, that's when we see a massive spike like that. When it comes out as expected, you'll see a little bit of a spike and then you'll see it come down. So
you see, so that's my thing, right? So if it's going to spike it up like that, I don't think it's going to break out of the wedge. And then you're just going to invalidate the market structure that it has. So what it's probably going to do is if it does decide to spike up, probably going to come all the way down here first and give us this spike here of like 300, 400 points. Right? Which would be very valid. Another retest up here of a 100 fib, if whatever zones we have. And then we're going to see these shorts play out. I currently have a trade open on the funded account. We're currently sitting at $760 of it. I'm selling currently this right here. So we're just gonna leave it overnight and see what it decides to do. I could see that market do that, but man, that if it breaks out of this market structure that we've been respecting nicely, like you see how this one right here decided to tap the same level and just give it a wick. I feel like this is what it's gonna do. It's gonna short all the way down here. 4 hours. It's gonna short all the way down to this demand zone. It could react this as a demand zone instead, right? Because people are probably expecting this if it doesn't decide to break through and give us a lower low, all-time low. But to be honest, like we're gonna get a nice 1,000 point move for Friday, and then if anything, if it decides to start the week next week bullish again, then we're just gonna tap all these liquidity grabs that we have here, all liquidity.
Yep. I mean, first week, next week, it's probably just gonna play around, kind of create a weekly range, and then I think middle of September we're really gonna start moving.
Like we're saying, we have a gap right here. So, like I said, we can. This fell off perfectly last week. This week, we'll have tomorrow. I feel like this is gonna be bigger. I need this candle to be bigger. I need this candle's body to be like this size, so it could still validate its bearish momentum, right? Yeah, perfect supply. So yeah, this has to react down here. It could literally come all the way down here and just react as a double bottom here, and then we could take it back up, and that could be the ultimate highs for like the end of the year. We could get that volatility for the bullish markets towards the end of the year, all the way up here. Starting of the new year, probably just again, we react to the market. There are always scenarios that are possible. This 2020 gap. So waiting to visit. Yeah.
Big Tuna says draw your bottom trend line and see if it matches with your zone.
What does he mean by that?
I think it was on the higher time frame, something like daily or weekly.
4H? For which trend
You
line?
say 4 hour? Huh? I don't know.
Have to unmute himself. Mute yourself, man. You could talk.
Yeah, he can unmute.
Oh yeah, my bad, man. So if you zoom out, you look at the previous low where your zone is at, where you're thinking supply is, and then one to the left of that. If you go out further, actually, go to like the 1 day or the 1 week. There you go. You can see the swing low, the two previous swing lows. If you draw that line, it looks to me like it matches up with your zone there on the bottom.
Here.
So, 1 second.
Can he draw? Can he annotate?
Yeah, give 1 second. I'm trying to get it.
Yeah.
Draw. So from that trend line there to there.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, it's a possibility.
Yeah. So on another time frame, you could obviously get a more accurate trend line. But
right. So like, and this would be valid.
Yeah,
right
exactly. If it goes from there to there, see where it matches up, and that might be where that candle prints at the bottom. That's all I was thinking. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
That's the problem,
I like
right?
that.
If it finishes down here and it goes below this wick, right? That means that we're still in a bearish market. That means that the bearish momentum is still going to be playing through, and this is just to fake people out. So this is to kind of entice buyers to start stepping in, kind of create this area right here as a zone of demand. But in reality, we don't really have a demand here, right? This is an area of interest where a lot of pressure just kind of goes through. So you have this right here where it retests it kind of comes back down, rejects it. This kind of pushes through. So this is like an area of kind of consolidation. That area is meant to trick us. That's where the market is always trying to trick us. You have like a liquidity grab right here. Only zone we could possibly consider them. But it's true. I mean, that could be the trick. That could be the market. The market's trying to trick us there instead. So it gave us this. We might have already missed it. It's a possibility that we missed this trade right. This entry to kind of hold here and then take it up. That's the case. That's what it's don't fit.
Wouldn't an entry at 30,800s level be good? I mean, that would be the break of the trend.
But that means if it breaks the trend, that means that we're not seeing.
I'm sorry, you cut off. What did you say?
If it breaks out of the trend, that means that you're just gonna have continuation of the sells. That means that we're just gonna create a new lower lows.
Yeah.
So then that right here would be valid for the sells. Now you want these areas are the ones you want to pay attention to. 651 or there's 30,000. Now, I really, really want to see it enter this yellow zone down here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm overall bearish on S30.
Yeah. Couple months back, I remember before the FX Summit, we were speaking about this area. I had this marked off. We're talking about for months because I went to the 1 month. I just looked at it like this. Look at that. Look at how this candle closed on last. who's to say that this month is not gonna decide to do the same?
If
It's
we
just the
break
start
that
of this.
level, we're gone.
So, we could possibly get a wick to the upside here. I don't know how much higher. This wick was nice, but like for instance, these little wicks like this, but I kind of want to see. I don't want to see like a big wick. I do want to see it just short. This is really enticing me that it's just gonna keep shorting.
I mean, fundamentally also makes sense that it would keep shorting.
It's just the market likes to trick us with news.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know if you guys heard the talks with Austin. News is north, east, west, and south for a reason, right? What it spells out, right? North, east, west, and south. You don't know in which direction it's gonna go.
That's why we react. We don't predict. I do think that whole consolidation here. So I'm watching SPX. SPX looks a little bit cleaner than U30, but it's basically the same chart. And yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. Pull back to that whole area of consolidation.
Yep.
And then a push back up.
Notice. Notice. Notice how the moving average right here. You guys, I like to lose. I'm sorry, not my moving RSI. We still had a little bit of kind of touch this overbought. Now we're gonna see the massive shorts. So I can sometimes it likes to trick us and say that this is a sell-off. So you're gonna see on the RSI that it's starting to sell off, and then what it decides to do, it just out of nowhere decides to spike up. So for all we know, it can still spike up during London session. It doesn't try to short down, right? And then we're gonna see the massive candle just print that NFP. We've seen it happen so many times where it just prints. Doesn't even give you guys time to react. Or was it that we saw it? We saw it on a short. I could name you guys every FOMC, like the worst possible. Name you guys every FOMC. This is FOMC right here. I believe it was this one, right, Roy? And in 1 minute, it gave us like 400 points to the downside. But
Which
it also,
one? You talking about Friday?
No, it was like in June. The one in June. They had news in June where, you know what?
Oh, the first, like the very, very first, when the recession
8:30.
hit, technically, quote unquote.
Yeah,
Yeah.
At 8:30, that it gave us the wick of like 200 points. That was 100 only. There was one that gave us a wick 100 points. This one. Yes.
I think it was no, I was to the left. Hold on.
8 o'clock.
Ivan's in the chat. My boy Ivan says, I know those colors anywhere. Yes, sir. We got Mr. 1%, Mr. 1000% in the house right now.
Hey, yeah, I remember this one.
That's
it gave
it.
us 226 points as a wick up in 1 minute, or right before, yeah, in that 1 minute, and then it decided to just short at the 8:30. If I go down to the 30 minutes
Crazy.
there in that area.
Did you end up taking profit on that trade?
Oh, you want me to tell you? Want to be honest with you? I took a trade that same area, and I got eaten up because I saw that it went up 200 points negative. So it did that on purpose. It did that on purpose right here. It gave us a wick this last minute. If I go to the 1 minute, I wish I could see if I could pause. I'll be able to. Gotta get.
While you're
They're not
searching,
really-
I just want to say thank you for the knowledge. Thank all you guys for the knowledge, man. You don't even know it, but I'm writing so many notes down in my book.
Oh, you already know that's what we do. Appreciate the feedback.
Hey, that little nugget about knowing what every single FMOMC did, like now I'm gonna go back and back test every news day so I know how the news days react. Little bitty things y'all don't even know about.
Yeah, so it's actually crazy. Whenever you see FOMC likes to go into one direction. Don't go against its direction. Let it do its thing. Let it go into the direction it wants to. If it's gonna go bullish, it's just trying to grab a supply somewhere where it's a liquidity grab. Once it grabs that area, you're gonna see at the next day over London session, it starts shorting. You could take advantage of it and just kind of put a short. It could either be 1,000 points or 500 or 600 points, 30 or Nasdaq. It's around like around the same, like 700 to 600. But it's the same thing. But yeah, this candle right here, I can't find on the lower time frame. Let me go that far back. But this candle right here, it gave us. See, I don't even remember when this 30-minute candle in reality was the same size as this. And the last minute, literally the last minute, it decided to go bullish, and then it gave us this candle. This one candle in 1 minute gave us this whole body. I believe this candle is 554 points to the downside. Down on a 0.01, $554 in 1 minute. We're at a 0.2, that's $1,000. We keep going up. It was July. What news? I forgot what news it was that it gave us. You guys have any questions?
No, that's pretty straightforward. Let me grab the rock real quick.
Thank you guys for allowing me. Yes.
My guy, appreciate you for dropping sauce. So new goal, new target raise, 20,000. See if we can beat this by the morning. Nasdaq, I'm kind of feeling what you were saying, Jordan. I don't know if we're gonna get a full retracement down. I think we'll get this little half thing. And then once it gets halfway in the range, I think it'll end up turning back up. So I'm in these shorts. I'm kind of holding this right now. Pretty much 1 or 2 candles down. We should be good to go. R&R for this trade, if we hold it all the way, is like almost a 2-to-1.
I feel like it
His
would be
first
smart.
TP is about to 1-to-1, so that's kind of iffy.
I feel like it would be smart to go risk free at that level.
What,
Like
over here?
12,000 to, yeah.
For sure, and I would probably cut some partials. I'm big on
Yeah.
partials. But I think that once it hits this level, that's the 61 down here. Once it hits the 61, I think that's when we'll see the retest tomorrow. And then whether it forms a double top and drop or continues, that's really what I'm watching for Nas. So, I mean, guys, the monthly candle closed. We have a new monthly candle open, and it's NFP. And, you know, we're in the middle of an inflation crisis, recession, whatever the fuck is going on with all these different macroeconomic things. So if we kind of look at the landscape, it's gonna be pretty rocky tomorrow, and not in the way that we think. It might not be giant whipsaws. It might just be like one candle drops and then consolidate for 2-3 hours, and then another candle and consolidation for 3, 4, 5 hours. So that's something that I'm also mindful of. I'm not gonna force too many positions. If I see 1 or 2 good trades, that's all I'm really looking for. CAD CHF, still waiting for this to get into the buy zone. Buy limit is set. Want to see this thing enter this buy zone and then start to push up. So CAD CHF, the buy limit is already set, 0.7444. That's locked in. Euro USD, still respecting the support. Let's see if we form a lower high. I know that Euro USD is going to get impacted in the news tomorrow, so I'm already in this trade, letting this thing run. Nas we covered, pretty straightforward. Dollar. So we did have a break above highs. I think we can see a little bit of a retest here at this 108.9 before we keep going. So I'm still bullish on the dollar. Like whether we see a retest or whether this thing continues bullish, I think overall the dollar will continue bullish. So flag retracement forming right now. Then we're going to keep inching down, and then some point during the news we might break through the zone, wake back up, and then continue. So that's basically the opposite of what we're going to see on Euro USD, which is this thing is going to flag bullish. And then we'll see if we can get pushed down. There might be like a liquidity grab that happens here. Equal highs before we drop. We'll have to see that, but I think stop loss is in a pretty good place. We did U30, SPX, pretty clean. Same thing as NAS. We got this consolidation, fake up, fake down. Now we're sort of chilling at this previous area of support, turn resistance. So I think one more retest during the London session. We get a push down and a continuation back up. This is the area where we can either make a double top and drop, or it can just break through. So that's where like it's variable right here, 39.71. BTC wedging as well. I think we can see a break back down to 19K. We're still headed down. Had a pretty nice channel
We're
here.
still headed down. I think if we break that 18,000, 17,500 level, we're going to go down to 12,000.
Yeah, I got anywhere between 8 and 12. Those are the big levels for Bitcoin. We know this. That's the dollar cost average. That's the name of the game. It could get halfway through like 14, 15. Saudi sovereign wealth fund, decides to de-risk a bunch of oil and get into Bitcoin. They could pump it up from there. So for me, on the way down, I'm dollar cost averaging. It only takes one institution to completely, switch the market dynamics. So I don't trade cryptos. I'm more of an investor. So that's it. For the Nasdaq shorts, if this thing engulfs this whole area, so if we have a bullish engulfing candle that pushes above this area, then that's just a complete dud. I'll probably wait for a higher entry. Because as we can see here, there's a low here, a higher low, and price is still forming higher lows. So this thing could decide to push higher. If that happens, entry's too early, cut it quick, we can enter at a better zone. So for now, it's basically a waiting game for the next probably 2-3 hours. That's what we're going to be doing. Do you see GJ holding 161.6 support? I'll be honest, I don't know what GJ is going to do. I think it really wants to push back down to the 158 level first. So we'll look for that. All right. So for now, we're chilling. Let's see what's happening here on YouTube. I took buys at 0.72, then buy stops from yesterday. What are you guys talking about? Oh, I think I'm talking about GJ. I'm in AUD USD sells, 23 pips in profit, going for 60 pips. Says, how do you feel about AU 1 hour sell 38 retracement? Let's look at AU real quick.
Hey, real quick, guys, whoever's on the stream, Discord or on YouTube, feel free to tag us on a post. Try to get more people on the streaming, all your friends and stuff like that. This is for a good cause. We're trying to donate. Whatever we make here, we are trying to donate those proceeds. Please go ahead and give us a little shout out.
There you
More
go.
shout outs to the Enigma app setting us up signals.
Love it. So AU pretty straightforward. Jordan, agree 100%. But AU pretty straightforward. Highs, lows, lower high, lower low, lower high. We're in the middle of this impulsive move. So we're basically just looking to trade the trend. We're getting pretty close to the bottom, but breaking below this previous structural level, I think that we're going to see a bit of a retracement and then a continuation to the downside. We're already in a bearish trend. I see the dollar continuing bullish at some point. So that's my overall bias is bearish on AU. So we'll get in here. Find structure. These 38 shorts. Let me look left here. Yeah, this is a daily zone. So daily support zone got clearly broken below, double top rejection. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty solid, if I'll be honest. Ideally, I'd want to wait for a pullback up here. That's about 12 pips. You guys can choose if that's worth it or not. The market could retrace as far as the 61 and still push down. So keep that in mind. The ideal trade would be a pullback to that zone. Stop loss above the 61. That's about 30 pips. And then take profit to the extension. 2.2 to 1 is decent. I like the continuation trade. Just keep in mind it is pretty low in the overall range. So as you get closer to these bottoms, this is where we would be looking to, close out any remaining trades that we have. So there's a runner or anything. This is where we're looking to get out. I see that. Personally, I'd like to wait for a bit of a higher entry, like 61. That would be a 7 to 1 trade. To the extension, it's a 5.5 to 1. The first extension, it's still a 4 to 1. So that would be my ideal trade. But you could stack positions. You can enter a small one here. If it pulls back up, you can enter the remainder of it. All valid. Does that make sense? All day live streams are my favorite. This is the reason I joined ChartAddicts. From there, my growth really came. Don't sleep on this group. Kiana Star, I appreciate you. Thank you for the shout out. This is what we do. This is why nobody trades Tokyo, y'all. That's why nobody trades Tokyo. If you guys are trading during the dead times of the market, just know this, we're going to lose all your money.
Timing is key.
Just got to stay busy. This is why people play video games, why people do all this stuff. For me, I just sleep, right? I trade New York. I have healthy sleep. I sleep at 11 p.m. I wake up and just get ready for New York, and it's pretty straightforward. This is just different. was hanging out with Raul down in Florida. Like, I was like, "Do you sleep before the London streams?" He's like, "No, I just stay up." Stays up, stays through it, hangs out, does a thing or two, goes out for a dinner move, and then just trades London. I'm like, damn, bro.
And I think that's kind of similar to what all of us do. We kind of just stay up till like 6.
Bro, that's crazy. Like, what are y'all doing? Like, what's going on at 4 a.m? You know, like, what is like, why? You know, like New York, bro. Man, oh man. I don't get it. I saw somebody was trading in Spain and they said that they got to trade both sessions. Because one of the sessions is in the morning and another one of the sessions is later at night. So it's like,
Yo, let's move to Spain.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I would love like, yo, London starts in the morning, then New York in the afternoon. That'd be crazy.
yeah. But I don't know. I tried it for a little bit because I started to realize there was a lot of moves happening in London session I didn't want to miss every single morning. I started to realize my most profitable trades, like I'm telling you, I'll wake up 4 or 5K profit. Literally, I just set the trade and it actually hit TP. I very rarely let trades hit TP, especially nowadays. I'm kind of just closing them because I don't trust these market conditions. But overnight, you're not really there to move stops. You're not really there to mess with the trade and it just hits TP. So there's a lot of, like, there are a lot of great moves in a London session. So I tried to stay up for a couple months. Dude, that shit crushed my life. I'm waking up at like 2 p.m. and shit. People are like at work. I'm like, oh my. It's just hard to fuck around and do that. So New York, that's my steez. Might just fuck around and take 1 or 2 trades London, catch 1 candle and get out. And then New York, just go ahead and kick it off. That's what I'm looking for tonight. Who's like a London session trader? I'm trying to see who would be up at these crazy hours and would be down to get on a stream. I think like Andy, like Santi. Where's Swaggy C?
Maybe Druzy.
Bro, Swaggy C don't sleep. Doesn't Drew gets good sleep, bro? Drew gets up at like 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Damn. Bro, where's Swaggy?
Swaggy trades London?
Bro, Swaggy sleeps like 2 hours a day, bro. This man's unreal.
Oh my God.
Bro, I'm telling you, like, he's actually just different. If he's working on something important, my bad, I'm texting him. I sound mad dyslexic right now. I'm texting him right now, but yeah, like, bro, if he's working on a project or something, I've seen that he's up for like 18 hours, like 24 hours straight, just like cranking shit out. So he really grinds.
Nah, guys, y'all gotta get your sleep, bro. I don't know how some of these folks function on 2 and 3 hours of sleep. Like, yo.
I don't know, bro. Sleep is medicine, fam. Sleep is everything. I used to really neglect sleep. I was like, oh, grind. Like, efficiency is more important than just action. Like, you have to be well rested. You got to be able to make good decisions, and good decisions is where most wealth is made. You got to be clear minded, and that's the main key.
I feel like if you don't sleep at least 6 hours, like, you're literally killing your health at that point.
Yeah. I mean, some people are actually built different. Like, they did a whole study at MIT where basically some people are like, that was the conclusion, is some people are built different. No, like the deepest parts of sleep, the REM sleep, where a lot of, let's say, protein synthesis, a lot of memory collection, memory retention get built. Some people, they reach REM sleep a lot faster. So they can go to sleep within an hour, they're in deep sleep. And then for 4 hours, they're in deep sleep and they're done. They really got what they needed. For other people, they don't reach deep sleep for about 2-3 hours. So it takes some time. those are the folks 7, 8, 9 hours might be more beneficial. So it's I guess it's good to know which one you are.
You ever see those people that like they just put their heads down and they automatically fall asleep?
Bro, there's some of those people, I'm telling you.
It's crazy.
Dude, I remember people in high school like just sleeping in class. Like, bro, how do you do it? It's so uncomfortable.
Yo, they just put their head down and they're like, I know this one girl, like, bro, head down on the pillow and that's it.
No, I'm gonna be honest, like it depends. If you really get it, if you really put in work that day, like if you really put in work, I feel like it's not hard to fall asleep. I feel like it's the days where I'm just like, I don't know, like if I grinded, if I really got up early and I grinded all day, by the end of the day, the second my head hits that pillow, I'm asleep. But there's some other days where I'm just chilling. I'm like, it's like 12:30, 1 a.m. I'm like, bruh. So for me, I just feel like it just depends.
Yeah.
Did you see that DM? I didn't see that DM.
I used to think my shorty was cheating on me. I'm like, how did I just talk to you at 8:52 and it's 8:55 and you're not answering? She's like, dude, I fell asleep. I'm like, yo, I didn't think you fall asleep in like 3 minutes.
It's
You guys
crazy
are up to something shady. I'm like, yo, you're up to something shady. She's like, dog, I just knocked out. Like, yo, crazy, man, crazy.
That's crazy. No, it's like
everybody
the
texting
London
me.
trader schedules is crazy. It's like, yo, it's good in the weekdays, then in the weekends it's just like, damn, what the fuck do you do till 5 a.m.?
Yo, do you see gold coming back down? Yo, gold's coming back down. It's that 1691 area. Look at that reversal. Once it breaks out of the 00 candle, I don't know if you guys know this, but if you look at the 00 candle, if you go back and back test it, like 80% of the time, price breaks out of the high or low of that candle. It's like it goes in either direction. Like literally, you just take the breakout to the next resistance or support, and it literally does that every time.
Which candle?
The 00 candle.
So like right here.
Yeah. Go to that.
Meaning like the time. Like
okay.
the midnight candle.
Yeah, midnight open. Okay.
My boy's on army time, bro. You got to speak. You got to talk for Dimitri. He's got 75 IQ points on us, man. You got to chill out.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I like to use UTC time. I don't know why, but
bro, you had to put this in English instead, bro. I'm having trouble keeping up. I'm technologically challenged. You're using it military time. I'm having to count on my fingers again.
Yo, technologically challenged is a bar. I like that.
No, bro, I was fucking up, bro. Because what's it called? Raja got on the stream earlier. I don't know if you guys knew about this. Raja got on the stream earlier and gave us a 10,000 euro account to trade.
Oh, really?
Basically, like I'm telling you, like on some real shit, like a whole 10,000 euro account. And he said profits from this account we're gonna go to charity. Bro, I was out here trying to take mad trades. Like I'm out here trying to put this buy limit in on CAD CHF still, but my boy sent me the investor password and not the trader's password. like this button to take trades doesn't click. And then I was trying it for a hot minute, and I was really looking stupid. And so I kind of told people I was technologically challenged because I didn't know how to figure this out. It turns out my man did me dirty. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of in the clear.
Yo, that's like
I think about it.
That's my new mixtape name, technologically challenged. I like
technologically challenged.
Bro, stop, bro. No, this is real shit. Like people on the internet be like, oh, Roy dodged the challenge. Like, bro, bro, they saw me. I clicked on every single button on that MT5 trying to get this shit to work, trying to take these trades. I was not ducking any challenge, and this money was gonna go for the kids. I just wanted everybody to know this.
For the kids.
It's for the kids.
Yeah, word on the street is Roy even went and bought another iPad. He thought his iPad was messed up.
Bro, I was downloading, re-downloading. I grabbed my neighbor's phone. I said, come here. I'm downloading MP5 on his phone. It was for the kids. I don't know.
Yeah, but if you look at the 00, like if you literally go back and back test it, bro, like I swear, like every single time, like if you look at gold, 22 o'clock, 23 o'clock, there's always a period of consolidation. And then when you look at the 00, it breaks the higher low of that candle and it just tanks like 200 pips, like 75.
I fuck with that. I'm gonna give you some sauce real quick. This is like everybody's been dropping sauce. I'm gonna give you guys some real sauce. Okay. Trend lines, zones, cool. Okay. What is it? What's the real game? It's the business model of how these markets move. Periods of consolidation where markets are basically just trapping retail liquidity. And so I'm going to put it to right here because I'm assuming your 00 candle is like, that's right there. This
So you
is
were
the
just
point where we get a break.
Mhm.
So get a break up and then a push down, or you get a fake down and then a push up. Either of those two. So then you gotta get this like fake to one side motion, fake to another side where it hits a key level, and then once it hits those key levels, you can kind of get a continuation of the overall trend. So that's basically like pre-New York. This is what I do is I'll basically draw the pre-New York consolidation. I'll wait for that first kind of whipsaw fake out to the upside and downside. And I'll try to catch either the longs at the lows or the shorts at the top. It's kind of unorthodox, but it works. And so also New York open and London open. So wherever like the London price is, that gets retested in New York as well. So just by kind of tracking the open and the close of those sessions, using those retests, that's kind of my intraday strategy. Bigger picture, we already saw continuation of a trend. That's straightforward.
I like the way you kind of simplify. What's so funny?
Like,
I've used Fibonacci and I have no idea how to use Fibonacci.
Yeah, same.
I have no idea how to use it. I drew it on the chart one time. I thought I was really doing something.
Boys, I'm about to break this down in about 15 seconds. Someone start the clock. There are impulsive waves and there's retracement waves. All right. We all know this. You find the beginning of the trend and then you find the top of the recent impulse and then you just measure it in the direction of the trend. So if it's going up, you measure it from bottom to top. And what it does is it just measures the retracement to see how much of this overall move we've retraced. So if this overall move is 100 pips, have we retraced back 50, 60, 70, 80 pips? So oftentimes the market will retrace anywhere between 50 to 80% of the overall impulse and then make a continuation. So we use the fib levels to line them up with previous area of market structure to add an extra level of confirmation for a high probability trade. That is a Fibonacci retracement.
Wow. That was actually beautiful. Actually, you should literally make a 20-second video doing that.
That man needs to make a TikTok on that.
Or like a course on the internet. But look, we had this spring up. We're kind of having this a little bit of like a double top, pull back to the 78. So anywhere between 60 to 80% right here. Then we're going to get a break of the highs. So you use the retracement levels as the entry and then these extension levels as the targets. So if we're measuring from here to here, everything outside of this range is extra. So the extension target right here, that's target one.
Honestly,
Target
that's
two.
kind of like deviation points too, if you really think about it.
That's exactly what it is. Like they're all like all of the zones are equidistant from each other. So if you're looking at it as like any other price action sort of strategy, it all still makes sense. It's just like how many standard deviations above the high are you shorting? So sometimes some of the expansions are 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviations, and sometimes even 3 standard deviations above during high news.
So could you incorporate deviations like the statistical probability chance of it hitting like 0.5, 1 standard, 2 deviations, like Fibonacci, or is it more just?
The way I look at trading is it's honestly, I try to simplify it as much as possible. So I say like if the market's going to retrace to one of these higher levels before we short, I assign a probability to each of these levels of which one's more likely. So let's say this level, the 61%, this has a 50% chance of shorting from this level. I'll just assign this is like a general probability.
Oh, is that the statistical chance, or is that just you kind
the statistical chance of it? Like once it reaches this level, it's going to tank.
Okay.
And then the 78, as it retraces a bit higher, gets into a previous area of selling right here. Then I'll assign a bit of a higher probability. Okay. And then as it starts to break the structural zone, each level gets lower and lower of it dropping. Does that make sense?
So
I have these, and then as I layer confirmations, and so you can use any level of indicators and price action points, previous support and resistance zones, key levels, and any sort of like price action indicator that you want. And each one that you can layer on top of the trade adds to the statistical probability. So the fact that there's a previous support and resistance zone here, maybe that bumps up the 60% likelihood up to 65%. And let's say there's a standard deviation point of yours that also lands here, that'll turn the statistical probability up to 69%. Let's say there's a trend line that sits there, it'll bump it up to 74%. You see how that works?
Wait, but why is the probability getting higher the higher the market get? Wouldn't it get lower? Because isn't that like if it keeps going up, wouldn't it be less probable versus when it goes down, keeps going down, wouldn't it be less probable too? Like I'm saying, like, you know, like let's say we're saying, oh, the market's gonna go up to 1710. Wouldn't that be less probable because like the chance keep going up?
Yeah, I would say everything above the 78 fib right here, everything above 1704, it would start to get exponentially lower. So it would do 40 and then like 20 or 10, probably even like 10% over here.
Okay, word.
So it gets higher, it gets hot, and then as it starts to break, it's like, oh fuck, it's getting colder.
Okay, I see what you mean.
So there's like a golden zone here. It's ideal.
Fire.
Yeah, Nas is dropping.
I like the way you think about trading, bro.
Oh, stop playing with me.
Come on now. Come on.
Composure, lads. Composure.
It might drop there in London, bro.
No, we're about to get this little bitch moving. It's about to whip back up.
Yeah,
No,
it's definitely
gonna
30.
Especially for the weekly, that shit is about to collapse, bro.
Yeah, bro. Nas is dropping.
You think go to 11780 on the weekly? Or is that ridiculous?
Let me see.
It definitely could.
Because from a monthly,
bro, I'm trying to get this thing to take out the high. Like, okay, look, without a fundamental news event like Ukraine or some kind of war, I don't think we can take out these lows. But I don't know. I really feel like we can retrace a little bit more of these lows. Dude, we printed $17 trillion. They're taking out 100 billion every single month out of the economy. This thing still has room to the downside. I'm just saying.
Nah, you're right.
What do you guys think? Like in terms of fundamentals, like the threat, like not necessarily war itself, but like the threat of war, like, you know, when you see like, you know, this country's doing military drills or stuff like that, or like throwing missiles in this country's water, like how does that affect the charts, do you guys think, as compared to like, you know, other things?
So 99% of military exercises are just shows of power. So basically you'll have like, you know, all the military activity around Taiwan, especially near Pelosi's visit, that wasn't really as a threat as much as it was a show of dominance, and not even like to show dominance to the rest of the world, but to show dominance to their own people. So the Chinese government was a bit weak at the time. They used that opportunity as a stunt to show the Chinese people that they still have a control over their own waters. And so most military exercises are a show of power. Escalations of conflict, that's when certain treaties get broken. If Russia is already invading certain parts of Ukraine, that is accepted by the global community. These 4 areas are getting bombed. Okay, the world has accepted that part. As soon as a certain area that's not really supposed to be a target starts to get invaded, that's when you see a genuine escalation of conflict. If they start selling oil in local currencies, genuine escalation of conflict. If they go into another neighboring country outside of Ukraine, escalation of conflict. So military exercise is routine. They don't really play a part. When you see like an actual escalate, like a genuine escalation of global conflict, that's when, if you guys remember the risk conversation we had earlier today, that's when the risk sentiment turns to risk off. And everybody's just sort of like selling all stocks. They're selling cryptos, they're selling gold, and everyone's getting into the dollar.
Is there any way to look at like how many weapons are being sold? Like, is there anything that shows that? Like X amount of weapons were sold from this country to this country, or this amount of country imported or exported certain weapons. Can we see that somewhere, you think?
Like a way to like quantify the hostility, basically?
Well, you can't really quantify the possibility of an escalation, because the whole point of something that moves the markets is it's unexpected. Unexpectedness moves the markets the most, because markets move on a relative basis based on expectations. So if it moves too much to what people are expecting, that's where you get to see these price changes that are crazy. So by definition, an escalation of conflict that's unexpected, you can't I mean, you can predict it. It's Taiwan and Ukraine, but how it's going to happen and when it happens, that's up in the air. Now, the actual arms question, I'm pretty sure you can go and look at the government contracts that are public and see how many arms are being dealt. Plus, if you're talking about arms dealt to foreign governments, yeah, it's in the bill. You can actually go and read the bill and see how much was allocated to Ukraine. It's like $100 billion we sent to Ukraine.
Right.
But you don't send those kinds of arms unless you think that there's a potential for an escalation there. That's
Okay.
actually like real. You know?
30 million or billion? You said billion.
I said $100 billion.
Oh, you said 100 billion. I'm bugging.
Yeah, and enough to basically wipe out like a quarter of the student loan debt. How much did Biden send Ukraine for weapons? It's a good way to ask the question, right? Pretty unbiased. Is it 3 billion? Am I bugging? Okay, it's 3 billion, people.
3 billion.
Twitter had hyped it up. It was 3 billion. Sorry, y'all. I hyped that thing up way too much. Okay, 100 billion was atrocious. 3 billion, understandable. Kind of a drop in the bucket.
You said 100 billion. You said
100 billion. That's crazy. That's craziness. I take that back, y'all.
$100. 100 billion is nuts.
Who's in Nas for shorts?
I'm sick. I missed it.
I feel
Not playing.
it's definitely still going down.
Yeah, I think it might come back up one more time. Then.
I just personally wouldn't like.
Roy, it might hit your break.
But this one's gonna wick up, bro.
Yeah,
this one's gonna wick back up.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't enter now. I would enter once it gets to back down to that level of support. That's right.
Well, we do not chase. Let me preface this and say yes, because it's moving. We do not chase. You're entering about, like, look, if this is the trade, it's already kind of shitty because it's a 1-to-1. Let's go ahead and bring down that. If you entered right now, you're looking at a 0.4 to 1 R&R.
No
Leave
shot.
her. She's not worth it. There's more fish in the sea.
Don't save her.
Don't save her.
Don't save her, bro. She don't want to be saved. You got NFP tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm stoked for tomorrow.
I'm not, dude. I'm fucking. I mean, I'm up and I'm pumped, but I know by tomorrow morning I'm gonna be seeing stars. I'll be like GJ. I mean US 30. I mean, like,
I
you're
love
on Microsoft Word, man.
I love when we see it collapse and we're like, damn, we missed out on it, and then there's just like 15 more where that came from.
Yeah, bro. I always remind myself, like, I always zoom out to the monthly and I remind myself how many trades I missed before I started trading. Whenever I get blown about missing a trade, I'm like, look at all the trades I missed, the thousands and millions of trades I missed before I started trading. The markets ain't going nowhere. They're gonna be here far after us and far before us.
Yup. It's a fact.
That's a good way to look at it.
Bro, look at every single trade you missed.
Facts.
All this shit back here. What were you doing in 2018, Sam? In these house parties, being degenerate. You could have catching these Nasdaq loans.
Look at it like, yo, look back at your life on all the trades that you missed and what you could have been doing. That's
oh man,
that's deep.
The thing is, like, it's unrealistic though. That's like the reality of it is, as funny as it is, like, it's unrealistic to have caught all these trades. It's just impossible.
Yeah.
Even if you were locked in and everything. So it's like, you can't stress over missing a trade because there's always going to be millions more.
Yeah, that's the beauty about it.
Yeah.
So what's your take
I
on?
was just looking at Nas for the longest time, and I was like, "Oh, she's about to drop," and I just didn't execute. But I mean, all the signs were there.
I mean, bro, it was really fucking slow.
In there either. I hopped on after you had that markup too.
Nah, it was hella slow, fam. I'm gonna just be honest with you. It was like dead for a little bit. Like, this one candle just popped out of nowhere.
Yeah, I could see that consolidation.
Do you guys use any limit orders at all? Do you ever find yourself exercising sell limits and buy limits?
I do.
Honestly,
Do you like more like market execution, limit orders, or stops, or do you think you utilize all three? That's a question.
you can utilize all three. I'm personally like, bro, I'm like a control freak. Not a control freak, but like, I'm like, when I'm cooking, like I was explaining this earlier. When I'm cooking, some people leave the eggs in the pan and they walk into the next room and they're like doing some shit and they come back. I gotta watch the pan. And even though I'm not touching it and I know I'm not touching it, I'm not affecting the process, I still need to like keep my eye on it. And so that's the same, it's the same thing with me. So I like to market execute just so I can monitor and adjust if needed. But there's nothing wrong with limit orders.
So even if
I
you
love limit orders.
a buy stop or sell stop, you're still kind of effectively looking at it as if you took market execution.
Stops I don't actually like, because I feel like what markets love to do is, because institutions love stop orders and they love to combine stops with limits, where like if the market breaks through, and then comes back in, it'll execute you in the trade. So what they'll try to do is basically go through certain zones to activate buy stops that are sitting above the highs, and then sit above that level and then crash. This is where we get liquidities, like kind of these spikes like this. And so buy stops for me above a certain level, I guess, but I have a philosophy to buy low and sell high.
You wouldn't use it for like an overbought or oversold zone.
I don't really like to use it because, for example, like if I think the market's going to end up down here, I believe the prime entry is as close to this zone as possible. And so if there's a sell limit, like off this break of structure, I know that we have a pretty clear sell down this range, right? If we're just looking at these candlesticks to the left. Right. So once we break that level, we have another clear zone here. But by the time we enter, like, look at how far away we are from the real entry. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Like we're so far away from that ideal entry that the risk and reward is just kind of skewed. And so buy stops to me mess up the R&R. Now, I guess you could put the buy stop like this. For example, like if it breaks the structure, you get activated. The R&R could still kind of make sense, but I just feel like the prime entry is at the top. So waiting for pullbacks and limits rather than stops, that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, in this scenario, honestly, like if I were to use a limit, this would be when I would use it. Like right before I go to sleep, like if I, in that area where you have your markup right there, like if that price retests that level, and I'm sleeping, like I need a limit there. I'm not gonna be up to market execute that. You know what I mean?
Honestly, the reason why I love buy stops and sell stops, and only on specific pairs. Like I wouldn't really do a buy stop on like Euro USD or like
exactly, Roy. Yep.
Only on volatile pairs, because I know statistically, like if I do it on a pair like US30 or NAS, and I'm only
chart addict shit. Oh my bad, Dimitri, my bad.
No, you straight. And I'm aiming for like 50 pips to like 40 pips. I know that's more probable on NAS 100 US30 than Euro USD. So I feel like a buy stop and sell stop might be advantageous in that setting, depending on how you're doing it. Like if you're scalping or if you're looking for break of structure.
Yeah, that's fair.
Into, because you do have the buy stops and sell stops that wick a little bit, and then they just wick back up.
So I had to learn this when I was getting my series license, like the Series 7. I was talking to a bunch of technicians, and they have these like orders where it's a buy stop limit. And so they're like, I'm telling you, they're combining orders.
You have a Series 7?
I have Series 7, 66, SIE.
Oh, that's awesome. Love that. Honestly, I feel
they have buy stop limits on MT5.
My bad. What'd you say?
I said they have buy stop limits and sell stop limits on MT5.
Yeah, that's like, those are complex strategies. I mean, I honestly love those strategies. If you're really locked in, you know how to use them, which is basically like if price breaks above this previous area of structure and closes. And so like, how far would it have to pop up to close? Well, basically up here. So basically the buy stop would be right here. So as soon as this buy stop get activated, then it puts a limit right here. So then on the way down, you get to catch this buy limit and then pump the market up. So it's like, okay, if you get an egregious break of structure that shows a clear break of trend, then it sets a buy limit. And so they can use these complex strategies. For me, I'm just like, bro, is it going up or down? I'm waiting for this retest.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. It's a 61 retest waiting right here. Why am I trying to reinvent the wheel? It's like literally asking to get, I mean, I don't know, bro. Simple.
You have your stop loss where it's at, right? You haven't moved it to break even?
For what, Naz?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know, bro. I'm trying to close that trade.
Yeah, I would close it.
Bro, you could close it and just re-enter or place a limit. You feel me?
Yeah, just take the loss on that.
All right, here's what I'm about to do. I'm about to close the majority of it. I just boom, close the majority of it. And I'm about to put the rest in just break even. Whatever happens, happens. If it does continue to drop, then we get the full thing. If not, then no harm lost. This engulfing is a really good sign, though. On the 1 hour, it hasn't closed, though. We have 25 minutes left. If this thing kind of wicks back up, not what you want. 30-minute looking good so far. We need that lower high, and it's done.
Oil's about to pop and tank. Right at the 88 level.
All right,
Roy,
yo, give me about give me
energy?
5 minutes. I'm about to pop over to the bathroom. What'd you say, Sam?
I said, how's your energy, bro? It's been over 12 hours now, right?
Yeah, bro, I'm living the dream. I could do this for another 3 days. but I do have to piss like a racehorse. So
Love
give me a
to
couple
hear it.
minutes. I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Hold down the fort.
Blood clot.
Hey, Dimitri, man, thanks again for showing us what's up on those charts, bro. I see you turn your camera on.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Yeah, I never turned my camera on, so I was like, let me just turn it on. Like,
You know, I'm gonna go and look at that indicator you had on there. It's called like VVR or something or other.
VPR.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up and get to know that.
Yeah, bro, just trading volume, like time sequence, and looking at contracts of where the majority of the liquidity is or where the majority of volume is like the best. That and price action.
Hey, you're not the one they call the Goldfather, are you?
No, I am.
You are.
I'm the Goldfather.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. I've seen a video a long, long time ago, and you're the only person I know for all the videos I've seen that use that. And so when I seen that on the chart, I was like, okay, I think I know who this is.
Right.
And I have no idea really how it works, but I'm sure I can find it on YouTube or I can search it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that video, the OO video, which I was talking about.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking that up for sure.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if you guys, I don't know if I'm crazy, but I'm seeing US 30 shorts 500 area. Like it's a area of retest. Hour chart.
Jordan, is that you?
I
can't really
What's
hear you,
up,
bro.
Sam?
My guy.
What up, my guy?
I can hear you now.
Long time, bro. Long time no see, man.
For real, it's
How
been
you
a
been,
minute.
bro?
How you been? Good,
Good,
bro.
man.
Good.
Taking it day by day, bro.
Andy Peters is in this waiting room.
No
I'm
way.
about to let Andy in. The commotion's about to start. I didn't mean to cut. This was a very genuine moment. I really feel bad now. I just cut that off. I'm sorry, yo.
Nah, it's with Andy.
I was
Andy
catching up and shit. Damn, my bad.
Look up the whole
We got
vibe.
Andy. Damn, you feel me? I just cut right. I'm like, oh, I know that you guys are having a real genuine human moment right here, but
He's in the building.
let me just cut in real quick.
The ego has fallen. It's in here.
Yeah, no, my bad, y'all. My bad. I'll make Andy wait. No problem. Oh man. Yeah, my bad, yo. But nice to see y'all catching up.
Who's Austin? Oh, that's Austin. Austin.
The Austin.
Yeah, I didn't know who Austin was. I clicked on the chart and it says DAC days published on TradingView.
Bro, the chart he sent is actually fire. He was
Yeah, it's
catching every
fire.
retracement up. Sniping the hell out of US 30.
That's my sniping buddy. My US 30 sniping buddy. That just goes to show you, like, you could trade it however you want. 1 minute pattern, 4 hour pattern, 30-minute pattern, whatever pattern you want.
Yeah, so it's also sending these charts out. Let him grab the mic real quick and tell him what he's seeing.
You should. Where's my guy Austin at? Peters.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Austin, you want to take over the screen?
Give me a minute.
You had that markup. It kind of looked dangerous. What it said to me was get out those shorts.
Look, look, you just need to get that 10K account back up and running over there.
But I'm trying. What time is it in Pakistan right now?
Bro, he's got to be awake right now. He's got to.
Yeah, we called you out on that one.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and share screen. Hold on. What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Living the dream.
Yeah, man. Dude, by the way, quick NFT plug real quick. Called the it just pumped up to now came back down to 1. Pretty good entry over there. So from the bottom, let's go ahead and zoom out real quick. So like Jordan said, I'm usually a scalper on US 30. Whenever we're looking at higher time frames, we're still looking at.
Give it some time to load.
Oh, is it loading now?
Yeah, go ahead.
So just from this actual movement, like we're still looking for retracement up to a higher time frame. So we're just now kind of approaching the 236 zone.
I'm seeing Magic Eden.
Oh, is that bad?
It might be lagging.
Yeah.
Oh, good. We're up there now.
You good now? Can you hear me?
All right. Go ahead.
Damn, that's tough.
What's up, Andy?
Bro, I'm just chilling.
Just hanging out.
Just chilling, man.
Hanging out with the squad on a Thursday night.
How are you guys doing?
Living the dream, man. We're about 11 hours, 12 hours into the stream. Raja came by, handed me a $10,000 account, but I think it was like the investor password or something. So I can't trade it yet. Doing great.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yep. We got Dimitri on here. Dimitri was spitting some game earlier. We got Aman on here. We got our coach Jordan on here. Got a pretty nice squad.
Nice.
You guys able to hear me now?
Do what?
Oh, you guys able to hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. Can you guys see the screen?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Sorry for the lag. Running on the hotspot right now in the middle of nowhere again. So you guys are just asking about the charts. I scalp US 30 usually on the 1 minute time frame. Just been riding kind of the trend on the upward side here. So as you can see, we've just been moving in an upward direction. Roy just broke down kind of the fibs, simple turnaround point. Expecting at least like Roy's been waiting for a selling opportunity up in this area. This is like the 236 zone of the larger movement on a higher time frame. So we've kind of just been retracing up. We failed to actually hit, so I'm still anticipating a larger movement to the upside. So we've just been kind of stacking fibs on top of each other. Simple movements, retracements to the 50% 618 zone, retracement to the 50% 618. Same thing here. So we're kind of just looking and waiting in this area. So if this breaks, then that's when we would kind of have some confirmation for some sells. But this is showing that we still have bullish momentum at this time. So not necessarily taking this trade right now, just saying that it's a key area that we would look for potential entries if the risk to reward is there. So kind of just hanging out. Like I said, Roy, you've been looking at sniping. So it's kind of just at least anticipating some sort of movement up to the 236 zone to kind of come sweep this. We do have no wick right here. So potential, like I think I heard Jordan say earlier, anticipating maybe around the 31,500 area at this zone to then potentially get some push up. We could sweep here because there's also no wick in this zone, which would be a nice break and retest kind of this structure right here. So just kind of playing things out right now and hanging out, waiting to see some sort of liquidity grab before push higher.
Your name is Austin, right?
Yes, sir.
You sound just like Anthony, bro.
Dude, I resonate with him a lot, man. He's a good guy.
The twins.
I hear him talk all the time, so you guys have just a similar tonality.
Appreciate it, man. You can tell a lot about a person's voice.
It's funny.
Yeah, man. So that's kind of what I was just seeing. Anybody got anything else?
That's for now.
Oh, that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, man.
It's simple.
What's your takes on oil and gold?
Oil and gold? I don't know, man. I only mess around with gold a little bit. Just playing quarters a little bit off of that. Usually higher time frame swings on gold. nothing really scalping wise. So higher time frame gold, nice rejection. I don't know. This is previous structure. Probably going to come back up to this quarter point, 1725 at some point. We already had our retest here. So then this was what Roy was talking about on using your fib on the push. We now have some fibs, some dojis forming right above the 236 zone. So we can anticipate probably some liquidity grab above these wicks right here to then have some bullish structure here. So we'd either come down, we either push up to then push lower, come fill this wick, or we end up once again breaking this kind of Fibonacci for another liquidity grab back up to this retest at the quarter point, and then a push further down. But this could also be where news happens. So since we did break potentially that structure on the fib, then this is where maybe a whipsaw could occur to then actually have a push to the upside. So I usually only trade off of candle closures once when you get to these key areas and points. So as of right now, you'd be looking for buying opportunities. Drop down to the lower time frames. And you can still use your fibs once when you find kind of the bottom, working your way up to the tops. So from here, you have your first 50% 618 retracement. Then you would have your next fib with the break of structure here, which you can tell that we're still working within this Fibonacci pattern here. We have had a valid retest of the 50% 618 multiple times. We even had a wick down to the 78886, but we did not break structure. So we're still showing bullish momentum. Zooming in a little bit, you can see that we just touched off 50% again, now closing above the 236 zone. Not a bad risk to reward opportunity if you're looking for longs. That's probably the trade you're looking at. Oops.
Well,
So that's what I got.
Yeah. I think it's going to have some trouble breaking that 1704, 1705 area. But yeah, I definitely see it pushing up a little bit from here.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario, you come up to the 78886, but you'd at least be taking partials somewhere around here. That's all I got.
Well, thank you, sir. I know I kind of put you on the spot there, Austin. I appreciate you breaking that down.
You're good, boss. Absolutely, man.
So what up, what up, what up? Anybody want to hop on, share what they're looking at, or
Man, I'm just gonna click buys on US 30.
Oh no, here we go.
I figured it was coming.
Yep.
Oh, I knew it.
I have no idea. I haven't been up there yet. Yeah, I just said click buys. That's it.
So no entry in mind, no stop loss, just right now, everywhere, all times, buys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing within a pretty good range, I think. I mean, we're always look at like how far we down we drop the market as a whole. So whenever we have a push that big coming far down, you know, it's like, man, you're eating up a ton of orders and everything that we jumped. You know, we had the big push back on July. So it'd be hard for me to see them push this thing down another 1,000, 1,500 pips.
Do you think that we're going to retrace to 32236? You think that's possible?
Man, I would like to, I mean, personally, I'd like to see like, 32.5.
32.5?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking because there's a little gap too around that area.
Yeah.
It looks like it's opening to the high, like all the sellers are getting trapped. I see what you mean though, right? Coming right out of consolidation. Yup.
And I always trade opposite of what everyone's pushing for. So, you know, if you've got, I mean, everyone right now, well, I'd say not everyone, but a bulk majority of everyone is bearish. You know, everyone's freaking out. You've got all this news coming out. You've got, you know, just no one feels safe. Jobs can't hire people. And everyone's like, yeah, the market's completely bearish. And if everyone as a whole is bearish on the market and the market pushes down, that means everyone's going to win. Everyone's going to be riding around with Lambos, and that's not going to happen. You're going to have a bulk majority of people just get stuck. So, you know, maybe get another leg down, maybe, you know, to the, if anything, I'd say in that 31, 100, 31, 200 range, and then push back up and get back into that 32.5, bounce around in there for a bit, close some orders up top, and then let her rip.
Yeah, because if you look at that level of 31527, there's a huge ass work on the left-hand side where it just pushed up.
Which I'm, you know, for me, I'm playing within positive equity. I've got sales at like $500 a pip at 33,000, and I've got buys at basically $380 to $400 a pip at 30,100. So everything in between, I'm basically just scalping. And then when it finally decides to make its big push, just close everything out.
You have buy stops there or market execution?
Oh no, I'm actually in buys. That's where I have my buys.
Okay.
I'm still holding them. I've got like $180,000 in swap fees right now.
Oh,
I've been holding these things forever.
oh, you swing more than you scalp, right?
Yeah, I do now, probably more than before, because I traded a lot during the start of the pandemic, and I slapped myself in the face because I was scalping so much. And it's like, all I had to do was hold those trades.
Right.
It's like, I've got an entry at 19,200. I'm closing out at 19,600. And then I get into sells, and then I get into more buys, and I get into sells. I'm just scalping back and forth. And it was like,
You're kind of like scalp swinging, like you're just scalping the trend, but then you're also having some positions you hold.
exactly. So I was like, man, if I would have just stacked the position, stayed true to how I trade crypto and stocks, it would have been just an unreal trade, just unreal. So I basically, the way that I trade now is I'll take the trade. If I can get a 250 to 300 pip push, like a solid push, and we break a zone, then I'll go ahead and protect that entry at about a 25 to 50 pip stop loss and profit. I'll close partials, and then I'll just let it run. And then if there's a larger time frame inside, like, you know, the daily or weekly, I'll push for that TP.
Yeah, I could see that. I agree. I agree with that analysis. That's everybody's big on the Fibonacci. My boy Roy wasn't lying.
Come on, bro. Naked price action and some fibs. Oh,
Bro, and the volume profile is heavy at US 30, the same line that he's talking about around 31578. And then the point of control. Heavy.
So everybody's kind of looking. I mean, we were kind of talking about this. Everyone's kind of looking for shorts. So we were talking about just having this big candle just push down tomorrow, or having a spike up. Do you look at the NFP news any differently in terms of like re-entering the trade, or just holding this one trade, or what do you think about the news?
Are you asking me, Roy?
Yeah.
Man, I mean, normally I'll just go in and set my zones. In whichever direction it goes, I take the trade. I use things to react to. So, like, for example, in the morning, I'll be trading live. And the way that I approach an FP week, if market opens, I'll typically have about a 50 to 60 pip gap with any of my markups just to allow a possible wick to come through. And if we close, a 5 minute to 15-minute candle below that zone, and it's a zone that I think will push good, then I'll take the trade that direction.
All right. So when we're talking about keeping it simple, I think Andy wins the Olympics here. We really got to keep it simple.
Yeah, I mean, like I've got the little dots on my chart. I draw lines and let them connect, and if it breaks through, I push the button. That's it, and it's worked. So it's worked pretty good for me for the last few years. So I'm just going to continue doing it, and till it breaks.
Just do what works. That's incredible.
I'd like to see it push up hard tomorrow. I really would, because there's every Telegram group that I'm part of, every Discord I'm part of.
Everyone's short, man.
Everyone is short. And there's no possible way that between the Telegram groups that I looked at today, I was talking to a few of my buddies earlier. I was like, in these Telegram groups, between everyone, there's almost 400,000 people that of the active Telegram groups that I'm looking at. And every single one of those people are short. There's absolutely no way 400,000 people in these groups are going to win tomorrow.
You know what I love what you said? It's like, if everyone's positioned a certain way, and it's like, is everybody really about to go to Lamborghinis tomorrow?
No.
Is everybody about to be rich and buy their mom a house tomorrow? It's like, probably not. Chances of that bullish spike.
No, obviously you've got people that could still win being short. What kills people is they'll over leverage. So everyone could be short and the market could end up going short, but you could get, 150 to 250 pip 5-minute candle. And next thing you know, that person trading, $50 a pip is margined out.
That's key, especially with trading news. You got to give it, if you are going to give it room to breathe, you're going to have to be positioned, small enough to be able to actually let it play.
Exactly.
I like that.
It's kind of what happened today. Literally what happened today. The 9:30 to the 10 o'clock candle gave us the shorts and gave us long wicks to the downside with 100 more. That's really where I made my money. But that's because I have the rule of 100 pips for that reason. But overall, we're just looking for the buys. That it wasn't go for longs for the simple fact it's kind of checked out. Especially in a consolidating area.
Yeah, I was extremely bullish this morning because I was donating blood. And every time I donate blood, the market buys up massively.
And
there's donating blood every day.
I'm Roy. I will send you the screenshot right now.
Andy that's my leading indicator. I pull up my RSI, my stochastics, and then I call Andy and check if he's at the red cross. If all those things line up,
trading sacrifice shit right there.
Dimitri, remember we talked about stacking confirmations for the probability? If the trade's at 70% probability, if I call Andy and he's at the blood drive, if he's at the blood drive, that's at 85%. That's my last one. I'm in. I'm full margin. I'm calling James.
Oh, Roy's too.
Sorry, Andy. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, bro, you're good. I'm sending you screenshots of everything so you can see. I'm gonna say, bro, that's stupid.
Bro, but you know what's crazy? Even the contract with retail traders, spreaders, hedgers, it's all puts right now.
Yep, it is.
It's all puts.
The thing is, when you see everybody positioned that way, that means the true direction is short. But the question is, are we going to see a massive liquidity grab first? And that answer is almost always yes.
And we have to remember that the banks, as a whole, when the banks can see every order that's out there, so they know where all the money's at. Like they know where every order, every dime is. So for the banks will win more if they buy right now.
For sure. Because there's someone to trade on the opposite side of them. Banks can't really make money unless there's a bunch of retail orders on the other side of them.
Exactly.
And a lot of smaller hedge positions are on the other side, so they can take advantage of. But when everyone's positioned a certain way, that means at some point the market will go back bearish.
Yep.
But not without a fight.
Yep. It's fun. They also added more contracts at 31.7, 1375, and 1385. I was looking. I don't know if you guys use open interest. at all, but the open,
Yeah.
I was looking at the open interest and the open interest change in the addition of contracts that they added and took away. But the open interest shows also that they did add a lot of contracts. So,
Dude, I just want to be at that market making firm for one day, just to see all the order flow data.
If you would
to
have
see
been
how
at
it's
my
aggregated.
Nashville, if you would have been at my Nashville meeting, Roy, you would have seen it.
Stop messing around. Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. We had 3 people that actually work for the banks come in and do some testing and stuff for us and give a speech on some back end operations.
How is the data aggregate? And I don't want to get shut down off YouTube right now. I'm trying to get you guys in suits come up from behind the table and grab. So like, let's keep this 30,000 foot view. How's it look in the back end?
It's pretty wild. It's just numbers. Like there's no, I mean, you're not looking at a chart and throwing, MACDs and RSIs and fibs on it. You're looking at just numbers and where a bulk of the money's setting.
Is it 100% algorithmic, or is there anything manual going on?
There is manual going on, but it's manual watching the algorithmic software.
bro, that's just like, I was just telling Roy about this. It probably looks just like Bookmap. Have you heard of Bookmap?
I've heard of it, but I've heard a few people mention it, but I've never looked at it.
Can I just show you the heat map real quick for a second?
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to see it.
Yeah. It's kind of a new software. It's not like footprint charts or DOM or any of these other order flow charts that you've seen. Like it's pretty new, it's unique. I don't know if it may have the same model as what you were talking about, but I'll just show you.
Oh man, Sam looking fresh in the Chart Addicts hat, bro.
I saw that.
So this is what it essentially looks like. So it just gives you kind of a breakdown, like you could see, and I'll show you another chart to give you more clarity, but it just shows you here like the large cell size orders, and it changes it within color. So it's like a heat map on Call of Duty where you could find your enemies. The one with the darkest color is where the highest form of liquidity is. The one with the lightest color, so the lighter it gets, the more stable the liquidity is. It even shows you when the liquidity is being pulled. So like, let's say this is the darkest point, which is where the liquidity is the highest, and then it turns white and it's going to be a sell, then it would automatically change the order to the buy. So it shows you like when liquidity is being pulled, it shows you the spoofs of like when people get spoofed, like wicked out, and then all the contracts left and right here. I don't know if that's similar, but
yeah, I mean, it's not as that high tech looking, the bubbles and stuff, but I mean, it's very similar to what they're looking at. And that's what one of the market makers, so to speak, was explaining, was the banks are just looking at which direction they can take the market to make the most money based on the orders.
Right.
That's it. It's not really much of structure. And when we see the reason we see structure on a chart and think, oh, well, the structure's here, it has to support this, or there's going to be resistance here, or we could possibly take a bounce here. Well, all those candles are showing us is the emotions. When you look at a candle, you're looking at emotions of people, you're looking at emotions of banks, you're looking at the emotions of everyone, and it's showing you a history of price that's within that area for a specific time frame. So of course someone's going, if you're consolidating within a market, you're going to have people buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, because they're trying to take advantage of a move they think's happening. Therefore, the market's going to consolidate. And then you get this massive push up. So what ends up happening in this massive push up, you've got people that are FOMOing, that are continually, going in. And that's obviously what's pushing it up. And the price is just showing you almost like a chemtrail of a plane that flies through. If a plane's flying through the sky, you see the chemtrail. It's leaving its track of where it's been. And if you watch that chemtrail long enough, you're like, oh crap, that plane's about to fly over here, and there it goes. The same happens with price on the chart. The price that we see in the candle bodies and wicks, that's just the trail of where price once traveled, and we're playing with the emotions of people's money.
I like that analogy with the people. I always tell people the candlesticks are they're like body sizes. Everyone has a different body size. Some people are skinny, some people are bigger on the bigger side, some people are muscular. And when you look at the body size of someone, you can't tell anything about their character, but you can tell about their habits.
Yep.
They're a self-disciplined person versus they have a routine, or they eat a lot versus they don't. Like, you can kind of tell about their habits. And so I feel like it's the same thing with the chart. You're right. Just that's it. We see the different candles form. They habitually form those patterns.
And what's crazy is when you look at that candle, I mean, there's someone that just lost everything that they had in one of those candles. And then there's someone that just maybe won the best trade. There's someone that just retired, their family off of it. There's someone who may have just lost an entire savings. There's someone who's changing their generational wealth. Every candle on this chart is something special to somebody. Like even where prices right now, 31,616 right now in US 30, that is someone's TP. And someone right now is screaming up and down because they got in at 31,257. Someone just made a fortune. And then you've got someone on the opposite end right now that's crying because they just lost their account. They just got margin called.
Right. Someone's in a drawdown right now and probably just closed out in a loss.
Exactly. It's crazy. When you look at a chart, there's just,
it's crazy.
It's much more than just candles and wicks. It is the emotions of the entire country and world, everything going in to that candle.
So we don't trade currencies, we don't trade assets, we trade people.
That's it. We're trading emotions.
Yeah, we're trading emotions. That sounds a little better.
Yeah, we're trading people.
We're trading people.
We're trading bodies, guys. We're trading bodies. I take Richard for 5 points here.
There's we're trading stuff. And then there's basically this is us in the FX market. Then there's actual traders who buy the stuff. Let's say these are banks as currencies. Then there's actual institutions that buy currencies, actual currencies. It's called this Citibank will do Wells Fargo, whatever. Then there's people who do futures, options, basically derivative contracts on the security, which is the currency. So these people are betting on what's happening here. These people are betting on what's happening here. And then there's us speculating on that entire market.
Exactly.
We don't ever actually own anything. We don't ever actually take possession of any assets. We don't trade any securities. We're just spot trading. We're basically over here betting on what all these people are doing.
Yeah. And that's why I've always said I like drawing a line, and just if price breaks it, I take the trade. I just have to be on the right side of the market. Like when I explained it to my son or my daughters when they're watching me trade, Lyndon had a massive trade yesterday. She's my 7-year-old daughter. It is massive. And she did it live too. And it's crazy because when I ask them, why are you taking that position? It's always, well, Dad, price just bounced and it's going up. So if it's going up, we need to go up with it. It'd be like, this is literally how my daughter explained it to me. It'd be like one of my friends coming to the house on her bicycle and going down the hill, but me wanting to ride with her and going up the hill. I have to follow her. So Dad, that's the candle.
I like that.
Ted told me something very, very similar. This was years ago. And it's the same analogy. It's like a train going one way. It's like, if you're trying to go south, there's all these trains going north. Don't step in front of the train going north, hoping it just magically turns around.
Yep.
Wait for the thing to finish its route, come back and actually go in that direction and hop in that direction. When you look at a chart like this, Andy, what do you does it say buys? Does it say sells? Does it say wait? How do you look at a chart like this?
For me, that's a buy.
Because we've already had this massive bullish push, and we're starting to.
So the only reason I say buy is because we rode in consolidation. We broke the consolidation at the bottom. We fell down. We couldn't get any lowers on the hour. So we come back up, tested consolidation area, went back up into another area where we dropped and finally broke through. So here, there's so many orders that are still left when we fell out that we have to collect. There are still people right now that are holding shorts, in that 33,200 to 32,900 range. On US 30, NAS is going to trade pretty similar to it as well. So even if you look at NAS, I don't remember the numbers exactly, but I think NAS had its fallout at so I mean, everyone's holding shorts in NAS at 13,000 to 12,900. Those orders haven't been knocked out yet. Those orders are just wide open. They're hanging out. Everyone's chilling with fat profits. And in this game of Forex, no one wins fat profits. It's a small percentage. It's such a small percentage. I mean, think about it. We just had and this is something that I like to tell my people about. If you look at the daily, okay, from where we just fell to the bottom of the wick was one of the biggest pushes that we've had downward since we've had our upwards push back in July. And we've not seen many of the Forex, gurus, the stock gurus and all these guys posting fat profits. So it shows either one, they didn't see the trade coming, or they took the trade and they're still holding it. So it's hard for me to see a push that big down and then everything's pretty quiet. Like it's been pretty silent to have such a large push down on NAS, on US 30, any of those.
Yeah, I just feel like we haven't seen a real retracement. Like this was a minor retracement, but we haven't seen a real retest of any of this bearish pressure.
Exactly.
And as these candles start to get exhausted, and like you said, massive rejection here, I'm starting to see a bit of a slowdown. So this could be a point where
we could still see that push. I mean, like with NAS, I mean, you could still see that nice little push when you look at NAS, on the daily of your screen there. I mean, there was still a nice area of support down that $12,000 range, and we gave a wick to it. We did give a wick down there. But I mean, we could go back down, and hit that area of 11,900, 11,950, and then push back up. And I mean, that basically clears out, a ton of orders of people that were just sitting down there. I've just learned after trading so long that not everyone wins. So it's mostly people that hold on to things, because I've done the same thing. I've been in positions on trades where it's like, man, I'm holding this trade for 6 months. It's such a good trade. I mean, I'm, 1,500, 2,000 pips in profit, yada, yada, yada. And then fast forward a week later, I get knocked out at break even. And it's like, dang, how did that happen? Well, after that happens to you like 30, 40 times, you go back and look and you're like, wow, the market always comes back up and buys. It doesn't always come back and sells, but it always comes back and buys. Always.
Yeah, I found that too. I mean, especially this summer, like holding trades hasn't really been that profitable, but closing in blues, catching good risk to reward, like 2-to-1s, 3-to-1s, and closing has been a lot better than trying to catch the directional swing, because like you said, it comes back
almost every single time, like clockwork.
I still want to see this area get retested here.
Hey, what's going on, Roy? How you doing, bro?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
What's up, Andy? How you doing, bro? I just want to say, dude, I look up to you guys, bro. If it wasn't for you guys, dude, I don't think that I'd be here, especially Goldfather and all you guys, bro. You guys are the goats, bro. Honestly.
Man, thank you so much. I'm just as blessed as you are to be here, brother.
Yeah, definitely, bro. This is kind of surreal to me, bro. I always followed you guys on Instagram and stuff, and now we're all here, dude. I think it's a long time coming, bro.
There you go. So introduce yourself, bro.
I'm Dr. Dollar, bro.
Dr. Dollar, Dr. Dollar. Tell us about yourself.
London live streams, bro. I'm a scalper. I mostly trade GJ. I sometimes trade EJ. But you're mostly of a swinger, right? Or am I tripping?
I'll do day trading, scalping, mostly indices.
Okay.
But I'll swing trade some currencies here and there.
That's dope. No, yeah, dude. I just wanted to come on here. Do you mind Miami, bro? Born and raised. Yeah, bro. And when I saw you guys down here, I was gonna go to the FX Summit, but I was out of town, bro. And I was gonna just pull up, but I was out of town, bro.
It was a fun time. The summit was a blast.
Yeah, maybe I'll go to the next one, bro. Right? Hell yeah, dude, I'm down. I saw all the cars out there, and I was like, damn, bro. Trying to see all the cars, bro.
It got serious.
Yeah,
Andy,
definitely.
It got serious.
What happened?
Well, you were on stage.
Oh yeah, dude, that was fun.
We had a dinner, and then there was a bunch of cars, and
it was fun.
You got, there was a little bump in the road, and then you came back strong. And
I lost my voice. I was done. I think it was because I drank so much on the flight.
Yo, do you mind if I send the link out?
You can send the YouTube link out, but we're trying to keep the
No,
Zoom.
not the Zoom. No, don't trip.
The YouTube, yeah, for sure. Send this out. We're doing this for charity.
What are we donating to, bro?
Oh, we're making it happen.
What are we donating to?
St. Jude's Children's Hospital.
Oh, bro, I actually give away all the donations for my streams throughout the month. I actually give it away to St. Jude, bro.
You're being for real?
Yeah. You can ask
For
for
the
my
kids,
stream,
man.
bro. I do it for the stream as well. All live.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what you trade on YouTube?
Yeah, I trade YouTube, bro.
Oh, good stuff.
Yeah, London, bro.
That's probably why I never seen you. We were just talking about this.
Yeah, I know, dude. I support your streams because I trade London, but I'm always up during New York, and I see your New York streams and Andy Peters. I hop on there as well. But sometimes I'd be knocking out, bro. Going to sleep early.
Shit, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Schedule.
The London schedule is a little tough, bro, in Miami.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, you really just have to, like, we were just talking with Amon, like, you either have to stay up the whole time or you take a quick nap, 8 to 12, and at 12 you get up and get ready.
Yeah, we should start getting some people in here.
So I think GJ can push 162.3.
I like GJ, but on the lower time frames, bro, it's brutal right now.
Yeah, I'm done trading. I had longs here. I had longs down here, and I had longs here. I was in profit like probably 200 pips. This thing came all the way back down, hit my break even on the OG entry, hit my stops on these entries.
Bro, I'm telling you can't swing GJ recently, bro. Recently, it's just been chop fest, bro. I think that once we break out of that triangle, bro, I think it's ready to go somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it would, like, just like what Andy said earlier, a lot of people are positioned a certain way. The markets are going to try to kind of spoof the other direction, which is why I feel like a lot of people are positioned long, and this thing is going to want to just grab. I feel like it just wants to grab liquidity one more time before we see it push up. But
Yeah,
we'll
I
have to
think so
see
too.
here.
Yeah, it's been tough trading that range, bro. Not gonna lie.
No, I was mad at GU today. GU missed my TP by 89. No, not even 89. 89 pips.
What trades? What pairs do you be trading?
I'll trade anything if it looks good.
Yeah, and is Anthony's bro gonna pull up, bro?
No, they were at a conference today. They're completely wiped out.
No, yeah,
I've been holding my GU trade since March 6th.
Holy shit, super swinger. March,
For
bro.
shorts?
That's crazy.
Yep, for shorts. I'm at 1,639 pips.
So how do you hold positions that? So that's something I struggle with, right? Like I'm a scalper, bro. I like hitting my 1-on-1s, getting out of most of my position. So what would you say to a new trader, right? Or to a trader like me, bro, that sucks at holding? What would you say to make him better or to maybe change his perspective on it?
Protect. So for like pairs, protect at 150 pips at break even, close out a partial and let it run. That's it. If you get knocked out, you get knocked out. And you're going to get, say you take 10 trades, you're going to get knocked out of 9 of them, but then you're going to have that one trade that just goes.
Yeah, you see, dude, I hate having, like, I guess the win rate suffers, right? When you're swinging a little bit.
I mean, I typically, like, I mean, as of right now, I've taken, since March till present, I've taken 186 trades and I've closed out 11 losses.
Oh, damn, that's fire.
And I mean, the reason for that isn't because I'm a great trader. On a scale from 1 to 10, I'm probably like a 4. I would say where it comes in at is I always protect at break even. So like if I'm trading indices, as soon as it gets a nice big candle push, I go ahead and protect and close partials. With pairs at 125, 150 pip push, I go ahead and protect, close partials. So even if it does come back on me, you know, like even like right now with GU, when I protected it, my protection on GU is setting at $10,000. So if it knocked me out, I was going to still make 10K in the bank.
Yeah.
But where my TP is, which is only 87 pips away, it's $124,000 profit. So, I mean, either way, I'm not going to be mad. I'll take 10K or I'll take 124K. Like it's both still good money.
And you're adding positions as it continues to drop, right? It's not like that just initial position.
With this one, I didn't add any positions additional on the GU one, but yes, on all the other, on like my US 30 and all them, oh dude, Roy can tell you, I've got a screenshot of trades. It looks pretty nasty.
So how do you know that like when to target such a low or a high? Are you just looking at the monthly, the weekly?
So yeah, I mean, I'll look at the daily. and just see where we're at on the daily, if we've retested anything, if we've broken structure. And as soon as I get into like a lot of, say, candle bodies with tiny wicks on the top, I'll draw a box. And as soon as I draw that box, if no candles get on top of it, then I know we're going to reject.
Yeah. I feel that. I got to get better at that, bro. I think I'm going to start like a smaller account and just try to swing a little more, bro. Just risk it for the biscuit a bit.
Yeah,
definitely, bro. Yeah, sometimes I'll be missing out on a crazy push and I'm like, damn, bro, I got out at 20 pips, 25 pips, and I see it run. But also, I don't get mad at myself either because I know what my strategy is, right? So, like, it's to swing, it's to scalp mostly. So, I mean, I really don't get mad at it, but I do feel like I can catch more, make more profits, bro, if I just hold a little.
What time frame are you looking at these trades?
So I'll start on the 4 hour. That's like my thing. And then I'll just look for like a 30-minute range and then take a breakout. So I'm mostly a breakout trader. And then
are you down like kind of like 5-minute, 15-minute entries?
No, mostly the 15. So I'm waiting for candle closures above or below the range. And then I'll look for a candle flip or a candle break at the highs. And then I'll enter my trade.
One thing I found is like if you're looking at the higher time frames, you'll tend to find bigger moves.
Yeah.
And so just by default, you're going to end up holding way more pips. The whole
So you're
thing
saying
is
to
like,
look at the daily more instead of just starting from the
no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the risk and reward, as long as that matches up, nothing else really makes sense. Like nothing else really matters. So as long as you have a good risk and reward, like whether it's on the smaller time frame or higher time frame, you can make the same amount of money.
Yeah.
So for example, this is like an almost 2-to-1 R&R. So you could do this on the 4 hour and kind of hold this swing trade on Cat Chef, or you can like catch a 30-minute candle for a 2-to-1. But you're still risking, let's say, $1,000 for $2,000. So the risk and reward is really the most important thing.
Yeah.
That's where all the real money is. This Cat Chef, hoping it kind of dips into this entry zone, 0.7444. Bump this up. EU retracing flag. Can we get a flag retracement up here to 1.002 and then a drop? That's a NFP question.
Do you guys trade NFP or you guys stay away?
Well, I'm doing a 24-hour
NFP. NFP is like
not for professionals, I call it. Not for professionals. It's kind of scary, bro. So I remember I took a badass loss on NFP one time, and I was like, "Yep, now I'm staying away, bro."
I always tell people NFP means no fucking profits.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
I thought it meant no fucking problems.
No, you like trading it?
I'm ready, bro. I'm going full margin tomorrow.
Why don't you just make an account for news that's strictly just for news? And then
I'll be about that too. I think it's a lot easier. I think it's like the thing about news days is you can keep your risk the same as a normal day, but your take profit is a little bit wider and it comes a little bit faster. So if you lose, it's just like a regular day. But if you win, it's a little bit outsized.
That's why orders are so good for NFP, bro.
But your stops don't get slipped sometimes, bro.
Timing, my boy.
I tell people all the time, your big NFP weeks and all of your news coming out, that's the best time to sign up for those challenges, man, and go ahead and get your position in that morning. So like if you're wanting to pass that funding challenge, go ahead and get, a couple accounts in your name, a couple accounts in your wife, girlfriend's name. You wake up in the morning and
just full margin the whole thing.
30 minutes before the market opens, go ahead and click.
What are your guys' opinion on funding programs?
You click buy on one, you click sell on the other, and you just risk it for the biscuit, man. You just
guess it. Oil pop. Dude, I'm telling you, these oil bulls were on the call this morning and they were just like really pushing this oil bullish thing. And I was like, I don't know. This thing is really pumping up a little bit, but I think it's all just leading up to NFP. This thing is making a little bit of a retracement, but I still think fundamentals are bearish on oil.
So what's your opinion on like prop firms and funding programs?
I think it's scamming. I think they're all scams.
I think everything is a scam.
That's what Roy said. I said,
no, bro, look. Social media is not real life. Disclaimer, social media is not real life. No, but on the real, worked with tons of traders, some prop firms, some not. If you're extremely disciplined, you can trade at a prop firm. And so it doesn't really matter about like, oh, like, is it better? Can I make more money here? Can I make more money here? It's if you're disciplined enough to stick to your rules and to stick to a guideline of a predetermined strategy that is profitable, that you've tested to be profitable, and you're disciplined enough to apply the strategy, you can trade a funding challenge. And then you can get the account and you can consistently make profits and you can scale up the account and whatever other perks they give you. But if you're not disciplined enough to trade the small account, then the funding company is not going to help people.
Yeah, so what I think is that the funding programs really get your rules like in check, bro. Like to not risk more than like 1 to 2% a day. And then that way, when you do go live, you actually have those rules and you're a little bit more disciplined when you are trading live money. That's what I found in my journey, at least. Have you ever traded prop firms, Andy?
I have. So way back in the day, I traded FTMO just to see what it was like.
Mhm.
You know, because I had a lot of people asking me about it, and I've always said if I've not done something, it's hard for me to give advice on it. So I traded. I liked it. I'm still one of those people that I like to risk it for the biscuit sometimes. And when you're trading, you know, prop firm and all that stuff, funded accounts, there's so many rules around it that you can easily lose it quick. And for me, that's just not my personality. But I think it's a great opportunity for people that just don't have, you know, 100 cases, you know, 50, 100, 60, however much money you want to put out there for it. So in this scenario, you know, you get a 10K, 50K account of true money that you can trade. It can help you. You know, you take a $10,000 account to 15 to 18K and you get your profit split. You know, you're taking home $6,000. And then you take that account to 30, 40K. Now you're taking home, you know, 28, 29,000.
Yeah.
Serious money.
Definitely,
yeah, I mean,
bro. For somebody who's working
asking,
for someone who's working like a regular job every day, like, dude, $10,000, $8,000, a bunch of money for them, bro. It's life changing. And then that can also motivate you. Go ahead.
The people in the YouTube chat are asking for you to share your screen. Is that something?
Me?
No, I was talking about Andy.
Andy?
Oh, yeah, sure. You know me, bro. I don't have nothing to hide.
Okay. Is this Raja? Is Raja in this waiting room?
No way, Raja's in here.
I think so. Because he gave us this $10,000 account, but I think it was the investor password.
Yeah, Raja's here. It says Raja's phone.
Unless there's more than one Raja.
On my stream, there's like 20 of them.
Everybody's Raja.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, this is my EU trade. I've got basically, you know, if we get a daily candle that closes away from 0.99897 through here, I'll close this trade out. TP for me, I want to see this 0.97706. I just want to see it go bam and just give me a wick right there, which would be nice. I need to go ahead and move that because I could be asleep when that happens. So.
Did you enter that trade at the breakout or on that retest?
4 hour. I mean, I barely got it too.
That wick?
Yeah, right there.
Damn.
I'm pretty
sniper,
sure.
Bro.
Let me see trade. Yeah, there you go. Bam.
Do you set like sell limits there, or do you just?
No, that's a manual trade.
Oh damn.
So, kind of give you the rundown of this on why I took that trade and how I took it. It may help someone. So. Basically, what I was looking at was we had this. I trade these little dots. They're called swing highs, swing lows. This is the only reason I'm a good trader. So when I saw this swing low right here, I literally took a gray box and just wick filled it. So basically, wick fill for anyone watching the YouTube stream is taking the bottom of the wick to the base of the candle, and I fill that in. Okay, that's all I do. So I said, if we get back, this is the only swing low marker I have after the fallout. If we get a candle push into this zone, I'm taking sells because the sells are going to be more prominent than buys if we get rejections. So as price came up, we had this wick here that gave me a swing high because these things repaint. So as soon as I saw that swing high right there, what do? I paint it. For the sake of screen though, I'm going to do this. So that is my zone right here. That's my target zone. When I saw price on the 4 hour, creeping up, it gives me the swing high. I was like, I could have missed my trade. I was like, that might have been it. That might have been the test that we had that slams back down. But what do I have? I've got a swing high over here. So I filled that in. And I said, if we break that right here, if the candles break this, then that means I've missed my opportunity for the top of the sell and I'll have to click sell somewhere through here. It bounced and I watched it go up. And as soon as that 4 hour candle got right here, I said, I'm going to have to click sell. and I was watching it, and I watched the new 4-hour candle open up. I went to the 5-minute. I saw it push into the gray box. The moment it pushed into the gray box, I clicked sell. And that was it. And my stop loss,
you're not worried about it buying there, right? Because
I
that's
don't
just
care
a
about
level.
that, because here's why. My stop loss is only at the top of this box. So when I took this trade, I was risking right there. I'm risking 21 pips for this trade. So at $300 a pip, so 300 times 21, I'm basically risking $6,100, $6,200 for this trade. And if this trade, currently where this trade sets right now, if I were to go to the bottom in that area, I mean, that's a $126,000 trade. So I risk $6,200. I mean, even if I closed it now, it's 119. So I risk $6,200 to make 119K. That's a pretty good R2R.
That's fucking crazy.
So, and the same thing happened with GU. So like if we look at GU, there's my TP set for it. And we had it, I think I was looking at it on the 1 hour. And I'll go back to my, it's way back there. Yeah, right there. So get this way. So same thing here. I had price come up in this area. I got the swing high. I knew this was my last swing low. I always look at all pairs on dailies. I do this number here. And then when you drop that down to the 1 hour.
Is that like an indicator?
Yeah, it's just a swing high, swing low. That's it. So when I saw price, I forgot that. When I saw price coming up and tapping it, we break and we come down, we're consolidating in this zone. I was like, screw it, I'm pushing sell, and it broke. And even if I wouldn't have done this zone right here, it's easy to get out of it. It's easy to get into these trades because like you'd have had a dot to dot structure on the 1 hour. So you'd have done that number there, and price would have broke. Your stop loss would have been your last swing high, 10 pips above it, which would have been right there. So, I mean, you're entering that trade with a 49 pip stop loss. And I mean, you can literally take that same thing anytime you see a dot to dot, you can just move it. So that's how you stack positions. So like if I'm taking this trade here on what I would like to call a dot to dot, I can take the same one and you can move it through here like this. So it's okay. When it breaks this price, my stop loss is now 10 pips above the previous dot and you didn't get knocked out. And then you can take this and jump it right there. You know, price technically broke, our candle closed right here. Swing highs right there, 10 pips, you're safe in that trade. You got another swing low right there. Boom. Price broke, retest. You had another sell entry there. 10 pips above that, you never got knocked out. You got another swing low. Boom. Place it there. Look, perfect break. 10 pips above, you never got knocked out.
So you're using trend lines mostly with supply and demand?
Yeah, that's all I use. That's it.
And what was like the first strategy you've used? Like what was the first?
Strictly price. I was a big gambler when I first started trading. So I started trading 15 years. I started trading 15 years ago in the stock market. And basically this is what my charts look like. That's it.
That's Roy's favorite chart right there.
I was waiting for something to pull up.
What I would do is I would sit here.
Oh my God.
And I would do, we're always seeing me do it before.
Dude, I reference this thing like probably 5 times a week, Andy.
Yeah, I would do something like that. And I would say, okay, so now I'd come in here and choose trading and I'd do a buy stop. And say if it breaks right there, I'm going in buys. Sell stop. Place it right there. And that way, no matter what now, even if this trade hits, it goes into buys and comes back, puts and sells, I'm only going to lose the amount of money that's in here. I mean, it was strictly gambling. That was it. That's all I did. And I found that by doing this, I won more than I lost.
Who'd you learn from, bro?
So do what?
Who'd you learn from?
My dad and my grandfather. So basically what this taught me was start to watch the charts as a dollar figure. So then when I started trading like US 30, so say I'm looking at US 30, I would say, what price have we been in the most on the daily? So I would look at a daily zone here and here, and I just write the numbers down. And that's okay. We've stayed in this number range for the last 5 days, technically consolidation. So the moment we break this range, where are we going to go? Well, we would go up. And if we break this range, we're going to go down. So it was all just a numbers game.
I feel that. And what, your dad, I'm guessing your dad was like a trader, a stock trader?
Yeah.
And then you just apply what you learned from stocks to
That's
to
it.
Forex.
So it went from stocks to crypto, and then from crypto to Forex. And the only reason I started trading Forex was so the biggest Forex scam to ever happen in history happened in my home state, actually my city.
What was it?
If you go type in Chattanooga, Tennessee Forex scam, you're going to see all the FBI records. You're going to see TBI records. You're going to see where they had to extradite this dude out of a country. Like it was the largest scam ever. He basically he was a great Forex trader and then turned it into a Ponzi scheme, and took millions and millions away from people. Like it was unreal. So growing up, do what?
How do you do that? You just managing people's accounts?
So he started managing accounts, making really good money, and then started paying people off. So imagine you take in $1 million and you turn that million into 1.5 million. You go back to the people who you're managing their funds for, and you're like, look, I just made you a ton of money. Do you want me to keep reinvesting your money or pay you out? And they were like, oh, I'll take a payout. Well, instead of taking the money from the original trading account, as people were giving him cash to put into the system, he would give people their payouts back. And then he realized, wow, I can pay people with new people's money without even having to trade technically. So
then eventually the money runs out.
Yeah, so he thought he was going to continue trading this way and was doing great. This was like from, I think, 05, 06, 07 into 08. So it's just, stacking buys. Well, then what do we have happen? The 2008 market crash. And when that happened, all these orders that he had and all these buys and whatnot, everything come crashing down on him. He couldn't salvage it. And then he turned straight into a Ponzi scheme. And dude, it was millions and millions and millions of dollars. It's a cool story. You can go read anything you want to about it. So growing up, that's all I heard was when I mentioned Forex, so like, it's a scam. And then I remembered everything that happened. And one day I was just on social media and I typed in Forex and a couple of other like hashtags. And the first thing that popped up was a QBanks post. And I was like, oh, here we go. We got another scam on our hands, But his post seemed cool. He seemed like a cool dude. He had nice teeth. So I was like, he's got a good smile. So everyone has a good smile, is a good person, right? So I'm gonna scroll through here. So I start scrolling through all of his Instagram and I go all the way back to the very first post that he had. And when I go back to it, I start reading every single post. And it was like I was almost trapped in it. I'll never forget my wife. She's asked me, she's like, babe, what are you doing? I was like, you gotta be quiet, I'm reading this. And I went through, I read every single post that QBanks had ever made. And then when I got back to the top, I was like, wow, he has a paper trail. And that's probably the biggest complaint that I have with any industry that you're in, whether it's stocks, Forex, crypto, mentorships, coaching, whatever. So many people fall for I don't have a paper trail. You'll talk to people all the time. They'll be like, oh yeah, last year I made $1.2 million and I bought this and I bought that, And you're like, oh, well, cool. Well, do you still have those cars? No, I don't have them no more. I sold them. Do you have any pictures of them? Oh man. No,
anybody can say that is what you're saying.
Yeah. It's like a paper trail exists. Anyone that does anything in life that is success or something you're proud of, you have a paper trail. It'd be like winning, a national championship as a football team. And the coach is telling you, yeah, I took my team to the national championship and blah, blah, blah. And you come to the house, you're like, bro, where's your trophies at? And he's like, oh, I didn't take them. I didn't want to bring them home. It's like, no, you as a coach is going to bring that home. Like I'm a professional athlete. So I've got hundreds and thousands of trophies. So when people come to the house, I can show them medals. I can show them trophies. I can do these things. So I'm like, everyone has to have a paper trail. Well, QBanks had a paper trail. Like his story aligned with everything that he had grown with. And I was like, wow, this guy's like, he's legit. He's a trader and he's showing stuff. So I didn't jump into it right away. I just started following him.
How'd you guys meet?
Well, at this point, I had never met him yet. I just found him on Instagram. And fast forward, after talking and messaging him a few times, I was one of the people that messaged him like, yo, can you give me some pointers? If he posted up a chart, I screenshotted it. I just took a screenshot and I went and studied the chart. I didn't want to waste his time asking him, yo, what are you seeing? Because he's going to say, why would I tell you that? Just go and study it. So I started studying it myself and then just started shooting him messages. Next thing you know, we're talking. And then I was introduced to Anthony's World at that time, which led me to meet two of my other good friends, Jeff and Brad. And then they started teaching me kind of the ins and outs of Forex, of how like MetaTrader works, I already knew how crypto works. I'm like, oh, we fund this with crypto. And they're like, yeah, you fund it with crypto. I was like, oh, this is easy. I've got crypto. So boom, funded an account, started trading. And after probably like a month and a half, I was like, this is stupid easy. And they're like, what do you
Because
mean?
you come from the crypto background
Yeah, I come
already.
from a crypto background where
Crypto's crazy, bro.
Crack, bro.
Yeah.
You can sit here and have the best markup of your life, and you can sneeze and you look up and all your money's gone. You done got margin calls. So when I started trading Forex, I'm looking even because US 30 still falls into the stock market. So I was used to trading US 30. So like I've been trading US 30 for 15 years, but on the Forex platform, that's typically what I go to just because I'm familiar with it and I liked it. But when I'm trading these other pairs, I'll never forget, I was trading GJ and I'm like,
it's much slower.
Is it broke? And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, nothing's happening. And they're like, bro, it's like 8 o'clock in the evening. Like it's just kind of chilling out. And I was like, oh, is it ever going to move big? So it took me a while to get used to the slow movement of it.
It's a lot slower, right? I'm guessing that's why you like the indices and stuff, because they're just more volatile.
Yeah. So now here I am.
The rest is history.
Trading. That's Beautiful.
It. And what's your goals, bro?
Man, I really have none, to be honest, except just to teach more people and educate more people on living a better life. I closed down all my businesses that I have. So me and my wife own several businesses. We closed them down. My kids are homeschooled, so we travel with them.
You pretty much have everything you need.
It's like we've got
You're blessed.
Yeah, we got a beautiful house. Family's healthy. So for me, it's just live. Because I get asked a lot. They're like, bro, you need to create more content. Man, you need to, do this and you need to create this. It's like, I don't know. I feel like if I'm doing that, I'm creating work for myself. And I literally want to live. I would rather document my life than create content for my life. I feel like there's just something being said to just live. So my goals now is just to live, be a better person than I was yesterday in health, mental, emotions, be a better husband, be a better dad, and then show people that their dreams are possible and that they can just live a normal life. You don't have to have fancy cars. You don't have to have a fancy house and all this stuff to truly consider yourself to be successful. I think
and that's what being in this industry sometimes gets a little.
It is,
right?
For me, I think the biggest flex is I don't have to do anything tomorrow. If I want to wake up in the morning and lay in bed all day with my wife and watch movies, I can. If I want to take the kids to the playground tomorrow and play all day, I can. If I want to hop in the car and us take a road trip for 2 months, I can. And it's like that's
freedom, bro. That's the goal, right? Not the cars, not the house, not
100% freedom, because your life can be taken from you tomorrow, and if you're living your life for other people's acknowledgement, you're never going to be happy with yourself. So it's like, just live and be happy.
That's the thing is like, honestly, because of the industry that we're in and all the stuff that is just put out there, people start having an attachment towards those things, and then they start trading for those things. Then they basically attach their happiness to the cars, to the house, to the expectation they're having. And then when they don't get those things, they
feel depressed almost.
They feel depressed, but it's like, if you weren't trading for that anyway, for me, happiness is like when you don't really have an attachment to something.
Exactly.
You're just happy to be alive. If you look at people who are like monks or people who, live in the mountains and,
they don't have shit.
Yeah,
they're happy. They're happy. They have food and water.
Happy. And that's what like science, like biologically, we're just kind of like built that way, right? Like we have the need for desire, right? That's just naturally in human beings. We feed for desire. So when we put up all these things on the internet and people begin to desire them, they start to begin to trade for those desires instead of trading just to become a better trader, not realizing that if I just trade to actually learn a skill set, then money is automatically the outcome. It's not like you're learning karate and you're like, damn, I just learned karate and I made no money from it. Like you're learning how to trade, which the natural outcome of it is like, you're going to make money. You're either going to lose money or you're going to make money. And even if you lost 100 times in a row, you'd eventually make money once.
Yeah, and I think a tip for like a new trader is just stop looking at what already successful traders have, right? Because then you're gonna be like, oh, you're gonna rush that process. Like we have the things we have because it took time. You know what I mean? It wasn't from one day to the next that we are able to live this life and all that stuff. So I feel like a lot of traders at the beginning stage just look, and then all they want is the cars, and all they want is that, and that's their motivation. But when, let's say, they don't get that, they start to, get a little demotivated, when they see like somebody posting every day, look at what I got, look what I got, but they don't teach how to get it. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, there's a kid I met up with about 2.5 weeks ago that works here at a local parts store, and he'd been messaging me on Instagram, and he was like, "Bro, I'm in a rut. I'm very depressed. I'm not happy with myself. Can we meet up and discuss some stuff?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So I meet up, and he's showing me his trades and his portfolio on his phone, and I'm blown away. I'm like, "How long have you been trading for?" He's like, "Almost 1.5 years." He's like, "But I just can't break this barrier." And the kid is averaging almost $600 a day, and he works at a local parts store. And I'm like, "Dude, you're making sick money." He was like, "I just feel like I'm not making any money." He's like, "I'm watching this trader," and he starts naming all these traders he's watching. And he's like, "And this trader's making like 20K a day. This guy's making like 18K a day. This guy's making 11K a day." He's like, "And I just can't break out of this rut. If I try to push my account bigger, I end up losing a trade." And I start looking, and I'm like, "Dude, legit, like you are a good trader. If you can consistently make this and you keep this up while you're working your day job, bro, you're gonna jump leaps and bounds across people." And it was just the fact that he was looking at other things on social media that was pushing him like, "God, suck." It's like, dude, there are traders right now that would give their left leg to make $500 or $600 a day consistently.
And
I mean,
the thing about it is that
that's
some
6
people,
figures a year.
yeah, and some people like work 12 hours a day and don't even make that. You know,
bro, there's
It's
people
like, be
here in my
grateful.
town that work a whole week that don't even make that.
Yeah, that's right, bro. And it's like, be grateful for every single step. At the
Yeah.
end of the day, we're making money off our phone, off our computer at home in air conditioning. I think that even if you make $1 off this shit, like you should be grateful for that dollar, because you didn't bust your ass outside. Yeah, you're busting your ass on the charts, but you still made $1.
There's some countries, man, where $1 to $2 a day is serious money. I mean, serious money.
Yeah, this shouldn't be work. I think it's a constant reminder that like you don't go into trading because it's work. The work is done before. The work is done in the preparation. The work is done in all the years that you spend practicing and training. But really, trading shouldn't be work. Real work, like you said, we're in air conditioning. We're inside. We're on YouTube right now. Like,
I mean, that's
by choice.
And that's what I try to promote. It's like, man, I'm in a house with my wife and kids. I can push a button, make money, leave this desk, go in the other room and play with my kids, watch a movie, eat dinner, come right back, look at a chart, something looks good, push another button, walk away, go outside and play. Like it truly is a world of freedom. And I think that as the industry grows with people coming into it, and we'll start seeing a shift. I've said it for a while. You're starting to see it now. You're seeing a lot of traders that are leaving to go to other countries to live a more scaled down life. You're seeing a lot of traders that are getting rid of a lot of personal possessions because they realize, what am I going to do with 15 cars? What am I going to do with 7 houses? What am I going to do with 20 watches? And they start realizing that it's more about living. And I mean, we're seeing it now. I mean, I've got a lot of friends that are big in the crypto space, and I mean, they've scaled down. They've bought normal cars. They're getting normal size houses. And they're like, dude, I just realized when I added up my money, I don't have to work the rest of my life. So I'm just going to chill out and live. I don't have no one to impress.
The perfect example is Elon Musk. You see the house he lives in?
Yeah.
It's a tiny house, dude. He's worth billions. It just goes to show that even how much money you have, you don't need everything you see these people have. I think just be humble and just live below your means. I think is always the key to staying wealthy, right?
I think that so many people on the internet live for other people. They're so excited. They can't wait to post their posts. Like most people would do things that they would never do. Like most people probably never would jump out of a plane, by themselves with a parachute. But because they want to do it for Instagram, they will literally go out of their comfort zone to do that. But it's like, okay, well, why don't you use that same psychology and get out of your comfort zone of stop impressing people to live
for yourself
and stop comfort zone to being uncomfortable where you're like, I don't need to do this, because it just projects like a lot of insecurity. And I'm not saying personally it's wrong to post those things, right? Like, yeah, I post some things sometimes where
I do too. I mean, we all do, because I tell people all the time, it's what you see on social media is, even for myself, it's smoke and mirrors. If I post a really good photo, that photo's staged.
Yeah,
if my car's looking nice, if my car is looking nice and clean in front of a nice building, that was more than likely a staged photo. Because if you go in my garage right now, you can't even see what color the Porsche wheels are. They look like they're black. They're yellow. Can't even see them right now. None of the cars are washed. My wife's car that's white. It looks like
Tell them, Andy.
I mean,
Sir.
I don't keep them
Real
clean,
shit.
but I can promise you, if I'm getting a photo shoot, I will.
Yeah.
Right.
There you go.
It's like people don't realize we have this false expectation where it's like, damn, I need to make millions of dollars. And they're like, making millions of dollars are cool. But honestly, if the average person was making fucking $20,000 a month, their life would change exponentially. And they could do like 30, you're making $30,000 a month, you can do most shit that most people can't do. Right. Yeah. Except for maybe like take jets or buy supercars. You could still be with as many shorties as you want to. You could still go to clubs, pop bottles, buy all the designer brands you want. You can still do all if that's what you live for, right? If that's what you live for. You could do that. But it's like you don't need $2 million a month to.
Yeah, I mean, being wealthy in America is 450 grand a year.
Right.
You know, that's like the top. So I think that people need to stop rushing the process, bro. Just take your time.
Oh yeah, I mean, when you look at 450 grand a year, I was just talking about that the other day. That's 37,500 a month. And when you break that down by 4 weeks and the 5 trading days, that's $1,800 and some change. It's like $1,900. So when you're thinking about $1,900 a day, I know traders that get pissed if they were to make $1,900 a day. Like pissed. They would think they're falling off, like they're no longer relevant to the market. They're no longer the influencer on social media. They just suck if they make $1,900. It's like,
but it's also averaging it, right? You got to average
exactly.
It. Yeah, I think a lot of people just get a little bit all fucked up, bro, because they focus on the wrong shit, right?
I was there. I was
there. That's why I preach it. I was there when I was like, damn, bro, like I see these people having all this, and I'm here. You know,
I mean, when you have no motivation at all, like for a lot of people, if you're not self-motivated, sometimes seeing that is what you need to be like, you know what, I want to do something like that, like whatever they're doing, and it gets your foot in the door.
Yeah.
But obviously trading is the process and the journey. And like, if you're trying to get wealthy, if you actually want wealth, like, you know, everybody talks about Lambos and stuff. Like when I was a wealth manager, do you know how much money you would actually have to have in order for me to recommend that you buy
millions, bro?
a $100,000 car cash outright?
5 mil,
30 mil.
You know,
and also like motivation comes and goes.
Basically,
bro.
yeah, you need an unrealistic amount of money, and so everybody's goal should be to build assets that will pay you, so that you can actually be free. And then when you're trading and you make these outsized returns and you have these home runs every once in a while, you can go and splurge and do whatever you want. If you look at the most successful traders in the space, the most successful people in the space, Q and everybody else, is you take your, you know, it's not always winning days. Sometimes the market's not that hot. Sometimes things don't go that well for you. Take the money in your winning times and invest it, and invest it in yourself, invest it in things that will grow. Those passive streams should feed you in the good and bad times. And that's really, I think freedom is the goal.
100%.
That's why I named my group Freedom Trading, bro. At the end of the day, dude, that's the goal. Fuck what you have, dude. If you're free in your own mind, I think that you're winning, bro.
And we're stuck in the US culture of the flashiness, of the cars, of the watches. If you look at European culture and you look at what the people like in those European like countries look at, they laugh at the people with the crazy Lambo showing them on social media. They laugh at that type of stuff. I personally know 2 billionaires that we met up with from Europe, and they were like, we don't even drive cars like that. And we don't even show this on social media because we don't want no one to know what we have. We almost want to be a ghost in where we're at. And the more and more that I'm talking to people from London and all these places, it's like, wow, like they really do make fun of us for showing this stuff, because they're like, why would you show what you have? You know, why would you show that off? It's just
people just want more if you show it.
Yeah, it's just a car. It's putting a target on your back. And it's like, well, that's American culture. Like American culture is to show it off.
And Miami, bro.
I don't really want to disagree with that, but I would say it's not really about like American culture or something else. I feel like when you're in a certain financial state, you want to show people your wealth, because you probably came from nothing and now you have some wealth and you're trying to show it to people because it is a status symbol. It's kind of a status symbol that you've entered that space. But when you hit uber levels of wealth,
you don't give a fuck what people think.
Like, very important for me, responsibilities. Now you don't really want the attention. What you want is the peace of mind and the stability, make good decisions. So
because the richest person that I personally know, is my buddy Nick. and he don't even have social media. And he's got multiple airport hangars across the US. He's got multiple jets. He's got supercars out the butt. And he can't post anything because he don't even have social media. He could care less. And he was like, people will see it if I drive around town. My friends that know me know that I have it, but I have this stuff for me. Why do I care? Why would I go open up an account to show someone what I have? And I'm like, I guess that makes sense. I mean, if I'm riding around with, my personal jets and all that, I would post it. That's just me. I love that stuff.
Facts.
He's like, he's like, but that's something that you have to do extra. I don't have to. I just get on my jet and have fun with my friends and family.
It all comes down to like, honestly, like your intention, right? Everything I feel like is done with intention. Like if you have the mindset of like, okay, well, I'm going to be posting this and I'm going to be posting that because I'm the type of guy that likes to go to the club. I like to talk to girls. I'm the type of guy that likes to be around that environment. Then you kind of live for those things. So it's all about like, really, what are you living for and what are you doing it for, right? Yeah. With our niche that we're in, I just feel like it's done a lot more because it's become like
the norm.
It's become the norm. Like people are accustomed to doing it, right? It started off from like network marketing, then affiliate marketing, then trading. And then what was before that? It was all ego, right? Like we post these things for like self-validation. Oh, well, I'll have these. And it's like, it's okay. It's okay that we do that. It's human, right? You post things for validation. It's like girls who lie and say, for instance, like my girlfriend would be like, oh, I don't post that pictures for other guys. All right, so then why are you posting it? Right? You're posting it because you want to show people that you look good. And that's okay. It's okay if you want to get some validation. You know what I'm saying? Even though you may not entertain like 10,000 dudes like, hey, saying, you're hot, blah, 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 blah. It feels good to naturally be validated.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. It's a natural human instinct.
Right.
Definitely.
So it's like.
But I like my biggest advice to everybody is just focus on you and be yourself. Like if you're trying to put on an image or all this other stuff, like you really got to live that shit. If you're trying to put on an image for so, like you really got to do that shit. Do you know how hard that shit is? You're going to get checked one day and you're going to have to act like you do on social media and like be that person. And guess what? The whole thing's going to crumble. It's just not going to look good.
You know what they say?
On social media they're not going to be able to help. Like real life is real. When you put money aside in a trust fund, that is real. When you take care of yourself and you pull money out, that's what I was talking about with Jason, the 500 to 86,000 flip. And he was thinking, okay, do I go to 100K and just sort of like that was like the IG, let me post it for Instagram, $500 to 100K like mentality. 500 to 86,000. You fucking serious? He had to grab it. It was a no-brainer because in real life, that's rent. In real life, that's a mortgage. In real life, that's real. So focus on yourself and just be yourself, yo. Yeah. Other shit's.
Yeah, and also when you start faking shit, like, dude, it's not the wave, bro. Like you if you're faking shit, and that shit does not sit well if you're human.
A lot of people are fine with lying. That's the problem. But it's like
it's not okay. That's not okay.
It goes back to the paper trail. Like I said, if you do something in your life that's spectacular and you're living your dream, it's a paper trail. And that's why, like, whenever me and Hannah, when I quit my corporate job and I started doing my own stuff, everyone was like, oh, he's living off credit cards. It's not a life that's sustained. He's charging his life. Give him a year or two and he'll be back at work. Well, fast forward, that's been 8 years ago. How in the hell am I going to live off credit cards for 8 years without making any money to pay them off?
Right. People are fucking.
You can't. It's a paper trail. But there are people that do that, of the point of you see them, a few times on social media where it's like boom in your face and they disappear for a few months, boom in your face, disappear for a few months, and
because they don't live that. They're doing it for show.
To each their own. And that's what's given the market of, stocks and crypto and Forex and all that kind of a sour taste in some people's life, because they have followed mentors and coaches of people who say, hey, come live this life. I want to teach you. I want to show you how to live this life. But then that life isn't even reality for them.
Right. Even your favorite rappers, you think
all day.
Yeah.
I've got two cars right now through our leasing company.
Right.
2 rappers filming videos right now.
You know what's so crazy too is like, though that's where it really comes from. It really comes from rap community, right?
Rap culture, yeah.
Rap culture, celebrities, all broadcast our life, and then we look at them and say, damn, I want to be like them. And then we finally get that, and then people do the same thing, and it's just the same cycle. But I realize, I'm like, dude, there's traders that I know in the niche right now that I promise you have more money than Young Thug, or that I promise.
bro.
Yeah,
Bro, come on now.
I was
That's not
watching
even fair.
I was watching the VMAs. I was watching the VMAs because one of my buddies does a hair for a lot of the VMA guys, and me and Hannah have a couple of friends that are there.
Right.
And we're watching it, and we start seeing these people that are on stage talking. And my wife and I like to have this fun game of what's their net worth. So we always go online and we look it up online of their net worth. It's like, my trading account's bigger than that. So then the next person comes out, like them, I'm like, my crypto account's bigger than that. And you keep going through here, and you realize sooner or later that these people that everyone's worshiping, that we look at as massive A-class celebrities that have the crazy cars and the crazy lifestyle and the private jets, it's the record labels that are paying for this lifestyle, and we have more money than they do.
Right. And they have to pay that money back. We don't have
Exactly.
to. If we lose, we're going to draw it out for 450. That's it.
Bro, if we
This
could
is what it looks like.
if we could get every rapper in the game just to drop 500K, go full margin, win or lose, it could change everything.
Imagine if people like Drake started trading. Bro, it'd be a wrap.
Well, I've said forever that that's the biggest. So I've worked with a few people that are, Major League Baseball players and NFL players. And that's what I've told them. If you look at those types of athletes, when their career is over, almost 65 to 70% of them start to lose their net worth and have to do something else to keep just normal life up. It's like, what if there was something present that actually taught, people, like, as you come out of being, a starter in the NFL, or your Major League Baseball teams, hockey, whatever it is, it's an agency that's like, hey, now let's show you a craft that you can do that's not going to kill you. It's not going to beat your body up. And all you've got to do is invest a little bit. With these guys that have made 40, 50 million here and there, 100K to 150K in a trading account's nothing. Underleverage the crap out of it, learn the craft, and it's like, wow.
That's why I gotta give like mad props to Lewis Neal, because he had the contract, he had the NFL contract, but instead he realized that the fund that he had, where a lot of the other professional athletes were invested in, was way more profitable, and that had a longer term potential. And he just managed to like give up a huge contract with the Cowboys just to go over there. So I don't know. I think like if you could make it simple enough for people to understand, a lot more people would be inclined, especially folks that come out with money. The thing is, when it's complicated and there's folks that have been in there for years and years and they have the advantage, it makes it hard for you to explain to somebody off the street to be like, hey, here's exactly what you got to do. You got to put in this time. So,
and as
made it simple.
Well, and as what I've found too, people that are, really business savvy, business owners, entrepreneurs, and professional athletes, they're the hardest people to coach into trading on a simplistic form, because everything is overcomplicated in what they're looking for, because their whole life has been, you're doing everything in more of a detailed segment. Whereas with charts, when you say, oh no, this is it. This is how you do it. If it breaks here, you push this button. If it breaks here, you push this button. They still in their mind try to overcomplicate it so much that it makes it more difficult for them.
That's why I want to, I do music too, as well as trading. I was like, yo, I want to be like the first person. Like they always Soulja Boy's always talking about he's the first for everything. Like the first artist that makes a whole album just about trading, or just straight investments, just straight bar. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to be honest. So a lot of people that like that, if anybody else did it, it would be corny, but I promise you, Dimitri, I would listen to it. I think that shit would be heat. But I've seen you like random freestyles about Forex. I don't know how you do it. Definitely one of the best freestylers out here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I honestly I've been thinking of about, and I wrote music about a lot of different things, and it's good. It's good. I just feel like writing, I just feel like when I'm rapping about trading, in the way that I could put it into like there was a guy, for example, he was a rapper and he used to do credit card scams, and he would break down in bars how he would do the credit card scams and teach people how to do it. And I was like, damn, that'd be kind of cool if I could do that for gold, or if I could do that for Nas 100 or something like that. And I think
what's your story, Goldfather? How did you guys? You've been in the game for a minute, bro. When you followed me, I was like, holy shit, no way, dude.
I'm not shit, but no, man, I just my story is nothing crazy. I wasn't never sleeping in a car. I was never homeless. You know, I grew up in a middle class neighborhood.
Where
I had
at?
mom, in Queens. I grew up in Queens, Bayside. Yeah, I had a really good mom that did everything for me. And you know, fortunately I was just able to run into someone randomly on the street, which is crazy, that traded. And it was never in the niche. It was just a woman and her husband that just did regular day trading. And I ended up becoming good friends with them and then kind of just transitioned into that. And then that was it. And all of a sudden I started seeing shit online about trading and these people. And then next thing you know, I'm kind of just, you know, starting my own stuff, doing my own thing. Mind you, for the first 3 years, I was completely ass. I was completely terrible. Like,
Yeah.
horrible. But
Who'd you learn off of, if you don't mind me asking?
so I learned off of a woman named Tina originally. And then I had a mentor. She just taught me the basic stuff. And I had a mentor named Daryl Martin. You could actually look him up. But he was really, really good. He taught me lots about like volume profile, about order flow, things like that. And I kind of didn't use everything he taught me, which I think realistically, not everyone's going to use what their mentor teaches them. You might.
Yeah, I think you got to learn from everyone, I think.
Yeah, you take little shit. Like even Bruce Lee says, he's like, you know, he knows all different types of martial arts, but he doesn't just practice one, right? There's multiple. So I just did that and I just became good at it, bro. I just kept trying every day. And, you know, I don't have any crazy elaborate story. And plus I'm terrible at telling stories, but I and what I do and I'm good at it. And, you know,
humble guy. What about you, Roy? What's your story, bro?
I immigrated to the States when I was 8. I'm Lebanese origin.
Oh shit, dude, that's crazy.
Learned English, came up, originally did finance. I worked at Merrill Lynch as a wealth manager, Series 7, 66. Walked away from my job last
You got a
August.
whole ass background on this finance stuff.
wait, English isn't your first language?
No, it's French and Arabic.
Oh, you speak French?
Oui.
Oh, I love that. Oh man, I got a story to tell you.
I got an Arabic tattoo on my neck, bro.
I need to.
So yeah, quit the job, traded, did the FX summit, and now we're here.
Oh yeah, that's dope.
How long have you been out working for?
I quit my job in August 2021.
Okay, word.
So that was stressful, but then like the October after I quit my job, that was my most profitable month. I had a $30,000 a week. But dude, like the 2 months before I was about to quit my job, I had already saved up money. I had saved up 12 months of bills. I was ready to walk away. And then July and August 2021, I was just getting hammered in the markets. I was just fucking up my money. And so I was kind of feeling uneasy about leaving the job. Left the job. September went pretty well. October came, crushed it. And the rest is history.
That's dope.
Okay.
How'd you start live streaming and stuff? What made you do that?
COVID. Like I basically just been live streaming and doing stuff like that in like 2018. We started ChartAddicts in 2018 just because we were a Telegram group, all the regular stuff. The YouTube stuff, I just realized everyone was going to be inside, so why not start a stream, get people interested? And I was having some crazy conversations with some really, really incredible people, and I kind of felt like, I don't know, I kind of felt greedy. Like I was getting all this sauce, and I wanted to give it out to other people, so I started the podcast. And the podcast just resonated with people because people were just getting on there, being honest, dropping sauce. So
I think definitely like that COVID period, it was a good time or very bad time for people. That's when I found out about Forex and shit, was during COVID. I was home. I was like, yeah, what the hell do I do? And then I ran into a course. Dude, I remember that day and everything, bro. That day changed my life. August 9th, 2020. Insane. But I think it was a very good time or bad time.
Where did you learn how to trade?
Daniel Savage. Yeah. Yeah.
Like you took a course or you studied the streams or
No, so I think what definitely helped me learn a lot was the Zooms, bro, which is why I started live streaming, because I knew how much that helped me out during my journey, was watching someone trade every day, seeing how his psychology was and all that stuff. And then I learned from everyone, bro. I've learned from you, Roy. I've learned from freaking Goldfather. I've learned from Andy. I've learned from Anthony's world. I've learned from Q Banks, like, but I would have to say that Daniel was my mentor, the guy who, really put me on. But I grabbed something from everyone, and then I made my own strategy from it, but I always like to give credit where it's due. I was nervous when I hopped on here, I was like, holy shit, dude, I've been watching these people for a minute. Now I get to actually sit down and talk to them. That's why I'm actually, like talking, because this is my chance. It's my shot.
Wow. That's how I feel when Andy gets on the stream. I'm still in my boots. I'm still stumbling over my words. That's how I hope I don't mess this up.
It's surreal, bro. It's
whatever,
surreal.
bro. You've got my cell phone number. You can FaceTime me any day.
I know, man. I'm still like, oh, God. Andy's in the chat, guys.
You're funny. You're funny. I'm just a bald-headed dude with a beard, man. They got lucky pushing some buttons.
Oh my God.
Yo, why is a Netflix documentary on like all the Netflix documentary you see is just about people getting robbed from trading?
There's actually one that we're in the process of working on. So my buddy Brant Pividick, he is the one responsible for like all your Laguna Beach like top stuff, Brody Jenner, Malibu, the boys in Malibu, all that stuff. And he works with a lot of back end stuff with Netflix. So he's wanting to actually do a documentary on Forex trading specifically. And me and him have been talking for like the last 4 months of it.
I love it.
Of more of the positive side aspects of it. Like you said, everything's always negative. So he wants to do something that's more positive based in it. Cause that's what I told him. I was like, that's me. If I would have never found Q, I mean, I would have never started trading Forex. I still would have had a good life because of crypto and stocks and everything else. But I mean, I wouldn't have met the people I've met today. I've had people, I mean, currently right now, I've got almost 11 people that live in my city now, specifically because of myself and Forex. And they just want to be closer to the group of people we have here in our hometown. So it's like just seeing that movement and the people whose lives have been changed, the lives I've been introduced to. I couldn't imagine not being in this industry. And that all happened with me one night being bored and just jumping on my phone and searching hashtags and finding Q banks. That's it.
That's so far.
So the marketing worked out good too, because the marketing works out good too. It's a double-edged sword. So it's like
yeah, it did, because I mean, as soon as I saw it on there, it was him and his Porsche. He had his Porsche, and I'm like, man, look at this guy talking about how much money he makes in front of a Porsche. It's probably a rented car.
The thing is, like, Q is one of those everybody wants to be Q. I think this is like the core of the problem. Everyone wants to be Q. The thing is, Q loves that shit. Like, he actually loves the cars.
Oh yeah,
like, that's his whole thing. So everybody else is kind of doing the Ty Lopez. Q's like living his like Hot Wheels dream.
Yeah, and that's
everybody's just kind of like, oh,
I think Lambo as well.
I'm a car guy at heart. Like, I mean, before these people were born, because I'm 40. I've got 3 Super Street covers under my belt. Yeah, I've got 3 of my cars have been on the cover of Super Street. I've had about a dozen spreads in Super Streets. I've had 96 cars.
Wow.
So like, I'm a huge.
How many have you crashed?
2.
Andy,
2. That's it.
These cars you got right now.
Win rate, bro.
Do I know?
I'm seeing this Bumblebee yellow Transformers McLaren.
Oh yeah, it's a piece of shit.
I'm seeing this Porsche. What's going on here? You're starting a car company?
Yeah, so the Porsche is actually not mine, that's my wife's. So the Porsche is Hannah's. But then I've got the Porsche. So the cars that I personally own myself are the Porsche, the Mercedes GLS 63. I've got the Lexus, my old school Blazers. In the process of possibly landing a Performante, but then I'm part of an exotic lease car group. So I pay X amount of dollars a year, and then I get a whole year of exotic cars, any car that I want. So I just pull from whatever inventory they have, and I'll keep it for a month, 2 months. I'll keep it for 2 weeks, and then I just interchange them out for the whole year.
Wait, so the Porsche is your wife's, right?
Yeah, the GT3 is my wife's.
I was
You bought
basically
that Lexus 3.0 low.
that's your car, bro.
Yeah. She wanted, so the thing was, every time we were going out to drive somewhere, I mean, obviously she rides shotgun with me, and she's an amazing, amazing driver. I would put her up, like I always tell people, you can tell a good driver by how they do donuts or how they drift. So like if you can do 3 to 4 full donuts and then drift all the way sideways through 1 to 2 gears, you're a pretty good driver. And I've got a lot of track time under my belt. My wife, like on my skill level, I'd say she's an 80% driver to me. She could outdrive about any of my guy friends, like legit outdrive them. So she is amazing. So every time we go out somewhere, she's like, babe, I really want to drive with you. And I was like, well, your GLS is fast. Like her GLS 63, there's not much more I can do to it. It's pushing almost 1,000 horsepower. It's pretty unreal. But again, it's not a car. So she wanted a McLaren, and I was like, not getting you a McLaren. I think a Porsche fits you. So I got her a Porsche GT3, did about every mod you can do to it, and it's rowdy. So now when we go out somewhere, she's got something to drive and play along with me. But I won't lie, I probably drive it more than she does because it's my most favorite car we've ever had.
Can you, I don't know if you're allowed to give away that Connect, but I mean, as far as the one where you can get like.
Yeah, dude, I got you. I'll shoot you a message.
Yeah, I just shot you a follow on Instagram.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, and here's the plus side. It's 100% write off.
Yeah.
You said what?
It's a 100% write off on your taxes for the cars.
Oh, wow, really?
Yep.
What is it under?
Because it's considered long-term rental. So whenever you're doing your taxes for your business, it's your rental for that whole year.
Damn.
Does it matter where you're at, location?
Does not matter. They'll ship. They'll typically ship so right now it's mostly on the south side of the US. But like for me, I wake up. If I tell them what car I want, I wake up the next morning, it's delivered in my driveway.
I like that.
When I get tired of it, I call them up, tell them what car I want next. They put it in my driveway. I don't have to worry about maintenance. I don't have to worry about tires. I don't have to worry about insurance. Absolutely nothing.
You know what I noticed about you, but also made me realize a lot of other traders, is that I feel like you have something that's structured, right? So if you look at traders like, for example, like Hugh, you, Anthony, Grant, aside from Savage, not that I have anything against him or anything, but if you look at like those traders, which are very successful traders, I noticed that all those traders are married, they have kids, and they have like a certain structure. You know what it is? I don't know what it is, but I swear I think the secret of getting also more success, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, like I just recognize patterns on and off the charts, is getting married, having kids, having structure, because it leaves you laser focused. Like when you're single, you don't have kids, you don't really have family, it kind of allows you to be pulled into outside things and outside people. But when you like set up responsibilities for yourself, like taking care of kids, taking care of your wife, it just leaves you laser focused.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I've always said, my life went to another level when I met my wife, hands down, because she was, she was my ride or die through thick and thin. We've literally lost everything 3 times. So 3 times in our life, we lost everything. I'm talking lost our cars, lost our houses. I was one of those guys where I'm going to the plate to hit a home run. I'm not going up there to hit first base, second base. I'm going to hit a home run or I'm striking out. And after we finally figured out what worked within our marriage, I now had someone that I'm bouncing ideas off of that is not going to just tell me what I want to hear. She's going to be against me. If I have an idea that's not good, she's going to tell me it's not good. She keeps me grounded. I don't have to worry about going out here and making stupid decisions and making stupid choices in life. It really kept me laser focused with it. And then as you're maturing and getting older, you throw kids into the mix. And when you throw kids into the mix, it now teaches you more about life. So it's like with me, I did a whole podcast. I haven't released it yet. And I talk about how much time I've spent with my wife and kids. And I've already lived my life with my wife as if I'm 96 years old. If I died tomorrow, I have spent what the average person would with their wife to 96 years old, because we're not waking up in the morning.
That's gold.
And she's going to her 9 to 5 and I'm going to my 9 to 5. And then we're coming back home at 6 o'clock and she's getting the kids ready for dinner. I'm taking a shower, doing paperwork, checking emails, us coming back, sitting at a dinner table for an hour, eat with the kids go to bed. Me and my wife sit on the couch and then we go to bed or we're on our phones or whatever. I don't have that. So the average American family right now gets an hour and a half of quality time with their spouse a day. That's it. Well, like outside of this meeting, Zoom, when I go to the bedroom, we're going to go to bed. When we wake up in the morning, at say 7:30, 8 o'clock, we are together all day. Everything we do is all day. If I've got meetings, she's at the meetings with me. So are the kids. If we're going out to eat dinner, she's with me. Now we do have a nanny that'll watch the kids for 4 hours a day for us just to have our time. So like during that time, we're at the gym together. When we go out to get drinks, we're getting drinks together. Like everything is always us or the kids. So that's why I started thinking about that as a dad. I hear all my friends are like, oh, kids, man, you blink and they're gone. The average parent spends 9 hours a week of quality time with their kids. That's without a phone in front of them, a TV in front of them, and not in a car. Actual quality time is roughly around 9 hours a week. So if your kid, after, you add up that in a year, add that up in 18 years, you don't have that much time. But then if you take someone like myself, where I'm spending 18 hours a day with my kids, I'm seeing my kids' full life day through and through. Again, that's why I preach trading. Learn it, figure it out, and you'll actually get to live your life 4 times over and over again.
That's true. Honestly, I realized that when I first had my kid, like, I don't know what it was. The funny thing about it's crazy. I trade gold. My son was born on Gold Street. Weirdest thing ever.
That's hilarious.
There's no way.
Bro, swear to God, I literally have a video of it.
That's great.
In the hospital, like on Facebook Live. It's fucking crazy. But weirdest thing ever is I realized at that time when I was with my son's mom and I was having a kid, all of a sudden, like my trades just improved drastically. I don't know what it was. It was like some type of sorcery. My trade just improved drastically. Every day that the baby got bigger, my lot sizes got bigger. The trades were just going in my direction. And I realized it's because when you have like a kid and you have a wife and you have structure, you have something to kind of live for, and it leaves you kind of laser focused where you're not really pulled out from distractions because you're already making that your inner focus, your inner world. So all the money and everything comes a part of it. Like they even whether you believe it or not, but even in the Bible, it says, a man who takes care of his family obviously inherits riches, right? They say it in the Godfather. If you can't take care of your family, you can't be rich. So I love that about you, and that you have that, edge.
Andy, give the guys out here some advice. How do we find a good woman in our life?
Hey, real quick, I was going to say my baby's 1 year old today, September 1st. That's it.
Ooh, happy birthday.
And happy birthday to Ryan, our own pillar. She's got a birthday today too. Yeah, my baby's 1 year old today.
Man, so for me, I think the problem is we've made finding the wrong person too easy. Back in the day, and I say back in the day because I can say that now, I'm old as dirt. If there was someone you wanted to talk to or someone that you liked, you physically had to go up to that person and approach them. You had to ask them for their phone number. You had to ask them what their name was. And then if you wanted to talk to them, you couldn't message and hide behind a message. You had to pick up a phone and call their home phone, because most of them didn't have cell phones then because they didn't even make enough money. Like back in the day, if you had a cell phone, you're paying $1,200 a month for it. Service was expensive. You're carrying it around in a briefcase. We didn't even have a smartphone where you could text people. So
all right, now you're dating yourself, Andy.
I'm being serious. So it's like, if you're really wanting to talk to that person, you had to be forthcoming. So because of that, you need to know a little bit about them. You didn't go up and talk to someone just because they look good. It was more or less, you're asking their friends. You notice they're hanging out with this crowd. So you're like, hey, what do you think about her? What type of person is she? You don't see the pictures on social media. You're not seeing what they post. You don't know much about them. So you would talk, you'd get to know more about them. You're talking in person, and it would develop a relationship. Now you can see someone that's at the mall and be like, wow, she looks familiar. Oh, I saw her talking to that person. You go on social media and you're looking, you're scrolling, you're typing in American Eagle or Hollister, wherever they work, popping up, see who's like this store, who follows this. And you can almost find anyone you want to find. And then you scout them out. You're like, oh man, she don't have a man. All right, I'm gonna slide in there. I'm gonna send a message. Boom, you send a message, you start talking. And like, it's just too easy access to everyone. So I think for the people in today's time, where that's where you're at, man, it's more or less just paying attention to what the other person is doing and their goals. You know, if you go out, and this is just from a guy's perspective, being me, because this is what I tell the people that I mentor. If you're taking a girl out on a date, that first date should be talking about, you know, not who are your friends, what do you like to do? It's more or less, what's your goals? I want to, if I'm going to go out with you on a first date, what's your goals in life? Andy, that may be a little too blunt for a first date. No, if this is a lady that I'm going to have kids with, possibly, I'm wasting my time, I'm wasting my money, and it's going to be a good time one way or another. I need to know, what's this person's goals? What do they want in their life? You know, do they support mine? And then as you're developing a relationship, I mean, you may not match with the emotion side of it. They may be an emotional basket case, or they may be the best thing you've had in your life. But there has to be some sort of foundation you're building for the long term.
Nice.
And it doesn't exist anymore. Now it's like, oh man, short skirt, showing some tits. Let's go pop some bottles. That's going to be my girl this week. And next week I'll find another one. And then those same guys are wondering why they're not growing. You can't grow if you don't have the right woman and or man by your side. You can't.
So were you already like at a certain level, like I would say, before you met your wife? Like, were you already established and as successful as a trader, or did it come way after?
Dude, that's a great. So when I met my wife, I was 22 years old. So I've known my wife our entire life. So let me put that into context. I've known my wife since I was about 10 months old. My mom and her mom were really good friends growing up. And around probably 6, 7, 8 years old, we quit, seeing each other as our families kind of went their own ways. And I didn't see her again until I was about 21, 22. And then I met her at the mall at 22 years old. We just started talking. At that point in my life, I had a decent job. I had money in the bank. I had things going for me. So at that point in time, yes, I would have considered myself doing well. I was successful at that point, but I wanted more out of life. So when we got together, fast forward, we start dating, we get married, and I made some really bad business decisions. I invested in some businesses where I trusted people. I figured they would do me right. They would never do me wrong. And they just ripped me off. They took my money, ran. I never got anything out of it. And then that money basically was everything that I had saved up. Try to hit a home run. So at that point, we're like, okay, we got to downscale our life. We can't, buy the new cars. We need to sell this car. We need to move into a smaller apartment, go back and forth. So did that. I started hustling again, making more money. I came up with another business, opened up a supplement company, sold that supplement company, had some money. So now we're back at success again. Threw that into some business stuff. It crashed and burned, lost everything again. At this point, we lost cars. We're married now, had to move in with one of my best friends because we didn't have a place to live. Like, it was horrible. She stood by me through that. Then I've got this great idea of, you know what? My family trades. I'm going to start trading. I've got my corporate job. I have my 401k. I'm going to play around to see what happens. So at work, I'm playing around with my 401k. And I noticed that as I'm changing what it's investing in, I'm making more money. And then it was probably about 2.5, 3 years after that, I'm in a big meeting with all the rest of people on the team. And they start sharing their 401ks. They're like, yeah, my 401k is sitting at this, and my 401k is sitting at that. And then when I share my numbers, you see everyone's eyes get like this big. And I was like, is that pretty good? And they're like, yeah, that's like you've been working here your whole life. And I was like, all right, that's fair enough. Well, about that time, that's when Bitcoin was starting to get a little bit of chatter. So I told my wife, I was like, we keep swinging for home runs and we keep losing. We're going to go all in. She said, what do you mean? I was like, I'm going to cash out my entire 401k. We're dumping it in Bitcoin. We're going to see what happens. So I did.
Holy shit.
That's all history. So
sometimes you got to risk it, right?
I mean, it's the only way to live. I mean, dude, we risk every day we wake up, we beat the biggest risk. We're alive. And before that risk, we took the biggest risk of our life. The odds of you being alive is 1 in 400 trillion. You can Google that. That is a fact. Your odds of being born is 1 in 400 trillion. So if your odds of being born is 1 in 400 trillion, and you beat the largest risk of your life for waking up, Why wouldn't you take risks? Well, you can take it a step further than that. Look at the things that we do every single day that's a risk. I smoke cigars. I drink whiskey. Statistically, by me doing those things, I'm taking years off my life statistically. If you're eating fast food and you're going out popping bottles every Friday and Saturday, getting hammered till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, you're killing your health. So people will risk their health every day with the things they put in their mouth and their body, but are afraid to push buy or sell on a Forex chart.
Which is crazy, which is absolutely insane.
It blows my mind, because if you lose the trade, you lose money. But if you mess your health up, you die.
People are basically saying that they would rather die than have no money to pay for a good looking coffin than to trade Forex and have money to pay for a good looking coffin, which is crazy. It's insane.
And you know, Andrew, the story you described, it had a lot of ups and downs to it. And
oh, dude, our story was, I mean, there was at one point, I mean, I'll never forget it. I'm sitting in the driveway and I was completely emotionally exhausted. I mean, I had nothing left in me. I was throwing, so in 2010, 2009, I was working a corporate job, about 50 hours a week in corporate America, regulatory compliance and disclosure for the largest insurance group company in America, which was called Unum. And then I was throwing newspapers. So I had to get to the newspaper route at around 1:15, 1:20, get all my newspapers loaded up to have them thrown by 3 o'clock, well, around 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. As soon as I got done with that, I went to a place called Key Fitness and I was a personal trainer. So I did all their training sessions from 5 o'clock until 7 o'clock, where as soon as I left there, I took a shower there, put on my dress clothes, went to corporate job. Got off corporate job. If I didn't have newspapers to throw that night and I knew I had like an open time, I would start cleaning carpet. So I cleaned carpet for like Crystal, a place called Chop House, Red Lobster, Super Salad, a few other places around here. When I wasn't doing that, I was doing landscaping when I got off of work. So I was literally picking up all these jobs and I was beat. I mean, there were times I'd pull in the driveway and sleep in my car. I didn't even want to go in the house. And one night I'm just in the car and I'm crying. Like I emotionally just broke down. And Hannah was worried about me because she was like, I've seen your car parked in the driveway. Why aren't you coming inside? And she comes in. I was like, I couldn't come inside, babe. I feel like I'm beat. Like there's nothing left in the tank. I have, you know, I was a professional athlete, racing dirt bikes, doing a lot of BMX stuff. I've made, you know, did pretty decent off of all that. Come off of that. And then I start doing, you know, all these odds and end jobs. I'm making really good money. I've got cars. I'm flipping cars. I own a performance shop. And then I invest. I lose a life. We get more money, I invest, I lose a life. I was like, I feel like I can't get ahead. I can't. And at this point in time, I hadn't even entertained trading because I didn't want to be anything like the stress I saw that my dad and my grandfather had, because they were trading at levels to where they were losing large amounts of money or winning large amounts of money. And I saw them win a lot, but then when I saw them lose, it was hell for weeks at a time. I mean, just hell. I was like, I never want to be that person. So I was beat. And that's why I say the only thing that saved me was the fact I had a wife that said, you're going to do it. You can't stop. If you stop, that means we lose, not just you, but we lose. Our future kids are going to lose. We can't lose at this. We have tried so hard, so many times, we are going to make it. And dude, that's
a YouTube video on how my wife made me a trading millionaire. That'd be dope. A little short film, that would be sick, honestly. Because the story is great. I love it. And it makes sense. Like it's just perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, and that's why how do you post about her? You know, everyone's like, man, you're always giving these sappy posts. You know, I get hell from a few guys. And they're like, you know, man, you know, you're not alpha. You know, you need to be an alpha man, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, bro,
irritate vibes.
Yeah, it's like, well, let me explain something to you. I can operate heavy machinery. I can cut wood. I can build a house. I can do electrical. I can do plumbing. I know how to build cars. I'm pretty dang alpha when it comes to doing manly stuff. But I'm also not manly enough, too manly enough to say my wife is a massive, massive reason why I'm here today. I mean, I would be. And a lot of people, I mean, I talked about this on a podcast that I released with a girl named Lex 2 weeks ago. I mean, I'm a suicide survivor. And a lot of people don't know that. And she pulled me through that. So, I mean, life has had such a downward turn that I wasn't always in a good spot. And so,
What do you
I mean,
think got you out of those times?
His wife.
That's it. That's
Just,
it. I mean,
she's like
dude,
your
it was-
support.
when I woke up and I wasn't supposed to wake up, and I've got my mom and my wife in a hospital room. And I saw I saw the happiness, but then I saw the sadness. It was, why did you feel this way? Why did you feel that there was no out here? Why did you feel that you couldn't talk to us or relate? And I was like, because I was done. I had no more left in the tank. And that's why trading in general, whether it's crypto, Forex, stocks, anything, or not even that, e-commerce business, starting your own business, whatever, is so important, because at the end of the day, there's so much weight that's put on a man's shoulders from a family perspective, from friends' perspective, from a kid's perspective, wife's perspective, everything. There's so much weight that's being carried that we sometimes don't show those defeats that we have. So when I started being real with myself, I was like, I've got to teach trading. I need to, because this will help other men find a way when they're stressing about that cell phone bill, when they're stressing about that rent payment, when they're stressing about the house payment, when they're stressing about putting, the diapers on their baby, when they're stressing about all these little things, not the clothes, not the watches, just life. This could be an out.
And you could be that guy for them.
That's it.
You know what you should have said to them when you were talking about all the wood and all the other stuff? I would have been like, what lot size is your US 30 trades? Honestly. Because they're like, you're throwing 30 lots. They don't even know what 30, you're throwing 30 lots plus on US 30. They don't even know what that is. You know what I'm saying? That's the most alpha shit in the world.
No, you're
saying
your story was really
damn, this is hitting different. Not gonna lie.
But the most alpha shit in the world is trading US 30. Being in a drawdown for US 30, you're down like fucking $70,000, $80,000 and having balls of steel to hold to be up multiple six figures.
Yeah.
It's the most alpha shit ever. You could cut as much fucking wood as you want.
I think that for Andy, that's very easy to do. I think the harder part is the Blanca template he has. That has more balls than anything, bro.
Yeah.
And Andrew, I just wanted to say personally, I think like your story is really motivating because and Demetrius hears me say this all the time, but thank God that you're still here with us, first and foremost. But two, like when you're at those low points, like sometimes I have to remind myself too. And sometimes like Demetrius say this back to me, is like when you're going through some shit and you're at a low point, like your life is like a chart. Like, I said, you have these ups and downs. So like a lot of times you just have to think to yourself, like, all right, I'm at a low point right now. I'm just grabbing liquidity. We're still bullish. Just grabbing liquidity.
And then sometimes you get stuck in consolidation and you don't know what to do. That's like your period of where you're just kind of thinking of where your life's going. Sometimes you think you got it and then you're up for the buy and then shit just wicks right back down.
And it's even worse today than what it was then, because that's why I push so hard for, truly coaching people and truly mentoring people the right way, is because when I was going through all that, we did have social media, but it wasn't as relevant today as it was then. Now everyone sees your ups and downs. Now everyone, you could have a crappy day and just post a picture, and now you're going to get 100 comments that are flaming you about something that took place or a trade you lost. I mean, we saw that with James Storms. When James Storms had that one bad losing trade, the whole Forex market turns on this dude and just goes nuts. And they're like, you suck, you should kill yourself, you should do this. And it's like, bro, y'all need to chill. Like, why are y'all being so rude to this dude who has proved what he can do, and he had a bad day? And we see it with kids. I posted on my Instagram story last week. I was at Best Buy, and there's this group of girls that are with their mom, and they were taking videos of how other girls were dressed and posting them on social media, making fun of them. And it's like the mom who the kids are with didn't even stop to say anything, didn't even stop to say, hey, we don't do that. And I'm sitting there thinking, man, like if one of those girls, if that gets shared on social media, because obviously it's easy, in a small town, someone posts something, you screenshot it, you're going to forward it, you're going to show it, screen record it, whatever. What if those girls see it and they're in a tough spot? What about if they come from a family that can't afford the newest or nicest of things? Now it's going to put them even in a bad spot at a young age. So, I mean, look at your celebrities, you know, Shawn Mendes, he just quit touring because he's going through some emotional stuff. You've got actors and actresses who have said no more movies this year because we're mentally handicapped. We can't do any more. We need to get our emotions in check. So it's like when you've got people who are A-class celebrities, multimillionaires, have everything that they want breaking down, the girl next door who doesn't have a good family life is going to break down even 10 times harder. So it's like we have to keep that in check and remember to always, you know, check on our friends, always be uplifting to other people, and understand that everyone has a story that even we might not understand. Right. You know, everyone's book is different than our own. So it's important.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? I love that you made that point that everyone's book is different, because when people look into people's Instagram profiles and they see people, you know, posting and living the lifestyle, they kind of read everyone's book as the same.
Yep.
In that kind of category. They think, oh, these are all the superheroes and they're having the best days ever and they're going out and, you know what I'm saying, exercising their power and people are clapping for them. But that's not really what it is always in reality. Obviously, you know, you're going to have your downtimes, and those people who are maybe at their high peak and maybe are happy, who knows? I can't really say. But those people had to go through a lot of depression. You know what I'm saying? You see, like, the strongest people are the people that are able to go through something insane and be able to still prevail from it. That's why it says, you know, God says, I always give my battles to my strong shoulders. Strong shoulders.
Into that.
God is never going to put you in a battle that you won't be able to overcome. So I love that. I love that analogy.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of people like get stuck in that phase instead of trying to grow from it. You know, God puts you in those situations to grow from it, not to stay.
Yeah. If I wouldn't have been through the things that I went through back then, man, I mean, for sure, I wouldn't be as strong or thick-skinned as I am today, you know, by any means. So I think that's why, because I get asked a lot, you know, why does your outlook on life or trading, you know, different from, you know, some people and all this? I'm like, well, one, I'm older. Two, I've been through a crap. I mean, within, you know, racing dirt bikes growing up, doing that on a professional level, to corporate America, to all these odd and end jobs, to losing everything, to being married while losing that stuff, to quitting the corporate job at 15 years, getting into trading, opening up multiple businesses. You know, it's just, it teaches you a different way of life to where you're like, man, I just want to live.
Right.
Like, I just want to wake up tomorrow, hug my kids, and just live life. And if I can do that every single day until the day I die, I'm golden. And everything else is just, I've got tattooed on my arm. It says, as long as everything in your life, as long as everyone in your life is happy and healthy, everything else is just sprinkles on the sundae. And Paul Walker said that during an interview of his, and that's always stuck with me. It's like, as long as my friends and family are healthy and they're good, everything else is icing on the sundae. The cars, the watches, the trips, the vacations, that's just extras.
Yeah, that's it. That's all it is. Like, and most people will realize, like, once you start to make a lot of money, like, I see this on a podcast the other day. They were like, as you notice, the richer and richer that Jay-Z gets, he's wearing less and less shit that looks rich.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah. He's just bored at this point. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you make so much money to where you're like, okay, you know, now you got the girl of your dreams, the car of your dreams, the house of your dreams. You got all these things. And it's always a then, right? You're always living in the state of like, then what? And then you realize, I'm just having more of the same shit that I had last time. And like, this is just the cycle of life. But when you start living to just live without having any attachment to it, right? Not to say you can't have experiences, enjoy yourself, but if that's all you live for, then you really truly miss the meaning of living. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, dude, all day.
Yeah, you just truly mean the meaning of life. Like, when you die, like, I realized, I was thinking about my grandma's funeral. I was like, damn, when my grandma died, no one talked about how she made $500,000 on stocks. No one talked about her investment properties. No one talked about how anything money related to her, right? Or her vacation that she went on. They all just talked about how good of a person she was and how much they made her laugh, how much they made her cry, all the experiences they had with them. And you start to realize as you make more money that, damn, that's what life is about. It's about sharing your experience through the people that you love and just things that you love every single day. You know,
And that was kind of me. Like, you know, I had this goal of cars I wanted to check off my list throughout my life. And, you know, the last one that I had was the Ferrari F430, because at that time I made that goal. That was the Ferrari that was out that I wanted, was the Ferrari F430. Well, then they made the Ferrari 458. So I was like, you know, why get the F430 when they made the 458? That's kind of my dream car. Naturally aspirated, you know, V8, true F1 sound I wanted. So the hype of the car was cool. When I finally got it, I didn't pay cash for it. I paid all Bitcoin for it. So, you know, I got the title in hand. It's my car. And I'm like, I'm never getting rid of this car. I have my dream car. I'm keeping it forever. I'm going to give it to my son. And I get it. I drive it, drove it all the way down from Florida, all the way back home. After about 2 months of driving it, I'm noticing that I'm driving my other cars. It's staying in the garage. And my wife was she's like, do you not like it anymore? I was like, I'm not gonna lie, like getting out of that car 8 to 10 times a day, it's hurting my hips. My ass is getting numb. Like I'm just not digging it. It's loud. I wanted to be in a peaceful car. I'm gonna drive the Mercedes. You know, fast forward 3 or 4 weeks go by. I'm driving it 1 or 2 times. And then I realized I didn't have a connection with it. It was something that I wanted because it was a cool goal to have. It was something in front of me to chase, to be like, okay, I checked it off my list. But then once I checked it off, it was like, it's just sitting there. So I called up Albert at Eurostable and I was like, bro, come pick up my Ferrari and sell it for me. He's like, wait a minute. I was like, I don't want it no more. I was like, find me a Defender, find me an SUV that I can just drive. He was like, are you serious? I was like, yeah. He had me a buyer in like, I think a week and a half, 2 weeks. They come loaded up, dropped me off the Defender, drove it. And that was that. He hit me. He's like, bro, what other car do you want? I was like, I'm really not feeling one. And that's how I got into the leasing program. It's like, if I don't feel like having a car, I don't have a car. When I want a car, I have a car. You know, and like I said, it's more to me about just the living and experiences of it. You know, I really don't have a connection to anything. I've got 2 cars I'm connected to. I got the Lexus IS 300, which was my original car in 2002 that I had when me and my wife started dating. I have the original car that me and my wife started dating on in the driveway. And then I've got a 1989 S10 Blazer that's sitting in a climate controlled storage unit with 3,600 miles on it. And it was the first car I got when I was 16 years old. Those are the only 2 cars I have connections to. Outside of that, it's like,
you think you have more connection with like the journey, and once you're there, it's like a little bit less. That's how I felt when I got my car, honestly, too. Yeah.
I love living. You know, I love going out to eat dinner with friends. Like this weekend, we've got a party. We've got a party tomorrow night. We've got a party Saturday night, a party Sunday night, and a party Monday, all with different groups of friends and family. And it's like, that's what I love. I love sitting back and seeing my whole family interact and the kids playing with, you know, their friends or their cousins and everyone just enjoying life. Cause like, that's what I remember when I was a kid. And, you know, I watched my grandparents pass away. My grandfather, I mean, he's not doing well at all. So, I mean, he don't have much longer in his life, but he's almost 90 years old. And I see these things and it's like, man, that's going to be me one day. Like there's going to come a day where, and that's why I get asked when people say, what's your biggest fear? It's not losing money. It's not losing cars. And my biggest fear is one day there'll become a day where I'm no longer here. And if I die too soon, someone else will become a husband to my wife and someone else will become a father to my kids. So my goal while I'm alive is if I'm the best husband and the best father, it's going to be hard for someone to compete with that when I'm gone. If I'm a shitty father and a shitty husband, I can be replaced like that when I'm buried in the dirt. Because now when that new man comes into my wife's life, after I'm passed, guess what he's got? If he treats her better than I treat her, she's going to know that. She's going to miss me, but she's going to be like, man, he like takes care of me. He treats me well. He loves me. And then when she sees him playing with the kids and doing stuff, she'll be like, Andy never did that with the kids. Like he's actually a good dad. And I've been replaced that easily. So it's like in my life, I don't want to be replaceable. I want to be, wow. No one can ever be the husband he was.
I think that's the best goal you can have.
He was. So like that's just my goal every single day is to be the best in those fields. And if I fell as a friend or I fell as a coach or a mentor or on the charts, we're mulliganing and we'll do better the next day. When it comes to the husband and the dad, I cannot fail at that.
I feel the same thing, honestly. Like even with my son, I'm just like, wow. Like when someone asks me about, because people ask, like, you know, what about your parents? You know, who are you more closer to, your mom or your dad? You know what I'm saying? Tell me about your parents. Like when someone's learning about me through my son, I always thought like, damn, I want him to have a really good story to tell. Like I gotta really, because before having a kid, I realized I'm like, oh, whatever, I'm just gonna be this whole rock star. I'm just gonna live life however I want, blah, 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 blah. But I was like, you know what? That's like childish. Because when I get older, when my son gets older, I want him to like look at like, yo, my dad was the smartest, best, so focused, most disciplined, like always took care of me, always hung out with me all the time, always gave me the best experiences, always made sure I had the best of the best. Because I realized that my mom did that for me. So when people ask me and they're like, you know, who are you close with? Or who's a hero in your life? I always think of my mom. Like my mom could have had $100 and would have gave me 50. You know what I'm saying?
And even then, she was still the hero of your day.
Always.
Yeah.
Always. And so now I just like, I'm like, damn, I understand now. Like you never understand what it's like being a parent until you're actually a parent.
Yep.
And like, damn, now I see why my mom loves me for absolutely no reason. Absolutely no reason. I'm just a part of her. So it's just biologically programmed in her to just love me. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just like, wow. And I think about all the amazing things that she's done for me. And I'm like, I want to be that dude.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I want to live for that. Like, I just feel like once you have a bigger purpose, it just puts you in the frame to just like everything.
It does. And I mean, that's just to me, I've journaled. So that's what, if you ever listen to any of my podcast or my Zooms, lives, anything, I talk about journaling. I've been journaling, well, note-taking, journaling, writing stories, whatever you want to say, since I was 15 years old.
Right.
And so I've got books upon books of stuff that my kids are going to go back one day and be able to read. And then I got to a point where it's like reading's not in my own words. So my phone's there. I'd show it to you every single night. Because it went off, I had to mute it. Every single night at 11 o'clock, I get a notification that says make video. So every single night at 11 o'clock, I make a video to my kids. I make a video of, hey guys, this is what happened today. Today we went out and we bought your fish. You know, we put them in the fish tank, lost, and I just kind of explained the day. I'm like, kids, I love y'all. Hope y'all had an amazing day. We'll see you tomorrow. And I make these videos in just little bitty clips, and I put them in a folder, and then I put them on a hard drive. I actually have it right here. This little guy right here. Bam. This is the little folder. And I transfer them on here. And one day, when something happens to me, guess what? My kids can actually go back. They don't have to read it. They can actually hear it in my own words. They can hear it in my own voice. They can hear everything right here. And I think it's important that as a parent, a husband, anything, you note take, you journal, and it's even helped me because I went back and watched those videos. I went back and listened to my voice notes. I went back and read my journal. And it's like, wow, you were an idiot. Why were you thinking that way? Or it was the other side of, man, that was smart. By you doing that, you changed the course of your family's life. And I've always said, the best book a person can ever read is their own. We want to read everyone else's self-help motivational books. We want to read other stories, but the best book is reading our own to know how we can do better, what we did wrong in the past and how we're going to correct it in the future. The only way to read your own book is by journaling. And obviously social media helps us out with that a lot because you can go back in time. I'll even do that. I'll go back in time all the way to, I think I started uploading stories in like 2018 at some point. And I can go all the way back to 2018 and I'll just start watching them. And just seeing the progression of life, seeing the progression as a dad, seeing the progression as a husband, seeing the friends that I once hung out with that I don't hang out with anymore. That was a good decision or it was a bad decision. You know, it allows you to see everything from a different perspective when you go back and look at that. So I think as long as we're conscious and mindful of what's happened in the past, and then we put it right in front of us, it can hit you pretty hard.
Well, that's good. Yeah. I'm honestly glad that we're having this conversation. It's very wholesome, you know.
Bro, I feel bad for anybody that's not on this live stream right now.
Thank you, Anthony. I think so too. This is obviously we're supposed to be talking about trading, but I think this is the most important. I think this is the most important part of trading because when I hold my classes, it's always funny. I do a 3-day class. The first day of class, we talk about psychology, and everyone is just they look like they're bored, about to pull their eyes out, and they don't want to sit there anymore. And I'm like, that's what we're talking about. Day 2, they're like, all right, we're going to trade. I'm like, no, I'm not going to trade today. What are we going to talk about? I'm going to answer questions for you, and we're going to go over a little bit of the charts. And then on day 3, we go over the charts, and it takes me 15 minutes.
There's only so much you can talk about when you're
And they're
reviewing
like,
charts.
bro, this is, I don't, at the third day, they understand. Third day, they're like, holy cow, this makes sense. And I'm like, psychology is everything in trading. Everything. I've been in rooms of people where it's like, everyone take buys right now. Everyone take buys. We're not selling. Everyone click buy. And you'll have a room of 50, 60 people and only 5 will win the trade because psychology kicked in. Some of them wanted to protect too early, got knocked out. Some of them wanted to run a stop loss too tight and got knocked out, in a stop loss. Some of them were in profit and wanted this massive TP and they were waiting for it and then it turned around and now they're negative. So the psychology of how they look at that trade is always this. I did it with Roy. When we were at the FX Summit, I was sitting in the trading room with him and James Storms and a few other people. And I was like, all right, guys, we're going to have a fun thing of psychology. All right, what is it? I was like, here's what we're going to do today. I told James, I was like, James, pull up a chart for me. So James pulls up a chart. He pulls up US 30. We're looking at, he has, everything that he's going to analyze with it. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, all right, guys, where do you guys think the chart's going to go? Like, what are y'all seeing in the market? They said, Andy, we're seeing buys. We're going to see a massive push up, I'm like, I think I see it too, but I think overall, within the next couple of weeks, we're going to sell down. Now I was like, all right, everybody thinks it's going to buy, raise your hand. See everyone raise their hands. Everyone thinks it's going to sell, raise your hand. Everyone raise their hands. I did complete opposite of what everyone in the room wanted to do. And I smoked the trade. Smoked it. But guess what? The people that were still doing the opposite of me would have won if the psychology was right. They'd have caught like 200 pips. They wouldn't have caught the 900 to 1200 pip move, but they still would have caught that 300. But what happens if they had that stop loss down here at the bottom and it knocked them out? Or what happened? So that's why I say psychology and knowing the way you think, how you look at the charts, where you're placing your stop losses, what you want out of the charts, it's so important. That's why I teach the 25 pip game. I'm like, catch 25 pips and be done for the day.
Oh my God, you and me both, bro.
You always have 25 pips. When you click buy or sell, you always have 25 pips to play with. Normally, statistically, I've looked at it and studied it, and it has an 88%, almost 88, it's like 87 and some change percent win rate. So why not just do that? But the problem is everyone that has these counts that are $5,000 or $10,000 trades at like $1 to $2 to $3 to be safe, hoping to make $1,000. To make $1,000 at $1 a pip, you've got to catch 1,000 pips.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you say if you just need 25 pips and you catch $1,000, up your lot size, catch 25 pips and be out. That's why people that have larger accounts make money faster. No one's sitting there trying to catch 1,000 pip move. Unless you're me trying to be dumb on the charts, you're just trying to catch a big fat move, large lot size, and be done with it.
Right. A lot of people got to realize that is like, honestly, even with the amount of capital that I'm trading now.
Yeah, everyone said sells and I clicked buy. That's what it was. Thank you for that.
I always do the, whatchamacallit. I always do 25 pips, like 25, 30 pips minimum. That's what I just tell everybody. I say to my group, I say to my friends, I was just telling it before you guys hopped on. I don't know if you were on Dollar. But I was saying at the beginning, 25 pips is all you need. You think if you're dropping 500 lots, you're going to care about catching 200 to 300 pips? You're not going to care.
I'll do it now. I'm going to try to catch just a move.
Yeah. I think that there's a million ways to make $1 million in this market. There's not necessarily a right way to do it. And there's not necessarily, I guess there could be a wrong way, but everybody has their own. I feel like trading strategy is a personality, right? It's what you're good at. I mean, if you're a patient guy and you can hold swings, then hold it. If you're like trying to catch a quick move, which is what I like, I'm going to catch a quick move.
Trader by heart, but I only swing trade when I know I have a higher probability chance versus like, okay, I'm cool. 25 pips, 30 pips, I'm in and out. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I agree with you. Yeah, everyone has like a different style. It's like being an airbender. You've seen the anime Airbender. You're either a bender, a wood bender, a fire bender. But who cares? All these benders get it popping. They all in a heartbeat. You know what I'm saying? And so we always try to like be like, a certain person or mimic a certain person. I even tell people who like take my course, I'm like, look, bro, you don't got to trade like me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to trade just exactly like me to a T. You're going to find your own personality. You're going to find your own flavor. James Storms is one of my best friends. I tell him all the time, I'm like, bro, your high risk that you take is unbelievable. Like, I would never be full margining an account or any of that shit. And he's crazy, but it works for him. Like I look at him like, bro, you're nuts. He looks at me like when I do like these crazy long swings, he's like, bro, you're holding a trade for over a week. Like he's like, dude, you're nuts, man. Like we argue all the time. Like buy gold, sell gold, buy gold, sell gold.
But Andy, were you doing that like at the beginning, or did it take time to develop that as your journey goes on?
Which part?
Like just holding these massive trades. Did you feel like it was
Yeah.
easier back then, or?
I come from the crypto space. I held Bitcoin from when it was worth nothing all the way up. So I tell you, being in the crypto space, you learn just to hold, you know?
Okay.
And then when you kind of see a good area, you're shaving off a little bit of profits and then just keeping more in the tank. So that, I think that's what's helped me. But like, so for example, we're just talking about that 25 pip move. It's not 25 pips. We'll see if we can pull anything out of it. No, just come back down. But like I was at 8 pips up on, you know, $1,000 a pip on US 30. And now it's come back down to that zone. So the goal is let this thing run for 15, 20 pips and catch some money on it.
You know, that daily is about to pop off, bro.
I hope so. We'll see what happens.
That giant pin bar right there, right on.
You guys see GJ? GJ's flying right now.
What do you guys have gold to? I have gold going down to 15,
I think Roy actually called those vibes, bro. Low key.
1565. What about you, Dollar?
For what, GJ?
No, for gold or oil. Do you have anything?
I think, yeah, we're like in a correction phase in the market for the next drop, right?
What about you, Andy? What do you think?
For gold, man, I don't need to talk about gold right now.
Oh, you hate?
What was your biggest loss ever, Andy?
Me and my daughter, when we were trading the other night on that live, I let her pick a setup in US 30 and a setup in gold because she wants to buy some stuff. And she took a sell at gold. I mean, literally at the top of the wick within another swing low zone. I was like, baby, we're going to sell. And she was like, no, Dave, we're taking a buy. And it was at 1755. I mean, 1756. And she clicked buy. And that thing said, see ya. So,
yup.
So for me, the TP is, I mean, for sales, I've got my TP at 1680 for sales.
Really? Yeah, I got my TP at 533.719 for long term.
What would you be waiting for, Goldfather, like to enter that trade, or are you already in?
So I've pretty much I took a profit on some positions. I've like 2 other positions running from 1743, and I'm sorry, not from 1743, from 17 like 45 or 4 or something like that. But I have positions running there. But my take on it is this. So I'm starting at the monthly, right? So let me just I'll give you a quick little breakdown of what I see. Okay. So obviously, you know, I see the chart is in a fair value area zone. This is where all the consolidation is, right? This is where the fair value is. 70% of the volume is here. Now look at the bottom of this support, okay? Watch this. Okay. The bottom of the support, obviously we could get down to this level, right? I'm not going to sell in this level, so I'm just going to go to a little bit of a smaller time frame. There's the weekly, right? So from the weekly, let's see how many pips it is. That's 200 pips. Okay, so we don't want to miss out on that. Now I'm going to go to a little bit lower time frame. Okay, so let's say my lower time frame is like the 6 hour, 12 hour. Preferably, I like the 12 hour. Okay. Once price breaks out of here at the 1688.562 level, I'm taking a sell here, not on this level, a little bit lower actually, because I don't like to do it on the wick. Okay, right there. And then my entry will be here. Okay, boom, 65 pips right here, right?
Would you close some there and just let a little like a runner go there? Or
Yeah.
would you not even close?
Just in case, because I wouldn't want my stop loss and profit to get hit. And then I'm just like, damn. So I take profit, get out, and then I'd re-enter anywhere around 1675. So 1675 is primarily where I'm going to enter right here.
Yeah, love that. And you trade what? Smart money? Oh. Is he frozen?
Yeah.
Is it me?
No, I think he's frozen.
He's
I
frozen.
was tripping out there. Everybody kind of stayed still. I was like, what the hell's going on?
The chart has him speechless, guys.
Yeah. He's like, holy shit.
Look
He
at
saw
his
that
eyes.
volume in the
It's
middle.
like that's the eyes you get when you're about to get margin called, bro. Someone take a
No.
picture of that. This is going to be a new meme on Instagram.
No, we're not doing them like that.
It's like that time I was on a live stream with Anthony and he was explaining a trade setup and got into a massive position and then fell asleep.
Yeah. So when do you usually start upping the lots, Andy?
He fell asleep on the live stream.
Holy shit. That's a different type of psychology, bro. So when do you start throwing like bigger lots? Like how do you usually start throwing bigger lots?
I mean, to be honest, I'm normally an under leverage guy. I'll take, $50, $100 a pip. And then once I start building the equity up, I'll trade more within that equity range. So
Okay.
like right now on the account that I'm trading, I'm up, I think like 1.8 mil for the year.
Holy shit.
So like right now, profit, let me do all history. So for the entire year.
You want to show your screen, Indy, or no?
Yeah, I can share. I don't care.
1.8 mil. Holy fuck.
So
yeah, there's levels to this shit, guys.
Yeah, so I mean, like
one day, boys, one day.
It's 1.8 mil. I'm setting on 1.7, obviously minus fees and everything. And so I'm playing within this balance. So I'm not worried about how much money's in the account total. I play within my equity of this. So, I mean, like right now, you guys are about to see something really nasty. I can't even let myself share this, but I might as well. I share it. Like there's $1,000 right there on that one.
My fault. My dog disconnected this shit. Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
So what's your plan with all those positions?
So yeah. So basically what I did was
it's a lot of positions on there.
Don't even tell me about it. So I've got a personal vendetta against this trade right here because I was in Florida with my buddy Manny and everyone hanging out. Y'all probably know Manny pretty well. So I'm hanging out with him in Florida and this massive trade hit right here. I had my TP set at 30 is around, let's see, 30,110, literally right there from this wick. We lost service this day. And then we were at Universal Studios. I had no service there. Okay. I come back home to this candle right here. I mean, being like literally in this area. And I was like, daggone, I missed TP. I'm holding this for TP. Why not? I'm going to hold it. We've got, if you look at this on the daily, we've got a nice little trend right here. It hadn't broke trend yet. We're going to hit this trend. We're going to reject. Obviously it didn't reject. Luckily I had this buy down here. This buy right here started out at $500 a pip. So I was able to catch this buy down here. And then I had another little buy here that I've been shaving partials off of. So this thing just starts tanking up.
Yeah.
Obviously massively. So during this time, I mean, you can see my trade history. During this time, I mean, I'm just going
oh shit
through there. And things obviously went pretty well. Well, then when it got to the top up here, I wanted to play this gap. I'm real big on playing gaps. So it's just something fun for me to do. And it normally always works in my favor. So, oh no. No,
yo, we're messing you up, man.
Man, I don't even know which one I just moved. Hold up, we gotta fix this. That's a key or something.
We gotta rewind the stream.
I don't even know what that is. Yeah, let's cancel that. Take profit. All right, so we had this gap fall out. So anytime this gap hits, I always play the gap. So I threw in $500 a pip for the buys right here to play this. Well, then, it dips down. I'm like, all right, I'm going to stack more buys. So I stack a few more buys, not going crazy. And it comes back up and I'm at break even. When it comes back up, I notice that I've got this little wick right here that's going that way. As soon as we reject, I go ahead and drop a sell at another 500. That way this position's hedged. And I'll just play the game all the way down. And as it keeps going, I just keep clicking buy. Well, along the ways of buys, obviously I'm still taking sells and playing within that range, waiting for it just to come back up. It's like free money when it does. And
fuck.
And then this thing bottom fell out. And I was actually on this one. If you look at the trade history, I mean, you can see I had positions in here and was getting knocked out because I was protecting too early on the 5 minute. And I closed out some positions here that were obviously, pretty profitable. And yeah, and then just played this position through here. I was in these buys, slammed down, and now it's coming right back up. So I do have this sell. This is an old sell right here. And I'm just going to hold that for when we finally tank, because even if the market comes back up, it's going to clear all these buys. These will be the only sells I have left up. But then when shit hits the fan,
How long do you think this is all going to play out?
We'll drop back to probably $27,000. So the goal will be this will come back up, clear me out of most of these orders here, and then this will come down and clear those orders out. And if not, so I mean, even if I closed out everything right now, you know, I'm sitting on 276,000 of drawdown, which isn't terrible. I could close out still 2.5, which puts me at 1.5 mil of profit. So still not mad about that.
It's a lot of positions.
Oh, bro,
how do you keep track?
I don't. I just trade. I trade, and if it's a good trade, I take it. If it's a bad trade, then it's not a. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So,
you mind if
do you think you're able to hold those positions because you have such a big account, right? So it's not like you're over leveraged.
Yeah, I mean, I would never. So like when I trade, I mean, Roy's seen me trade like my 10K accounts. When I'm trading my 10K accounts, I'm very, very, very meticulous. You know, with my entries, very tight stop losses. And I mean, I don't do stuff like this on it. But thing with US 30 is buys are always safer than sells. So
definitely,
I'm heavier in buys than sells. So
eventually it's on an uptrend overall, like since it came out. I think that
we've been the US, you know, if you look at how long the stock market's been in existence and the Dow Jones, it's always went up.
So you're safe.
Yeah,
it might take you a couple, months or a year, but you're gonna eventually.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I say buys are always safer than sells.
Yeah,
on the overall goal, overall picture of things.
Yeah.
You mind if I just finish this quick gold analysis real quick?
No, go ahead.
Thank you, bro.
Dude, all day.
We were about to screenshot your face, bro, when you froze.
Yeah, your face was completely frozen, and it was like the oh crap face. I was like, someone take a picture. That's gonna be a new meme.
I wish you would have done that. Why did you guys not do that to me? Come on, you guys are terrible.
Bro, I tried to have your back. I was like, bro, we're not finna do him dirty.
When stop loss hits.
Oh, no. I would have loved that. When I first started trading and I was just hitting this crazy hot win streak, everyone in my group was making a meme of me. Like I was put on like Stephon Curry's face. Like
that's lit.
I'll show you. It's funny. This one, it's hilarious. People would put me on like Steph Curry and shit like that. Show you the meme section real quick. So next time you guys can meme me up.
Yo, don't worry, Dimitri. Check your DMs real quick.
Oh, that's lit.
They got me in the Steph Curry one.
And it has a gold. That's it.
It has a gold one. I don't know where the rest are. I mean, they're probably listed under something else, but I don't know. They're somewhere. Yeah.
That's the dope part about having a community, bro.
Yeah, the memes are crazy.
It makes trading fun.
It does. Honestly, it does. So real quick, because I'm about to break out of here soon. But so like I said, my analysis is I like to look at like long-term. I don't really look at like short-term charts, like except maybe the 4 and 3 hour. But for the most part, I'm looking at the weekly, monthly, the 12 hour. So even if you look at the 6 months, which is crazy to tell somebody, it's going down, right? Now, when I go to the monthly chart, sorry, not this. So confused for a second. Sorry, wrong chart. Cool. So even if you look at the 6 month right here, look at all of this buyer traps, right? All these stop hunts right here, boom, stop hunt, right? You got, real quick, this is why my projection is 1560. And I've been saying 1560 for like literally the past 2 months. Just love long-term swing. So cool. We see this consolidation that's building up right here, right? Over the past year, you've seen gold just hit levels 2000, drop, hit 1956, drop, hit 2078, drop. Now we're approaching that structure, right? And also where a bunch of volume was here, a bunch of limit orders were here at this level of 1673, right? Once price breaks 1673, 1671, remember I told you about Bookmap? It shows you literally, you could go look at even on the commitment of traders, you could see that 30% of people on the COT report are the biggest traders are holding down for a sell, right? And this is where we see the fair value area is, where that consolidation is, that traffic. Once price breaks this level, okay, we're right here. The tank is gonna happen, and I'm gonna show you why. Look really quickly. Look at the weekly. Do you notice at all of the weekly points, anytime it reached the 1809 area, it came up. 1809 area, it came up. 1809 area, it came up. It came up. Came up. Right? At this point in the 1809 area, right? Where, you know, you see here, you see at this point, only maybe twice did it hit this area and drop heavy. Right now, it completely missed this area right here. It didn't even come up to retest this level on the weekly. It stopped right here, right? And you see at this point, there was huge sells right here, right? And people look at levels and they say, oh, well, it's all about support and resistance. No, not really. It's not just about support and resistance. It's all about the volume too that happened through that area. So you see buyers came through that area. Huge level of sellers came through that area. Huge level of selling volume came through that area, and so on and so forth, right? So you see all of the volume that's happening at this level. And you see when price has gotten to this level, it's majority of the time moved up, but price has moved through 1837 and 1813. This level, it completely missed that level and just dived down. So it did the opposite of what normally is happening. Now we're approaching the 1670 level, okay? That's about probably 200 pips away, I believe. 200 pips, let me see. Yes, 218 points away. So right now, the level that I'm focused on, my main level that I'm focused on is here. Because why? This is 70% of where all the value area happened. And we can see this little pin bar right here in this area, right? It's equal on both sides. So if in the event that gold goes up, and just my honest opinion, I think that it'll probably drop around this area due to the fact that there was resistance here. Volume, a lot of volume did move in this area. And the last time we seen this candlestick, it was a stop on, right? So my levels are, which I like to set a range on price, is 1708 and 1690. In the event that it goes up to 1708 and it moves up, I'm not going to take this move personally because I don't want to be impulsive and get caught in this trap, right? I like to go off with the majority of down. I like to sell in general because I look at it as equivalent to climbing up a mountain, right? Like you climb up a mountain, it's going to take you a longer time. But if you jump off a mountain, that's effortless, right? You could jump off a mountain and you just fall. And so that's why I love just selling at these points of structure and just selling in general. So once price breaks the 1688 level, okay, we could start scaling in down to the 1680 level. But even if you didn't want to break out on this level, you can use this as a key reference level, right? Like, let's say you're like, okay, you know what? I'll miss out on the 60 pips because I'm nervous at this level. There's a lot of support and we see prices wick back at this level multiple times. And you're nervous and you don't want to get in that level, then you could just get in like 25 points below that wick. So that way, you know, price is
broken out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's breaking the structure completely. So once it breaks that structure of 1680, which I wouldn't ever do on the wick, I do a little bit below the wick, right? Because on the wick, it could just hit and then come back up. It'd be sick. So I do it around like 1677, and around 1677, price will break. Okay, and then I'm taking my sells into here. Once I'm at 103 pips, I'll put like stop losses in profit and scale back down. But when I always start, I start on the monthly. The only reason why I start on the monthly is because objectively, I don't have time to be sitting on the chart to just be buying and selling all the fucking day, right? I just rather would go on the monthly, I set a monthly target and I say, okay, well, what is majority of people going to do, right? What is the majority of the trend going to be? Okay, the majority of the trend is going to be a sell. Then I go on lower time frames and I find entry points to enter in those sells on the market, right? And so I'm basically just going off the monthly perspective and like, similar to what Andy does, like with the swing scalp, like some of the trades I'll get in, I'll get out. I'm not just effectively holding this all the way from 1897 to here, you know, but I am
scalping kind of.
Yeah. Stopping and catching really big moves. And one thing that I want to say before I dip up out of here, because I got to get out of here, but I know someone had asked me before about risk, and I didn't get to answer that question. I answered it early on, but they weren't here at that time. So with risk, what I personally do, and I just think this is a good tip, you could take this gem if you want to. I put my accounts diversified, right? So I have 6 different accounts, 1 for buying, 1 for selling, 1 for trial and error, 1 for high risk and 1 for low risk, right? The reason why I use a trial and error account is because if I've never traded USD, why would I go put that on my main account, right? Like, why would I go take a pair that I'm not good at, right? I'm honestly not like a GOAT at US 30. My specialty is gold. That's what I'm good at. So I'm going to always put US 30 on my trial and error account because I'm not a perfectionist at US 30, right? I'm not. And so I would put that on trial and error. With the high risk account, right? With my high risk account, I look at it as like anger management. If you were angry, you wouldn't go outside and punch somebody in the face, right? You wouldn't punch somebody in the face if you're angry. You would go and get a punching bag, right? Or you go do something to exert that energy, right? I look at the high risk just like that. So people say, they go, oh, yeah, you need to have EQ. And EQ obviously is important, but, you have to be really conservative with your risk management. Yes, risk management, you have to be definitely conservative. But at the end of the day, you're still human, right? You're going to still have the need for greed. You're going to still want to exercise some point of that. The same way as you could be the most peaceful, happiest person in the world, and you could still get angry, is the same way that you could fuck around and use higher risk management, right? Unless you're super, super, super self-disciplined. But even then, you still have the urge. Just literally make a high risk account. Make a high risk account of money that you could actually afford to lose. And then you're not losing that money on your main account. Does that make sense? So all the money you make from your high risk, you could go ahead and put it in your low risk account. You go and put it in your low risk account, you could risk 1 to 2%, 3% per day, versus you having one account where all your margin is on that one account. And you decide to say, hey, I have a $5,000 account. I'm going to take $1 per pip or $2 per pip on this account. And you start using conservative risk management. And all of a sudden you want to get a little greedy and you're like, you know what? I'm going to take 2 lots on this account, and it moves 30% in the opposite direction. Now your account that you've worked so hard to build up is gone. It's not gone, but 30% of it is gone, right? Because you exercise that. Versus if you had your margin just diversified out and your emotions diversified out with your margin, you would actually have a higher probability chance of winning, and you would have a less chance of getting margin called, right? Like, think about it. You have one account that's just all your margin in it, and you're exercising those behaviors, you have a higher chance of blowing it. So it's just better to diversify. So high risk into low risk into news, and your trial and error account, and then your buying and selling account. And for me, I just think that's really a good way to use EQ. So
I'm definitely going to start implementing that for sure.
Yeah, just wanted to drop that quick gem. But appreciate being on the call, Rory. I'm gonna head out of here. I'm about as high. I'm high as a kite right now.
I appreciate you stopping by, dropping all those gems.
Thank you, Roy. Same, bro. Thank you, Roy. Appreciate it, bro. Hey, nice meeting all you guys, bro. You guys are the fucking goats.
And Andy Peters, we definitely got to connect. Send me that car stuff, and you're fucking awesome, bro. Love it,
dude. Most definitely, man. Yeah, I'll be hooking up with you for sure on that. And guys, I'm about to head off too. I told the wife I was gonna hop on here real quick, and she's been shopping ever since I did this live stream. So I'm about to have a fat bill.
Yo, look. Y'all gotta take Andy Peters' advice, all right? Go find you a wife and start taking some bigger lot sizes. You heard?
Everybody's gonna have kids after the stream, bro.
Yo, somebody wrote that in the chat. Who wrote that?
At least it's that, because normally there's a total opposite of that. People are like, what do I need to do if I'm with someone that's not working out? And I'm like, I'll be honest with you. Like, I mean, obviously with kids, it's different now, but if me and my wife were just dating or newly, married or into it to a point where one day we wake up and we're like, my goals don't meet your goals, we're gone.
Drawdown, bro.
I am not going to handle this. I'm not going to handle making this work out. I'm not going to, if you don't support my goals and I can't support your goals, there's no reason for us to be together. So anytime I speak like that, it's like, man, we're about to have a lot of divorces. And I'm like, oh, dear Jesus.
Hey,
that's
amen,
what I said.
Amen. All right, guys. Have a great night.
All right.
Good luck on your trades.
All right, peace, Andy. Peace,
Hey,
guys.
bro. Everyone, thank you so much
Appreciate
for
you
having me on
guys.
here. Y'all have an amazing night.
You too. Right back at you, fellas. Appreciate everybody for stopping by.
Thank you.
Man, heaters after bangers. Yo.
Oh my God. All right, quick market updates. Nasdaq double top forming. Still in this consolidation range. SPX double top forming. SPX kind of looks like the most attractive one. Double top, pull back to this 39.30 area before we pop off for news tomorrow. CAT CHF casually making its way to the buy entry. Euro USD casually retracing back up. This thing might actually break through. If the dollar ends up dropping tomorrow, this might end up pushing through, so might have to put this one on pause. So at this point for Nasdaq, I'm honestly just waiting for a bearish engulfing to break below this area of structure. As soon as I see that bearish engulfing, I'm going to wait for a pullback, 12,275. So if we get an engulfing, then 12,275, TP1, TP2. News drops tomorrow in RIP. So we'll be out by then. So let's see if we get that engulfing. Pretty chill. Yeah, really not much movement right now. We probably have another hour to London session. So we'll hang out till then. And then we're going to start to see that London session open. I'm pretty excited to see London session. I'll be honest, very big New York trader. I'm excited to see London session open up and kind of see if it acts the same way as New York does. It kind of makes this sort of fake out pattern.
So we got like what, an hour and a half left to go?
Probably an hour. What time is it? It's 1:30 Eastern. Doesn't London session open at 2?
I don't know if it's 2 your time or 2 my time. I forget.
So 3 a.m. Eastern. But 2 a.m. is like that pre-London. Can I put that right here? So that's London open, and then we'll mark off New York open right here. It's a short window of fuckery right here. I think we'll get like a bit of a push up and then a push down. And then at market open, we'll probably be sitting somewhere right here. So consolidation until we get here. Once price gets to like the bottom of this range, I think it's going to make a double bottom. Like, then we'll see one more push up during London, and then we'll see if London's a drop, kind of leading it to New York. If we have this drop where we can buy it up, or if we have this push out where we can sell it down. So however it sets up in this window, it'll give us the play for tomorrow morning, and pretty straightforward.
That looks good to me, brother.
Oh man, oh man.
Still trying to digest like the last hour that I just listened to this man spit out his life story.
And you guys should see these comments. The YouTube was loving the segment about the relationship advice. We gotta make this a weekly thing. People gotta make this a weekly thing. How are we dealing with this? Trading, trying to be successful, goals, a significant other. It's a lot of stuff.
Engagement through the roof.
It's the real life stuff, man. Real life stuff.
For sure. And people don't realize like this is the stuff that ends up impacting trading. If the rest of your life isn't in order, it's gonna be very hard to have your trading in order. And so it all goes into it. If you're ignoring all the other stuff, it's gonna pile up and eventually it's gonna make trading hard. So having these sorts of conversations probably go a lot further, just also in terms of trading. Mindset is king. So it's like watching grass grow. Like, I guess the only real, this is something that Ted told me a while ago. He told me he was a World Series poker player, and he would go and try to take money from people at the casinos because he finally figured out how to play. And he would show up at like awkward ass times, like Monday at like 11 a.m. Nobody's in there. And he's wondering why he can't make money because nobody's sitting down at the tables to play against him in poker. And then he started showing up on Friday nights when all the bachelors were there drunk. They're trying to give up all their money and basically just like had already lost it by the time they walked in the casino. So the whole point of that story is show up when the markets are hot, show up when there's action, and don't sit there and during the dry times. That's what we're doing now. This is the dry times. And then London and New York, that's going to be our kind of hot spot. So that's what we'll be looking for just in terms of trades.
Yo, so I've been taking notes literally since 6 o'clock this morning. This is one thing that I wrote down in my book right here. I'm not sure if y'all can see that. But
what does it
I'll
say?
put it there. God only puts me in battles that I can win. I wrote that in my book right there, big.
Yes, sir.
With a bunch of other notes, obviously.
I agree with that for sure. Because like we'll figure it out. You know, that's the whole thing. Sometimes it just takes some pressure if we get too comfortable. So life tends to put some pressure on us to get us out of our comfort zone, to get us to move, to get us to make some of the hard choices. And that's where all the growth is. So those challenges can be used as moment. That's all I see challenges as. It's a moment of growth. It's like drawdown, life challenges, personal problems. It's just a chance for you to grow, and how you react to it is more important than what's happening to you. So that's the main key.
Yo, I know we got a little bit of downtime. You mind if I say something real quick?
Sure, go for it.
All right. So I've been taking notes, like I said, all day long, right? So on here I wrote in to study risk on and risk off and really get good at that, right?
Crucial.
Yeah. Back test every big news day. That was from Jordan. That was huge. I like that a lot. Goldfather said that 00 midnight candle. I'm definitely gonna have to look at that. Obviously the making the special accounts. Have a separate account for risky, indices, pairs, or whatnot. So we got a lot of notes here from all day long. A lot of good insight.
Goldfather went over his tick tick boom 000 strategy for a little while. That's what he used to call it.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. If you guys look at the candle, there was this area right here that rejected, and then that 00 candle right here, it literally just came all the way up and just retested that same zone. So this is for Nasdaq. It's not even on gold. So I guess it still applies if I had to move this over. So that would be the 00.
Yeah. So what was he saying about that? If you understand it, can you explain a little bit? Like that's the direction of the day. Is that what he was saying?
No, I don't think it was a daily play. I just think it was more of a retest rejection play. So like you can see this previous area of liquidity here, this area of liquidity. He was just saying that right at that zone, that's when that zone is usually going to get retested. Now I don't think he specified how far down of a move it is. It all really is situational based on where the market is. But I think he was just noting that that's when the market tends to retest. So it's kind of like a market open retest or session open, session close retest, Nick. Kind of like how we do in the overlaps.
Yeah.
That same idea.
I got that. How the London session always retests before it takes off.
Yep. I'm seeing a little bit of a move down here. It's going to make this double bottom. And then as soon as we get into this session open, it's going to shoot right back up, make this triple top. We'll either have a blow off top, or will pull back down for the start of New York. So as long as we can trap price here, looks pretty straightforward. Market's extremely slow. So we're just gonna have to let these markets develop a few candles that we can use as some directional bias and then get it going.
I think what Nick kind of did there was kind of nice, just kind of recapping some of the key points that you took away from the stream so far. Couple I took away from Andy were some good life advice, like being irreplaceable. The best book that anybody could ever read is their own. And
I like that one.
As long as your friends and family are taken care of, the rest is sprinkles on the Sunday. I really like those three.
And we're gonna have to start looking at this book map that he was talking about that has the orders and the lot sizes and whatnot. That was
Man, look, keep
all right, go ahead.
it simple.
What's your opinion on that, brother?
I would say keep it simple, especially if you already have a foundation in something. Naked price action, still king. Being patient enough to wait for it. There's like an illusion where you want to have as much information as possible. But if we're really looking at order book data, unless you're a market maker who has all the order flow information, it's impossible to tell where all the open orders are. So in all honesty, if we just watch the price charts, they'll print candles. They'll tell us if price is going to continue a trend or reverse a trend. If it's going to continue, trade with the momentum. If it looks like it's going to reverse, wait for a pullback and try to trade that reversal.
So how do we get jobs as being a market maker? Let me just fucking go ahead and apply for that tomorrow. I mean,
I'll be completely honest. It's not impossible to do. There's some licensing involved, and there's a training period. There's like a 2-year training period. First, you have to work on the floor, not quote unquote the floor, but then you have to be like a junior market maker, and then you have to be a market maker, and then you can become a specialist, like a market specialist. So there's like licenses and stuff that you can apply for. It's like a real job. So there's people out there doing it. The most important thing is just to realize, like, there's probably 4 or 5 firms that are supplying most of the liquidity in the markets. Those people have the real order flow data. Most of the unregulated funds are all feeding into the same market makers. And so that person has the real data, where the stop losses are, where the entries are. It's just driving a lot of the liquidity in the market. Stuff other than that, it's helpful. Don't get me wrong, as added confirmations, but I just feel like market structure is the most important thing. Look at Omar, for example. 100% win rate, and all the guys using is market structure. Something's got to be happening. So I just feel like if you can clean it up the most, you get some clear signals instead of just noise. And if you can clear it up, chances are you'll see the opportunity.
So Austin just sent out that markup. So you're seeing reject off the 233s, the 236 back down to the 886 area. Is that what you're saying?
Right now?
Yeah,
I'm
more
sorry,
than likely.
I don't know.
Austin, you want to take the rock real quick?
Yeah.
That's Austin's 236 to 886 area right there, huh?
By the way, I love that, fellas. Nick and Anthony. Kind of going through some of the lessons and some of the recaps from the stream. I know it's been a long stream, so things can kind of get lost in translation, but it's important to be really taking stuff away from this, because you can just go through the whole stream and, oh yeah, we did it, and wake up tomorrow. But there was real, genuine life value provided. So appreciate you guys keeping track of that, putting that back out there.
Yo, to be honest, the stream's been pretty damn incredible. Just thinking about how many people we've already had, show up tonight, and like not just show up to like be here, but to show up to like be present with everyone and share just, whatever they absolutely felt like value they had to provide. So we've had so many different perspectives here. Like, it's amazing, man. Amazing.
Yo, I told my wife it's like shooting basketball with Michael Jordan.
Oh yeah.
I told her. It's ridiculous is what I told her.
Austin, that makes you Scottie Pippen.
Hey, look, man, I'll take what I can.
Like, we'll put Andy We'll give Raja Michael Jordan. He pulled up with the 10K account.
That was fresh. That was all right. So I'll still go over US 30 here for a minute. I still actually believe that we're gonna push up here. It was actually cool to see Andy still have a bunch of buy orders here. Just understanding, yes, that is the long term, but there is still this gap up here as well. So at some point we will have to push here, not necessarily determining when, but there's just a lot of different reasons to continue to push to the upside. From this break of structure, like we still have not had any type of retest in this area. So just high to low point, we're just now coming to the 236 zone. So this is why, once again, I'm still aiming for this area for buys. Now it's trying to determine where exactly the wicks may be to have some sort of liquidity grab down here before we keep, actually pushing higher. How I kind of determine that is through just the Fibonacci's and stacking them up as the bulls are still going. So until this breaks, then, we're still technically in a bullish trend. This is something that I shared, I don't know, probably an hour ago on the stream whenever we were about right here saying, look, we're going to come to the 50% zone, which we, just wicked it and then ended up pushing up to the 236. A very common pattern with these basically fibs is to swing to the high point, swing back down to the 50%, push up to the 236, down to the 78886, and then continue in the direction where we were going. Sometimes, depending on what the formation is over here, you could see a liquidity grab and then a continuation and a restructure down or a different push up. This is just depending on where the news is or where the different candles are when that time comes. But realistically, we're going to sweep here. We're either going to form a double bottom and push up to then come down with a liquidity and then come back. I doubt that we're going to just run straight down, but we could because it's a 1 minute time frame. So, once again, take everything in size and comparison. This is still the 236 zone. Realistically, the best trades are going to be, a break above here, some closure, and getting back above. But we're still trying to figure out where maybe the sweep is down below. So like I said, the fibs where we're stacking still panned out to this being the last bullish Fibonacci that we're working within. When we're looking at downward pressure, I actually had this as an entry. I didn't take the trade. But why exactly this area was marked up is I always pay attention to necessarily where candles are without having wicks on them. So this one didn't necessarily have a wick on it, as well as these don't have a wick on it. Wasn't necessarily sure which was going to be ideal, but went with this one. So once again, this is kind of just how you can determine where these key areas and entries could turn around. Most people would try to enter right at the 236. You want to see some sort of formation, to kind of obviously see some sort of liquidity grab here. This was too kind of simple. You see downward pressure, you see some different parameters, as you study the RSI to see that there's some different types of transfers. You see technically what do you call this, divergence, I guess, some sort. So whatever you want to say for the turnaround, but now once again, we're approaching these lows. There was not a wick to the bottom of this candle, so you could definitely anticipate, at some point. So remember, we were looking for a buying position here. We did, once again, want to look for a swing down to this area. So whether you caught this or not doesn't really matter. This was not necessarily the main move that we were looking for, but we're definitely still in a downward trend. So we're approaching now, that's about an 80 pip range that we're going to start looking for some sort of liquidity grab in the area to see different types of structure start to form. How you can determine where that entry is going to be is looking at the candles over here. So whenever you're studying this, once again, here's your low point. This has a candle, kind of at the bottom. This one does not. So this is kind of like the lowest form or lowest place right at that 886 zone. So, that would be ideal entry. But realistically, let's see here. Realistically, there's still kind of this gap in liquidity here that would still need to be filled. So this could technically be another entry. So it just depends on what kind of candles are starting to form in this range. This is, complete bullish structure. So you definitely expect, this to be filled back in at some point. So now that we're finally kind of working our way back down there, oops. This is where we're going to just start studying. You can potentially enter a sell if you're wanting to. You'd be doing a high point. Notice that this doesn't come up to the 50% 618 zone. So technically, you're still looking for a retracement in this area to then maybe push down lower. So you're not necessarily going to sell right now, but if price was to potentially wick up to this area, then it would be, confirmation for a valid sell. So this is currently downward pressure. Whenever you're zooming out, this is currently the upward pressure. And this is kind of how I trade, just back and forth between fibs. So we have buyers, we have our sellers, and now we're just kind of seeing who's going to fill what area first. So like I said, we're sweeping down here. We're definitely going to come, lower than these. Usually the 618 is a good turnaround area. Sometimes it doesn't always come down to the 786, 886. So we're just going to study, kind of what prints right here.
Beautiful. Yeah, it's running right into that zone. I mean, obviously smaller time frames, so we'll see. There might be some minor rejections there. We might end up breaking. I think pre-London, we're going to get a pretty sharp move. So probably another 30 minutes to 45 minutes, and we're going to get some pretty big movement here.
Well, and realistically, that aligns, with kind of this area or even, this area here. So just depending on how that opening kind of our candle goes right there is depending on whether you're going to see the rejection forming here to set up for that new kind of London session to make that as the high or the low. I don't really follow the highs or the lows. I saw some people talking about that earlier. I don't necessarily use it, so I don't know where those places are. But maybe they do, help from time to time. It was interesting to continue to see people just marking that up and how often that they'll kind of come and retouch some of those zones and areas.
Markets rhyme. That's what we say. That's why looking left is such a powerful tool.
Yeah.
Because you'll tend to look at zones that were previously respected, and chances are markets will respect again.
I know that once again, this is very zoomed in. This is on the 1 minute time frame, but as you can continue to tell, and this is I use still Hugo's way for brokerage. So I still actually have this set up the same. So you see no wicks here, no wicks here, no wicks here, no wicks here. That just gives you additional confirmation that at some point volume is going to have to come back into this area. So just, provides additional confirmation that, there's still going to be some bullish momentum to come give some correction there. Now, whenever you're studying, when the turnaround is, somebody would say maybe this is, the bullish engulfing. Not necessarily true. This also doesn't have a wick to the bottom of it. And you didn't even really tap the 50% zone. You didn't necessarily even come to fill this candle that doesn't have a wick. So this is kind of like that false turnaround candle that sometimes gets people if you don't necessarily know the zones. Especially if you were trying to play a fib from this low point to this high point. This is sometimes where people will get too zoomed in, and they'll end up thinking that they're in a key zone when they're kind of just working inside of an additional fib on a higher time frame or higher positioning. So like I said, the only sellers right now is from this area right here. Oops. And you'd be looking at the 50% 618 zone. These are your highs. And you'd be, sweeping or heading to your lows, wherever those would be at. So once again, that just has to make sense when that time comes. But like I said, there's always buyers and sellers, so you have to know where they're at. So that's always ideal. So whether, you're not taking this trade, you're not taking this trade, but these are kind of the key areas where the Fibonacci's are telling you where sellers are currently sitting at, waiting for entry. and where buyers are currently sitting at waiting for entry. You know, obviously these zones are bigger than, you know, this zone right here for seller. So it's just a way to kind of gauge, you know, how important or how much weight some of these areas hold. Once again, you don't have a clue necessarily where this turnaround could be from this area. You can see some, you know, lows or double bottom kind of forming on the 1 minute. Can anticipate, you know, some breakage of that to come sweep this. But yeah, just studying the 1 minute candles. US 30 is the most volatile. So on a casual evening, this is kind of how you can watch a little bit of movement. Study what's going on. It reacts the fastest. Makes sense to maybe come up here, but that's pretty high. Probably gonna only come up here. Could be a form of a, let's see. And this is how, like, I used to trade on the 30-second time frame. I don't have that option anymore. It was very unhealthy for me.
I bet. Come on.
But in these candles, you can actually determine the turnaround point. So technically, this would have been the 78.6, 886 zone. So then, you know, you're technically building your next Fibonacci on the higher time frame to push up. So this, like, you know, 30-second candle can technically come wick down into this 50% zone and, you know, act as a valid retracement for that Fibonacci. So this is now where the buyer momentum is shifting in, right, on a very small time frame. But this is just how you can, I mean, organically gauge the candles and where the volume is always at, right? So we're not necessarily confident that, you know, this is the bottom, but we do know that there's potential sellers, you know, still up in this area. You know, no wick here, would be happy to come give a valid retest in the 50% 618. So now we're kind of just, you know, hanging out, determining when that comes. Like I said, there's no way that this is going to be the low. This may be like that false kind of, you know, double bottom forming. But, you know, we're going to, if we see some closure above the 236 zone, you know, then great. We're probably going to end up pushing up to the 50% 618. We could get also, you know, fat rejection candle here. That then pushes us even lower. But this is still the last bullish fib that we're working with. So this is like, and when people talk about news, high volatility, you know, how do you manage trades? Like, this is just how I actually determine it. So, you know, on higher time frames, even whenever I was showing you guys, you know, on the 1 hour, I'm like, well, technically I'm looking for a buy, but here I am on the, you know, 1 minute telling you guys, you know, we can also sell this. And as long as your risk to reward is there, then it's fine. It's just, you know, your probabilities, your confirmations, things like that. But realistically, you know, this is only a 30 pip stop loss, even if I hit, you know, a sell right here, you know, just by aiming, you know, even if you enter here, you're risking 10 pips on a stop loss for US 30, right? So as many times as you can try that and prove to yourself that these zones actually hold weight, the more and more confidence that you gain in being able to pull the trigger with a 10 pip stop loss. So we do have this kind of rejection candle here forming, but we will need to see some bearish momentum here. If not, then we're going to end up pushing higher. We did get a rejection candle forming right here. We closed underneath the 236 zone. So once again, this would be a continuation pattern. This would be, you know, if this next candle probably engulfs, then it would be ideal to see this continue down here, or at minimum, come down to the 50%, you know, and then continue to push higher. But if this closes up above, then we're instantly, you know, going to the 50% 618 zone. So we're just going to continue to manage. And this is why candle closure is so important. I mean, think about, once again, these are 1 minute candles, but they play just as important of a role as some of the other candles do. Doesn't matter, you know, what time frame you're really trading on. Each candle is its own candle. So the fact that, you know, this closed underneath rather than above was important. If this candle closes above rather than, underneath, it's important, right? So we had candle closure above. This shows that, hey, now we are probably going to give this area a retest, right? So after hours and hours of studying US 30 and just watching candles print, you get very comfortable with trading, and it's not really the volatility that bothers you anymore. You just have confirmations, right? So this could have been your confirmation candle, and you could have done a long position, but your risk to reward, wasn't probably all that profitable. I guess a 1 to 2 is almost good enough, but ideally that's not your ideal setup. I mean, you could even extend it out and try to give yourself, a 2.5, whatever. But yeah, like I said, you would have been entering off this candle closure if that was your confirmation there, but that's not enough confirmation for me. I would have preferred actually buying down in this 50% 618 zone from this actual fib here. So I'm not in any trades right now, just observing price action. Let's see what the 5-minute candles look like. 5-minute candle, so we got closure up above the 236 zone. I would like to see this start of the 5-minute candle push down to this 50% 618 zone, and then continue to push up. So this would be the actual liquidity grab, and then that 5-minute candle would actually finish, bullish as it comes up to the 50% 618 zone. So you can, now start to determine how these candles are playing off of this area. And remember that this is the second fib, right? So that's the only reason why I'm confident, because this fib already happened. This failed to make a lower low here, so this was the low, made a high, made a higher low, and then we made a higher high. So we started trending in this direction, right? So we have the closure above. I'm pretty confident that we will end up hitting this 50% 618 zone. Now it's kind of looking for the entry. And once again, that's a 10 pip stop loss. So if you've never traded US 30, don't necessarily do this right now. If you're comfortable with the 10 pip stop loss, Nick, I see you grinning over there. This isn't a bad trade. It's not necessarily anything flashy or fancy, but it makes sense. I like to see that this candle right here closed above this 236 line. So it shows that it's actually respecting this Fibonacci, which gives you confirmation that you were actually working within that Fibonacci. That gives me more validation to expect this type of liquidity grab come to this area, and then continue to push up. So technically we would be in the trade. I also like that this candle didn't have a wick on the top of it. This gives you confirmation that, at some point this needs a wick on it. If you notice, this candle didn't have a wick on it. This came and provided it, but this candle still doesn't have a wick on it, and no, wick actually reached this area yet. So just these small little details give me additional confirmations on where the candles need to go. See, this candle doesn't have a wick on it, but I think that would come down more on a longer term. It's a nice rejection candle, closed below though. We do have a doji forming that was bullish. Very nice. This would be the liquidity grab from people that maybe came on that bullish candle. And now you're just studying, right? So even trusting, right, that this was the low, 78886 is the most ideal zone. You could have been risking, 4 or 5 pips in this area. And it's, hard to determine that this is the turnaround point, right? Because once again, we're still banking on the fact of this buy all the way not. So you're just studying, you're watching, you're observing, you're learning how the candles are responding and behaving, and price candle closure and price action is ideal. So like I said, this candle didn't have a wick on it. So it's now got a wick. We're either going to break, the low, and that's fine, or we're going to hold this. And if we hold it, then that is once again an obvious sign that we're going up to those 50% 618. If we break this, then we just get rid of this fib and continue to drag our bearish momentum. Nick, does that stress you out, man, that you're like 2 pips away? Dude, you just trust the.
No, it does not stress me out at all. What
you
is
just
amazing that I'm sitting here shaking my head at is that you straight up just called that entire. Well, I mean, so far, I mean, it's not over with, right? But like the fact you call that rejection, close above the 236, come back down, retest that candle with no wick, gonna come back up right above the 618. There's that other candle that has no wick at 31, 633 area that's probably gonna hit. The fact that you just called that live on a 1 minute US 30 chart leaves 99% of the world scratching their head, because no one, there are people who trade 1 minute US 30. I get it. Amy does it, trend line break, yada, yada. There is no one that I've ever seen that does that right there. And we'll see. I mean, it may about to break a new low right here, but
yeah, so we broke, but you
yeah,
want to
we broke a new
once
low.
again, if you're trading on the 30-second time frame, the 1 minute time frame, you saw price actually react in these areas that I was talking about, right? So you're looking at such a low time frame to where, somebody would be like, oh my gosh, but realistically, if I entered at that 886 zone, I had a 3 pip stop loss, right? So I don't care if it went up, 10, 15 pips, that's still a 3-to-1 risk reward ratio. That's the thing that most people don't understand. So you're really just counting pips, and that one candle closure brought you up to the actual 236 zone, right? So that's the same flow that I talk about all the time. The low to the high, we hit the 50%, we pumped up, we came down to the 886, we came up to the 236, but we failed to make that higher high. So now we ended up coming and making a lower low, right? So some people be like, oh my gosh, you lost the trade. If I was managing that trade on a 30-second time frame, I won a 4-to-1 risk reward ratio there, and it was easy, right? Now this was the liquidity grab that I already talked about earlier, though, because like I said, if you look left, you had this low over here, right? So I already said we needed to come sweep that, so it wasn't ideal for that to actually be the low. This type of liquidity grab, is what we anticipated to begin with. We were just seeing if this ended up filling to give us a selling opportunity, which it didn't. So once again, you now remove that, and now you're continuing on this bearish momentum, which is fine, right? So you're now just adjusting your zones on where potentially the sellers are sitting at. So ideally, we're still waiting for this buying opportunity, right? So this is really what we're sitting on. And now we're just once again waiting, right? So not seeing this as the bottom, not seeing any type of rejection here. There wasn't this kind of false double bottom here. Realistically, whenever you're looking at this is when people will start to draw divergence, right? So this is divergence. Oops. So you're seeing this low being the low point here. This low is lower, but it's actually showing higher on the RSI, right? So this shows that there's about to be a liquidity grab, which is why you're going to see some volatility kick in real quick. We have to hit this 618 zone. So more than likely, you're going to get either this candle to come down and wick this, or the next candle is going to come down and wick this and reject out. So realistically, we're kind of just hanging on. We're still going to wait to see if there's a selling opportunity to come by. But if not, once again, the main thing we're looking for is an actual buying opportunity here.
Yeah, I'm kind of seeing the same thing across all indices. Beautiful breakdown, Austin. Seeing a similar thing across all the indices. They're kind of making that lower push, but it's still pretty early in the game. Still got about an hour till London opens. So this is usually like, I'm guessing it's a liquidity move right before London opens. And then once London opens, you might see that push up that we're looking for. So I'm going to give it a little bit of time for Nasdaq. I know Nasdaq is kind of pushing out right now. It's if anyone's in those shorts, it's in a bit of profits, but I don't think that this mess is done yet. I think going into London, we're going to get a massive retracement here, and we can kind of reset and get a pretty good move.
Yeah, this actually
Not rushing too much.
This sets us up for this right here. So that's why I wouldn't be surprised if this pushes up to the 50% 618, uses this as kind of like the leverage. Looks like there's maybe a 1 minute reversal candle happening right now, right at that 618 zone. So like I said, this is just how you can start to determine and see where the actual liquidity grabs may be. This is only 1, 2, usually it's the third touch that is the true kind of redirection. So this may be just enough of this first or second touch to give that push up to where the sellers are sitting. So this is why, you're just always trying to pay attention to what would be a reasonable, buying and selling opportunity. We didn't exactly hit the 618 zone. So, once again, this maybe would be somebody trying to say that this is reversing off of this, but we didn't necessarily engulf the previous candle. Could definitely see this, still pushing lower to actually come sweep this, touch the 618, and then maybe push out. But you just always want to observe what actually happens at the levels, how the candles are actually responding and reacting. It shifts, it changes every candle, literally. And this is why I use fibs as well. Once again, somebody could look at this and be like, oh, great, perfect turnaround point. But like, if you just have used fibs long enough, you know that they always get hit. I mean, it's not coincidence that this 50% line right here happened to be the turnaround point. That's why I follow fibs. I, believe geometry is a lot of life itself. So as Andy was talking about, like, these candles are us, it's our emotion being printed in real life. So, there's geometry in everything that we do. There's math in everything that we do. So these numbers aren't here just because.
So I know we're doing US 30 right now, and this is, I always love to see you do this. If you have a minute, like, I'm not 100% immersed in the Bored Apes, and so I know you have the vault. I've got a couple of my apes in the vault. I know we've got the new Bored Ape thing, and I don't, not asking you to go through the full rigmarole of all that, but man, you're going crazy on that thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're doing a lot of work, and man, it's a lot to keep up with. You know what I'm saying? So, without going into crazy detail, like, what's going on? What's going on with that vault? I know you guys are like, are we just holding our apes there, or is there staking? Are we getting something for that? I think I saw on my MetaTrader, to my MetaMask, like a banana token or something. Like, just that's a quick rundown, like what's going on with it for those who haven't been on it, like, from day to day.
Yeah. The banana token is a scam too, by the way. Don't touch that.
This is exactly why I asked, because that would be something like, oh, okay, I trust Austin. This is the banana thing with the fucking apes. You know what I mean? Like,
nope. There was somebody that was targeting our holders and was basically sending them those scam NFTs. So if you like click on it, then basically and connect it to your wallet, then it drains pretty much any Bored Ape that you have in your wallet. So it was a targeted attack that we've had over 100 different apes that have been stolen, and we've been able to recover, I think, like, I don't know, maybe 40 of them. So it's just been interesting. In Web3, there's lots of, since it is so decentralized and it's so new, there's also, bad players in the game as well. So yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good call out for anyone else that, like, in the Phantom wallet, you can make several wallets. And I personally have my NFTs broken apart across several wallets in case something like that does happen. They're not going to get all of my NFTs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got DeFi Pirates, I got Bored Apes, I got the one you sent me. I've got like, a bunch of different ones that I've got, spread out and whatnot.
Yeah, so let me go over that real quick. So with the Bored Apes, let's pull up the Discord real quick. So we've got 3 different collaborations that we were dropping. So we had right here some artwork preview for the 3 collections. So the Banana Bank was opened up to basically have holders stake their apes inside of it, which allows us to grab blockchain data to see how many apes each person's holding, as well as how many basically NFTs that we're going to be airdropping them for free. And then at some point we will turn on the Days token, so you will start earning that. We just currently are needing to make friends in foreign countries to open up the LP for us. So there would be like a liquidity pool with it, something that I personally can't do in the United States, but we have a lot of foreign friends who can. So that means that you would be earning the Days token. That value would be utilized in unique ways. Part of it, we would actually look into you being able to change the traits on your ape. So you basically, dress it up however you wanted it to. You could buy a ChartAddicts hoodie and throw it on your ape, things like that. So in the Banana Bank, we'll be basically airdropping 3 collections. This is one of them. So this is our Bored Ape Yacht Club that we own. We had everybody kind of create like a 1 of 1 to do like an artwork preview. So here's one of the artwork collaborations. Here's another one, and here's the other one. So these were just many ways to reward holders, basically sending you free NFTs, which equate to free money, So that was part of it. It was a way to incentivize our listing count for Magic Eden. So basically to reduce how many apes were just, casually listed, to then increase scarcity and, increase hopefully demand. So that's kind of been that play. That's kind of why we've been pushing people to get their apes in there, also because of that scam NFT that you were just talking about. We had so many people lose their NFTs. So we said, look, if you don't have a ledger, if you don't have a safe place to put them, then go ahead and store them here. And, we'll end up continuing to create utility based around them whenever that time comes. So that's kind of high level overview of what the most important things are. There's going to be different utilities and benefits with those apes over time. We've got actually a Twitter AMA scheduled out for tomorrow to kind of go over some of that stuff. But that's one of the updates. The other announcement.
So you said there's earlier this morning you said like we can change our apes, like the way they look, like you can completely change them. What is that about? Like it had like zebra. I'm not zebra.
We're
like
talking about the youths.
No, not even that part. So like how with the apes we've changed out some of the traits over time.
Yeah.
So let me scroll down to, so like all of these updates, right? So what we were able to do is change out the metadata to then show pretty much, what different traits we wanted to incorporate. Some of the traits were considered controversial or too similar to a Bored Ape Yacht Club trait. So we ended up switching those out. Some holders wanted the old traits, some wanted the new traits. So to kind of meet in the middle, we're going to be able to supply holders with the option to do both. So that's kind of just, being able to give power back to the holders to customize their apes the way that they want to. We're looking at being able to exchange the Days token to then be able to buy new traits. So like I said, if you were to have, let's say 20 Days tokens, then you'd be able to go buy a ChartAddicts hoodie, and we'd be able to like put that in our trait generator and change out the metadata on your ape to show out that that black ChartAddicts hoodie. So that's why we're needing people to stake their apes inside of the vault, so we can, continue to mess with the data the way that they want it.
So it was something else. I know what you're talking about there with the new update, but the apes were looking like completely different. I mean, like They were
Oh.
sleeves, but the fur was different. The whole
No,
like,
yeah.
look.
So, okay, so it was talking about that. All right, so we came out with our developer created this together.
Yeah, that. What is?
I'm
How do we do
telling
that? Or what is
you,
that about?
Austin, there's something to the Utes, man.
Dude, so the Utes is pretty much a collection that is trending pretty much on everywhere NFT wise right now. So it's with DGods. So DGods was the project that I was talking to Roy about earlier today. They sold a NFT for 200K earlier today. So they're kind of like the #1 Solana NFT project right now. Roy, whenever we were on the stream earlier, their floor price was 460. It's already at 530. So, just understanding how price moves, like as we've been watching US30 move sideways for however long.
We'll go ahead and take credit for that on the stream.
Take credit for that.
Send us a DGOT or two.
So that's a part of it, right? So you see, let's see, this sale right here, 7,033 sold. So that was 211 grand, I think. So this project is minting out their second collection. So that's pretty much what all the hype is about. Even Magic Eden is promoting it on their mainstream Utes. So basically the project back end, all of the lead developers of DGods, as you see over here in the Discord where people manage the communities at, who's basically behind the project. These would be the founders and the people that you would want to talk to about, learning what the project is about. They're doing a really good marketing gig basically where they're introducing everybody that's getting whitelisted and running like a huge publicity kind of push for them. So they've decided to get all the influencers, the clout, the biggest people that they can in the industry to try to put them into one project. So interesting concept. The artwork is what we were kind of laughing at. So not in a bad way, but this is like their actual artwork that they're going to be dropping. So this is what they're calling like a Ute, I guess. So there's different, styled, whatever these things are, Utes, I guess. But they're doing really well on like a publicity side. There's a lot of people that are engaging with them. So our developer thought it'd be funny to basically create this to where, you can throw in, you can basically type in your Bored Ape number and then we'll basically utify it. So if you don't have the money to afford a Ute, that's fine. We took your Bored Ape, the same traits, and generated it, into your own customized Ute that you get to keep.
So we're not transferring our Bored Ape
No.
into this. It's like you can have both, right? Like
correct. This is just for fun. So it's like
okay. I was like, am I going to lose my Bored Ape?
No,
like,
hell no. This is just for fun. One of those things that we just offer out to people just to give them additional things to do, right? So
you kind of troll them with that, right?
Dude, yeah, that's kind of what we've been doing. We're kind of
And then
shitposting them.
Is that on the Discord? That link to get to that BASU? Where is that at?
Yeah. It's in the Discord, inside the holders chat. I think I dropped it in as an update. So you can basically click on this. It'll take you to that same page.
Okay, I got you. There's so many questions. You know what I'm saying? Like,
dude,
that's the thing about you guys' Discord. If you're not on it every single day, you guys are moving at the speed of light, and it's like, holy shit, man! Like, you know what I mean? It's a lot.
Think about how I feel having to run this thing, man. So it's like I think, and on some real shit, right? So I was going back. I've been in Discord present every day for I think the past 5 months now, and haven't missed a single day. So it's just like showing up for your community, like listening to what their needs are. Like it's customer service every fucking day, but it's fine. Like it's enjoyable to get feedback of like what the people are wanting, what's going on in the space. I've learned so much, man. Like it's unreal. And the amount of people that I've met, like that's, I think, more impressive. Like I've met a lot of CEOs from around the world at this point. So, the connections and the squares the circle is starting to grow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Austin, look at U30.
Yeah, I mean, I know I called it, but it's fine.
Yeah. 23-6 headed up now.
Yeah, so just that's a 10 pip, stop loss of what you're taking just from that turnaround point. So now you're already up 30 points. It's already a 3-to-1 risk reward ratio right there, right? So that's why it makes sense. Even in that other trade that we took over here, right? You still would have been in profit. So it's just like paying attention to details, noticing that this candle didn't make a low, noticing that this one broke up above, understanding that, that's now a low, high, a lower, or a higher low and a higher high. We start to trend in the opposite direction, so you're just literally understanding that for a healthy price action, price needs to come here at some point, right? So if you were in that buy, amazing. Take partials once when you hit the 382 zone and let the rest ride. But with that being said, I'll also be looking for a sell right in this area once when that comes up. What else? Nick, any other questions? What do you got, man?
I mean, thank you first of all for that BASC and how you pronounce it?
Basque.
No, the collaboration with you guys and the other one.
Oh, the Utes one?
No, is it the other one you guys dropped?
The Senshi one.
Senshi. Thank you very much, by the way.
Yeah. So once again, like that's got a floor price of $100 basically already. So like you got sent a free $100 for being a Bored Ape holder, and it's like, dude, we're so early to this space. Like you're gonna have years of receiving just free money, like free NFTs. Like that's the part of when people go like, what's so valuable about NFTs? And I kind of just laugh because like I just know so much about it now that it's just like you have to hold, right? So Andy even said it. He's like, you just gotta hold, man. Like that's all you gotta do. And so many people get caught in the day-to-day stuff because that's what I'm managing, right? Like I see people's emotions every day and they get bogged down in the details of the day-to-day and they're so zoomed in they can't zoom out. So you see it, you try to direct them, but like I said, man, it's a long-term play always.
All right, well, since I got you here, bro, I'm going to start bombing you with questions because I have
go ahead
on this Bored Ape. So I have one that has a cowboy hat, and I have one that has there's another important trait. I don't think it's not a pizza one. It's one of the other ones. So you're like, okay, we can get free gas, we can get free pizza, we can get free trips. So if you have a safari hat, yada yada. So what exactly do we have to do to be entered? Like, do we have to do like the Twitter thing? Do we have to like, how come for a guy like me who has a cowboy hat, I've never wanted to take gas? What do I have to do to get into that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. So that's part of like, so we can't legally, I cannot send you money without you doing something as of service or of marketing or of some what they call quest, right? Some type of event. Yeah. So the event is held in our Discord.
I got the 3D glasses. That's what I got.
Perfect.
I got to cut you off.
No, you're good. So 3D glasses. I think we started switching up the traits, but those these events right here is what you would be participating in. So today is going to be Freestyle Friday, right? So Freestyle Friday. The event usually entails somebody doing something. So sometimes it's just a Twitter promotion, sometimes it's an Instagram promotion, whatever it is, and you get entered into a raffle pretty much to then win that Solana. So we have these events every day going on. There's different traits that we feature. And then, those winners are able to secure those prizes and those reimbursements. So for that tank of gas, you would basically get selected as the winner, go buy your tank of gas, send me a picture of the receipt. I document that for taxation purposes, and then I send you out your Solana directly. So go ahead.
I drive a Tundra V8, so
I actually
hit you up.
I actually had to fill up somebody's semi truck. They were a truck driver, and I was
no way.
I was like, fuck you, man.
That's like, God, someone's
Yeah.
gaming that system.
I don't drive a Toyota, bro. I don't drive that Corolla, but I got that Tundra.
All good, man. All good. We
Shout
joke about
out to Roy's Toyota.
it.
Hey, man.
We joke about it, man.
All reliable right there. That's the
Hey,
Camry.
that's the Camry, though.
Ferrari.
That's the Camry. That's the good one, bro.
So
Keep it
that's
clean.
that's how you can participate. We gotta have people do something. This is how we continue to like share Bored Ape Solana Club as well. So it's just like, you know, an easy marketing pitch for people to be able to show up and be able to provide like a little bit back to the community. So, you know, we're sending out funds to people. We can't just do it for free. Like we got to be able to help everybody in some way. So you guys get paid reimbursement wise. The community gets some exposure and some marketing material out of it. And it's a healthy exchange back and forth. So it does require you to show up in Discord because I'm there every fucking day. So I'm not paying you to do nothing, man.
Roy told me I got to be on an island until I get this trading thing down. So I've been kind of chilling.
Hey, me too, man. Me too. Like I said, the wife's gone for 9 days. I'm on like day 3 right now. I'm enjoying it, man. First time that I've been in the bus all by myself.
And out here providing value to everybody.
Oh yeah, that was what I was most excited about. I was like, dude, I just get to work. I was like, oh my gosh, that makes me so happy.
Look at that US 30 going. I took that buy. Come on now.
You took the buy? Let's go. Good
I
shit,
took the
man.
buy. I took the sell. I took the buy, and sell.
All right, so look.
That's with small lot sizes.
You're good. You're good.
$20.
So if you're in this trade, go ahead and take partials. We're entering the selling zone like we talked about. So once again, this was a win. Congrats. We risked, 10 pips. We're able to turn that into like a 5-to-1 risk reward at this point. I hear you close them out. Good shit, man.
Hey.
So now once again, we're looking for some rejection candles. We're looking for the turnaround here. This is healthy price action, so let's zoom out for a minute. We took that one trade, right? So always take a second to zoom back out. We're still now seeing this as a low, seeing this as a lower low, right? So we're still potentially trending downward. We're still working within this downward pressure while still meeting it with this upward buying momentum. So, we're looking for this to be the home run. We still haven't hit the actual 618 zone. So this doesn't necessarily validate my idea of thinking that this is the lowest point within this Fibonacci. So that's why, once again, I'm still looking for potential sells down to the buy. So that's where we're at right now, right? So let's get this over. So we're not in any sells right now. Don't take them just because we're in the zone, but understand that we are looking for sells. Like I said, I also enjoy the fact that we had a touch point here and a touch point here. I'm still looking for the third touch point here, right? So now this makes sense. Whenever we're looking at candles, there's not a wick to the top of this. There's not a wick to the top of this candle either. That's right in the 78886 zone, right? So that's like sweet spot money entry would be, right up, right up there, ideally. We're going to see how candles print here and see necessarily what we'd be looking at. Understanding from a buying momentum, we broke. So we're still in this buying fib right here. And once again, this does not mean that I'm going to take this position. I'm just showing you where the buyers and the sellers are currently fighting right now. And this is how you start to narrow down and iron out who's going to win, right? So like we're coming down closer to the London's opening, or maybe we're already in London. I don't even know. But whenever volume kicks in, you're going to see one of these break. And as soon as you see that break, you're just looking for the rejection candle to, confirm directional bias.
How think we got about 30 minutes left till the open. So,
Good
I mean,
shit.
things do get volatile right before the open, during the open. So we're going to see a little bit of movement here.
Cool. Taking the 50% of this candle just for potential entry. Like I said, I'm not going to enter, but that's still only a 15 pip stop loss from that location if it comes down there. Let me flip over to gold because we're at a good level at gold. Okay, so we got our high point. We came to the 50%, got a good retracement, so that was clear, right? You see, so now we've got this moving down, break structure, 50% again. So now we are here. We'll be looking for shorts. Oops. Here. And like I said, we still are looking to come down to the 50% 618 zone here. That's realistically what we would be. You could, I guess, that's only 10 pips, so it's not terrible. Cool. So we'll go back to that in a minute. All right, so we did hit the 618 finally. We closed, and once again, the candles are so important whenever you're looking this close. Notice the 618 zone. Notice where this candle closes right at it. Yeah. This is how you know that your fibs are actually accurate. Like it doesn't just close there by coincidence, I promise. So when you start getting candles closing in different or weird positions, you're doing something wrong. Whenever you see it this clean and notice that this doji just closed right above it, like, you know, you're doing something right. You know, you're on the money. So this is just, once again, giving me additional confirmations that this Fibonacci is still valid. It's showing me that this is actually still respecting these zones here, right? Notice how this candle actually wicked down to the 236, which was also the 50%. So it's just a equal rejection of this fib to continue and an equal validation touch point of the 50%. So we're still pushing, right? Once again, I said this was probably the area and zone that we would be looking at for potential sells. Things are looking good though. Things are looking good. I like this zone. See that, like I said, doji closed right up above. So, and this is why you don't just pull a sell right in this area, right? Like you don't just do it just because it's in the zone. You study the candles like everything else. So just because it comes up here, right? Like ideally, that would be a wick entry and I'd be willing to risk, you know, that margin there. But still going to look for candle closures. You can always catch it on the break and retest coming back down if that's truly what, you know, the movement is supposed to be. So we're still pushing higher, and I still leave this here to let you know that this zone right here, if we do end up pushing down, is usually going to be your first take profit. So this is how I will determine if this does actually turn around, where this actual buying pressure would be. And this is where you usually would see your first line of some sort of resistance because you're meeting buying pressure. And that's if I'm like scalping and, you know, have heavier lot sizes, you know, and you're kind of, yes, you're looking for the bigger picture move that, you know, sends it down here, but just, you know, covering risk and understanding, you know, when potential areas of taking profit need to be. Let's see here. Also zooming out, this is still the 236 zone, right? So that's even additional confirmations of why this is coming back to now retest the 236 zone, right? Of this larger Fibonacci over here. So it's just another confirmation of 236 zone, 886 zone, 78 zone. There's a lot of different, you know, parameters showing that this area is a good turnaround potential point. Now, this Fibonacci is valid though, right? So that, you know how I'm saying these fibs need to come retraced to be valid. technically this already retested and has became valid, right? I'm just believing that this isn't going to necessarily be the high. It could break above this double top and then, push lower, but I don't necessarily see that. I would see that liquidity grab staying true and seeing the push down to then come higher to sweep those later.
Yo, this catch-up signal never hit entry, but
did it just pop off?
No, not yet. But it kind of looks like it's about to.
Have that. This was Omar with the call.
My trade. I'm closing my trade. It's right there.
And this thing was like basically 2 pips away from entry from the buy limit.
Sheesh. Yeah, you can see this. See this turnaround? So this is what I'm talking about, right? So you see a low, and then you see a high, right? You see a lower low, right? This is a lower high, and then we failed to make a lower low right here and kept pushing, right? So this shows that buyers are now in control. Once when this got broken with this bullish candle, then we knew buyers were in control. So you start grabbing your fibs from this low point to now this high point to determine where the next potential area for buyer would be.
Yep, the limit is at 7,444.
I could definitely see it still coming down though.
Yeah, this is, I mean, he trades higher time frames, so 4-hour daily stuff. So this thing is probably
right.
It could sit in some drawdown. Higher time frame, if you draw that impulse on the 4-hour, it's sitting at the 38. They just wicked the 38 perfectly. I think that was like the main kind of thing behind the main reasoning behind the trade.
Mm-hmm.
So just that most recent impulse, and it's kind of forming a flag right now. So if you kind of just measure the flagpole.
Talking about the what? The flagpole. What flag we looking at?
Well, the one that you just drew.
This one.
Because it's a flagpole, and then that's a flag retracement.
So now we're looking for a breakout up above. Gotcha.
He said, "What flagpole are you talking about?" Whoa, whoa.
We singing the Star Spangled Banner, man.
No, man. No,
And you're talking about flagpole. If you draw a trend line, it just broke that top trend line too on the flag. Yeah, right there.
Usually I draw trend lines off of the line chart. Still lines up though. So I would love to see closure on the line chart. Like usually when I'm looking at trends, I always determine it based on like closures from this and not necessarily the candles, because this shows additional validation or some heavier, confirmation for me.
For sure. I mean, the entry is kind of closer to the 50% now that we look at it. So it would be closer to that buying area than it would be anything else.
Think right here.
Yeah, like this whole zone.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that for sure. I mean, that's a nice turnaround candle, but that's not going to be enough volatility coming in to push that higher. This should have been way bigger of an engulfing if this is it. So definitely see this still coming lower.
Yep. Still early. Coming up on London session here pretty soon.
All right.
Sheesh, Nas just broke.
Nas is out.
No, it kind of just broke the. Well, it's not. It didn't really break the high. It's kind of just coming up for that triple top.
Yep.
And this is, I think, where we're going to see the retracement here on Nas. Smaller time frame.
Yeah.
Same with U30.
You calling it?
No, I'm not calling this right now, just because I mean we're at the zone, yes, but that's not too much of confirmation for me. And we're also seeing candle closures kind of above this area.
Exactly.
So we did come and fill those 2 points. So that was exactly what we were saying, right? But we're not gonna just to enter here. Now, if you look at RSI, we're definitely overbought, but it's only on the 1 minute time frame, right? So it's very small scale here. I mean, if you're taking this trade, you're basically entering here with a 10 pip stop loss. So, you know, depending on you, once again, your trading strategy, but I'm personally not wanting to take this trade right now. I'm still seeing that, you know, at some point we're going to need to come down and retrace here. I would rather actually end up buying here. If this breaks up above, then I'm for sure buying here. No doubt. If this breaks this high, then I'm going to be buying right here. Well, it'll be up here. But if this does turn around, then once again, we're continuing confirmations on sellers still being in control here. So this is why, like, I love just sometimes watching the fibs play out, because you need validation, right? Somebody be like, oh my God, it's doing it again. Like, that's insane. Like, dude, when you've seen it so many times, you know, it gives you trust. It gives you confirmation. And once again, you were risking 10 pips and that 1 minute candle rejection was 10 pips, right? So you're already at a 1-to-1, just like that.
I took the short on that, closed it quick. It was a quick like 7-point move.
Yeah. So that, dude, it's like I said, people say, you can't trade 1 minute US 30. I'm like, all right, come watch this. You can do it. You just got to do it smart, right? You're not setting it up for swing trades, you know, not like this, at least. Like you're too zoomed in right here. Like this is 30-second trading. Like I said, the candles when they were printing at 30 seconds a rate, like I felt like I was doing high frequency trading and I was like bugging out. So I've learned to fall in love with the 1 minute chart again and leave it at that. Like that's a good confirmation candle, for sure. That's kind of, oops. That's not a bad entry right there. And you're still, once again, confirming that you're still needing to come down to the 50%. So that's the only, once again, continued validation that I see of like, oh, it makes sense to see a retracement here, right? Like if this was a healthy fib and we were like up here, you know, the risk to reward isn't there anymore, right? You're already at the 50%. But since we are working from the fib all the way down here, that's a healthy risk to reward ratio, which is why you can still take that trade.
So why did you start your fib there? Because if you go to the swing low, that bottom you have is not a 50% retracement.
Yes, it is.
It didn't look like it on my chart. Maybe I'm off.
So once again, this is the low to high,
right. Yeah.
to the failure to make the low, right? So then you have that 1 minute candle push up.
Oh, I got you. You're starting from there.
Correct, right? So you're just once again 30-second time frame. That's a easy 50% 618 retracement. You know, and then you're just scaling it up from there to the next break of structure to see another 50% 618 retracement, right? So now you're just, once again, those two fibs have already played out. So now you're working from this low and you're now just waiting for another, like we broke the structure here, but we didn't hit the 50% retracement on it, right? So that's why we're still hanging out in this area up here.
Yeah, I didn't catch that. I didn't see that one candle.
And
I thought the low was the bottom low.
That's why I trade on my phone too, because you can see it a little better than you can on TradingView. But you know, like I said, this is healthy. This is nice. It'll be interesting because that's, once again, whenever you're looking at selling and you know where the buying pressure is, you're like, okay, well, you know, that green candle closed above the 236, you know, is that a bullish sign? I'm like, nah, not necessarily. It's more of a rejection, you know, to then get this type of push here.
This trading stream brought to you by Jack Daniels and C4 Energy Drinks. keeping us going all night long.
Oh man, oh man. My heart just started beating a little slower, then it started beating faster.
It's a good combination. You guys should try it out.
I did a few years back. All right, so let's see what we got here.
Don't try this at home, kids.
No, do not. All right, so we got the breakage structure there. It looks like we're going to push higher on gold. I'm not seeing that as potentially the rejection, unless maybe we're respecting that line. What is that, a 382 line? Yeah, gold's still supposed to be pushing up, and we're trending upward. So, yeah, oops. Still looking healthy. Like I said, the 50% 618 is ideal buy situation for gold. We're not taking that sell. So we're still just hanging out here. There's no entry right now for this. Now, if this fails to make a higher high, that'd be interesting. All right, so got the rejection. And this is why I didn't take the trade, right? So I wasn't too thrilled on that. You know, like I said, if you entered there, you would have made your risk to reward. But I was still wanting to be really confident it was heading back down this direction. If anything, I'm expecting this candle to come sweep this high right here, and then give us some actual rejection, or we're going to break and we're just going to continue to go, you know, bullish up to the 236 zone. Oops. Roy, are you in anything right now? Hope not. You got out of that sell?
I had it in break even.
Cool.
So I managed to catch some pips, and then I actually caught the buy back up on Nas, just like kind of a scalp.
Yep. Good shit.
Kind of like a smaller time frame, 30-minute, 15-minute scalp on Nas. But I'm out of everything right now. I'm just holding this CAD CHF. I entered a manual entry, and I still have the buy limit open. Still holding Euro USD. That's just retracing. It might even break through, so I have it in break even. Euro USD is in break even. And yeah, as for Nas, I'm looking to see what happens at the market open. Probably 15, 30 minutes after the market open, we're going to get a nice play. And yeah, so I think for all the indices, if we can get a nice liquidity grab through that zone and a closure back below, that would be a really nice shorting area. If it continues to break above, then we have some higher levels we can short from.
You know, I'm in a USD shift short off of the 4 hour. It broke the 88.6 and closed below it, so I took that short.
On
what for you, Chef?
Yeah, and I'm in $360 profit right now.
Let's go.
You are shorting against the dollar, good sir. You're sure.
It rejected the 88.6. I mean, with the dollar pumping that hard, you think it has to have a little bit of retracement. And
is it a pullback? Is it trading the pullback?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it hit the 88.6 on the U-Chef, so I said it hit it and it closed below it. Well, I mean, it's worth a shot.
Yeah, no, I see that. No, I see the dollar retracing right now. I wanted to see if it was like a full move or if this was like trading a pullback. The dollar is pulling back hard right now, and I think even through tomorrow, it can pull back even more. So this might be an unexpected day for folks.
And I think it's going to hit the 109. I mean, it's going to get back down to 109, which is the zone. So I see it pulling back to at least the 109, and that gave me the short for that. And it rejected the 88.6. So
we got this triple top forming right now on US 30. See this? Got 1, 2, 3 right here. And on a higher time frame out, these are still the highs over here. So not anticipating it to break above here. Like I said, we could see a sweep of this kind of double top here. It'd be interesting to see a break above this high right here. If anything, we'd be filling this gap right here. Yeah. So still not necessarily entered into anything. Notice how this was the fib that we're playing in on the downward trend. We still technically haven't broken above that yet. So I know that that's pretty tight, but understand that, you know, we still haven't broken it. And that shows that it still actually bears in control. So until that Fibonacci is broken, then technically the bears are still in control on that downward push. So once when this wicks up above, then we would delete this, and now we're looking for another buying opportunity. So this is why I haven't entered anything here, because there's no type of rejection candle. You know, we're at a very, I mean, that's very controversial level at this point. Like I said, the only potential area would have been here, but I didn't even really like the candles that were printing here. So once again, when you're scalping, you get to be picky, right? Like you don't have to force every trade, but you just, you know, sit there and you're just observing, right? So we've been live trading for, well, Roy's been doing it for a while, but you guys been watching, you know, US 30 candle by candle with me for a while, you know, and that's something that not everybody wants to do, right? Some people, whenever they're learning or whenever, you know, they're trying to grow an account really fast, like this is the only thing that I can tell you, but you have to have good emotional balance to like not be so eager and trigger happy, right? Like you need to actually allow the charts to kind of guide you with the confirmations that you're asking for and looking for.
So if we're still in sales and you're still in that sell Fibonacci and you see that rejection off the 886 with 3 or 4 consolidation candles and it pushed down, why is that not the go button for you? Why did you not like that?
Because momentum is still pretty strong on the bullish side. And so anticipating is good for indices. You kind of have to be like really quick on the ball, but sometimes it's worth waiting for that one candle confirmation to let you know, okay, we are rejecting here, just so you don't get caught in that continuation back up. That's the worst. You enter at the zone, you're expecting the triple top, and then all of a sudden the buying momentum is so strong, it keeps taking you higher. So sometimes getting that one confirmation might not be
and I didn't need to look at the higher time frame, but even if you shift to 5-minute time frame, you know, this type of candle closure on a 5-minute would have told me, you know, this is rejecting to push higher from this 236 zone. So it's just, for me, you know, having done it so many times, I could just kind of recognize, like, if this candle pushes down and engulfs this, then okay, I'm probably going to be looking at a sell. But as of right now, like, once again, the bullish momentum has been so strong to where, you know, if anything, I'm going to be looking to buy whenever we come into this area. You know, sellers aren't technically in control. We bought all the way down here, remember? So technically, like, we knew that volume had turned around whenever we, on the 1 minute, spotted out the, you know, minor type of divergence that was happening from this area right here, right? We even pointed out this low, right? So we knew that there was a turnaround occurring, and that gave us an additional indicator. As of right now, you know, this, I mean, it's a hard stretch to show, but, you know, you're like, okay, well, technically we've had price break up above this area, you know, so I would consider this almost a break and retest, you know, for some follow through instead of any type of divergence. So now we have broken above, right? So we can go ahead and delete this because sellers are no longer like in control in any type of capacity, stretch, or imagination. So as of right now, buyers are in control, and we're now shifting our momentum to be looking at this as a buying opportunity. The only type of selling that you would be doing is if you're going on like a higher time frame, still considering this as, you know, the previous high. But the fact is we've already hit the 50% 618. We've technically already swept that low. So this could be considered the liquidity grab. So it's a valid, healthy price action. You know, it doesn't have to hit down here, right? Like this was the home run that we were looking for, but there's no rule saying it has to come down there. So that's why, you know, sometimes we play off of this 61.8 zone. You know, if we see that type of divergence happen in that area, and especially, like I said, we knew the sellers needed to come for that healthy retracement, right? So we had all of those confirmations. Right here, we have nothing. Like there's no confirmation. We even knew we were going to sweep these highs. So unless I see, a big candle push up and down and give us some, engulfing type momentum. But as of right now, we're bullish as ever. So there's no need to, try to fight the momentum.
That's a good answer. Yeah, I just saw it on the 88.6 rejecting in that strong bull candle, and then it actually closed below the 236, and I was like, shit, there you go. But yeah, I see what you're saying. When you went to that 5 minute, that candle made a big difference.
Yep. And so like once again, we're seeing formations up above, right? So if this was previous structure, of some sort, we're now seeing candle closure above, boom. I'm still considering this super bullish, right? So you're just once again observing each price, each candle, each zone. So if this is what you were looking at zone wise, you're seeing the break up above, retest in the zone, and continuing to push higher. So like I said, the only potential sell, and now since it's a good risk reward for me, okay, maybe I'm looking at that with the 20 pip stop loss. So I'm not entering it just because it enters a zone. We're gonna, watch the candles once again to see what happens. So I said once when we clear these highs, I would be interested to see if we get a fat rejection candle to come down, to really show that we actually have sellers in this area. But the turnaround is not going to happen here. It would happen in this zone. The reason being is buyers and sellers did not have equal opportunity to participate in the market in this area and in this level. So as of right now, that's where price is going.
Can you zoom out a little bit and show your top of your fib on that other one?
Yeah. Oops.
Okay, you got the top.
And remember that this fib is actually just an extension, right? So we had this, fib here, 50% 618 zone, right? We had the fib from here to the 50% 618 zone, right? So that's why I said it doesn't have to come down to the 78886 zone. Sometimes it wicks the 50% and that's all it needs, right? So even from that point, once again, the low point to the high points, right? 50% 618 zone. So now we're working in this next Fibonacci. So that's where we've been at. Looks like we actually have a rejection candle forming. We have a engulfing candle that semi-entered. But we did sweep those highs. So let's see, what time are we? 2:57, right? So we have the top of the hour coming up. I struggle to take trades at the top of the hour because that's usually when the actually occurs. So a lot of people wait for the candle closures to give them some confirmations. Usually I will wait for the candle to close at the top of the hour and then give it the first 5 minutes to kind of confirm direction. I'd rather give myself that additional validation and allow kind of that early manipulation to take place before, I actually enter the trade and receive a validation on that hour of the candle. So that's pretty good confirmation. Once again, you have your closures, you have your candle confirmation underneath. So, we're approaching kind of that first rejection area of the 236 zone. We would want to see, to potentially enter, you would want to see some closure below this zone, break up above, failure to make a higher high, and continuation to push down, right? So that's what we would be looking for from a selling stance, but I don't necessarily believe that that's the engulfing candle either. Plus, we talk about divergence, so I'm starting to see it. So we have this being more than likely the scenario. If you look here, right? So this is just how you can kind of continue to print this out. As it's showing up, you're receiving different confirmations and validations. So once again, we have 1 touch, 2 touch. Let's see if we maybe get a push higher that comes up to touch this. That would make sense to come to this zone once again that we talked about that needs a candle. So once again, like I said, this wasn't enough confirmation for me, wasn't enough closure for me. I was still anticipating this zone. So you're just hanging out and waiting. And once again, you're still anticipating, and this candle right here, we'll zoom in on it. And this is how I know I'm starting to get close to good key areas, right? So you see a bearish candle, right? But that's the only one in this huge push. So this is a good area for profit or like a take profit. But you also see that this candle doesn't have a wick on it. And you see that this candle doesn't have a wick on it as well. So there's just additional validations to know that this does need to come down at some point, even if it's a, impulse retracement, that's fine. All right, so we had that break, failure to make a higher high. This is potential sells in that area. If this closes as engulfing. But once again, I would love to see it come up to this zone. If it doesn't, that's okay. Damn. We'll see. Not a rush. That's tough. So we get the engulfing candle. I'd love to see a push up. I would love one more push. That's not necessarily where I would want to enter. I mean, it's not a bad risk to reward, but it's not a great one either.
Can you just fib that one candle and then enter in on the 50%?
Yeah, you could. So technically your fib would give you that as probably your entry area. See, now you're making me want my 30-second back.
Oh, I pulled up right on time. I just pulled up right as the market opened.
Go right there. Who pulled up?
I just said I pulled up right as the market opened.
Here we go. So we're getting the push down. Damn, there it was, man.
Oof.
So 382. Oops. And so this is the thing, right? So, I mean, we just watched that entire climb and I was like, oh, damn, we're kind of looking for the sell, like, maybe looking for a buy. Like you go back and forth so many different times, but I don't remember who said it earlier, but like, there's always going to be another trade, right? Like there's literally, I've just showed you guys maybe 5-6 different trades that you could have taken in the past hour and a half, right? So that type of, skill set you learn and you gain more confidence to not necessarily rush or force things. It's okay to just give yourself a pat on the back to say, hey, I was kind of right there.
Watch it consolidate for another like 30 minutes.
You think it is? No, I see this coming down right here. So
man.
We'll see what it turns into here. Damn.
That would have been a nice entry. That kind of 3 drive pattern.
I know. I saw it. I just didn't shoot it, man. We were gonna come up one more time. 1, 2, 3, right? Mm-hmm. Still seeing us pushing down though. All is good.
Yeah, the higher time frames is still very choppy. There's still no direction. It's still playing within the same range. If you go 1 hour, 4 hour, it's still in the same box. That box I drew earlier on Nasdaq hasn't broken.
No, this is all a bunch of noise. This is just, you know, on a smaller scale. Like I said, we're still bullish. Like we're still needing to come up to this 236 zone. If you see, right? Remember the fib that we're looking at higher. So even if we were just talking about sells, right? Like that's only because I was hoping to get this test down to the 78886 zone, right? Like that's ideal when you talk about NFP news. Like they're going to try to hit every area that they can. They're going to try to come back and forth every time that they can. And so I said, I wouldn't be surprised to see that fib break and see it actually come back down. That's the liquidity grab, right? That's the extra kind of FU that they throw at you, you know, and you've seen it so many times that you know. So we're hitting the 50% 618 zone, right? It doesn't mean that I'm going to enter, but it does now mean that this is a valid Fibonacci. This means that it has retraced in a healthy way. So if this does break up back above, then, you know, we continue to scale on and show that bulls are still in control, right? So even if you do, once again, always enter in this space, that's okay. Just have, you know, a quick trigger finger on taking profits or whatnot. Like I hardly ever enter whenever this candle doesn't have a wick on the bottom of it. So I don't care how high it pushes, this still didn't have a wick to the bottom. So I wasn't going to enter because like I said, those candles are still going to need to be filled at some point. This one still doesn't have a wick, neither does this. So it doesn't bother me. But remember what I also have said about fibs on how they will do this flow of pushing high, retracing down to the 50%, pushing up to the 236 zone, coming down lower, right? So we hit the 50%. This is valid. Let's see if we get, you know, some type of movement coming back down. And Nick, you're talking about the fibs coming down on this. So fibs coming down. Failed to make that 50% barely. And we still haven't necessarily hit the 50% on that downward pressure. So, like I said, that candle didn't have a wick to the bottom of it. So it's definitely getting its wick now, which is why, once again, I'm okay not taking a buy off of that candle because I was pretty confident that that wasn't the turnaround point. And this is why price action studying candles matters. Just because it enters your zone doesn't, it's a buy. So you have to understand what the market is telling you. Especially whenever you're looking at these different types of time frames. I'm
telling you, man, it's going to be a little wonky here, at least for the next, you know, up until like the 30 minutes following the session. What I think it's going to do is go back up and retest those highs.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
I mean, what it just like there's no use in predicting. Letting the market come to an area, letting it set up. That's the name of the game. So at this point, we have a low price. It's all the way down at your 88.6. If it reaches down there, there's an opportunity.
All right, so this candle's now got a wick on it, right? This one still doesn't. So I'd love to see it come down here. But I did say that, you know, potential entry would be at this exchange right here. So we'll see how the kind of candles close in this area to see if they respect it. You know, we've touched the 618, so we're going to see what kind of rejection we get off this area. See if there's a possible entry here or not. I don't know. That's a weak liquidity grab, don't you think? I mean, that's pretty weak. I mean, it's enough, right? It clears the highs, but I would have expected to see something a little more sharp there.
I'm telling you, the end of the month / beginning of the month / NFP tomorrow, we're not going to see regular market movement. The regular market moves where you see price hit a daily zone, 4-hour zone, or a higher time frame zone, and then it goes liquidity grab through, like sharp liquidity grab through, and then as soon as it closes under, that's the confirmation. You can put your stops above the liquidity grab. That's normal conditions. Times like this is just going to continue to range. It's doing something specific. It's enticing traders to buy and sell consistently until it breaks to one direction. And then that break of that direction still won't be the real move. So the only real hope to have is to zoom further and further out so that we can eliminate some of the noise and hopefully stick to the directional bias, because they're going to try to shake out a lot of people. Like, I don't know why it kept playing in my head. Like, everybody thinks they're going to get rich off of news days, but the chances that everybody is seeing the same thing and it's all going to happen on the same day and everybody's going to have their big banger day on the same day, something just doesn't add up.
Nah, never does, man. They don't want to see us win. We know better.
That's what I was thinking about GJ, because everyone in the mall was talking about buying GJ the last week. And, I bought GJ, but then as soon as it hit the target, the trend line, I sold it. And then it came down and I bought it again. And then I think I'm up like 4,500 on GJ this week. I've been buying and selling it left and right.
Nick, you've been popping off over there. You got some things figured out, man?
No, I do not. No, I do not.
It sounds like you do.
I'm just saying, I've been buying and selling GJ like a mother. Y'all been.
He said, "Yeah, I've been dogging these markets."
I was about to say 4,500, bro. That's a nice little
not
ride.
real money, bro. It's not real money.
Dude, these markets have been tough. Not gonna lie, there's been a lot of dicey shit going on, and we're at some key levels on a lot of pairs. So I think it's interesting, with the Q3 kind of coming to a wrap, and Q4 is always a interesting time of the year. They always say prepare for winter because it's always bloody, but September is actually known as like a very tragic month for the economy in general. So that's why I think everybody keeps saying, they're super bearish, but we'll see. We're only, on day 2. So I think it makes sense to make lows today, or to actually make the highs today to then, actually send us toward a really shitty end of the month. So that's why I actually see buying potentials now to then end, on a really low note at the end of September.
That I think is the real play. I mean, first off, the way that the weeks and the months go in trading, especially coming out of the summer into the Q3, Q4, it's going to take a couple of weeks for things to ramp up. Nobody wants to be the first mover, right? We're out of the summer. JP Morgan's looking at Goldman's looking at Citi. They're like, all right, which one of you fuckers is going to short this thing first? I was like, I don't want to be first. You short it first. And so everyone's kind of in this stalemate. And then there's a September meeting on the 21st. So everyone's kind of looking at that mile marker like, we'll put it off. But they know that as soon as one person starts jumping in, they have to jump in or it's going to miss the wave. So the whole thing is like first week and a half, it's a feel out process. Once the middle of September kicks in, from then till the end of the year, it's showtime. We'll see who's been prepping during the summer, who's been sort of learning a thing or two, paying attention, and who's been winging it. And that's when some of those home run moves really tend to show up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Dude, I think we're gonna go bullish on indices tomorrow just because of how much short interest there is. Just simply based off that.
I think so too. I mean, I hate to say it, but it just sounds correct. I mean, just even by like Andy was saying earlier as well, it's like, dude, all of the Telegram chats are saying short.
Like we could be having 2 conversations tonight, which is, oh, the Fed did this and the interest rates did this, and all of this equals this massive puzzle where everything's going to short perfectly tomorrow morning, right before the news, and we're all going to, right? So like that's like a little bit too cliche of a story. It sounds like somebody else's group chat right now. And we're on here like, yeah, retail is about to get fucking crushed. So we'll see. I mean, but we don't know. I'm not saying that matter of factly. I'm just kind of saying that like, if you want to, bet against the crowd, that's where the best odds are.
Yo, did you see how many buys and sells he had open at the same time? I was
very impressive.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, look, Andy's like a different level of professional. I'm talking about his grandfather was his father was a trader. This dude knows markets like the back of his hand. If he's sailing these waters with one hand on the steering wheel, the other hand hanging out 3 beers deep, that's him, right? He grew up on that boat. I'm still getting my sea legs. So I'm gonna stand my ass way over here. That's way too many positions for me to manage. I don't know what the hell I saw in that chart for a second. Kind of gave me an aneurysm. I had to put on my Apple Watch. I had to check my heart rate. It's like, what the fuck am I looking at?
If you don't trade with the stop loss, I mean, you're good. Good Lord.
Hey, look, if it works for you, it works for you. I'm not gonna knock anyone's style, because I've learned nowadays, like, as long as it's working for you, that's all that matters in trading. So I'm not gonna knock someone's style, but is it recreatable? That's not something that's recreatable, especially for folks looking to get into trading.
No, I'm not knocking his style. I'm giving him props for it. Good Lord. More power to him.
I need that kind of focus. I need that kind of whatever. Like, I don't know if it's like just I don't give a fuck kind of attitude.
It's the don't give a fuck attitude, man. D-gap.
Dude. Yeah, maybe I'd throw 55 positions too if I didn't give a fuck.
Let it run for a month.
Oh my God.
And $300,000 drawdown.
I was in GJ for 9 days, and I think I lost like some hair.
Did you hear him say that he had over 107 grand in just fees that were racked up from him holding it?
Yes, bro. The swap. Imagine every single time a session closes, you're getting charged swap, like on a position size that big, bro. This is insanity.
107K in just swap fees. That's insane.
Yep.
I've seen his charge freeze up hundreds of thousands of dollars in one trade and just chilling.
Just hanging out, man. Just doing their thing.
I mean, he says the upside potential on that is like 1.8 mil. So that's absolute insanity. And look, just on the side note, GJ is already up back at 162. So I wouldn't have even lost that trade. That trade would have been a 100 pip banger. I'm just saying, sometimes you gotta let these things play out. Had that nice entry at 161. Now it's at 162. That's what breaks my heart.
I took mine at my TP at 161, 735. I got out. I got it at the very bottom though. That was my last buy.
Hello.
I mean, very, very bottom. I got my entry at 169.98. I took that nice little move.
That's a hell of an entry.
You've been playing the range back and forth. I mean, you taught me that best. Play the range. Yep. The bottom buy, top sell. Just why are you fighting it? I've been doing it all week.
Yeah, honestly, I saw it. I was looking at the higher time frames, and it was wicking so hard it kept filling the candles, and the volume just kept getting tighter and tighter. So at some point, I just left it alone. But that's the thing about swing trades is like right when you're like, fuck it, I'm done babysitting this trade. It's been 2 weeks, whatever. That's when it pops 400 or 500 pips. It's been like a consistent trend with me in swing trading.
Are we in a buy right now on US 30? 88.6?
It potentially triggered if you guys took that trade that I had.
I mean, we're still in the zone.
Are we still hanging out there?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can take it or not. Like I said, man, I really want to have the patience to wait for the 78886. Like, I really don't want to force this because, like I said, we still haven't even hit the 618 zone. So, like, I would have, if I would have touched the 618, I would have had more confidence in this buy right now. I still am not betting against the seller showing up. I mean, we sweeped liquidity here. We've shown pretty substantial push down. No sign of rejection right now. This is the low that we're working from. So, I mean, like I said, that range right there is not, I mean, you're risking 5 pips. So
I'm down for 5 pips. Let's go. $130. Let's do it. I'll take TP at 23.6 at $564. I'll risk 130 for 560.
It's a tough one, man. I wish you the best. It's one that I'm not personally taking, but it's still not a bad one. I would probably extend the stop loss out to this area right here. Because like I said, I still see us pushing here. I mean, we are still trending bullish for this like push here. But if we break this, like I said, now we're actually getting to the zone where we're interested in. So this is
Austin, could you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but could you
You're
measure
good.
that with a fib when you get a chance?
yeah. Oops.
All right, so we're sitting right at the 78.
Yep.
And we could consolidate here, tap the 88, and then start to make that retracement.
Yep.
If we violate the 88 level, then that's when we're going to most likely see that push. It's not going to be a straight line either. It's going to push down, come back up, and then drop. So
yep.
we kind of have to see at the 88.6 right here. We see that wick rejection. It closes above the 78. And that's the potential for the long. But it's got to come back above the 78.
That's healthy, man. That's healthy. I'm not gonna lie, like that's not a bad entry there. I'm not really seeing though.
You need that closure above the 78 first.
If this engulfs, not a bad play. Because even on the downward pressure, we still technically from here to the break, still hadn't touched. So technically we still have, that's ugly, hold on. Technically we still need to come up to this 50% 618 zone. So that would be take profit area, at least, you know, taking partials. What are we at? 320 right now?
Yo, our cat chef order from the signal, I think, just got activated, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
I'm in a cat
It
chef
did.
by all of a sudden.
Yes, sir.
Let's go Enigma app with the signal.
Hey, I just paid my $100 subscription today. I'm in for it, man.
30 days free.
You got another 30 days?
free.
Roy, we're gonna have to talk about this, man.
Brother, look.
Yo,
Nick
hit
is,
me up on Instagram if you want info. HOUTX traders, yo, what's up?
That's awesome.
hey, yo.
Hey, that buy should be in profit that you took, by the way.
No, bro, I stopped out on that. I put that stop loss.
Oh, well, that's tough.
I entered the buys on Nas.
You got it? Nice shit.
Yes, sir.
It's a good spot, man.
Same exact deal. The thing is, it's kind of floating like 10 pips or 10 points above entry. I want this thing to wake up just a little bit more, and I want to protect it.
Yeah.
No, that stopped me out because I was going from I build that fib from that not the lowest low
Right.
you guys were talking about, but that one yeah, exactly.
Yep.
I gave it a few pips and it hit it, so it is what it is.
And that's part of the process. And once again, I'm glad Roy said that, right? Of like, go ahead and swing from here to here, because technically that loss that you just took is the actual manipulation. So that was the valid fib that we were working from, but the manipulation was to sweep that fib, but then turn around in the different direction. So you'll see that. It's hard to explain. But that will happen whenever you see this small of a time frame. Like that's the liquidity grab. Like once again, we're trading on 30 seconds. So they're not going to make it cookie cutter every time, right? So that's just one of the things to
And like, look, I just want to preface this by saying it's still early. Like this thing could hit one of the minor fibs and continue bearish if the momentum is that strong on the bearish side.
Right.
So I don't want to like just completely say that we're in the clear on this, but yeah, for now it does seem to be heading up to those higher fibs.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how we react around this area here, because sellers are still hanging out at 620.
You guys wouldn't believe my broker didn't activate the catch-up. Let me check the Raja account.
Let me go check my phone.
Okay, the Raja account activated the trade.
Yo, you got it hooked up?
Yeah. I gotta remember he came in the chat like last minute. He stopped in for like a second. He was like, "Yo, everything's good now. You can take trades." I was like, "All right, shit, dude, thanks." And then he just hopped off, and I was like, "What, did you disappear into the night? Like, what is this?"
Yeah, I just got activated on that trade. Let's go. So gold's looking like gold's still hanging out. That may be a sell for gold. I could see a short right here. So you got a little bit of divergence here. Tops.
All right, I'm protecting this Nas. This is
We up? Yeah, we are.
kind of
Retracement back. Yeah, not bad.
It's retracing. I'm kind of blown. This catch up didn't activate me. I'm gonna send a screenshot. This is horrible.
So Nick, whenever you're looking at this as well, notice like once again, test of this candle to the 236 zone, right? So it's just the break above, the retest, and then potentially the follow through to the 50% 618 zone, right? So that's just how you continue to confirm price action, understanding that this fib is still valid. Like you just always are paying attention to each candle that prints to let you know if you're on it or not.
Where did you get the 236 from? So I don't have that on my chart.
This downward pressure. So like this is the upward trend, but this was the only retracement from there. So
I'm still working off the trend from the bottom. I got you.
Yep.
From the bottom.
It's just finding buyers and sellers right now. So 382 could be the rejection that pushes us. That makes some sense. Roy, you're probably about to break even on that. There's a little gap right here as well. Damn, see, and this is where 30-second pulls out. So 30-second, still be looking for a buy.
Pull out to the 15 real quick.
15-minute.
Mm-hmm. So the way I look at this is like, because it does take a little bit of time for this to happen, but it just swings between this and this. So we seem to have found like a floor and a ceiling.
Yep.
And so all I try to do is I'm trying to enter as close to the low as possible or as close to the high as possible. And then eventually it'll break. But if you like caught the buy here, catch the buy here, for example, you'll make money. Then the one time that it fails and it actually breaks through, you end up losing. Now in that range, there's probably like 4 to 5 candles to take you up. So that's probably an hour. Right. And so that's why it's kind of hard to look at it on the higher time frames, but that's where the bigger pushes come from. Yeah, when it's consolidating like that, it's just trying to keep it as simple as possible.
Yep. I like the bearish engulfing coming down here. Be interested to see how the rest of these candles close. 5-minute candle did not engulf, so it's one of those of sure we can still expect it to come up to that 50% that we talked about, but still not thinking that this is the low. I'm still expecting this to get swept. So it was exactly like you said, like we had just like we had 1, 2, 3 touches on the top, 1, 2, 3 touches on the bottom. Roy, man, it's already 3:30 a.m. We've been going at it for a while.
I could do this for days.
Dude, me too. Like I don't even like pay attention to the time here. That's a bad thing sometimes, but
so this is a pretty promising sign. So when price gets to a key level in the higher time frame, that's when I look for the candlestick reversal patterns, and specifically double bottoms, triple bottoms, and inverted head and shoulders. So if this to this is 61%, you got yourself a trade to the upside.
Yeah, you're good there.
I thought we were starting at 0600 Central Time. So I woke up at 5:30 this morning, and we were a bit delayed. So yeah, it was 3 o'clock or 2:30 in the morning. I've been up since 5:30 in the morning. I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be honest. I really was trying to time this thing so I missed NFP because I'm like, I'm gonna be delirious. I'm gonna be all nighter. And then NFP, oh my God, NFP comes. So I tried to time it, but I woke up, realized I had some things I had to clear up, some things I had to get done real quick before I start the stream. And then we're on.
Dude, look at how perfect that rejected from that.
I'm gonna delete GJ off my watch list. That's beautiful. And with a little bit of divergence there.
Yeah.
So you kind of have that triple bottom.
Yep.
With a little bit of this divergence here.
Yep. So be looking right at that 620 level that we talked about, expecting some sellers to show up here.
Let's see this.
Yeah, we're still pushing. Getting candle closure above, always good. Expecting this to keep pushing higher.
So let me know in the YouTube comments, actually. Let me know in the YouTube comments, buys and sells for U30. Let me know what you guys think. Let's see what the YouTube thinks.
I'm going to be interested on this play right here. I'm not taking gold just yet, but getting interesting. Headed up to the 50%.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, Austin. I think that short at the top of U30 was kind of, I think, like the one and done play.
This guy up here.
Yeah, that would have been a nice one and done. So it's like, it's things like that.
Yeah, that you mean the one that I just watched and observed and didn't take that one? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we practice what we preach. We're telling folks to be patient. We're telling folks there's a million trades out there. There's a trillion trades out there. I'm telling you. But yeah, I'm just interested to see this in like London session because I don't normally trade London session, but I can tell you that there's only two kinds of retracements that happen: shallow retracements and deep retracements. So we got one of two options here if this thing is going to break through. So if you risked 1% here to make 3%, if that lost, you do the same thing here, risk 1% to make 3%, you'd make back your loss. Sometimes it's worth taking the chance.
It's how simple it is, man. You can win at any moment. You just gotta have the right risk to reward.
So right now, I would favor the higher short, only because like if we look at, this is the low and this is the high. If I ask myself, are we closer to low or high? I'd say we're a little bit closer to the lows. And so if I'm going to short, I'd want it to be a little bit closer up here. And if I'm going to go long, I want it to get a little bit closer down here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see this right here.
Yeah, that to me makes sense.
Because there's a small low candle here with the gap. Needs a little fill here, failure to make a lower low. Stay trending as well.
So a lot of people on YouTube are bullish US 30, bullish US 30. Bullish.
Yo, how many people we got on YouTube following us right now?
Close to 200, so around 180.
We still got 180 streaming with us right now at 3:33 a.m.
At 3:30 in the morning. You can't make this up.
And 12 people on the Zoom.
Yes, sir. I mean, granted, a lot of the ChartAddicts audience is New York. Folks got work and whatnot. So I don't blame them, but YouTube, wide audience. I know we got folks from all around the world. So welcome everybody to the YouTube stream. This stream is sponsored by Enigma FX, and we're raising money for charity. The link is in the description below. If you guys find any value in this, I know that we already had some donations today. The goal is 20,000 total. We're a little bit off, but I'm confident we can hit that goal by the morning. So welcome everybody to the YouTube stream. That's my intro.
I dig it.
So CAD CHF, we'll let that play out. That's going to be a play that needs some time to marinate.
Yo, my CAD chef on ENVI didn't hit, but it did on my other account.
Isn't that crazy? It hit on this this account that Raja gave us. We're floating about.
Oh my god!
We're floating about nothing.
It didn't hit, but the wick goes straight through it.
It went straight. No, same.
Oh.
I'm telling you. I watched it happen too, like in real time, and I was like, I should enter a manual entry here, but I was like, dude,
you trusted it too much.
I mean, I still trust it. There's still a chance that it'll come back. She'll come back.
That spread on these brokers sometimes, it's ridiculous.
Yep.
That's the only reason why I didn't trigger, you know?
Bro, I really hope this breaks right here. I really want to see this thing push down.
The first rejection is the 88.6. The second rejection right now is at the 78.6 from the very bottom, right? The one that I asked you to draw earlier.
Yeah.
So it rejected the 88.6. And then right now it's rejecting the 78.6. So that's the entry right there.
Right here. We were in.
Dude, this CAD chef is kind of irking me.
Bro, that's to the pip that this man called this.
Yeah, he's kind of built different.
Enigma app. That's all I have to say.
Dude, to think about the fact that people are getting these quality signals for free,
bro,
it kind of blows my mind because
undefeated.
O's hit 9 for 9 at this point. Like that's just statistically impossible, honestly.
Look at this,
undefeated.
Dude. That's insane. I mean, to literally be able to call that.
All right, let's break this down for everybody on YouTube. Look, you get 30 days free on the Enigma app. You take one trade, it pays for the next month. You know what I'm saying? You take that profit for the next, you keep just rolling this over. It's literally free signals because that's all there is to it. Dude's undefeated. So take your winnings from that signal, pay for the next month, and then take that next month and keep rolling it. Free. Literally giving you free money.
They're practically handing it to you for free.
And the funny thing is I tell all my friends about this. I literally tell all my homies, all my boys, everything. Like, yo, let's just fucking get this going. Da, da, da. Like 1% of them are interested. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
That's why the community stays so tight, just because like talking this language with people, like it doesn't necessarily resonate with them. Like a lot of people, whenever they don't know something, they feel uncomfortable. It makes them feel like, you know, they're not able to contribute to the conversation. So it's like, you know, you're speaking another language to people. They're just looking at you all weird.
You want to get weird looks, start talking about NFTs and 8 monkey pictures.
Bro,
You know,
I can't even
got this
talk.
old looking weird pirate guy that you're staking and doing what? Come on now. You know?
Bro, some of the names that I have to say whenever I'm talking to people, like they're like, the what? And yeah, man, NFTs is its own language. That's for sure.
It's not just, it's the whole deal we're doing is its own language, man. Web3 gaming, this and that, staking, proof of work, proof of stake. You know what I mean? Very few percentage of the people understand what we're doing.
Cool. So we're getting this push up. I'm digging this, man. Coming right to the point. That's not a bad play right there. It's pushing pretty heavy though, not gonna lie. Higher time frame, that's probably not a good take, but I don't know. Fuck. Maybe looking to take this, not.
Hey, it's for the kids.
Look, like we're sweeping the highs over here. We just have, a pretty big gap here. Plus, we're still waiting to hit this 50% 618 and sweep these highs. So I'm just looking for this retracement here more than anything. So you can't ever force the retracement, like you're not, like we're still turning buys. Like there's no reason to force a sell, but I do see the divergence starting to take place. So I'm mainly looking for the liquidity grab at this point to see if we can get, maybe a healthy push down for 50 pips or so. I mean, it'd be nice to sweep these lows right here.
Also, this is a complete side note. We're literally 10 followers away from 30,000 on IG.
Let's go.
Huge milestone. We'll do a quick giveaway on YouTube. 30,000.
Yeah, I've been blasting you guys every day, all day.
I see you, Big Tuna.
Hope you
Honestly, I
guys
see you in these
30.
mentions.
Also drinking water. I'm drinking Jack Daniels in pre-workout.
We are not built the same, my friend.
Hey.
All right, this is looking good, Roy.
I'm a sailor guy, so I can handle it. You know what I mean?
Dude, my stomach tears up with any liquor.
Oof.
We looking good, Roy.
What to do if I don't have liquor? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that thing is pushing up. I think it's gonna push up.
I love that little rejection right there, right off the 786 right there. Nice little closure up above.
Only thing is, like, right now we're still in the process of establishing the higher low. We've
Right.
established this minor structure, true, and you can take like a kind of like a fast entry here. But in my honest opinion, we're still in the process of forming this. One more wick down and like a close back up, like something to show me that it's faked out the sellers, it's made everybody go short, and then it just wicked right back up. Another one of those, that would be the confirmation. I'd be in there.
So just following up once again, right? Fibonacci sequence we see a lot. The push down, the 50%, the 236. Now we're looking for the 78886. Right. So this is just a pattern that you'll see a lot. You're either going to get this actual push up or you're going to see the rejection down. So it's literally one of the two. So this risk reward is a healthy ratio. The same thing coming down is a healthy ratio. This is why, you can scalp at any point US 30 as long as you find where the actual proper buying and selling pressure is. I could see this wick getting filled. I think that'd be ideal, to be honest. It's pretty healthy wick, but what is that? That's 606 to 618, 12 pip wick.
And also you have that huge bull candle at the 786, 886 area that you always talk about buyers and sellers have an equal opportunity to get out. Like I know there's a wick on it, but that's a gigantic candle that could get filled or at least halfway filled. I always think that. I personally think that when I look at gigantic candles, like.
Yep. Well, and like I said, that didn't have a wick, and now it came down to grab it. So that's why even whenever we pushed up to the 50%, I was like, look, you got to take your profits here because no matter what, there's unhealthy price action on this push up. So you knew that some type of distribution had to come back down here. Didn't know when. It could have been, from here, or it could have been, whenever. But usually, unless there's healthy price action all the way up, then I'm more eager to take, partials along the way. If we're stacking candles and there's wicks on everything, then, usually I won't take profits. But as soon as I start to see some unhealthy structure, then I'm like, all right, we're going to have to return, to this area at some point. So, my directional bias could be correct, but it also means that it's, probably not the actual move yet. There aren't really any wicks though on any of these candles, or all of these candles have wicks. Therefore, there's not necessarily a need for price to come up there. but we're going to see what this rejection looks like. We got good candles forming. We got the break, retest, and green candle follow through. Roy, you getting your retest for your entry for CAD CHF?
Yeah, it's coming back down. It's a longer term move. I got to give that thing time to really play. So I'm not going to rush it.
This is good to see. Once again, this candle doesn't have a wick, right? So even this candle didn't come and clip it, which is just nice, you know, knowing that maybe this does push down, but realistically, it's very easy to show that this needs to still come up here. So this failed. So even if this candle comes down lower, that's fine. Doesn't really matter. Like, you're still expecting price to push up at some point. So just small little metrics as you're looking at your trades that you can, you know, pay attention to, that give you validation as you're still looking for buys, you know, to show that there's still, you know, there's still need for buyers to show up here.
Yep.
Yeah, but look, that's a swing trade. Look at that on the daily, because
CAD CHF.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a higher time frame.
That's a way high time frame. Look at that gigantic bull candle on the daily. You know, just out of curiosity, what are your thoughts on that? Scroll out.
I mean, I don't even really need it. I mean, just
it's just there. This massive bullish candle.
I like how this wick,
higher low, higher low,
just came back and clipped the base of this candle. So that's part of that retracement, is to at least come and clip this here.
I mean, just out of curiosity, go to the left a little bit. Look at that monster sitting there.
Yeah, like
what I mean, out of curiosity, what does that tell you? You know what I'm saying? When you have a gigantic bull candle like that, don't you think at least, okay, there you go. There's the answer I was looking for. So half of it has already been retested, right? Or
not necessarily. Like, that's what I'm saying, is this gap still exists, you know? So like, this candle touched here, this candle touched here, but within this one daily candle, there's no type of consolidation. So maybe on a lower time frame, you know, if we go and look at this area, you know, you can still see that, you know, this was clearly where the candle closed below the zone, you know, and continued on. So even dropping lower. And this is how I just determined, like, once again, where buyers and sellers did not have equal opportunity to participate in the market. So I'm probably not going to be able to drop down to the 1 minute and scroll all the way back here. But as you can see, this is the actual zone. You can see 1, 2, 3 dojis and push, right? So you can determine.
If you drew a fib from top to bottom right there, was that the 50% right on that? No, I'm guessing that. Yeah.
This right here or this right here?
Yeah, that retracement, wouldn't that be the 50% right where that last buy candle would have been when you scrolled in?
Yeah, hold on. So your fibs coming down.
So this is something that I learned from someone else. Like, when you see a gigantic 4-hour candle like that, and you have the close of that candle meet the open of that next candle right there, there should be a buy right there, exactly, and exactly where that other wick came and got it, tapped it out, so it gave a chance for all those buyers to get out of their positions, giving it room to come on down.
Yep. Well, so this is this is why fibs look good on a higher time frame. This would have been ideal for a selling entry, because you would have seen a sweep of the highs right here, while still knowing that there was not equal participation in the market right there. I'll zoom in on this candle.
This is sauce right here. I'm writing notes down.
So this candle, oops. Notice how that wick, you know, closed right there. This wick touched here, right? So it just shows, if you go on a lower time frame, that this is where some imbalance, you know, occurred. So then that's why you can also determine that's where, you know, these candles were looking to come fill. So that risk reward ratio, you know, you may have not necessarily known that that was the top, but it was pretty, you know, solid entry point, especially understanding that, you know, we probably broke the lows right here, you know, so that's that change of direction. because whenever you're looking at fibs, you'd have had one fib and then you would have had two fibs here. So that gives that valid 50% 618 retracement there. And then you're seeing it getting broke. So if that was this candle or this 4 hour here, the next one would be from the high point to the break of structure, which is here. Now you're looking for a valid 50% 618 retracement. So look how coincidental, right? That retracement up to the 50% was to then see a continuation. Okay, so we didn't hit the 786, we didn't hit the 618, but we did touch the 50%, which is why even whenever you're stacking fibs coming from the bottom, you know, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom, top, you know, so once when this bottom got invalidated here, then, you know, we knew that sellers were in control, which is why we ended up, you know, pushing lower. But then from this high point to now the low point, so ideally we're sitting in the 50% 618 for downward pressure right now. Let's go ahead and zoom in. Oops, that's a little too much. Let's go here. So high point, low point, and you've got your fibs starting to stack to the upside. So this is where we start to find where the actual buyers are, or where the, you know, furthest retracement could be. To be honest, I don't know if I like buys here. It may make sense with NFP tomorrow to come touch this 236 zone and sweep these lows right here, because this is a pretty decent gap. And these are maybe considered equal lows as well. Fibs coming out though, oops. You'd have to definitely drop down on a smaller time frame. So this is when I start dissecting where the actual buyers end up showing up. You confirm where the bottom was located at, which was over here. Then you start building your fibs. So once again, as soon as this turnaround happens, you know, in this little area, you can see divergence on lower time frames as well. But we then did break up above. So your fibs, you're looking for the valid 50% 618 retracement. We don't have that in that section there. We still don't have it here. So this is the only reason I'm hesitant, because technically we need to find the 50% 618 at some point. Unless, nope, still haven't found it. So we're needing to come down to this zone. So this isn't, you know, for you to be fearful of, but it is saying that there is buyers that are waiting for opportunity here, which makes sense with these lows right here as well. We do have triple tops kind of on a downward momentum push here. Not ideal buying area, but I'm not going to bet against the guy that's, you know, 9 for 9 right now. So, but that's kind of what I see. You know, I see 1, 2, 3 on the downside, still seeing 1, 2, 3 on the downside. So it's not necessarily a divergence. It's not necessarily, you know, confirming for me that, you know, low to high, you can still consider that the 50% 618 to see maybe buy. But realistically, if you're getting that far of a retracement, it wouldn't make sense. So that's why I think he's, you know, looking for the 382 to be that rejection that then actually clears, you know, these highs, which would be ideal, you know. So that's kind of what we're looking at. Then that even sends us up to the 78886 zone. So that's why it really kind of depends on, you know, once again, always what time frame you're looking at. I'm going to leave this
like currencies, especially, bro. I'm telling you, you have to look at the higher time frame.
Yeah, because
it's like they take so long to finally play out, and the whole idea of it is just based off of higher time frame momentum shift.
Yep,
that's what keeps the perspective, is just this. this, and this. So as long as this prints a higher low, then all we're gonna see is a move up.
Yep. And see how that 50% zone that I had on that fib turns out to also be, high levels of interest in the history or in the past as well. So once again, I wouldn't necessarily consider this area of interest if NFP wasn't, actually tomorrow, or I guess in a couple hours. But that's the only reason why I still have that still sitting there. It would be nice though, like I said, to see this higher time frame push up. We had the initial push to 50%, and we haven't had that flow back down to the 236 yet. So that's the only thing that I'm still, like I said, looking at. Is I would have liked to have the high to the low to the 50% to the 236 and then up to the 786. But doesn't, like I said, I don't really trade currency pairs, so that may or may not happen as often, on these or not. So like I said, I don't trade these at all. So that's why I can just go off of what I know from buying and selling pressure, but those rules may not apply here. So that's what we're looking at though. If you were to look to buy, this would be the ideal area. You can definitely see some rejection and continuation from this zone, because you're still sitting in the buying and selling zone, but this is actually selling pressure right here. So we have closure above, closure above, closure above, but we're still kind of, playing in this zone. So I think we're looking to get in at the bottom of this zone after already having kind of this breakout liquidity grab from here. So maybe one more, push down to then actually make a new high. Does that sound more like it, Roy?
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I mean, the stop loss on the signal is pretty wide. So at the end of the day, it makes sense for this thing to come down even a little bit more before it finally pops off.
Would love to see a sweep here. And I don't think we would sweep here. I mean, if we sweep there, then I'm probably pretty bearish and would see mainly an entry here versus here. But I think if anything, we would sweep there, but somehow find an entry in between these 2 points somewhere around this area. But like I said, I'm intrigued. I've already got one entry, which is fine. And my stops are at the 618 because I'd rather take a new position if price comes down here and reevaluate. Let's pause, rotate. How are we looking? Where are we at? Roy, you still on NOS?
Yeah, Rian's a little long at the bottom, but this thing's not looking too hot.
This is ugly.
Letting it play out just because like getting in and out has just not been just too much. So I'll hold it, but it's chopping around, it's wedging. Probably gonna liquidity grab at some point. So quick double bottom at that 88 zone or maybe a little bit lower, and that might be the actual entry.
Yeah, that's ugly.
Pre-NFP.
I'm gonna use 30 long. Down $100.
See, I'm liking this gold, not gonna lie. I'm liking the gold short. I can definitely see us coming to sweep this. I just don't know if that's enough of a grab for me yet. We did clear this area here, which is good. But like I said, the 50% is still sitting up here.
That thing could come down from here, 1704.
Isn't gold like your baby? Don't you love it?
Gold used to be my baby, and then I've stuck with US 30 the most that I can. I usually play quarter points off at gold. So this isn't necessarily at an ideal area. I would have probably entered at 1700, if anything, on that break and retest. It didn't even fill that area though. See, this is why I could say that I'm still bearish on gold. I'm wanting that sweep right there. That'd be hot. We'll see how these candles play out right here, but potentially see high, low,
Wasn't
higher
Amon the one
high.
that was saying 430? I'm really interested to see what happens at 430.
Yeah, is he getting back on? I'm gonna need to see this guy's 10 pip GJ. I missed that section. I was doing some work whenever he was spitting the sauce, so I'm gonna have to go back and watch the recording on it.
Yeah, dude. I think he hopped off.
Yeah, I'm gonna need
But-
him to hop back on, but it's all right. I can see this breaking, honestly. Making that. Yep, there it is. So hopefully you entered that. I did say. It's a nice engulfing candle as well. We have that break of structure. We have divergence. Like I said, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Downward push. Boom. Take profit levels is the 50% 618 zone down here. So you're already up 10 pips on the trade. I don't know what you were willing to risk on the trade, but hopefully you're in. Going back to that. Dude, this is just ugly. If you're still in this trade, kudos to you. We did have a liquidity grab there. I'm actually still kind of bullish on this. I don't necessarily think that we're going to pop underneath this. That's a nice little grab right there. You can see that as potential shoulder, head, shoulder maybe. Nice little push up. Yeah.
It's still valid. As long as it's creating those higher lows, it's still valid.
Oh,
But
Gold's dumping.
yeah, something about this 4 a.m. candle just opened and the floodgates just opened.
There it is.
There it is.
So that's already 20 pips on gold. Congrats to anybody that got into that.
That's me protecting, by the way. That's found you here.
Yeah, that didn't mean chase the trade.
Oh no, I was already in.
I know. All right, good push up there. It's a lot of consolidation right there, Roy.
Bro, you're telling me this is like, and then the whole thing is like just when you're fed up and just when you're done with it, that's when it'll just make one banger move. It all makes sense, and it's at the 61. This thing will wear you down and it'll wear
There you go.
down and just
There
walk
you
in.
go.
5th round.
There you
walk
go.
in.
Let's go. Let's go. Yo, this is pretty wild. I'm not gonna lie. If you guys been watching this stream for I don't know how long, I've probably just provided at least 6 or 7 trades on like this right here. Roy and I, we've been saucing this shit up. Man, this is fun. I enjoy this.
That's what it's all about.
For the
What it's
kids,
all
right?
about. For the kids, and also, for the people, the people at home, because people got to eat too.
Yo, who has been on this Zoom call all day? I know, Nick, your crazy ass has. I know. Anybody else? We got 9 other people, 10 other people.
We got.
I work from home, so I make my own schedule. I do what I want to do, and
hey. Look, I'm still in my bathrobe, so all is good, man.
I'm in my shorts. No undies, shorts, and my hoodie with no shirt on. I'm good.
This Nasdaq just popped off.
Hey, I did get up and mow the grass today, though. I did get out and do something. I mowed the grass.
So we got that candle wick to fill that we were talking about. Like I said, that was additional kind of confirmation to see that wick rejection of the 50% wasn't necessarily enough for me to see that as like a bullish engulfing, bearish engulfing type reversal. Showed me kind of just like a fluff, of like, all right, we made it there, but that's not as high as we're gonna go. So like I said, see the nice little head and shoulders right here form, push back up. And this does actually follow the flow of swinging low, 50%, 236, now pushing up to the 78886 zone. So I'll show you guys that pattern over and over again. And I usually only trade US 30 and gold. I do know that it works for US 30 more frequently than any other Forex pair, because that's just the market movement, I guess, here. But yeah, love that flow. Roy, did you take that on the big account or you took it on the other one?
Which one, Naz?
Yeah.
The only one I took on, you're talking about the Raja account?
Yeah.
The only trade I have on the Raja account right now is the catch F. The Naz long, I'm on the kids account for the kids. The donation account.
Yeah, the cash shop's got me up 300.
Percentages, Nick. Percentages.
I know, 0.3, my bad.
We're moving. We're on the way then.
Come on, bro.
Every day and every way we getting better and better.
Looks like we.
Hey, but I had the answer like this, though. You know what I mean? I knew what you were gonna ask.
It was there.
That's probably
just gotta make it. Just gotta make it the default function.
I'm liking this little trend right here. It looks like we're about to break. Once again, if you're in gold, we did form. Let's probably do a retest right here. Let's see what we got.
Gold.
So we got the wick low. Still hadn't hit the 50% on it.
I'm in blues 0.96%.
There it is. Look, fast learner right there. All right, so gold's pretty good. Like I said,
yeah, gold's looking good. U30 is looking good.
Yeah, US 30, we hit the 618 finally. So let's see what those continue to look like. This is still super bullish. Seeing these wicks down, still showing that volume still got room to run. Now, with that being said, I still always point out why my hesitations of us still coming lower, because this doesn't have a wick, right? So it gives me confirmation, or a potential confirmation, to show that we can either reject down from here, or we can push higher and reject down from here. So what that means is potentially take partials at this area. If this was the trade setup that you had, if you had higher take profits, or if this was just an entry for you, then you can completely ignore that. But we are up, what is that, 40 something pips from our entry. We were risking 30 pips. So we've now covered our risk.
Well, I'm in shock. This man really called the perfect entry on catch F.
Dude, like not even just
like just absolutely bonkers.
That it blows my mind, because it's like to the pip, and the fact that I already see the low high low higher high forming, like, dude, that was the entry, like the entry, and we're getting closure right above that 382 zone. So I said, man, the kid's
Can
good.
we give him a trophy? You know what I'm saying? Like fantasy football leagues have those little trophies. Can we give him one? We need to make one.
Dude,
I'll pay for it. Let me know.
No, bro.
He can pay for it.
Yeah,
He
this
can pay
man.
for
First
it.
off, he can pay. Second off, I'm about to get this man a vacation. This
That's
man's
what I'm saying.
crushing it.
Don't give him a vacation. We're gonna miss out. Keep his ass at work.
I was like, no,
We gotta have the, what's it called? We gotta have that balance keep everybody on the team fresh. And that's the goal. Is like honestly, over time, people are going to get more and more talented. We're going to be able to bring on the hardest hitters onto the Enigma team. It's like the final boss in the video game.
Sheesh. Choose your character, man. Who you want?
Speaking of, okay, first off, speak of the man. Speak of, where is he? I mean, waited for it to pop off to get in the call. Oh, you know you're the man of the hour right now, right? Oh, are you a market maker, bro? What's going on here?
Who's the man of the hour? There he is.
What's up, bro?
What's
what
going
you
on,
not,
fellas?
what you not telling us? You a
Hey,
market
man.
maker now?
Hey, if I disclose that information, you can't live anymore.
Yo, some dude in a suit about to come grab you. No.
Yo, you see that laser pointer pointed on you?
Oh, all I see is a laser pointed right at the motherfucking entry on Cat Chef right now. Do you see this? This is insanity.
Yeah. I mean, to the pip, man. Like,
Nas popped off, U30 popped off, Cat Chef popped off. Ladies and gentlemen,
that's 3 for 3 in a swing.
Buckle your seatbelts.
Hey, what more do they want, man?
Dude,
they want you to do a backflip while singing Fiddler on the Roof. You know, it's never gonna be enough, man.
They want a kiss on the forehead.
They want
hold their
all of
hand.
it.
Signing babies, man.
Oh man.
I don't know. I'm gonna switch to
Yo, AJ Deal in the YouTube. I know for a fact, my guy, you were in this Cat Chef with us. I was just throwing that out there.
Yeah, hold that. At least by 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. Honestly, is where it usually pops off.
That U30 15-minute candle looks beautiful.
Whew, man. We're approaching. We're approaching.
It's getting weaker and weaker.
Man, that's it. That's a solid trade right there. Solid little swing right there. Pick that up. Nice little win. Let's see. Bullish momentum, bearish momentum.
Wow.
It's a good win.
Took it.
So we got that rejection, got the fill there. Potential rejection area.
For the kids.
Gold's going too.
Well, it's 4 a.m. You guys got to forgive me for this. Oh, also, just a quick heads up, everybody on YouTube and also everybody. Gonna have to end the YouTube stream at some point. We're still gonna stay on the Zoom, and then I'm gonna start a new YouTube stream. YouTube only lets us record 12 hours of content at a time. We're coming up on the 10-hour mark. So in the next hour or so, I'm gonna have to end the YouTube stream, start a new one, and that'll be part 3. Do part 1, part 2, part 3.
I am not taking this short. I will say that again, but that's the short if it does come up to that area. There.
My USD Swiss franc is in profit too. 0.5%, Mr. Roy Dunion.
You can't be on this call and not be making money right now. Bottom line.
I'm up 1%.
On Cat Chef?
I'm up, no, a half on CAD and almost a half on each.
Okay.
0.4 on each.
Well, we got Big O to thank for that.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
My USD is hitting though. My USD chef Swiss franc.
Oh, there you go.
We're at the 78886 zone for CAD Chef on one of these. Doesn't mean take profits at all. This is swing trade. I'm not even talking about O's trade. He can talk about it at this point. Dude, solid rejection from gold. That's a sniper call. That's another banger. Good rejection. Coming down to the 50% 618 zone. We could see some rejection off the 236, but Still a good 20 pip move right there.
Took mine.
Who was it? Who was saying that all they need was 25 pips? Was that Goldfather?
Goldfather.
Man, it's wild listening to him talk sometimes, just because he was like the first Forex trader that I ever found and like fanboyed over, because I was like, bro, this man is so good at trading. He was like only trading gold. Every single one was hitting TP. Like I caught him on his kind of first wave. So it's always interesting, just learning your cycles and understanding the industry more, getting to connect with other people, and just like hearing them be vulnerable, and just knowing that they're just people at the end of the day. So like as soon as you enter the space, you may fanboy, maybe like seeing this life as separate, but it's not. Like you're just like everybody else, and like you're just as capable as everybody else. Nick, notice how this candle doesn't have a wick on the top of it, right?
Yeah.
So lets me know that it's not done yet. You may see this as like the double top with a wick to come grab liquidity and push back down. So we still hadn't hit the 78886 zone. This area right here is just, like I said, where buyers and sellers did not have opportunity to participate. So we would want to see some sort of rejection off of this zone.
Yeah, I like that because it also splits that big bear candle right in half.
Yep.
But I'm good. I closed out. I took my bag. I'm sitting in CAD, Swiss franc, and USD Swiss franc.
Seeing sells maybe on GJ.
I'm in buying one and selling the other.
You wanted to sell down to the 50%. This right here.
So damn, as soon as 4 a.m. hit, everything woke up. That's it right there. That's the pre-New York.
Where's the DXY?
This man James said he's about to pull up. See, this is the sleep cycle I'm talking about, man.
Bro, I didn't even sleep. I've been on this Zoom call with you all day. I hope you know that. I've been here the entire time.
You're honestly a fucking legend.
Bro, we gotta eat together.
And you're overqualified to be on the stream.
Chill out, bro. Chill out.
With us normal people? No, sir.
Bro, come on. All right. GJ, I'm bearish on. I like this right here. A little bit of divergence showing up. You may still see a third push, but I don't think so. I think this was a failure to make a higher high right here. So we'll see. We'll see. 5-minute candle. See what they look like. I like this, man. No wick on the end of this here. Need some push down. We'll see. I see this breaking these highs right here. It's a clean zone. Maybe getting the liquidity grab up above it. Come back to that in a minute.
I took my 0.5% on my trade. I'm out. USD shells rejected the trend line. Continued the USD bearish pool. I'm out.
All right. So we would like to see this candle for the next candle be a rejection candle. If we don't see that, then technically we would be in a new buying fib, and bulls are definitely still in control right now. So like I said, we wanted to see a touch in this zone. We need to see some rejection from. So this candle closed within the zone. If this candle closes above the zone, not a good sign. This candle wicks up above and closes down below. That's a pretty good sign for entry. Once again, that necessarily wouldn't be your risk. Your risk would be more like this. So you'd be risking 13 pips. Roy, I'm just saying, man, if this one turns around again, just don't tell people where I live, all right?
Bro, that's the thing about trading on the smaller time frames. It's too variable. It's too unpredictable.
What do you mean? I just told you it was gonna wick above and close below.
No, I know. It's just like every time it's supposed to. Like this actually looks like a really nice setup, honestly.
That's not bad, right?
No, this looks like a nice setup. One more of those sort of like,
yeah.
Like we had this one, we had this two.
Yep.
So we get this three.
Yep. And we're starting to see a little bit of it, not much, but I would love, like you said, love to see 1, 2, 3 on it. 1, 2, 3. 2 may be all you're getting right there, though. That's a lot of touches in that area. And I mean, once again, I told you, Nick, that this was the area that we were going to need to see some sort of rejection, some sort of price action. So I'm not entering this trade at that point with that bullish candle. No way. No need to.
Yo, we just hit 30,000 on IG. Shout out to ChartAddicts. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody who follows us on Instagram. Huge shout out to everybody on here.
Let's go.
Shout out to the whole ChartAddicts team.
I have to do a giveaway.
We got to. All right, cool. So if this breaks, I'm gonna be still buying. You still holding those buys, Roy, or did you close them out?
On what?
You got a
Nas?
runner on Nas? Yeah.
No, I closed everything. Back to quick 15 points on one of them and then 20 points on the other. I'm done.
So we got that broken. That's a win trade. That's
Dude.
badass.
Oh, you have to be a market maker, fam. There's just no other way around it. This entry is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's so impressive. People don't understand how long ago Omar called this, and just for it to be to the pip count, like even accounting in the margin of like the pip count for everybody, just about like.
Yeah, the margin especially, because every time I usually go to the TradingView chart first before I go on MetaTrader to see the money, but usually when I see the wick, I'm like, all right, fingers crossed, let me see if it got me in. Yeah, but luckily it did. And yeah, I don't know, the zone just had so much confluence. This trade was taken off the 9 hours, so if you look at the actual chart I sent, there was just so much confluence at that area.
Sir.
The 9-hour chart. I didn't even know there was a 9-hour chart. Let's just put it that way.
My guy, if you guys want built different results, you're gonna have to be on built different time frames.
You damn right. I love this little touch right here. Next little break, liquidity grab, back up above, support, push. That's as clean as it gets right there. I mean, that is textbook. Break of a high over here. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I'm seeing it pop off 120 pips. Question is, how long is that going to take? You know, it could take an hour, it could take a day.
It's
could
clean,
take a few
man.
days.
That's real clean.
It's these foo currencies, boy.
Bro, I'll never talk shit about a currency again. I'm gonna get a picture. I'm gonna get a picture of you right behind my door, and I'm about to get GJ. I'm about to get fucking CAD CHF tatted on my forearm. Whatever you want.
Bro, some people were there, bro. Some people were clowning me on the side. They were like, "Yo, send me a Swiss signal."
Bro, look,
Bro.
the currency jokes are funny as shit. All right, because you know damn well that Swiss pairs take bricks to move. You know, and so it's funny. But at the end of the day, bro, 100% win rate speaks for itself. That's where the jokes stop. You know, it's like, oh, haha, everything is funny. Oh, whoa. Did he say 100% win rate? What does that even mean? Did he say to the pip on the charity for the kids?
For the kids.
Oh, come on. Can't even make this up.
Bro.
Yeah, fucking
425 right now. We got 30-minute candle closures breaking up above. Look, we got the rejection off the 2-3. We are getting that third touch that I talked about. So I would not be surprised to see maybe some additional rejection over here. So if you were in this trade, that was a 20 pip trade. Hopefully you took some partials here or you got stopped out at break even. See, look at this. There's definitely some heavy divergence, man.
Yeah, that whole, 704 to 706 area, it is a major sell zone. It's gonna have a hard time breaking that level.
Yeah.
But it does take a little bit of time for gold to play out. U30 and NAS, they're all just they're still ranging in that structure, just up and down. Right now, NAS retracing a little bit to the downside, but they're all just still ranging. Pre-New York, I think around 6 a.m. we're going to start to see some real breakouts of these zones.
Nice little grab of liquidity right there. Nice little engulfing candle. Dude, that's impressive. 1, 2, 3 with another. And each time it grabs the high. So like, this is what, they mean by letting nobody win. That's a high, then that was a high, then that was a high, and this was a high. So most people, if you zoom out, and you're looking at the larger picture and you're looking for sells, you'd be like, okay, well, this is a high, right? So now we're selling, right? So then this was the high, stop loss above the high, boom, got taken out, dropped. Stop loss, let's say above the high, boom, taken out, right? And then drop. Stop loss above the high, boom, get taken out again, right? So it's like, it's a bunch of FUs to now see what the actual move is, right? So are we going to actually push down to that 78886 zone that we've been kind of waiting on, or are we going to actually continue to push through? It's kind of what we're looking at right now. So like I said, this is optimal loss for the sellers. 1 loss, 2 loss, 3 losses, which is, pretty decent. Now you'd want to see where the buyers would get trapped at. So buyers would have, they used to have stops here, maybe here now, right? So you'd want to see both of those get swept, which leads you to look at that 78886 zone. But optimal loss has definitely already happened for anybody that was selling and had this as their stop loss.
One of my coaches one time told me, you got to out-dumb the market. You can't be too smart. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to have big, stupid stop losses and be dumb.
Sounds like a fucking brilliant man.
I was gonna be like,
No, I'm being serious. That's where a lot of like letting trades play out and holding trades is. You can try and outsmart the market at every turn, but billion-dollar algos, 100 PhDs, and 30 six-figure salaries later, it's gonna be hard to outsmart them at every turn. But you can definitely outdumb them. They're gonna be sitting there frustrated, like, why won't he fucking close? And you're over there fucking and this thing is just running in profits, just the way it is.
Nick, you remember how we were talking about this zone still over here, right? So we're still pushing up to this area finally. So we'll see. I think when we zoomed out on, I don't remember what pair it was. Was it this? It was gold. I don't even remember anymore. Been through so many damn pairs.
Dude, we got 4.5 hours left. Just throwing that out there.
Dude, we got it. All right. If you took DJ, you're in profit. Congrats. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Coming up on the trend line, right? So we just broke the trend line, maybe. Let's look at the line chart. Technically, maybe a break was there, right? Which is actually where we entered.
Omi, I'm gonna name my firstborn son after you. I'm just throwing that out there. Sorry, Austin.
No, you're good, boss. I'd be saying the same thing, man. Cool. So double bottom here. Retest. Boom. Looking at 50% 618 retracement. So this was the first entry, which is over here. Second entry would be looking like that right there. Oops. So we'll come back to that one. Let's see how that rejects in that area. We got wicks on all these candles up here as well. Nice to see.
So are you always on the lower time frame?
For the most part. I mean, I start usually my day looking at the higher time frames. Then I just start zooming in on kind of the current day and what's going on. This is Nick. Look at that, dude, to the T, right? So came up to the green zone, gave us the wick. We also have some divergence going on, right? So we have this right here. And it's small, but it's still divergence, right?
Yeah, there. It's clear as day.
So go back over where you drew that fib. Like, how did you get that zone? Where did you start it? Because I don't have it on my chart, so I'm just curious.
This zone?
Yeah, exactly.
This was from this Fibonacci here.
The wick, because you didn't have a wick, you filled that gap. I got you.
Right. So we had our low to our high. And then, like I said, as soon as we had this break, this was the imbalance that we're looking to get filled. So like I said, total loss, stop loss here, stop loss here, stop loss here, and now we actually were clearing even the highs of over here, right? So now that those have both been knocked out, even this and this, right? So maybe these people that were in sells and had it at break even, just got stopped out, right? So like Andy, when he was on here earlier, was talking about, basically he has these positions open for however long, and sometimes they come back to break even. Like that's one of those trades where you just got stopped out back at break even if this was where you caught, that original move. But this was the actual move. Nice to see the rejection coming from this zone. And Roy, this is what I meant of like, dude, it's just gonna ping pong in between this zone until news. Like that's why I'm confident in playing in the zone right now, because it's not gonna break until an FP. One of the two. Like it's either gonna break down below here, or it's gonna break up above here. But if it breaks London, that'd be cool. I don't know, man. I see this thing bouncing around for a solid minute.
I'm just interested to see this 4:30. Okay, it's 4:30 a.m. I'm on talking about this where the action is. I got my eyes peeped for action. I'm about to go head to the restroom real quick. By the time I come back, I hope I didn't miss nothing. But let's see what kind of action we're talking about. I'm about to do that back.
We're counting a few pips right now, so that's about it.
Bless.
Get a break.
Try to mute it. Sorry.
You're good. Yeah, break eyes here. Nice to see.
My fat ass dog in the background. I'm sneezing. You all hear him over here?
No, I cannot.
Laying in my floor, farting and doing whatever else he does.
Oh, do you stack positions? So like I know you have this entry here. Do you put all lot size into this entry, or do you kind of ride the trend?
I like to unload my full position on that entry. But as it starts going my way, I definitely love scaling in, because most of the trades I send are like reversal patterns. So it's like right at the tip of the reversal, and then you can maximize on it by even taking the continuations. And usually I do that every time I see a beautiful rejection, another rejection candle. So the more rejection candles I start seeing, the more confident I start feeling, and the more lots I start dropping. So, but you can be smart with it. You can wait for the first entry to move your way a little bit, move it to break even, and maybe even cut that second trade in half, just so you're not losing more than you need to if it ends hitting your stop. So, if the 2 hour on that closes strong, and the 4 hour, it could be signs to drop another position, because it is looking very enticing on multiple time frames: the 8, the 7, the 6, the 5, the 4,
Look at
all the way
that.
down to the 2. So in
Oof.
23 minutes, it could be a good sign to get into another entry. And
Market maker.
Yo, look at that rejection right there. Nice little divergence. Had it to the T on the wick. Now we're gonna get some engulfing off of this doji. Dude, that's hot. That's hot.
Yeah, and if you guys remember yesterday, like the first thing I said is looking for that momentum shift, and you can see that huge shift from that where you drew your fib.
But peep these YouTube comments right now, bro. Talking about enigma for the world. It's an enigma for president. He said enigma for everybody. If you don't have this app, I mean, said, can I scale into Cat Chef?
Yeah. In 20 minutes, and tell him in 20 minutes. This is not market advice, but use proper risk management.
He's at the edge of his seat, bro. He's taking notes. I
In
guarantee
22 minutes and 15 seconds to the dot.
My boy said if I could like this video again, I would. That's what he said.
Love it. I love
it. Oh fuck, dude, that's hilarious.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so in 21 minutes, if it closes strong, I personally, I might enter another position.
That's like big boy talk right there.
But to answer your question, Austin, I'm also up for the week, so I don't want to really give back my profits. So I really cut my trade in half in terms of risk. So, I'm always accounting for if it's not, going my way. I won't give back the profits I worked so hard for this week. That's the biggest thing. So easy to make money, but it's maintaining and managing it. It's just so important.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna say,
Hey, that shit, it's snitching.
Oh, it's snitching on him, son.
You know that.
No.
There's only two reasons you can make that noise.
Said
your account's over leveraged. You don't got enough money.
Oh, bro, that's me. That's me getting. That's me getting a US 30 short, man.
You taking this right here, the little head and shoulder?
Yeah, double top. I mean, damn near triple top sitting right there. I just got the short right there.
See this? See this? I need a break here.
Yeah. I'm not over leveraged. 1.5%.
No, you can't be. I mean, your stop's literally only 20 pips, and technically your take profit is 200 something pips down here. So that's a hell of a risk to reward.
31,587 is what I got. Right at the 78.6.
And this is why, dude, the zones are so sexy on this, man. So sexy. So, I mean, and that's the type of risk to reward, right? That's a 6-1. Hell, it's even better than that because we entered up here.
Yeah, my take profit's not even that deep.
No, of course not. You're probably not holding it, that entire time. But realistically, that's how I will enter a trade of like understanding that this is, if I'm confident enough that that's a sell, then it means that I should equally be as confident that this is the next buy, right? So I was pretty confident that this was the next buy whenever we were, kind of forming this area down here, and I was anticipating price to come back down here. Now that we're kind of up at these levels, if price breaks this, then this is now invalid. Like this isn't necessarily going to be of relevance. Like we're going to keep pushing. And now I'm paying more attention to the 236 zone on a higher time frame on whether or not we're going to get a break above, closure, and a lift off instantly. Maybe see some sort of retest for now this zone. Oops. This kind of break of structure here. So it'll have to be, God bless, have to be a break above, closure, and then break back above.
No, I'm not feeling this until probably around 6 a.m. I think there's a lot of fuckery. Plus, guys, if we're gonna be here for the next 2 hours, might as well stare at this thing on the 15. I'm just throwing that out there.
You want the 15?
I'm just saying the smaller time frame trading is just going to be a trap for hours.
Yeah.
It's just the opportunity is definitely there, but I think it's going to have to be not now, probably a little bit later.
Like that's how you can tell you're pairing. When the times is hit.
Look, man, for me it was like I knew that we were sitting here watching paint dry, so I was like, we might as well just figure out where the paint entries.
Yeah, I get that 100%. It's that impatient, dude. This catch, man,
dude, I'm getting
rejection.
rejected.
I wish I thrown another lot on it.
But
you would have put the house, So hey,
I'd have mortgaged my whole shit tonight.
Hey. You can still re-answer.
Sheesh. That's gonna be clean there. CAD CHF. You said re-enter?
Yeah, stops as long as stops are below 0.74, you're good. 73875, just to be careful, huh?
Yes, sir. Gotta give it that extra little cushion.
That fuckery.
I don't know, man. These indices loading up kind of crazy right now, this consolidation. I'm just waiting for this market open. I think we're going to get a few good trades, and then I'm looking forward to.
Were you looking for buys?
For what? Indices?
Yeah.
During the news, most likely, yeah.
It looks like it's breaking that area we were looking at.
Yeah, I would love. This is what.
Yeah, it's pushing up right now.
We've been waiting for is to get above this 236 zone. So we want to see a price break above, come back down or retest, and then really take some push off up to this area up here. That would be ideal, especially since everybody else is saying shorts, but we either have the option to come up to this zone and have, a massive wick rejection to then come back down and send us lower. So this is what we're kind of waiting on at this point.
I don't know. That 2 hour is looking good on Nas. Looks
For the longs,
like
right?
yeah, for the longs. Looks like
You
it
see
broke
it.
the trend line, making that head and shoulders
The head and
inverted.
shoulders, yes, sir. The thing is, it's I just feel like because it's usually on the monthly closures, it'll kind of load up like it's gonna make a big move, then just end up consolidating just with low volume because it
zoom in all the way.
It keeps trapping people in, like it's gonna break, and then it's just gonna close at the same price. So then we're gonna see like a whipsaw up, whipsaw down tomorrow, and then it might just chill at the same price. Honestly.
Hey, you know more than me, man. Y'all nasty, y'all industry boys.
Hey, bro. Look, when it
Yeah,
comes to that monthly open, there's really no predicting. It's like everybody's guess is as good as the next person's.
That's the thing. Like, I mean, like, you know, human nature is you know, is there in all markets, you know, fear, greed, hope, expectations. But I don't know, I feel like you're kind of anticipating most of the time with these setups.
It's like high,
for me,
high
I like
probability anticipation.
I like I need that confirmation, you know.
I mean, ideally, you could do the
by
same.
then it's probably already too late.
Exactly. I mean, you could do the same with indices, but you'd have to use a much lower lot size to compensate for it. Like if you wanted to have a big ass stop loss, you could do it, but then by the time the trade eats, you're not really in as deep as you could be, you know?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that looks very beautiful. I think if you zoom in even more.
So you don't know nothing about drawdown though. I know you're with these wick and the market maker entries. But Raja's about to shut down this account. He's gonna look at that trade and be like, "No, there's something fishy going on here. I'm gonna close down this whole shit."
Hey, you warned him. You gave him that warning.
I did. Expectations are key.
I would love to see this come back and retest this MA right here to be our actual entry. So I love that we're getting the closure up above this 50%. Would love to see some type of loss occur for anybody that's entering right here before we actually end up pushing higher. Because I mean, it's definitely building some support right here.
Exactly. Yeah, that zone is looking clean.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask, how do you feel about that zone?
I feel semi decent about it, but like I said, anytime that you feel that good about it, then you know.
One more retest down, because I really feel like if we can get that 61, like exactly what you have drawn, as crazy as it sounds, that's like.
I mean, even if you look at these wicks down here, right? So that's not the zone. I mean, the zone's probably right here. So there you go. Even looking here, you see that we had some closure underneath it. Just had this huge bullish kind of structure start to form inside of the zone.
Yeah, those two wicks.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying, man. They match. It's an equal pair, but I'd love to literally see that one more. And that's when I do go down to the lower time frame, because like I said, higher time frame is good, but like where's the entry? So the entry, then you know you're coming down of just trying to figure out where that 50% is gonna sit at. So that's why, look, damn, even right where the little hook was, right at the 50%. This area is kind of that gap. If you see, oops. You see even over here, right? You just have that break. So it makes sense to have a retest in this zone at some point. So that's if it's clean and pretty. And that's for me, when we talk about the whipsaw in the news and what that could lead to, like that's why for me, it makes sense to either push high to swing low and then maybe even push high again, you know, or we're going to push low to push high to then actually keep pushing. So I just don't know which one's going to be first. If I did, well, be a good thing. Gold's still hanging out. Gold's dying out, man. I'm telling you, this thing, it could bust, but realistically, that's pretty good divergence. It's got pretty decent trend line going. Need to see it come down to this area. Like you said, 1704 is going to be really difficult to break. And we swept liquidity over here, so I'm liking that to the downside. US 30. Nick, you still in this, man? You're still in profit.
Yeah, I'm still in it. I mean, no, I ain't much profit.
Yeah, but it's always interesting to see how they respect, you know, these levels of, like I said, like, you know, okay, you risked, however many pips, right? Not that much, but to still see that this type of correspondence happens in these zones just continues to let you know that you're in the right area.
0.1% for my coach there.
Hey, don't bring me in this. I'm higher time frame. I still think U30 can push up. I am on the sideline, and I think Omar's a market maker. Those are my only. This is all I know.
Hey, as long as you only talk about what you know, then like nobody can be mad about you, or nobody can be mad at you.
Exactly. Know about breathing and fine dining, just like that SpongeBob episode.
US 30 dirty.
I don't know if it holds. What is that? 1.2290.
I'm out.
I don't know. 2 hour time frame. It looks like it might break to me.
Which
10 minutes.
Hey, that junk could flip in a second, bro.
Yeah, I know. 10 minutes left, so that's what I'm saying.
The thing is, I do see the bullish side. Like, that's the side I'm favoring. The reason I haven't really been so eager to enter any trades on NAS is because I know with all this news, I'm trying to save my ammo for a few good trades. I know we got this real nice push coming probably around 6 a.m. and then another one right before the news or right after the news. So I got 2 bullets left in this gun. I'm Jason Bourne at the top of this tower, 3 days, no food, no drink on this stream. And I'm about to snipe this thing. Come home a hero. That's all I know.
So that's you're a smart man then. I'm not gonna trade it. I'm just saying what I'm seeing now.
Sir.
But that it'll be probably worth waiting for that liquidity and that volume.
Oh man.
Lots of wicks pulling up on that.
Bro, if this trade hits 100 pips, bro, I'm naming my firstborn son Catchef. Oh man. All right, I'm done.
It might
I
take
have
some
no
time.
business being up this late.
His nickname's me Fibonacci. Come here, Fibonacci.
So come here.
It'll be clutch if we get a push right before the market closes. Quick bag.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, but if we got to hold till next week, that's okay too.
Hey, chill. Oh, that's you. Now you lost me.
Yeah.
This is my station. This is my stop right here. This is where I'm getting out. I just hit that button for the bus driver. My man has been alerted.
Roy, man, I'm about to pass the charts back over to you. It's your time to shine.
Brother, I'm like seeing I'm seeing triple right now. The screen's kind of blurry. I got the water through my eyes. I'm gonna do my best.
Okay, I appreciate you, man, for letting me share the space for a little while.
My dude, I appreciate you more than you know. Like I said, you're overqualified to be on the stream in the first place. I appreciate you getting on here, showing some love.
Honestly.
Pick back up. And I'm pretty sure we got that course already. Somewhere in there.
It's in there.
But yeah. NAS support resistance.
Yeah, also we gotta link up, man. It's been a while. It's been like a few months since the summit, now that I think about it.
Yes, sir. It's been a little while.
All right. I've really been hyping this trade. It's like it's up 7 pips. I'm gassing it because the entry was really like that. But I'm loving it.
It's gonna play out, man.
It will. It takes patience.
The most important thing is we're in with a good entry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you're taking a trip somewhere. Once you're in the car, you just gotta enjoy the ride.
Sit there, just pull out the map every 2 minutes, be like, oh
yeah, you pull
out
the
there
map
yet?
every 2
Am I
minutes.
there yet? It's like about just 16 hours away. You gotta
exactly.
Gotta put that map back down and enjoy this road.
The thing is, like, even traffic might play in a factor. You don't know if it's gonna be busy. You don't know if there's gonna be accidents. Like these are all unpredictable.
Brother, I'm from Nova. I whistled right through traffic. Stop fucking around. I was born in this traffic.
No, I'm just trying to say, like, you never know. Like sometimes these trades can play like in an hour, which is the amazing part about them. But other times, and most of the time, they take time.
for sure. So the only hope for the shorts here is if this is a liquidity grab. So if we get a push to the upside and then it closes back below resistance, we could short on SPX. U30. We got some other entries up here.
Boy, got the cells ready.
So stop fucking around. We got the R&Rs already loaded. We already got the first one down. Pat, son. Dummy. It was crazy. I had the fib from top to bottom. 38 fib. Lower high with the wick. Entered off that closure. TP at the extension. Done. Negative 68 extension.
Yeesh.
Done. Now we pulling back up. We got this little boy right here. You know what I'm saying? So we either get this push up and short from here. I think like
why from there?
This is the 88 fib from top to bottom. It's not going to be like the big short. Honestly, I feel like it's only going to be like a little retest here.
Yeah.
For that, you know.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. We knew this.
I see it. I see it at 15 steps ahead.
This sell right here, honestly, this might be the one. Like it kind of trickles up, pushes up at the market open and gets some shorts. The thing is, like we were talking about this earlier, everybody's looking for shorts. Everybody's looking for shorts. That's why I feel like it's just gonna push through.
So okay, I see what you're saying.
You gotta get the opposite of what the overall
sentiment. You gotta stay away from the crowd.
Real. Or get closer to the crowd. Just gotta put up a poll and be like, buy or sells. And like 90% of people say buys. You're like, well, we're selling. This is what we do. No, I'm fucking around. It don't work like that. Like 2 years ago, I did that on the IG story. I tested it out. The whole it was like 80% of people said buys on this one thing. Turns out we had some smart ass followers, bro. They were right. I tried to trade the opposite. It didn't work.
I mean, it all depends on that one person who has that influence on it, you know. You know, what side is he on?
I don't even think they know.
You know, I'm curious. There was a bull market like crazy not too long ago, and you called a head and shoulders on Nas bias. I was probably the only person in the world that didn't take it. Like, do you remember that? Like, was it the same similar situation where news was coming out like that or something? Because I completely missed it, and you called it.
Dude, yes, you're talking about this one. Dude, you want to know what's crazy? We're right back at the same fucking zone.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, you know?
It was right here.
Yeah.
We had this. I bought it up right before the news because everyone was expecting shorts. And then when it got up here, I was kind of expecting the shorts from here. And then this is where I should have known better. This is kind of where like you learn your lessons. Now this is why I'm expecting the longs. So we're back over here.
Same level.
Same freaking level. Same level.
I was like, this dude's crazy. I'm not taking buys right now. Look at this bull market. I was the only one that didn't do it. It ran like crazy.
Amen. Sometimes you got to trust it. Yeah, this thing is sitting right at that zone. It's already sitting right at that second
trade.
support.
I take it blindly.
Bro, that's that same exact zone.
See, I remember all these little things. I remember all of them, bro.
Thing is, this consolidation, this is not attractive for anybody. Because whenever there's a consolidation in commodities or indices, you'll see a fake to one direction, you'll see a smash to another direction, and then you'll see a true trend. And so because we have this consolidation, it's building a pressure cooker, we're going to see the same thing. We might see a push down, and then a push up, and then a trend, or we might see a fake up, and then a push down, and then a trend. So these consolidations, they indicate a whipsaw is coming. Then after the whipsaw, we have a directional trend of the day. And that's kind of what this is indicating me. So I'm not really looking to trade inside of this thing. Once we have a fake out, I'll either buy it down here or happily short it up here.
I'll be right there with you every step of the way.
Yeah, he said, get right with you.
He said every step of the way.
Yeah.
I love that shit, bro. Yeah, 1 hour inverse loading up.
Yo, you guys are too funny, man.
Yo, it's already 4 in the morning where I'm at. I've already been up for 22 hours. I might as well just stick it out, bro. You know what I mean?
Hey, man.
For the kids.
That's a champion right there. He said for the kids.
Speaking of, I need to check this kid's account. I ordered set up a different account. I'm taking too many trades on it though.
All right, so I just want to give a shout out here to some folks. Tabitha, Cameron, Edward, Bianca, we got you for sure. Pedro, Sam, Sheikh, John, Jordan,
Bianca?
Anonymous.
The Bianca's on there. Oh, we got Raquel too.
We got Raquel, yep. We got
Jordan.
the damn. Okay, whoever Scott Macias, mad love.
Oh,
Appreciate
that's
everybody
love,
for
man.
donating. If you guys want to continue to donate, we'll give away a free one-on-one mentorship or a free month of Enigma Signals. I'm sorry, a free year of Enigma Signals. Next 10 people to donate, you can win a free year of
bro.
Enigma Signals. Next 10 people to donate. It's for the kids, bro.
Sheesh. Blessing them. Hey, sign me up for that free consult too.
Hey, bro. If you guys want a free consult with O on how to get 100% win rate, next 10 people to donate. I know I'm about to be in this joint anonymous. Just anonymous, anonymous.
I'm about to donate 10 times in a row.
Oh man.
Yo. Yeah, 30 minutes on me.
Hey, bro.
It's 1 hour. For the kids.
For the kids, kids.
Roy, so how often are you going to be doing this? Like, once a month?
Brother, look, I'm gonna sit in this bed. After this, I'm gonna be in this thing until probably 1 p.m. For some reason, I have like 15 calls scheduled tomorrow after I wake up. Like, don't ask me how this all came. I want to sit there and like review the stream, whatever. I'm gonna have to move all of my calls to Saturday. So I don't know if Anthony's I know Anthony's got the computer running, but if you're on here, brother, I'm seeing double. There's 2 Austins on this call right now, and I don't know which one I'm talking to right now.
I got my first meeting in 3 hours. I love it.
Well, brother, this is what greatness looks like, isn't it?
Yo, I got a day job. I don't want to hear about it from you guys.
Hey, that's what I'm saying, though. I got my first meeting in 3 hours.
Look, we can either make excuses or we can make progress. Which one you guys want?
No, profits, not progress.
The profits come with the process. You feel me? Focus on process and the money will come.
Yo, Nick, can you see?
Yo, that's what's up. That's what's up right there. It's giving you some trading power, bro.
I appreciate it so much.
I gave one to you, to Roy, and to Stefano. Y'all my three mentors.
I got it hanging over here.
Bro, it's so dope.
Okay, since y'all wanna say something.
What was the name of the temple?
There's mine right there.
Let's
Actually, really, I mean, if you want to be real technical about it, that's mine right up there on the wall above the TV, facing north, the whole deal. It's got water, rice, the whole 9 yards.
Dude, see, that's what I'm talking about. Look, that's the nature vibes right there. You got all that.
No shoes allowed in here. The whole deal, you know.
So, what's the longest you've meditated for?
Oh, honestly, I try to go like an hour.
An hour? That's pretty solid. Most people can only like sit there for like 10, 15 minutes.
Oh no, I can.
If that, I'm out here struggling.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to keep my brain completely clear and like free of nothing like that, I can't go an hour like that. But in the process of wandering, coming back, and this and that, like, I'll sit down, I'll meditate, and then sometimes I'll just stretch, or sometimes I'll just lay flat on the floor. Like the whole process is an hour. But I have different things that I do, breathing, this, that. You know what I mean? It's not all one thing.
Yeah, man, dude, that hour is like the most important hour of like your entire day, and most people don't give themselves the permission for that hour. Like it's one of the wildest things about like our health that like we don't ever think about, because it's our mental, physical, emotional, like all sorts of connections. I mean, like you said, like if you incorporate breath work into it, incorporate stretching, going through your day, clearing out like all the clutter, like dude, it puts you in a better space. Like Roy was talking about earlier about like decision making and how you have to like really like show up and be rapid fire. Like, dude, it helps you have clarity in your life.
My little Ganesh. So my little Ganesh sits on my computer, and then my Buddha sits on the TV.
Yo, I'm about to do an MTV Crib episode. Yo, welcome to the crib.
Welcome to my crib.
Welcome to the crib. So my name is Dak Days. I live in a
let's do it.
My wife and I converted. Here's our kitchen. So we got some lights going on. We got a nice farmhouse sink down here. There's my dog sitting on the bed. What's up? His name's Zeus. We got a queen size bed, avocado, vegan, organic cotton, I think, or sheep, something like that. It wouldn't be sheep because I wouldn't be, I guess, organic. Here's the rocks. I got a bunch of stones over there. Always nice. Got all my mantles, some more stones, some more pieces. My wife did this countertop. It's super dope. Got the pull-out fridge. I was sitting on this little bench. I got a shower. Toilet down there. And I'm literally in the middle of nowhere right now. So I don't know. You can see the Milky Way from where I'm at. So that's pretty dope.
Oh, that's dope.
I am sitting in Washington somewhere, like south of Seattle by like an hour maybe. So it's really pretty, really beautiful.
What's
You
the
gotta
weather
put
like
those
out there?
stones outside in the full moon.
Yeah, you got to charge them up, man.
You gotta charge them up for sure.
Would you ask Roy what the temperature is?
Yeah, like what's the weather like out there?
So it's pretty interesting. Like they have multiple days here. So like whenever it starts, like it has like fog rolling through the trees. So it's like basically the sun doesn't come out until sometimes, I don't know, like 11, 12 o'clock. And then it just gets like hot as hell for, I don't know, like 2 hours, 3 hours. And then clouds start to roll in, and then it gets shaded again. So they have like multiple cycles, but it's like every day.
Man, as long as it doesn't get freezing out there, like I would have thought it would get like freezing at night or no.
No, not right now. It's like 60s probably.
Dope stuff. James says he's on the stream.
Yeah, James is here.
What do you mean? I'm here, bro.
What's up, boss?
Dude, 5 a.m. gang.
Yeah, just woke up a little while ago, bro.
Oh, dope stuff.
What's good?
Not much.
I'm liking the hair, Austin. You going with the little Mr. Smith vibe, little pit vibe?
Bro, I was trying to cut my hair and I fucked it up, to be honest. So I just had to start clean, man.
You just shaved it all up.
Yeah, like I've been cutting my own hair for, I couldn't tell you how long, and I did this one wrong. So I just was like, all right, fuck it, we're going back.
That's the beauty about a hair. The difference between a bad haircut and a good haircut is 3-4 weeks, bro. That's it.
Hey, I love it, man. I'll fade me up here pretty soon. I'll be all right.
Yeah, you're chilling. Nah, I mean, listen, hey, I know. I have a couple barbers that cut their own hair. It's a pretty dope. Like once you get the hang of it, you know how to do you have like the tri mirror, like the mirror with the 3 sides, or no?
Bro, I just wing it, to be honest.
Nah.
Bro, it's all good, man. I've probably been cutting my own hair. I felt bad charging my mom for like haircuts when I was younger, just because I was like, bro, like, come on, I cut my hair every 2-3 weeks. Like maybe I can just learn how to do it myself. So I've been doing it since I was like 13 probably. So buzz cuts were easy. Then I got kind of saucy learning how to fade with the sides. So it's not bad now.
Trials and tribulations, bro.
Hey man.
No, so Roy, you said we're buying stocks. So honestly, bro, like this might be, I don't think I'll actually buy indices tomorrow, but I do agree with the bias.
Bro, I just think that this is going to be the lamest NFP of all time. I think it's
I
going to
don't
be
think,
like
bro, I honestly don't think so, bro. I think every data release is being scrutinized so heavily. And I think the numbers, if you look at the ADP numbers on Wednesday, it was very disappointing, bro. And that's a very, it's a very good foreshadowing of what should come to, in a few hours from now. So that's what I think will happen. I think we're going to miss expectations that they're going to see a very weak labor market, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on the Fed, because like right now the question is 50 basis points, 75, 100, like what's on the table. So what I see is that, if they see, hey, like we have a very weak labor market, that's going to, regardless of what they actually, hike the rate as, it's just gonna be foreshadowed in as giving the Fed less room to push the envelope,
exactly, which means that stocks are going to end up going back up.
Yeah.
So if we miss that, so I mean, this is kind of crazy how like a strong labor market would be bad for the Fed.
Right. It's so backwards. It's been backwards for like a year and a half.
All the incentives are fucked up.
But I think the dollar is like, I think gold is gonna be. I'm gonna buy, bro. I think I'm just gonna buy gold at 829 within 30 seconds, bro. Like literally.
Bro, you look like you want to share your chart.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm gonna share my chart. I'm in 2 seconds.
I was like, I'm gonna buy gold in about 32.98 seconds.
Literally, bro. Like
with that locked in look.
NFP drop.
Oh, we ended up getting the account from Raja, by the way.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Oh, what's the balance? Still 10,000?
Yeah, the balance is 10,000. I mean, bro, he just gave it to us like an hour ago.
Yeah, what do you mean? All right, so let's run it up, bro.
I'm already in 2 trades.
Are
It's floating. It's floating.
So what's the equity? 99.50?
No. Chill. It's at 10,060.
Okay. All right. Floating, 0.6%.
0.6%.
Yeah, it's already rejecting, but this is actually not my trading view, but I trade a lot of supply and demand, bro. So like, we've been respecting this demand on gold since April of 20, right? Right around when it made that huge run up to make a new all-time high. So obviously there's a lot of buyer volume down here, but we've just been respecting this area for a long time. This was when they came out with that infrastructure bill, right? Just a ton of volume here, like, a lot of volume, a lot of buyers respecting this area. And then now, like in a more, relevant zone, we have this daily demand here. And yeah, I mean, so far, price hasn't rejected it too hard in the daily, but H4 definitely gave a nice pin bar candle. So engulfing, it looks like it's just turning, it looks like it's definitely swooping that low, bro. Just the swoop pattern, bro. So yeah, I like it. I like it. I mean, we'll see what happens as we open up into New York. I'd love to see it kind of pull back a little bit and then kind of buy out, but I do really think this number is going to miss expectations, and I do think that because if it was close, like if the numbers on Wednesday came out like, kind of close, maybe like 250, 200, but this was a big discrepancy, so yeah, I think we're going to see some bearish dollar for sure. Yeah, let's see, forecast, a similar forecast, so it probably is going to miss as well. And just in general, I'm sure, like the economy's not doing well, people are not doing well. I've been talking to people all fucking, I ask people, even random people, I just ask them like about their, just like how they're doing, like straight up, just to kind of gauge like the public sentiment,
That's what you gotta do. Were you the gold bull this morning, James? Was that you talking about gold? Oil.
Yeah, I did speak about oil actually.
That shit kind of popped off. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Did it?
A little bit, yeah.
Where is
like
it?
from this morning when we were looking at it, I was like, I don't know, it's gonna go lower. And then you got off the stream, and I think like 4 or 5 hours later, just started to pop off.
Yeah. Oil's a little tricky, honestly. It's just tricky right now because I see both sides. Like I see the whole interest rate, argument. Like obviously commodities are not going to do well with interest rates, but at the same time, like, bro, the shit in Europe is really fucked, bro. Like it's really fucked with you know, Russia, the whole situation with Russia, Germany was getting, I don't know the exact numbers, but Germany was getting like 40 or 50% of their oil from Germany, and now they're from Russia. Now they're really in a bind. You know, they're in a bind. They're scrambling to find. They're talking about rationing their energy and all these crazy things. And we haven't even gotten into the winter yet. Like, it's still the summer. You know, just wait until that consumption really starts cranking up. Like, the average person is really going to start hurting it. You know, so
I think the U.S. oil trade, because like it's an election year, so I kind of feel like they're gonna do whatever it takes to bring the price of oil down or the price of gas down, just so they can win the elections. And that means that they'll dig into, you know, strategic reserves. They'll reach out to strategic partners and do whatever it takes to bring the price down just in the short term, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree. I don't know how much, you know, like, I mean, they can obviously definitely manipulate the prices, but, you know, I'm thinking of like a global perspective. You know, it might be deeper than that, bro. You know, I don't know. It's definitely a good point. I mean,
The strategic reserves here, that's like our emergency wartime reserves. So
Right.
digging into those just to win an election, it's pretty fucked up if you think about it, but there's no other choice because we can't go to Russia. We can't go to anybody. We did the apology tour, Saudi Arabia. We're begging Venezuela. We don't really have a lot of leverage with the strong dollar. So at this point, we're just still in, they're going to dig into the petroleum reserves, release as many barrels as it takes to bring the price of gas down to make inflation not look as bad.
Right.
And I think after the election season, then things are going to get pretty shaky. Or they print a bunch of money and make Jerome Powell's life just fucking hell.
It's already, bro. I feel like that can has been kicked so far down the road. We're at the dead end, bro. It's like, and there's a cliff there. It's like, you want to kick the can off the cliff? Like, go ahead, you know?
I don't have a choice. I mean, honestly, if things get really bad in the economy, the government only knows one thing, which is to give money out.
Right.
It's like the playbook now. If they do that, Jerome Powell's just going to quit. He's going to be like, fuck this. So I can't do this. I can't. How are you going to fight inflation? You guys are pouring gasoline out the back. Every time we bring a new hose, you guys got a new hose of gasoline in the back.
Yeah, it's bro, it's a revolving door, but like now, you know, there's no exit, bro. It's just like we're gonna keep revolving, you know, at this point. So
for sure, buy Bitcoin.
I don't know. It's definitely interesting, bro. But you know, something's gonna crack, bro. I know that something's gonna crack, and it's gonna, you know, it's already. I feel like we're already seeing the cracks in the armor, you know.
Sure. I mean, currencies aren't really meant to last. This is what the whole Bitcoin argument is for, is that any currency that's inflationary by nature, that has a 2% inflation like pegged to it, over time is going to be horrible for people who are making smart decisions, which is saving.
Right.
And so any like currency that disincentivizes saving isn't really worth its value. And so Bitcoin's kind of trying to solve that problem. Tough problem to solve, obviously. No country's got it right.
Yeah, bro. It's like everyone, wherever you go, you're getting a disease. It's like, which disease do you want? You know, like pretty much.
Yeah. I asked Abel this morning, are we going to freeze to death or are we going to burn to death? Which is basically, is the dollar going to get so strong that it's going to eat up all the other currencies and we can't trade anymore? So it's like burning to death. Or are we going to print so much of it in such a short amount of time so that we can be the last man standing that we're going to crash the dollar? Which one of those scenarios stands out to you?
To be honest with you, bro, I mean,
like long term,
just based on what the Fed is saying, you know, like not even just Powell, but just, you know, all the Fed seems to be pretty unanimous at this point, bro. With how hawkish they are. So I think that I think they're really gonna crank these fucking rates, bro. Like, bro, in the 80s with Paul Volcker had interest rates at 22%, bro. Like, that's insane, bro.
Yeah, but like men were like waking up at like 5 to like lift things with their bare hands back then. I feel like even with high interest rates, like there were people working out there, the productivity was at all-time highs. Nowadays, bro, you crank this thing a little bit too hot, it's like turning on the AC to somebody who's like very sensitive. They're like, oh no, what's happening?
Right.
So I think we're a lot more sensitive than we were back then, dude. This Paul Volcker time period, just throw back shots of Jack Daniels and get back to work.
Men were hard. Men were men, you know, like, you know, it's like you have a few men and mostly women, you know. So
oh man,
it is what it is, you know. I'll lift shit, you know.
I'll pick it up.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool with that.
Oh man. Now the Paul Volcker time, like if you can imagine like 10% interest rates today for a home.
yeah, bro, I would.
You have a crisis. The home sales would go to zero.
Right.
So.
Well, either that or the prices would go to fucking zero. You know.
That's true, but the thing is, you have all these big funds buying up properties now, like
Right.
single family units. So at this point, there's like a floor, it's like a safety net being built on the housing market.
Right.
Which is kind of nuts.
Yeah, bro, it's pretty wild what's going on. So where do we go, bro? Where's the safest place? You know,
Bitcoin.
I think
Like gun to my head, if you told me which asset survives all of it.
That yellow metal, bro. I like that yellow metal, bro.
Bro, you sound like Peter Schiff right now. He's like, no, trust me, the world's gonna crash and gold's gonna be the last one. Look, gold has a $9 trillion market cap. I'm telling you, the people that tried to get it out of Ukraine, they realized that no matter how rich you are, if you have gold and art, you can't get it out during wartime. Like you're not going to get through any of the borders, even with a private jet. Like they will shut down the private jet hangars. At the end of the day, if you have a ledger, you could have dipped out that country quick.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. No, you're all right. You're all right. But then you get fucking, then someone, you know, steals your ledger, bro. I don't know. You know, I don't know.
Bro, Satoshi's wallet is just sitting there. It's not a mystery. It's just try getting it. I think everybody would want Satoshi's wallet, but it's like if you can't get the private keys, it's a nice art piece right there on the blockchain.
You're right. You're all right.
Yeah, man. It's like, has there ever been a currency that is deflationary by nature, that you knew exactly how many units of it there were? I don't think there exists any other asset. It's like the only,
except when I was in like kindergarten and I used like M&Ms as like my currency, you know.
we were popping off back then. But like seriously, it's the only scarce resource. And like gold, there's that whole thing where you don't actually know how much gold is in the ground. You don't know how much gold is in circulation, and so it's not genuinely a scarce asset because it's not quantifiable. We don't know how many dollars are in the system.
We do need gold. Like there is it. Like we can survive without Bitcoin, but like every electronic that you're using right now has gold inside of it. You know, it's just it's a great conductor. Like we do need it. You know, so that there's part of it that like I'm like, yeah, I agree, but also it's just physical. There's something about the physical element that people, bro. Maybe as all these old fucks start dying, bro. You know, like people that didn't grow up with this technology. Like I think it'd be more. I feel like there's a big distrust, you know, like the older you get, the more people that don't trust, like, you know, crypto and all kinds of things like that, you know?
I mean, because the system was set up by their generations and the generations before. Like Bretton Woods was in the 70s. These people are like literally kicking like 5 rounds of golf at Mar-a-Lago right now. They're still around. So the people who
made these things die, bro. Like, and then we can start to like really, you know,
exactly the people who like build these systems, who make these like MacGyver ass solutions and force us to live with them for 30 years, they have like a vested interest in keeping the status quo. So they just like write policy and they lobby and they hang around DC too long, and they just basically
just keep on kicking. How do they keep kicking, bro? You know,
bro, because they make the rules every time.
They're drinking that adrenochrome. That's what they're doing.
Hey yo, son. All right, there goes YouTube.
Yeah,
and
YouTube.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just gotten canceled,
demonetized, channel deleted.
I am deplatformed. Oh man. What I have to do is I actually have to end the YouTube stream real quick and then hop on a new one, just because it only records 12 hours at a time. We're gonna stay on the Zoom link though.
Are we trading NFP?
Yeah, I'm gonna be on here.
Yo, I'm gonna kick up a little account, bro. I'm gonna go full margin.
You won't.
I think that all the kids at home will enjoy that.
Bro,
it's for the kids.
For the kids.
Austin, where are you at?